Chapter 341. Atlantis is far away. A burning god is slowly taking over this magnificent city, the most ordinary outer city, the prosperous inner city, the sacred royal city, and the magnificent temple built in the center, and that is only a miniature version of the real temple in the sea. This entire three-ring structure of the city is a giant temple, and the so-called temple is actually a device that can transform the power of the ocean and make it affect the world at a more microscopic time scale, allowing this huge consciousness to show its existence in an anthropomorphic posture. If this machine can run smoothly, the ocean that most mortals think of will appear in the form of a sixth-order abnormal entity, which is also the understanding of the ocean that their tiny heads can have. Just like Shishao can't exhaust the connection with the sun, the thinking of human beings born in the sea can hardly truly understand and recognize what the concept of the ocean of this planet is as a whole. For them, the ocean is closer to infinity than the concept of vastness. Almost no human can defeat the abnormal entity of the ocean incarnation. Although she has to rely on the temple to maintain her form, this also gives a powerful human like Shishao the opportunity to destroy the temple, provided that she can successfully come here. But before she really touches the ocean, the temple supporting the city will operate and successfully intercept it to a far distance, where it cannot attack Atlantis. If she really wants to be an enemy of the ocean and forcefully goes deeper, she will be killed by the incarnation of the Great Will. Even in the short years, when the sun god was at his strongest, when he thought he was beyond eternity, he was so arrogant and presumptuous that he made such a ridiculous mistake. He still had an incomparable awe for the ocean, not only because she was their starting point, but also because he understood the concept of the ocean better than most mortals. For her, the difficulty of destroying today's human civilization was no different from that of ordinary mortals turning over a few times. Just the most basic actions were like natural disasters, which was very similar to another great creature that covered 1/6 of the surface. Her actions on this planet could almost be said to be cautious. If she really wanted to destroy something, the power she would explode would far exceed the imagination of those mortals who had not seen the ocean era. The ocean disasters they saw seemed to her like stillness. But the sleeping surface creature was different. Sometimes he would move his body slightly. The federal government and modern scientists practiced to make up a perfect lie to explain this situation, calling it an earthquake. But even the most terrifying earthquake was just a slight disturbance in the dream of that creature, and it was completely different from the life of Warrens from the ocean. This phenomenon was extremely rare and slight to him. The only problem was that his body was too big. Just like the ocean was unwilling to hurt mortals, he didn't want to move his body at all, but the terrible disaster that could rival the attack of a 5th-level ability user would continue to fall on this planet, and there was no way to stop it completely. This was just because their bodies were too big. But this is far less than the coming disaster. Just like the prophecy that Atlantis once received, the ancient gods will wake up in the 7th millennium after the prophecy comes. This means that the surface creature is about to end this low-activity state close to what they understand as sleeping, and leave the planet to do something meaningful to itself, but something that neither the life of Warrens nor the ocean can understand. This is also the main problem. The ocean cannot communicate with this life. The creatures of Warrens can understand each other, and even master the same language because they come from the same huge consciousness, but his way of communication, assuming that there is such a concept as communication for him, then this method must be beyond their sensory system and understanding. They can't even realize the existence of that kind of communication. Just like mortals can't read minds, creatures without eyes can't see colors, creatures without ears can't hear sounds, and it's even more difficult to cross than this. Any form of mutual communication is impossible for the ocean in him, so she can't persuade him to leave the planet gently, which is destined to cause a major blow to the life form that comes from her and has evolved for a long time. Although there have been similar disasters in the past, they were often caused by the struggles within these lives. The fall of most lives actually proved and symbolized the strength of a few lives, but this time it was not her creation that was going to destroy civilization. The ocean, which did not want to see the scene, naturally wanted him to continue sleeping until some of the lives she created regained the ability to resist such disasters. They were able to do it a long time ago, and they are likely to be able to do it in the future. But now is a weak time for all creatures. The gods are imprisoned, the human empire has just risen again for thousands of years, and the Gunas have also not long ago all made a leap to the future. The dragons and their subspecies have long been almost extinct. The remaining groups that have the means to offset the disaster brought by his awakening are in seclusion, and will not pay attention to this matter at all. Now is their weakest time, so the ocean let Atlantis trigger his defense measures, and it is for this reason that he imitated the creation of the ocean and created those half-alive and half-dead sea people. And what the ocean wants to do is to make him realize that there are dangers around him, and now is not a good time to wake up. But the problem is that Atlantis can't really threaten him, so he has to try his best to ensure that he can't determine how dangerous it is outside. The impact of the sea people on the Atlantean defense line is a test of this defense measure. The defense mechanism determines the time for this great creature to become active again, and with the help of the ocean itself, it has been successfully suppressed for a long time. Until now, as the ocean calculated, he will wake up in this millennium, and the dangerous environment created by Atlantis and the ocean will be seen as a lie, and they can no longer hold on. Because if they continue to fight against them, these sea creatures will engulf the entire civilized world. So he thought of a way to solve the problem once and for all. After the god of fire fully understood this plan, he raised a very sharp question. They wanted to use this creature to hold back Shishao, but would it be too risky to do so? If they couldn't control it well, wouldn't these things destroy the whole world? Fortunately, this possibility does not exist in reality. Because Shinshia's characteristics can perfectly counter this defense mechanism, because these sea creatures are not living creatures at all, but a complex system that detects whether the surrounding environment is suitable for awakening, and it can also be predicted or prophesied. The most important thing is that the result of this creature's awakening will be the end of the world, which is the situation that Shishao least wants to see. She doesn't even need to understand it, and she can instinctively know how to appease this giant and put him to sleep. These sea creatures are likely to grow when fighting with any creature, and because he is a great life with a different form from them, they have no way to understand and predict his reaction with their own soul and consciousness structure, which means that it is almost impossible for them to find the right way to keep him asleep, which is too difficult for the creatures of Orens, who are completely different from him. It's like a creature without a sensory system trying to understand color. But Shishao, who is also a life of Orens, is an exception, because she doesn't need to understand it at all. As long as there is such a possibility, she can see it with her eyes that transcend time. If the ocean intervenes, it will be able to keep a delicate balance with the giant forever. As long as this balance is broken, it means the subversion of human civilization, and she will never be able to leave here. And her terrifying power of salvation will become the most reliable cage in the world. And now what he has to do is very simple. That is to convince the ocean itself. The sun god slowly landed in front of the temple in the center of the Atlantis royal city, and the moment he landed, Mylad walked into the temple with the other two wise kings, looking at the uninvited guest and said, "Why didn't you say hello to me in advance?" The sun god said gently, "I am worried that you will blame me for the victory of the Federation. In fact, I am a little ashamed of this." Mylad smiled. "I can distinguish between allies and enemies. You provided us with help in this matter. I can see that even if you did not come to Atlantis to give us advice, our results would not be better. The guilty ones are those land people who are unwilling to fight against the sea tribe with us. And he is an old friend of their gods." The sun god nodded, but in fact, the current situation is not much worse than your direct conflict with them, because even if you really go to war with the Federation directly, you can't win. You can only guarantee that neither side will succeed, but this is already a failure for you. After all, you are the civilization living next to the ditch, but you don't have to be discouraged, because according to my understanding of the Federation, they will definitely be willing to help you in the end, but only when they have no choice. And then the main casualties will definitely be borne by you. And the Federation will also take the opportunity to weaken your most threatening point in their eyes, your large number of conventional abnormal army. So the plan of trying a duel is indeed a good idea. It's a pity that the Federation is indeed a strong enemy that is difficult to defeat." Milod also agreed, "You have tried your best, and to be honest, I actually wanted to discuss the next thing with you. You know more about the dangers of the sea people than those land people, so I wonder if you are willing to provide us with a little help." The sun god nodded. "Of course, although my power here has been severely exhausted, I am willing to make a promise on behalf of the gods. As long as I can find a way to help you, I will put it into practice immediately. In fact, I came here to discuss the problem of the sea people with your gods. They are the problem of the whole world. If we wait for them to break free, it will be the end of all our lives." Mylad nodded happily. "Sure enough, you are different from those land people. These gods have a different perspective from them. These long-lived creatures are not as short-sighted as those land people." The sun god's statement perfectly meets Mylad's original expectations for land people. He thought those people could realize that these sea people are not just a threat to Atlantis. The sun god smiled and said, "Of course we are different, but in fact, the difference between us and them is not because of the difference in race. There is actually no essential difference between the federal people and you Atlanteans, and the thinking structure of our gods actually comes from them. The problem here is actually the Federation, a special organization. The ideas it presents transcend human nature, turning those kind, mediocre, or dirty souls into cold parts, revealing the evil nature of human beings like a machine. But none of this matters. Mylad nodded. They have made a decision. The sun god also nodded in agreement, and then asked gently, "Can I be alone with your gods?" After receiving a satisfactory answer, Mylad no longer remained vigilant, and directly left the temple with the other two wise kings. He was not worried about what the sun god would do here. After all, there are still gods they believe in here. I already understand your intention. The flowing sea water turned into a human-like female figure in the temple. This idea is good, but the price is the entire Atlantis. They are all my children. And they are all good children. She is the gathering of all kindness. The sun god said calmly, "Yes, this is a sad decision, but I believe it is worth it." A human male body emerged behind him. "There are still 700 years to the final day. I see ambition and greed in you. Your motive is not to let him continue to sleep, but to eliminate the enemy who is the most threatening to you. You want to kill countless of my children 700 years in advance." The sun god nodded, "Yes, but the motive is not important. What we are going to do is the same. If we miss this opportunity, we may only wait for death in the next 700 years. The Federation may not let Shishao continue to live in the way we expect. She is now in an unprecedented predicament, and she may not be able to survive successfully. And for her, there may be more urgent crises to deal with than this, and she may even sacrifice her life for it. I can guarantee that this possibility is quite high, and those doomsdays are just a short rest for you. We all know that this matter is nothing compared to you, and we are also your children." The two incarnations of the ocean slowly showed a thoughtful look, and then they slowly dissipated and scattered all over the ground, and then rose again in front of the sun god. A spacious body without gender characteristics was enough to accommodate both characteristics. Then he said, "I agree. All evil also comes from him." Chapter 342. In the deep trench, a burning meteorite was falling towards the bottom of the sea, and several turbulent undercurrents were swirling and swimming wildly behind him, tearing apart anything that tried to stop the meteorite from falling. In fact, the existence of these turbulent undercurrents was quite necessary, because countless hideous and crazy figures rushed towards the meteorite. Although these creatures were as small as ants in front of it, they still rushed forward one after another, as if they didn't care about their own lives at all. Then, they were crushed into meat and gravel in the crazy undercurrent. Under the protection of the ocean itself, the sun god easily tore apart the barrier formed by countless sea creatures, and retreated into the shadows when he realized that they could not stop them by this. But he knew that these creatures were preparing for attacks that could really threaten them. They are growing rapidly. This rough contact method has a very bad side effect. Although he finally reached the deepest part of the trench smoothly, the price he paid was that the sea creatures would evolve stronger capabilities against this attack in a short period of time. The sun god could see that there were nests imitating various life forms of Warrens everywhere, and the sea creatures here also showed a kind of false social structure. As long as the simulation continued like this, perhaps these sea creatures would look no different from the native life of Warrens, but fortunately, most of them now looked like clumsy semi-finished products. But in some specific aspects, they are stronger. The characteristics of these creatures to adapt and evolve to the outside world are not entirely from the Earth's crust. This is actually his simulation of the life of Warrens. The concept of evolution comes from them. Even these sea creatures have this characteristic faster and more efficient than real life. Although this comes from the real powerful creature behind them, it still cannot reduce his worry and vigilance. Once they get out of control, they may flood your world. The sea god appeared beside him. They will grow on every inch of rock on his body, directly covering 1/6 of the world. The sun god replied, "I am very aware of the potential harm, but even the worst case scenario is only to advance the end of the world by 700 years. The ocean said, 700 years is not a fleeting moment for some lives. The sun god did not intend to refute, but nodded, "I will not make this wrong. I understand this thing better than most of the core members of the Federation today, and I understand the power of Shishao better than most people in the world. At the same time, I also know how dangerous the creatures lying on this planet are. I can understand this power." The ocean did not doubt this, she nodded. "As long as you know what you are doing, I believe you. My child." While they were talking, some really dangerous sea creatures approached them. The first sea creature to appear was a fish-like creature made of rocks. Its appearance looked like a combination of a killer whale and a great white shark, and it had some strange features that did not resemble any marine animal. It was nearly 100 meters long, which was a normal size for a creature of this level. The burning body of the sun god standing on the seabed at this time was nearly 200 meters high. The second sea creature that appeared was quite petite, estimated to be only 3 meters long. In front of the sun god, it was like a little fairy with wings, but only the upper body of this thing was similar to humans, and its lower body was a mixture of a fish tail and a shrimp tail, with many insect-like features, and its body was almost 90% flesh-like. The third sea creature was always in front of them. The heavy seabed mountain in front of them began to move. In fact, it was a rock shell that was 5,000 meters high and nearly 20,000 meters in diameter. And it protected countless half-blood and half-stone structures, like octopus tentacles. They kept splitting and deriving like branches. The longest ones lay on the seabed like derived mountain structures, and the derived tentacles were like giant pythons crawling in the mountains. These things tried hard. The sun god commented, "But your children handled the sea creatures very well, and did not let them get anything really valuable to learn and imitate. These things should have been born for the 3 rulers of Atlantis. But the fully armed Milik can deal with them alone. These things look childish and ridiculous at first glance, and it is hard to imagine how they will destroy the prosperous civilization today." The ocean said in a flat tone, "Kill these 3 sea creatures, and 30 will grow." The sun god nodded. They do have the potential to destroy today's intelligent civilization. Once they really leave this trench, it will be difficult to suppress their changes by following any special rules. They will flood every inch of land on this planet, and then make sure that nothing can threaten him. And this time, there is really no one who can stop him. The ocean asked curiously, "What are you going to do? Even I don't know how to make the sea people grow to the right extent. The Shishao you want to imprison may have a chance to achieve such an effect through some means, but I don't remember you are good at this kind of thing." The sun god nodded. "This is indeed not my strong point. It is not me who is going to do this, but a young friend." The sun god put his hands deep into his burning chest, then took something out, and then spread his hands towards the 3 sea creatures who were confronting them. It was a dazzling white light about 2 meters long. A pair of slender and beautiful arms stretched out from the white light, and slowly pressed the light as if they had just woken up, gently breaking the light to both sides, and then 2 pairs of equally slender arms stretched out, and then dragged out the beautiful holy body. She gently wrapped her body with the 6 sacred white wings, raised her charming face, and looked at the sea creatures, who were standing and watching her warily, and ignored the 2 giants standing behind her, as if they did not exist at all. Then she spread her wings, and a brilliant light beyond the spectrum and reason gushed out, instantly lighting up the deep trench, and all the sea creatures instantly crawled down, following their nature and staring at the priceless treasure. She sprinkled wisdom beyond reality on these soulless monsters. But this magnificent beauty only lasted for a few seconds. The cherubim turned around and looked at the burning giant. "I have given them wisdom, and the next step is to leave it to you." False God. Chapter 343. In the Abnormal Control Bureau, a white empty room. Ma-En was sitting alone in a chair, and on the table opposite him was a special cage containing a mind butterfly. The memories that were revived in his mind were like incomplete puzzles, with only the parts related to Chao Yin, but Ma-En could clearly realize that this was definitely not all his experiences after lying in the mind-enhancing armor, and this meant one thing. His memory was erased, and it was easy to think that this might not be the first time. After confirming this, he immediately asked Qinlan and several more trusted Control Bureau employees to establish a reminder system, and set up the habit of storing and reading memories at any time. Thanks to the moves he learned when dealing with the moon god, this was not difficult for him. As for the erased memories, Ma-En also had some basic guesses. These might be the power of the unmemorable that remained in his brain, and it was this power that caused him to never be able to recall anything. It is even possible that he has remembered many memories. This is very likely due to the characteristics of mental power. Mental power can theoretically repair memory problems, but no matter what results it has achieved, it can be cleared again by this power. This is a very scary thing. He doesn't know if he has ever been close to success, but the result is obvious. And this also makes him very worried, because it also means that he doesn't know what the truth is. He now speculates that these things are the residual power of the unmemorable only based on the existing evidence, and the fact that he has not completely become an idiot. But how much evidence does he not remember? Perhaps the unmemory is right beside him at this moment. His ability is not just to erase memories. The modification at the cognitive and conscious level is the most terrifying. Just the broken finger that cannot be seen is already very dangerous. How far can he go? Even if the truth is right in front of him, he may ignore that possibility, just like the abnormal cognitive state of the Abnormal Control Bureau when he was in the sanatorium. Even if the possibility of his direct transmission is so obvious, he still can't realize it. Even if there is a description of his abnormal state on the Control Bureau's panel now, he may not be able to see and correctly recognize it. If the unmemory really follows him to the Abnormal Control Bureau to plot something, he can't do anything. But his reason is still trying to calm this worry, because if he is really nearby, then he would have been doomed to die long ago. He can't resist under his surveillance at all. The gap between them is even beyond the original moon god. No one can resist absolute power. This is the rule of reality. He lives in reality. But if he was really near him, he would have died a long time ago. The only reason the unmemory didn't kill him was because he wanted to get the Abnormal Control Bureau, but the possibility that he wanted to do so and had not succeeded yet was actually quite low. Just like ordinary people don't need to worry about the universe being erased one day, Ma-en felt that he didn't need to be afraid of the unmemory killing him when he couldn't detect it at all. They couldn't resist such a situation, and the possibility was actually very low. They seemed scary only because of the horrible price that is almost impossible to accept. Even for the unmemorable, breaking a finger may not be a serious injury. After erasing his memory, he may not care. In fact, this is the reasonable situation. This existence beyond human cognition is unlikely to be controlled by emotions like ordinary people. Ma-en is not the kind of person who worries about whether the universe will be destroyed tomorrow, so he still regards this matter as a derivative of his mental trauma, and the guy who interrupted his conversation with Chao Yin is just a concrete manifestation of this phenomenon, just like other images besides Chao Yin. Not to mention that the improvement of mental power this time can also effectively prevent this situation, and compared with strengthening, Ma-en has a more reasonable speculation about the change of mental power this time, which can also perfectly answer a doubt in his heart. Since this is an ability that can be improved by oneself, why did the internal fighting in the 6 years of Victor Sanatorium not exceed the 3rd level? The answer is already obvious. After completing the memory storage work, Ma-en stood up and walked out the door. Qin-lan stood at the door with a worried look on her face. "How is it?" Ma-en said calmly. "Just follow the alarm plan as I said. You don't need to worry too much about this matter in the short term, otherwise your sister will leave me a prophecy related to this first, but we must not ignore this problem. We must strictly follow the plan to repeatedly confirm my memory problem. If I suddenly lose some important memory, it may cause other problems. Remember to talk to Shi Daochang about his work. It would be best if the Northern Federation team could find a few more companions with psychic abilities, so that they can ensure that there will always be employees who can guarantee to carry out this work in the Control Bureau. The work that Ma-en mentioned is part of the alarm clock plan. He must always keep employees with psychic abilities in the Security Control Bureau, so that there will always be psychics who will never be affected by the unmemory person, to ensure that there are still employees in the Control Bureau who can carry out this plan in some special circumstances." Qin-lan nodded and said, "He will be happy to do this." Ma-en replied, "Okay, I will also go and confirm the corresponding tasks with others." After he instructed Qin-lan, he turned and walked into another door. In fact, Shi Daochang was only a backup candidate for this matter. He did not need to stay in the containment room to prepare for this matter for the time being, because there was a psychic who was truly always safe and worthy of Ma-en's trust in the Control Bureau. Ma-en walked into a bedroom full of girlish atmosphere. Sally was sitting at the table reading the novel that Maine brought a few days ago, and then she looked up at him with some surprise. As the two sides' consciousnesses came into contact lightly and quickly, she instantly understood Maine's intention. "I understand," Sally assured confidently. "Don't worry, I will take care of you." Maine said, "This plan has a final means that you need to execute it personally. I will give you the authority. If the unmemorable is really going to cause me unbearable harm, then we only have one weapon that can work, the characteristics of the moon goddess. Are you willing? Of course, you don't have to be so polite to me." Sally immediately replied with a smile, "And you don't need to ask me at all." Her mind was not that Ma-en could forcibly take away this feature, but because in fact, Ma-en should also know deep in his heart that she would not refuse this request at all. He said this more out of the most basic respect. Of course, this may also be because she knows Ma-en much better than Ma-en knows herself. The hazy memory trapped in the dream was a short moment for Ma-en, but it was her first half of life. "I am a good person in your heart." Sally smiled at this familiar man. "So you must be able to deeply realize that the life and death of my relatives is much more important to me than the so-called moon god power. These thoughts all come from you. So don't worry about me, I know very well what is important to me." Sally continued without any nostalgia, "I will continue to study how the moon god power resists other secret features and ways to resist resurrection. You must also quickly find a way to resist resurrection to ensure that you can use this feature safely." Ma showed a grateful look. Thank you. Saley looked at him sincerely and gently. You don't have to be so polite. You know, I can still be considered your sister. Chapter 344. After finishing the conversation with Saley, he had basically arranged his own way out. The only thing left was how to ensure that his will would not be covered when he forcibly used the characteristics of the moon goddess. In fact, he had always been prepared for this. When he agreed to help Shadow kill other members of the Salvation Alliance, Shadow also promised to reward Maine. At that time, Maine chose to temporarily leave this request to the future, and he originally planned to wait for a longer time to reduce the possibility of revealing flaws. Although the death of the moon goddess was a secret, he could not be sure whether a 5th-level psychic like Shadow could detect it, and he did not know whether he had enough understanding of the potential resurrection mechanism of the moon goddess, and whether he could guess anything. Therefore, the request he made now must not be detailed enough to be traceable. Maine could only blur it. Although this might reduce his chances of success, after realizing that his memory was under influence, he could only do so for the time being. Thinking of this, Maine closed his eyes, and then projected his mind into the distance according to the method given by the Federation, and found the Black Tower standing more than 10 kilometers away, and then imagined himself raising his hand and knocking on the door. Come in, Shadow said inside. Maine pushed the door open and entered the office that Lei Yu had first seen in his mind. Shadow looked at the person who walked into his office with some surprise. You actually came to me on your own initiative? I thought I had to wait until I had time to see you just in time. I have something to tell you too. Maine walked to the opposite side of his desk and sat down casually. You have built those towers all over the world, which looks a bit scary. Shadow smiled and said, It's just scary to look at. Many of my clones that serve as towers are only level 3. It's easy for you to find me through it, but I can't use it to monitor anyone. Even if I try my best, it's difficult to efficiently scan all the thoughts of a city. Otherwise, your compatriots in the East and West Federations would have been caught by me long ago. Maine shrugged. I heard that you did make many people brain dead on the spot at that time. That was on the premise that I got the information in advance. Shadow looked at Maine with a smile. To be honest, I feel guilty about what I did. They are all admirable warriors, but this is my job. I am just one of those shadows with high positions and power. I have no power to refuse at all. He didn't say that when he persuaded Maine to join the Federation some time ago. Maine ignored his explanation and changed the subject. Do you remember our agreement at that time? Shadow raised his eyebrows slightly and said, You are talking about the agreement that you will get rid of those members of the Salvation Alliance for me, and I will give you a reward. However, at that time, neither you nor I thought that Shuyan would die soon after that. If I knew this in advance, I might not have to look for you. I think you may not have heard that after Shuyan died, other federal politicians gradually withdrew from the plan. Only a few guys who really had a grudge against Shinshao were still insisting, and they were not impossible for me to deal with. Do you know why they all ran away at this time? Maine asked cooperatively. Why? Shadow said with a smile. The truth is ironic. First of all, they must think that Shu Yun's death means that this matter may not go so smoothly, but more importantly, this is a good opportunity to get out of it unscathed. They regard Shu Yun's death as an apology to Shinshao. Before Shu Yun died, they were all in the same boat, but when she died, it seemed that this matter meant that the federal members who hurt the Salvation Alliance paid the price for her actions, and the possibility of Shinxiao's revenge was also reduced a lot. And I think this is indeed the case. In fact, I don't agree with the idea that Shinxiao will retaliate against them after they come out normally. These politicians' attempts to avoid the possibility of revenge may really lead to disaster. But now, even if Shinxiao heard about this, he would not continue to pursue those politicians who withdrew, and those remaining politicians who had offended Shinxiao a long time ago could actually leave safely if they withdrew now. Only if they continue to insist on this plan will they be punished by Shinxiao. They were all killed by their own fear. After saying this, Shadow looked at Marn, as if asking him if he was satisfied with the result. Marn pretended not to see his hint and said, This is good news. The situation of other members of the Salvation Alliance should be much better because of this. Shadow nodded. However, most of the remaining federal politicians still want to act according to the original plan. There are still a few speculators left. In fact, this is also related to your victory. It was really a wonderful battle. Marn nodded. The point should be that I won. Shadow smiled and said, Yes, and this has also attracted the attention of some other politicians, such as the reformists, who originally wanted to recruit you, and now they are much more enthusiastic than before you won, and they also regretted backing down so easily. But politicians are like this, They always don't show their eagles until they see the rabbit. Before they see it with their own eyes, they can't believe that your value is really as high as I promised them, or even beyond my promise at that time. And now they are thinking about recruiting you again, and they want me to convey their hope to meet you. In fact, I also pushed you to meet them. I mentioned that there are excellent young people from foreign races who can deal with humans, and you have offended many foreign races in this duel. It is actually a good thing for you to truly join the Federation. And this time the reformists have prepared a pretty good price, including a plan to deal with the Salvation Alliance. I just said that most of the remaining politicians are fools who refuse to give up. Some of the remaining ones actually have no hatred for Shishao. The reason they stay there is just because of their nature of pursuing interests. This contains a very high value, that is, the value of stopping it. If you agree to join the reformists, they will first find a way to insert you into it, and then cooperate with those politicians who don't really want to deal with Shishao in just a few weeks to help you gain control of the plan. Or even simpler, they will directly let those politicians forcibly stop the plan. What do you think of this small reward? Maan said, it sounds pretty good. Seeing that he did not intend to refuse directly, Shadow continued with a natural look, and this is just one of the generous prizes they have prepared. They also plan to let you join the Reform Party. Recently, the Federation is planning an institution that can check and balance with the investigation department and is more politically inclined. They plan to push you into it. It won't take long before you can become a capable person in the Federation whose status is second only to those of us who are 5th level strongmen, and you will also have a certain status in the Reform Party, and there are many details that can be discussed in the formal meeting. Even as long as you can gain their trust, they will do their best to train you into a 5th level capable person. Of course, corresponding to this support is a certain degree of restraint, but compared with other factions, the constraints they will give you are actually much lower. After all, they need you, not you rely on them. But this also reveals a very important point, that is, in fact, the status of this new faction in the Federation is not high now. They are a small faction that has only emerged in recent years. They cannot be compared with the mainstream factions of the Federation. This is their only shortcoming. It is also a fatal shortcoming. Ma showed an expression that he really wanted to understand the matter. Is this a serious problem? Shadow nodded. Yes, joining a faction within the Federation is not a transaction with a clear price tag, but an important decision that involves many troubles. If you join the reformists, your future fate will be linked to this small faction. And to be honest, I am not optimistic about their fate. Ma vaguely sensed what he wanted to say. So you want to suggest that I talk to the Shu family? Shadow said, yes, the Shu family is a member of the Rongbang faction. As one of the most important factions in the Federation, no politician will approach you in the name of the Rongbang faction as a whole, because you are not a big deal for the entire faction for the time being. The Rongbang faction is also the faction with the largest number of members, so naturally there will be many subdivided groups inside. The Shu family where Tang Xue1 is located is a very important part of this faction. They have a full 6 positions in the Grand Council, which is not open to the public. This is a very high number. You should know that the Reform Party has a total of only 23 positions, and the Rongbang faction has a total of 187 positions. Although it is a bit strange for me, the seats in this Grand Council are indeed very important. It is completely different from the upper and lower houses that deal with ordinary mortal affairs. It contains the power that can threaten such high-level ability users. This is the power they hold. And if you join the Shu family, you are not actually limited to this family composed of 6 members. Your identity is not an ability user cooperating with the Shu family, but an ability user cooperating with the Rongbang faction through the Shu family. This is actually very important, because as long as you show your talent, you will have the opportunity to get the support of the entire faction, and they can provide you with things in various aspects, and the upper limit is definitely higher than the reformists. For example, they can also interfere with the plan to deal with Shishao, and do it faster than the reformists, and they naturally have more ways to arrange for you to join the newly established abnormal organization that is against the investigation department. Tang Xuewen wants to talk to you in person about this specific situation. If you are interested, you can discuss it with them separately, or wait for other factions within the Federation to take action. If you want, you can also join our investigation department, but I can't give you so many benefits. But I think the best opportunity is already in front of you. Ma En asked curiously, which faction do you recommend me to join? Shadow smiled and replied, smart question, I can't hurt you, so the answer I gave is at least what I think is right, but I can also remain silent. But I won't do that, after all, you have helped me a lot, and I am a good person who knows how to repay kindness. Since you asked me, Then I will tell you that Tang Xuowan may be a more suitable choice for you. She is actually a good child. Here I use the standards of your members of the Salvation Alliance. She is not the most typical politician. And I think she also values you very much, and should be able to offer enough price. Ma En nodded. Then you can help me arrange a meeting with her. Shadow smiled even more happily. Of course, I am very happy that such an outstanding young man like you has joined our federation. Ma En reminded. I just chatted with her, and I may not really join you. Shadow smiled and said, I understand that geniuses like you always need shelter and support after being defeated in Shishao. The Federation is just one of your options, but I believe Tang Xuowan will eventually give you a satisfactory price. You think she really appreciates you. This is a little information I can confirm. You may be able to use it in negotiations. Ma En continued, Okay, then let's go back to the reason why I came here to find you. I want to fulfill that promise. Shadow nodded. What do you want? Ma En said, Do you know any items or methods that can defend against 5th level mental attacks? Asking this question will actually make Shadow ignore many things. There are many items that can resist 5th level mental attacks for Ma En, but they cannot be used on other people who do not have the ability of the Abnormal Control Bureau. But even so, he does not want to risk exposing his ability. When Shadow heard this question, he blinked first, then looked at Ma En innocently and asked, Just curious, I want to ask if your purpose of looking for this thing is not to deal with me. Ma En said truthfully, No, of course not. Hearing this, Shadow breathed a sigh of relief, and his expression looked like he had really escaped. I thought you wanted to kill me, or were ready to betray the Federation. Ma En also said seriously, If I wanted to kill you, I would definitely not let you know this news, unless I wanted to do this deliberately to deal with you. His expression also seemed to be able to threaten Shadow. Shadow smiled. That's good. No guilt, and it didn't seem like a lie. Ma En asked, So does such a thing exist? What I need is something that can withstand powerful mental attacks, not the casual mental attacks of 5th level ability users. It must be able to survive the most dangerous attacks. Shadow also restrained his smile. I won't ask you why you are looking for this thing, but in fact there are quite a few of these things, and some of them happen to be inside the Federation. In fact, these politicians use them to deal with and guard against us psychics. For example, anti-psychic metal. This metal is a precious mineral. The larger the volume, the stronger the effect, and it cannot be melted to increase the effect of the volume. The closed space formed by melting several pieces of metal still has gaps on the mental level. Small ornaments made of this metal can seriously interfere with 3rd level sensors. Specially made helmets can effectively resist 4th level psychics, and full body armor can temporarily make people invisible in the field of 5th level psychics. But to achieve the effect you mentioned, you need a completely enclosed giant room. Such an enclosed space can only be cut by natural giant metal blocks, and the destruction of its volume will also reduce its strength. Fortunately, this metal can only isolate psychic abilities. Although its hardness is also very high, it is nothing compared to its main characteristics, so they did build some rooms that can only be entered through space teleportation. But I want to warn you, if there is really a 5th level telepath who wants to kill you, such a room alone cannot stop it. For example, I can teleport directly into the metal room. This is just one of the many means of the Federation to guard against me. Many 5th level telepaths also have various strange skills. It is difficult for me to say whether it is useful or not, but in any case, abnormal items that meet your requirements must be very precious. If you just want to hide for a few days, I can fight for an anti-psychic room for you. But if you want to get a piece of metal that's big enough to hide, or other similar abnormal items, then I'm afraid you really have no choice but to join the Federation. Chapter 345. Tang Xuowan changed into the formal clothes she was going to wear for the next meeting. She nodded slightly at her reflection in the floor-length mirror, glanced at the documents on the table, turned around and walked out of her bedroom. She looked up at the female bodyguard standing at the door, and said, Xiao Su, get ready to meet the guests. But Xiao Su did not use her ability immediately, but whispered quietly, Uncle and Aunt are in the living room. Tang Xuowan opened her mouth slightly in surprise, and it took her several seconds to understand what she had just said. Wait here. Tang Xuowan suppressed her nervousness and whispered to the bodyguard, then raised her legs and walked slowly and carefully towards the living room. Why did my parents come here without saying hello? Is it because they want to stop my plan here in advance? Or does the family intend to give her some new chips, so that they can come and tell me by the way? Tang Xuowan walked into the living room in trepidation. Her mother, Tang Jinghong, was sitting at the coffee table, chatting and laughing with her husband, while her gentle father, Xu Yunpeng, was also sitting on the side, flipping through the popular science books that Tang Juo-won had casually placed on the table. When she saw her come in, Tang Jinghong looked over first, and then said with a smile, "I heard that Ma-in wants to meet you." Tang Juo-won walked to the sofa on the left side of her mother with some restraint and sat down. "Well, he conveyed the idea of meeting me through the shadow, and as far as I know, he doesn't seem to have gone to find the reformists yet, and no other factions or groups in the Federation are looking for him for the time being, which means that this meeting is likely to be effective." Tang Jinghong did not follow her words, but showed a concerned look. "How is your company going?" Tang Juo-won looked at her mother and replied, "Everything is going well. If nothing unexpected happens, I may be promoted this year, and can directly enter the most important management level. But now these are not important. No matter what, the Eastern Federation company cannot compare with the new department of the Federation. I am ready to transfer to the diplomatic department." If Shuyun had not died, she would not have considered leaving the company at all, but there were only 2 daughters in their family, and as a member of the Senate with a seat, his children seemed to have been on the political path. Originally, this path was taken by Shuyun. She liked and was better at this kind of thing than herself. When she had her sister, Tang Juo-won could do what she wanted without any burden or pressure, without considering the future of the family. But now the situation is different. Her family must have descendants who were in politics. In a sense, this is not entirely for the pursuit of interests and power. She did this just to ensure that her parents would not die one day in their later years. Suddenly died, and she was inexplicably silenced. Although her grandfather still speaks for the Shu family now, and the family members will take care of each other, the situation in a few decades may not be the same as it is now. Tang Juo-won believes that the speed of change in this era will exceed the imagination of most people. This is another reason why she did not go into politics. Originally, Tang Juo-won thought that she and her sister would develop in 2 fields at the same time, so that no matter which side had problems, they would have no way out, but now her family only has this card. No matter how much she dislikes it, the Federation is still the best choice for her. After all, she has a good father. Tang Jinghong nodded and said, "When you said you wanted to go out and try your luck, your father and I were not very reassured. We thought you were just going to run into a wall. But later your performance was beyond our expectations. Your father and I are very satisfied with your situation. We originally thought it would be good for you to stay in the company, but since you are willing to come back, it would be better. Your grandfather also heard about this matter, and he talked to us about you these days." This made Tang Juo-won's heart rise to her throat. What did Grandpa say? Tang Jinghong replied, "He thinks it is very encouraging that you can come up with such an idea, and I also specifically told him that you were very sure that Ma-in was a capable person worth recruiting before his victory, and he also praised you for your vision." Her father Xu Yunpeng, who had always been silent, also spoke. "Dad also watched the video of the battle. He can understand Ma-in's level better than me and your mother, and this young man is indeed very talented in supernatural powers. If he is really suitable for recruitment as you said, then you really picked up a treasure this time." Hearing this, Tang Juo-won finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since her grandfather said so, her parents would definitely support her decision, so that she might be able to get enough bargaining chips before the negotiation. As a descendant of the family, her power is actually limited, so she originally planned to negotiate with Ma-in at a price that she thought was reasonable regardless of the family's situation today, and then slowly mediate with the elders of the family to get the price she promised. But Tang Jinghong immediately continued, "But you have to know that there is a reason why almost no one in the entire Federation wants to recruit him. They are not blind, and can see the potential of Ma-in as a capable person, but he also has very troublesome things." After hearing the news that her grandfather supported her, Tang Juo-won was more confident. Because he is a member of the Salvation Alliance? Tang Jinghong nodded. Yes, and he is a follower of Shishao. In fact, many people are afraid of his identity. He is a madman who is willing to follow Shishao and the Salvation Alliance to go to war with us. Do you think such a person will return to her command after Shishao comes out again? Tang Xuowan nodded. I think he will definitely. So we have to tie him to our ship before that. Her father said. At least he is not so naive. Is this all you think of him? Tang Xuowan shook her head slightly. No, in fact, in my opinion, this is not entirely a bad thing. We can't be sure what will happen after Shishao comes out. I think in many cases, Ma-in may be a bridge for us to communicate with her. I think Shishao will bring many new opportunities after rejoining the Federation. Xu Yunpeng nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Ma-in's identity is a burden and a nuisance, but there are opportunities in these troubles. Ma-in's value does not only come from his own potential and ability. To be honest, recruiting these strongest 4th level ability users is like buying a lottery ticket. Even if he is the most talented 4th level ability user, the possibility of being promoted to a 5th level ability user cannot exceed 10%. But with the identity of a member of the Salvation Alliance, it is different. He can be regarded as the strongest among Shinjiao's subordinates, so he must be the one with the best relationship with her. If you can get him to sincerely join our Shu family, it is indeed a sure win. But don't think that things are that simple. Sincerity is the key, and this is also the difficulty of this matter. They are unwilling to contact Ma En, because they have no confidence in changing the mind of a senior member of the Salvation Alliance. Do you have the confidence to make Ma En become our man? Tang Xuowan nodded, yes. Xu Yupeng nodded, then just let it go, Grandpa, and I will support you. She smiled happily, thank you, Dad. Tang Jinghong then asked, then how do you plan to recruit him? Tang Xuowan said, I plan to start from the Salvation Alliance and pure interests, and recently the Federation just happened to establish a supernatural professional consulting department that can compete with the investigation department. I plan to use this as a starting point to make demands on him, but it mainly depends on what he wants. These people with abilities often have what they want. Ma En, a former member of the Salvation Alliance, probably wants something different from others. And this time, he took the initiative to find me through the shadow, so he should have figured out what he wants. We may have to meet a few more times to be sure. Xu Yupeng nodded. Then my mother, and I will not ask any more questions. Just do what you think is right. Tang Jinghong also said, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, just come to me and your father directly. Now you have just entered the federal system, and it will definitely not be so smooth. Father also echoed, don't care what other family members think of you. I know you want them to recognize your ability as soon as possible, but don't force yourself when you encounter problems. Your mother, and I believe in your ability. Don't rush to achieve any results in the Federation. We are not old enough to rely on you for support. You are our daughter, and your happiness is the most important thing for us. Tang Xuowan nodded warmly, well, I won't be stubborn. In fact, she was not only moved but also a little sad when she heard these words. Her parents rarely said such words to them before. On the one hand, it was because they felt that they should let their children struggle well. When they were young, the conditions were not as good as they are now. On the other hand, it was because such words were actually useless. The core politicians of the Federation were inherently risky, and whether they could live safely to their old age depended largely on luck, because they often would not directly offend the characters who could retaliate against them. But the abnormal world is not a place where you can rest assured if you are cautious. Many of them seem to be unable to cause any threat, and they would not directly seek revenge. A person who comes to a politician to take revenge, but in the abnormal world, there will always be various accidents. You can never guess which person has the ability to kill you at your doorstep. But in fact, politicians like her are unlikely to encounter danger normally, and her sister Xu Yun is not a normal politician. Her ability and desire to cause trouble far exceeds that of other politicians. She always does stupid things that go against interests, and only satisfy her own selfish desires. And even Xu Yun's death was something they didn't expect. Although she caused a lot of trouble, it was actually far from the point of really causing that kind of fatal disaster. You know, she has the most expensive conventional security measures under the 5th level. Her death can actually be said to be a rather unlucky situation. So normally, my parents don't have to worry about their safety. After all, they are the ones with backgrounds among these politicians, and they can also get security measures higher than their status. In fact, they are the ones who are least likely to get into trouble. But it seems that the death of my sister has completely changed their minds. Even though they actually know how low the probability of politicians dying accidentally is, and they know that they are not as arrogant as my sister in the face of danger, they are still afraid that their daughter will get into trouble again, so they changed their attitude and gave her many warnings. After saying goodbye to her parents, Tang Xuowan walked out of the living room, and then looked up at the bodyguard standing like a wooden stake. Let's go, Xiao Su. She nodded, and the surrounding environment instantly became a little dim. Boss, uncle and aunt? Xiao Su asked curiously. Tang Xuowan replied, they gave me affirmation on this matter. Although they didn't say it directly, I think Ma En's victory can really show his value. It can make my parents and grandfather temporarily abandon his sensitive identity and highly support my idea. If they were not so sure about this matter, although they would not stop it, and even express certain approval in a tactful way, they would not come here in person to express their support so strongly, let alone provide her with support from the family. This is also the most important significance of their arrival. Now she has more bargaining chips in the negotiation with Ma En. However, Although her parents express strong support for her idea this time, they are still not so sure about their own ideas. After all, it is very difficult to really recruit Ma-in to achieve the effect she just said. The problem is not whether Ma-in can do it, but whether they can make Ma-in do it. In fact, they support it so much not only because this idea is indeed feasible, but also because of their trust in her ability, because it is still a bit risky to do it in general. After all, Ma-in is involved in Xin Zhao, the most troublesome problem figure in the Federation. Xin Zhao's comeback represents countless opportunities, but what her parents didn't say directly is that it also represents countless troubles. Using Ma-in, a former member of the Salvation Alliance, to find opportunities is a high-risk, high-reward thing, because they are facing not only Xin Zhao, but also the complex political environment within the entire Federation. So in fact, they and the family are really willing to support it. In addition to thinking that this matter itself is feasible, it is more because it is her who proposed it. It has nothing to do with vision and ability, just because she is the granddaughter of her grandfather, and the daughter of her father. These two identities are enough. Since she is willing to return to the Federation to do something, as long as she doesn't really do something stupid to seek death, then the family will definitely not really try to stop her. And for decisions that are more valuable and likely to succeed like now, the elders of the family will also provide her with sufficient resources. She has many good elders. Chapter 346. According to Shadow's introduction, there are several measures and methods to deal with psychic attacks in the Federation, but most of them do not fit his purpose. The characteristics of anti-psychic metal are not much better than others, but it is also the most suitable one. Because anti-psychic metal has a particularly good advantage. Even a large piece of 5th level metal is not that valuable. Its value is definitely not comparable to any 4th level abnormal object. But compared with other anti-psychic abnormal items of the same level, 5th level anti-psychic metal is the lowest value among them, and it is also the easiest for Ma-in to get. This is because this metal actually has many limitations. If you want to really stop 5th level telepathic people, you may need some other abnormal items of the same level to cooperate. Although these things have the characteristics of resisting psychic attacks, they are more like unprocessed materials than finished products, while other such items have strong traces of processing. But this is not a problem for Ma-in, because the enemy he has to deal with happens to be a dead thing, the moon goddess, who is trying to revive from the dead, and the resuscitation measure she left in the hearts of mortals, which are not as flexible as real living things. On the other hand, Shadow revealed to him that the Federation actually had a large amount of anti-psychic metal. When the amount was large enough, even the most precious things would seem cheap. Although the value of a piece of 5th level psychic metal was still not low, it was not like other 5th level items that could never be given to a former member of the Salvation Alliance like Ma-in, unless he himself had reached the 5th level. But in that case, there was no need for him to obtain this item through the Federation. So Main's plan is to get as much 5th order psychic metal as possible, and as long as he continues to contact the Federation, the possibility of obtaining this anti-psychic metal is actually very high, much higher than obtaining such things from other forces. This is also because the Federation itself is powerful. Only such an organization will not regard the so-called disadvantages of anti-psychic metal as so important, because they have many anti-psychic measures besides this thing. And only they will give non-5th order ability users, like Main, such valuable things, because Main's theoretical value to the Federation is actually much higher than his value to other organizations. The strength of the Federation gives them the confidence to not care so much about many things. And if he encounters an attack before he successfully obtains this 5th order anti-psychic metal, then Shadow's promise will come into play. When Shadow asked him to solve the problem, he signed a contract. So at that time, he could completely let the executors of the alarm clock plan let Shadow lend Main an anti-metal psychic compartment, and then they can directly steal it from the control bureau and run away. But this is a last resort. Unless there is really no way out, he will definitely not do this. Doing so will not only offend the Federation again, but will also directly tear apart his protective mechanism that is already on the verge of breaking. Now he has found the last piece of the puzzle, so the entire alarm plan can actually be implemented. Whether or not to get a piece of anti-psychic metal affects not the success rate of the plan, but whether it will offend the Federation. However, this plan still has aspects that can be improved. After all, anti-psychic metal is not perfect as a prop to prevent the resurrection of the moon goddess. It is a substitute that Ma-in found without revealing the specific situation. Even if it succeeds in the end, it may leave some side effects. Moreover, the power of the gods also comes from human consciousness. He is not sure whether staying inside will affect the return of the power of the gods, so that the characteristics that Ma-in originally wanted to fight against the secret have become not strong enough. So he has another plan, which is to try to use the special behavior of this object directly at that time to see if the influence of the unmemory on himself can be offset. If it can, he can directly solve this problem. This is also an important reason why he chose this antipsychic metal. Although it may not be used perfectly in the original plan, it can also be used by the Control Bureau to isolate the power of the unmemory, but Ma-En does not have a particularly high confidence in it. The specific situation will only be known after it is used. In fact, in the final analysis, his power is not strong enough, and he cannot expose the ability of the Control Bureau. It is not a simple thing for him to find the best way. Of course, only he who has the Control Bureau can do this. If it is other 4th level ability users, they can only keep a good attitude and leave everything to God. If he really wants to solve this problem in the best way, he must find another high-level psychic ability user who understands the resurrection mechanism of the moon god and is trustworthy. Now the shadow he found can only barely meet the first condition. In fact, if he had the chance to meet Chao Yin again, Ma-En wanted to ask her if she knew about the resurrection mechanism of the moon goddess. However, without telling her what he could do, the information he could get would be very limited. Moreover, judging from her description at the time, Chao Yin no longer seemed to have most of the knowledge and might not remember such a long ago thing. He could take confidentiality measures to look for her later, but the success rate of this idea is not high. It is more like taking a chance, but the corresponding difficulty is very high, and there are some additional risks. Chao Yin is now staying near the unmemorable. So unless the opportunity is not particularly good, he will not try to ask Chao Yin. There is a more suitable candidate than her, a person who can be trusted and is likely to have a solution. That is the Shishao Walker, who is imprisoned in prison at the moment. And although she is imprisoned, in fact, she can communicate with him effectively in theory and in practice. This is also the second reason why Ma-En is ready to join the Federation. It is easier to create opportunities by being close to the physical distance of Shishao. It is also possible to slowly find a way to rescue her. Even if it doesn't work, he can stop people like Xu Yuan and their plans to deal with Shishao from appearing within the Federation, and if he can find out why those politicians were chosen and how they rose to power. In fact, he doesn't mind spending a long time to get into the Federation through politics, and through various conspiracies and tricks, let the employees of the Abnormal Control Bureau slowly infiltrate the Grand Council, and even let them become the leaders of one of the factions. If he can control the Federation, then he can easily rescue Shishao. Chapter 347. Eastern Federation, Xinda Prefecture, the meeting place agreed by Ma-En and Tang Xuowan. He looked up at the Golden Words Victor Hotel, then walked towards the main door. As soon as he entered the magnificent hall, an envoy standing in the corner came over, with a polite and humble smile on his face, and bent down in front of him. "Mr. Ma-En, please come this way. Miss Tang has booked a private room." Ma-En didn't say much, and followed him into the elevator. The waiter stretched out his hand, and pressed the floor button 7 or 8 times in a row, as if entering a password, and then swiped the employee card, and then the number on the elevator lit up, as if it had started to operate. But Ma-En couldn't feel the elevator moving. After more than 10 seconds, the elevator door in front of him slowly opened. In front of him was a private reception room that looked luxurious and spacious. It seemed to be at least several hundred square meters. It was filled with luxurious furniture that Ma-En had rarely seen on TV or the internet. Standing in the elevator, he could see that this place was connected to other places. On the left, he could vaguely see an equally luxurious private restaurant. On the right, there was a beautiful blue artificial lake outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Tang Xuowan was sitting on a soft sofa, facing a home theater that looked more advanced than any civilian product. After hearing the elevator door open, she stood up and turned to look at Ma-En at the door, with a surprised smile on her face. "Mr. Ma-En, thank you for considering my proposal." Ma-En walked to her side, and then sat on the sofa opposite her at Tang Xuowan's invitation. "Thank you for coming here specially." Tang Xuowan also sat back and said with a smile, "But Victor Hotel is one of the few places suitable for us to chat. It can not only ensure the safety of residents, but also prevent our conversation from being leaked. Even a high-level psychic like Shadow can't monitor our conversation." Ma-En said, "I have been to other buildings with the word Victor before." Tang Xuowan smiled and said, "He is indeed very powerful, but I think your future achievements are likely to be no less than his." Ma-En looked curious. "You seem to be very optimistic about me?" Tang Xuowan deliberately showed a look of reminiscence. "Let me think about what you have done. When we started to attack the Salvation Alliance, you easily escaped, and you easily dealt with the members of the Southern Federation Goen State and the incarnations of the gods, suppressed and perfectly defeated the legendary Reality Twister, and fought against Ivani, who was fully armed and had targeted training and preparation for you, and finally won. Except for the active negotiation with the Federation, you have not lost anything. The only enemy you lost was the strongest force in the world. If you join forces with Hong Yuan, you may be able to hold on for a long time, and there may even be a new turn of events. So this so-called failure is also your own choice. In my opinion, this reflects your excellent character. You value those truly valuable things more than personal gains and losses. If you were a member of our Federation, you would have been promoted as a Federation hero long ago, and you would have won the admiration of countless young people. Those who have just joined the Federation and have low-level abnormal abilities would definitely regard you as a role model in their hearts. Tell me, why should I not be optimistic about you? You know, even Shen Xiao lost to the Federation once. This sentence is actually quite exaggerated. Ma An's record can be counted by the other party in a few words, but Shen Xiao's record has been continuous for more than 10 years, and the battles between 5th-level ability users are completely different from what he has experienced. Ma An said, "You have just said the answer." Tang Xuowan smiled and said, "Yes, you are a member of the Salvation Alliance. Yes, many people will regard this as a serious problem. But I want to tell you that this is not a problem for me. Do you know why?" Ma An cooperated with a curious look. "Why?" Tang Xuowan leaned forward slightly, looked directly into his eyes, and said, "Because they are afraid of Shi Xiao, but I am not afraid. I admire her, just like I admire you." This sentence is very useful for the members of the Salvation Alliance. It can eliminate the most acute contradictions among them to a certain extent. Tang Xuowan has drawn a dividing line between herself and the Federation as a whole at this moment. She is no longer an enemy of Shen Xiao and the Salvation Alliance. And the most important thing is that what she said was actually true. Ma En deliberately showed some surprise after hearing this. "So you don't have to worry that the problems of other politicians will be problems with me," she said while the iron was hot. "The reason they don't want to recruit you is that they are afraid that you will return to her command after Shen Xiao comes out. But I'm not worried about this, because I even expect you to do so. I hope you can become a bridge between us and Shen Xiao. I hope that such an admirable and great person with great abilities like her can get support, and my family also wants to be friends with such a strong person. You can think of me as a politician who is pursuing interests. I want to bet on Shen Xiao in advance, and you are the bargaining chip we use to build a good relationship with her. This is also what I said to my family members, and this approach is actually a win-win for us." She did not intend to say anything roundabout, and directly revealed her family's purpose to Ma En, because she believed that sincerity was the best way to communicate with smart people like Ma En. But this is not the end. She looked into Ma En's eyes, and said sincerely, "You can completely use what I said just now to look at me, but I still want to tell you that those are not my true words. What I said is indeed the truth, but it is not my own reason. I did it so early out of respect for Shen Xiao. I don't want to see a good person like Shen Xiao isolated and helpless after coming out, nor do I want her to be hurt by people like my sister again. I think you can understand my feelings. To be honest, I am a fan of Shen Xiao just like you. If I were a person with abilities, like you, and didn't have such a family background, there would be a 90% chance that I would choose to join the World Savior Alliance and follow such a person in my life, fight against evil for her ideals, and participate in such a great thing as saving the world. Whether you believe it or not, I did this largely because I wanted to help her and you, and it just happened to be in line with my interests as a politician and the interests of our family, so I didn't want to give up this opportunity. These are my true words." Ma En nodded slightly and said, "I am willing to believe what you said, but you also understand." Tang Xuowan immediately nodded heavily and said, "Now you can forget what I just said, because I didn't say this to influence your decision or gain your trust. I just felt it was necessary to tell you this, but it will not affect our negotiations at all, and you don't have to take it to heart. I believe you will accept my proposal, but that will only be because the conditions I offer are good enough. Then let's officially start the negotiations." Chapter 348. In response to her sincere confession, Ma En also cooperated with her kind and gentle expression, and then asked directly, "What do you want me to do?" Tang Xuowan also answered directly, "You should have heard from Shadow that the Federation is preparing to re-establish a new abnormal agency recently, called the Supernatural Professional Advisory Department. Its position within the Federation is closer to abnormal agencies, such as the Investigation Department, but it is more loose. You can understand that the members of the Investigation Department are the standing army of the Federation, while the Advisory Department is mercenaries. Of course, in reality, they are definitely not as free as common mercenaries. All the people who join the company must sign a contract with certain binding capacity, but it is completely incomparable with the contract between the investigation department and the previous coordination bureau. You can leave at any time if you want. And the most important thing is that we will provide different contracts for some people. If you join directly, you will naturally get the top-level treatment in the normal contract. But since you are joining the Shu family, we will definitely fight for better for you. First of all, you don't need to be loyal to anything. The contract will state the price if you betray the Federation, and this price is that the rights and interests given to you by this contract will be completely invalid, which is equivalent to returning to the present, that's all. And the previous problems of the Coordination Bureau will not exist. There is no requirement that you cannot take action against federal politicians. At least there will be no such clause in your contract with some other high-level people. Of course, you will also get much less treatment than the investigation department employees, but we will still ensure that the Federation will not take action against you unless you take the lead in doing something beyond the line. We will also recruit members according to their abilities. The basic work of the new department members is to perform some safe routine tasks to fill our manpower shortage. Although many tasks require high-level ability personnel to perform, there is no risk. If members of the investigation department are asked to perform such tasks, it will consume our resources, and the new department will be more willing to perform such tasks. The second is the really high-risk work, which is suitable for those who want to get high rewards and have confidence in their abilities. They can get corresponding high rewards through us, and we will also provide them with various non-consumable equipment, and find the most suitable work for them to exert their abilities. In this way, with the cooperation of both parties, we can obtain higher benefits than working alone. And when they are performing specific tasks, they may need to sign temporary documents depending on the situation to ensure that the task itself will not be affected by the loose original contract terms. These are their basic work contents. They will be mainly responsible for the most difficult and simplest tasks, while the employees of the investigation department will be responsible for the middle and most difficult parts. There are certain differences in the work content itself, and the way of taking on work is also different. But more importantly, the members of the advisory department are all elites. We will only recruit free ability users with more characteristics and levels. This can also recruit those who would not have worked for us. This is actually the most important thing for the Federation. This is also the most obvious reason for the Federation to establish this agency. Moreover, the reputation of the Federal Investigation Department in the abnormal world is very bad now. They have just ended the war with the Salvation Alliance. Regardless of whether other free abnormal ability users, like the Salvation Alliance, they will definitely hate the Federal Investigation Department that wants to kill them all. Therefore, Tang Xuowan believes that in addition to utilizing the power of these free ability users, the more important thing for the advisory department may be public opinion. As long as the treatment they provide is acceptable, the interaction between the advisory department and the free ability users can continuously reduce their hostility. The existence of the advisory department can slowly replace the investigation department as the impression of the Federation in their minds. As for other reasons for its appearance, although Tang Xuowan has some speculations and conjectures, those are not supported by any evidence, and it is likely that no matter how she thinks, there are some real reasons that cannot be touched, at least for now. In fact, it is also very interesting to say that the structure of the advisory department originated from Xinxia's initial idea of the Coordination Bureau, but after several tugs of war with the Federation, she was finally forced to give up this idea, but after her defeat, similar institutions appeared. Moreover, the advisory department can have such favorable conditions, largely because of the negative impact of her defeat on the Federation. Although the impact is not great in the short term, in fact, after the conflict with her, the recruitment efficiency of other departments of the Federation has been reduced a lot. Many politicians did not realize that the coordination department's high efficiency in recruiting people was actually due to Xinxia's outstanding image, and that incident completely destroyed and reversed the positive image of the Federation that relied on Xinxiao. If they did not do anything, some serious problems might slowly surface in a few years. So what I want to do is basically the same as the investigation department, but with better conditions? Ma En asked curiously. If so, his interest in this proposal would immediately decrease several times. He did not intend to work for the Federation everywhere, because in fact, it was actually of no benefit to him. He still had to develop the Abnormal Control Bureau in the dark. But even if she said so, Ma En would not directly refuse, but would discuss a better plan with her. Tang Xuowan immediately replied, "No, of course not, those are just basic work, and they are provided to those low and middle-level ability users who have no useful special skills. High-level ability users, like you must have other arrangements, and even your belonging to the Federation on the surface is a kind of value. Since this organization is called the Advisory Department, the most important job is naturally to serve as an advisor to our Federation. On paper, it is said to provide the most basic specialized consulting work for certain matters to members of the Federation, but in fact this is an inaccurate official rhetoric. You can simply understand it as a different job from the investigation department. Basically, there is nothing that requires you to do it yourself, but you need to use some of your unique special abilities. To give a simple example, we will recruit psychic ability users to do some interrogation work, or former church members to do things related to their beliefs. You should still remember the practitioner who originally competed with you. His master, Taoist Xiaoyao, also joined the advisory department. What he has to do is to deal with security issues that require the intervention of a 5th level ability user, and help us study the place he came from and his unique power. These information and abilities that only he possesses are what the Federation wants. We don't expect him to participate in any risky battles for us, and most of them are unwilling to put themselves in danger for such a small benefit. I think you must be like this. For a talented ability user like you with a promising future, it is only a matter of time before you enter the 5th level. I think you will definitely want to spend your time improving your abilities, rather than wasting time dealing with trivial matters, and it is even more impossible to take unnecessary risks. So you don't have to do either of these. We have secured a very good position for you within the Federation. A position that only you can hold. Mon asked, what position? Tang Xuowan said seriously, for the members of the advisory group of Xinxiao and the World Salvation Alliance, we want to establish effective communication with Xinxiao through you, but I promise that we will never force you to deceive Xinxiao or use her to do anything that is not good for her. The relationship between the Federation and Xinxiao is not as simple as it seems, or our relationship is actually very complicated. I would like to use an overly selfish and disrespectful love as an analogy, which is the same for both of us. The ending we ultimately want to see is that Xinxiao returns with a stronger attitude. The Federation certainly does not want the world to be destroyed. What we want is to achieve a win-win situation with her. In fact, our current situation is more like a quarrel, not a real life and death struggle. Mon said, I am a member of the World Salvation Alliance. What you said is not what I saw. Tang Xuowan nodded, you are right, I am too one-sided. But I can guarantee that there is no such restriction in your contract. I will use my credit to prevent them from forcing you to do anything that is detrimental to Xinxiao through the contract. You may still feel that the Federation really wants to use you to harm Xinxiao, but now is actually your chance. We can allow you to get in touch with Xinxiao's situation and provide you with the opportunity to stop other Federation members from harming her. Isn't this a good thing? When she said this, Ma-En was a little surprised, because what she said was actually what Ma-En wanted to do when he joined the Federation, but he didn't expect Tang Xuowan to actually throw it out as a bargaining chip. He thought it would be quite difficult for him to get in touch with this. And he had to admit that this was an extremely tempting condition for him and any member of the Salvation Alliance. Joining the advisory department also changed from a troublesome matter to a very good condition. Ma-En said, according to you, this seems to have no benefit to the Federation. Tang Xuowan smiled and said, no, the actual situation is more complicated. The Xu family will make this matter beneficial to all three of us, but the details are difficult to explain, but this is politics. Many times things are not what they seem. He thought of something. Will they not mind my identity? Tang Xuowan nodded. They will. So they will prevent you before you sign a special contract. So it depends on your ability, but I trust you more than them. I just don't know what you think about it. This sentence is a completely beautiful word. In fact, she and the Federation don't think Ma-En can have any influence on Xinxiao. In fact, even if he is allowed to stay in that prison freely and participate in every task related to her, he can't change anything. Their security measures for Xinxiao were so good that it was unreasonable. Even if a 5th level ability user was given these conditions, he would not be able to rescue Xinxiao under such conditions. The resources they invested in this aspect were no less than those in defeating her. Even if the stability function of the prison was turned off, even if Ma-En walked in front of Xinxiao, he would not be able to take her away. I am afraid that only another Xinxiao could do this. Ma-En was not arrogant to that extent. No, since you said they would not give me any chance, I believe that I really can't do anything for Xinxiao, but even the smallest details are worth knowing for me. Simply knowing her situation is valuable. Tang Xuowan nodded. It's good that you like these conditions. We can arrange them for you. I will also join the advisory department as a former senior executive of the Eastern Federation branch and become your colleague. We will jointly achieve high positions in this department. I need you to assist me. In addition, We will also reach some agreements with you through the Shu family. Ma asked, "What do you think?" Tang Xuowan took out a document from her arms and handed it to him. It contains the specific details of the transaction between the advisory department and us. You can listen and read. First of all, our Shu family will try our best to provide you with resources within the Federation to help you become stronger, and strive for resources from the Federation for you. In normal times, if you want to help me rise in the advisory department, we will also provide you with corresponding resources, but the real point is that we will provide you with resources for promotion to the 5th level depending on the situation. If you are promoted to the 5th level because of our resources, you can repay our compensation in several ways. The specific details are all in the information. Don't worry, our conditions will not be particularly bad. Ma flipped through the documents. The repayment method mentioned above includes providing help within the Federation, or providing some services with clear standards to the Shu family privately. As long as there is no particularly serious situation, he must provide reasonable support and help to the Shu family within the Federation. To be honest, these conditions are actually nothing compared to the promotion to the 5th level. But when these are placed on Ma In, it is a bit worthless, because he is indeed likely to be promoted to the 5th level, and he may indeed need some help from the Federation, but that will definitely not be the key factor in his promotion. But this can also prove Tang Xuowan's trust in him. Under the premise of not knowing the existence of the Abnormal Control Bureau, such conditions are actually very generous to Ma In. Great conditions, Ma In said, but I definitely won't have the opportunity to advance to the 5th level in a short time, and I also have some other urgent requests that I want to fulfill. What requests? Tang Xuowan was not surprised by his words. When Ma In took the initiative to ask to see her, she had already guessed that there must be something hidden in it. Ma In said, "Do you know about anti-psychic metal? I need a 5th level one." Tang Xuowan pondered for a few seconds, then immediately replied, "In theory, I can get it for you. In fact, my elders had the power to get this thing, but the process may be more troublesome, and you need to have some achievements in the advisory department. After all, this thing still belongs to the Federation, and we have to have an excuse to get it for you. But if so, what will you give us?" Ma In replied, "I will provide you with the things in the contract just now within 2 years, but some conditions need to be changed. If you and I have a conflict or some bad situation occurs, then this promise will be invalid. I will tell you the specific conditions." Hearing this, Tang Xuowan frowned slightly. "But if after 2 years, I am still unable to provide the corresponding return, then all these new conditions I added will become invalid, which means that you can force me to give a return, and the reward can be doubled after 2 years. Deal?" Tang Xuowan shouted as if she was afraid that he would regret it. Chapter 349. Atlantis, the library of the royal city. Ellie stood in front of the bookshelf somewhat restlessly, holding a book in her hand to cover up her true purpose, and lowered her head to think about the current situation of Atlantis and her plan. Everything is over. This is the strongest opinion in Ellie's heart. The results of the battle on land have been reported here. They have suppressed Atlantis, which has joined forces with other forces, very smoothly without her help. Although this is not the best result, it is actually much better than what Ellie worried about at first. At the beginning, she was actually worried that Atlantis and the 3 wise kings' reckless behavior would bring disaster to her hometown. This was her father's opinion, and what he said when he met the 3 wise kings. As a senior pre-war spy who had been undercover on land for decades and led this plan, his years of undercover experience finally led him to the conclusion that Atlantis should not go to war with the land. The civilization on land was far more powerful than they imagined, and he was very sure that these land people must be actively hiding their abnormal power and technological level for some strange reason. But the result of his audience with the kings was that he was imprisoned. When he went to meet them, he certainly didn't expect that he would encounter such a situation. In his opinion, he was very likely to convince the 3 wise kings, and this was naturally because what he said was indeed true. But maybe the problem of the Deep Trench Sea clan was too urgent, or maybe they really thought that their father said this just because of their mother, and finally not only rejected him, but also imprisoned him. You know, there is only one reason for doing this. They don't want their father to spread the news that the war may fail. If it was just a rejection, he wouldn't have to do so much. This also means that the 3 wise kings must have felt that the information their father had might indeed affect the judgment of other royal families, and they might even think that what their father said made sense in their hearts. But they finally chose to try to go to war with the Federation, which almost made Ellie fall into despair at the time. And the current situation is that their plan to go to war was not successful. The Federation stopped Atlantis before they took action. Although Ellie, as an Atlantean, hoped that they would win, It was much better than the fierce war that the two sides were going to start. Then, there was only one problem left, her imprisoned father. It stands to reason that now that Atlantis can't attack the land, it seems that there is no reason for him to continue to be imprisoned. But things are obviously not that simple. The new prince will take office in 2 months, and there is no place for him now. These situations can clearly show that the three wise kings will not let her father regain his freedom in a short time, and it is even very likely that he will be executed when the new prince takes office. In other words, nothing has changed for her these days. Atlantis did not go to destruction, nor did she get the chance, and she did not rescue her father. And her original attempt to rescue her father, with the help of the mysterious organization, was not very smooth. She originally planned to steal the artifact when the royal family awakened the artifact, and use its power to forcibly rescue her father. But just when she was about to do this, the wrathful Sea Mylid, who was not supposed to appear, appeared in the temple, and now recalling that he might have appeared in the temple because he cared about her, and it was this concern that made her ultimately unable to rescue her father. How funny. Ellie. A low male voice came from behind her. I'm here. Ellie turned around and looked at the young royal family member who was walking towards her. It was Vox who greeted her in the temple. Vox walked towards Ellie with a joyful look. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to call me out, and in a place like the library. Ellie looked at him seriously and said, you should have heard about what happened 2 months later. Hearing this, Vox's smile disappeared instantly, and then whispered to comfort her, well, I heard about it, but I think your father may not. Ellie shook her head gently and said, it's okay, don't comfort me, we all know the traditions of Atlantis, maybe they will give my father a break, but it can be. The possibility is very small, and putting hope on it is just deceiving oneself. Vox also lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Ellie. Ellie seemed to be looking for the last straw and said, the Blood Sea Scepter was used in the previous rituals. I heard that it was taken to the battle by the Sun God some time ago. The Sun God who fought for them at that time also borrowed many artifacts belonging to Atlantis, which was why he chose to fight on the coast. It is said that some artifacts did play a significant role in that battle, but the Blood Sea Scepter was not one of them. This artifact is not actually a weapon given to them by the Sea God, but a weapon forged by a wise king of Atlantis called the King of Delusion. Its main function is very similar to that of most artifacts. It can also highly control the surrounding ocean and turn the user into a huge entity composed of seawater. This weapon was created to deal with the Sea Tribe, but after being tried several times, it was thrown into the treasury because it had no place to restrain the Sea Tribe, and its own power was at the bottom of the many 5th-level artifacts they had. But in fact, the Blood Sea Scepter was not the original name of this weapon, nor was it its real name. The original name of this scepter was actually just a pseudonym used to deceive people, and its real name was written in bloody words in the history of Atlantis. The original name of this scepter is called the Sea Covering Scepter, and it was not created to deal with the Sea Tribe. The most important difference between this weapon and other artifacts is that its use does not rely on the ocean itself, but forces and changes the surrounding seawater. Moreover, the incarnation made with it also has the function of hiding its own existence from the ocean. It is not easy to achieve this, but in order to meet various stringent requirements including this point, the weapon made by the talented wise king is only at the lowest level of the 5th level. But later all Atlantis knew that this was just the product of his experimental nature. He also recast the broken sea-suppressing spear. That spear can give the user the top power of the 5th level, and can also provide a variety of characteristics against the ocean. With the help of the Delusion King, who is almost one of the strongest wise kings in the history of Atlantis, they can be said to be almost invincible in the underwater world, and can also cover their tracks in front of the ocean. Just as the names of these two weapons suggest, they were created to counter the sea god believed in by Atlantis. Although he is the ruler of Atlantis, he completely distrusts the gods, who give them safety and status. However, he did not want to challenge the ocean directly at that time. He just did not trust and worship the sea god like other Atlanteans. He was wary of her in his heart, so he created these two weapons to ensure that if Atlantis had to stand on the opposite side of the ocean itself one day, it would still have the qualifications to struggle. This is also the reason why he is called the King of Delusion. His arrogance is almost crazy. This wise king actually guarded against the sea god who gave them everything in advance, and the ocean itself did not do anything wrong at all, nor did it interfere with the internal operation of Atlantis, but only gave them safety and shelter. Moreover, he originally planned to cast a series of weapons and equipment that could deal with the sea god, and secretly distribute them to his confidants. He even wanted to keep the method of casting such weapons against the ocean, and simplify it, and slowly distribute it to his army. But in the end, his plan was leaked. Milet's ancestors, and the other two wise kings also teamed up with the ocean itself to sneak attack him, breaking his spear before the battle, and finally paid a huge price to kill this madman who attempted to betray the gods. After that, the 4 wise kings became 3 wise kings, and no one who was not a member of the royal family could become a wise king. Every time an Atlantean joined the royal family, a ceremony had to be held, and they had to see the sea-covering scepter stained with the blood of the Delusion King. This was done to make them remember this tragedy, but in Ellie's eyes, this was also her opportunity. Sure enough, Box looked at her with some sadness and said, "I heard that they have taken it back and are keeping it in the royal treasury, ready to send it for the ceremony when the time comes." Ellie looked at him and asked, "Do you know when they will start preparing?" Box's father is the prince in charge of the security of the royal city. Box thought she asked this out of anxiety. It should be transported the night before the ceremony officially begins. This information is enough. As long as she knows when it will start to be transported, she can get close to the weapon during the transportation process, and it seems quite reasonable for her to approach the escort team with her identity. They will regard her as a child who is misbehaving because of her father, and persuade her to leave in pity. And at that time, they will definitely not have any defense against her. The Blood Sea Scepter itself is not a real artifact, and no one in Atlantis will worry about who will risk their lives to snatch the artifact, because doing so is courting death for anyone. This is the deep sea. This is also a question that Box has no doubt about at all. He can't guess what he wants to do. Even Ellie herself is not sure whether the mysterious organization can take her away smoothly, but this is her last chance. She can't accept that her father will be secretly executed in that gutter. Seeing that Ellie seemed to be fine, Box opened his mouth to say something to express his support for her. "Ellie. So you are here." A deep middle-aged male voice came from behind him. Box froze for a moment, then turned around and looked at the sturdy man with some embarrassment. "King Milet." "Why you again?" Milet didn't seem to notice his abnormality, nodded slightly and said, "Box, I have something to ask." "Let's talk alone." "I understand." After saying this, he walked out alone like a deflated ball. Ellie was also surprised by his appearance. This might be more because she had her own ulterior motives, but she remained calm. She was mentally prepared to face this situation when she planned to rescue her father. After Box walked away, Milet said to Ellie in a gentle voice, "You mentioned your father to me in the temple last time, and our problems with the land are temporarily over. So I think it's time now. Whether he likes it or not, the dispute with the land is over. They were defeated in the duel." In fact, Milord had thought about whether it was possible that this was a trap set by the Sun God and the land people, but after considering all the circumstances, he ruled out this possibility. And when he was talking to the sea god just now, she told herself that the ancient god would help them solve the threat of the sea people. The Sun God already had a good idea, and it was just a matter of time. So now there is no variable in her father's affairs. Ellie asked, "What is the time?" Milet said, "I think there are some things you should know. Although I was not there when they put your father in prison, they actually expected my attitude when they made this decision, and I supported them." "What do you want to tell me?" she asked calmly. Milet looked up at the bookshelf. "I heard that your mother also likes books, and your father also loves reading. I think it is these common points that bring them together, but do you really understand your mother? Do you know what kind of person she is? You don't know, because your father has hidden a lot of things from you. Your mother is a bad person." Ellie said puzzledly, "What do you mean?" Milord explained, "She is a witch who can play with minds. This is what the land people call her. She is also quite evil on land. Your father is like a puppet being manipulated by her at will. He came to us because he was bewitched by her. He has actually fallen into complete madness." Ellie said, "He always seems normal." Milord shook his head. "You don't realize this because you haven't seen him before, and also because he tries his best to restrain his chaotic thoughts when he is in front of you. He won't lose control in front of you, because he is your father. But I can see his changes. We can all. The witch destroyed his mind. And do you know what your mother has done? She once killed other Atlantis spies who wanted to find him behind your father's back, just to be able to continue to control this toy, the most important thing. If she really loves you and your father, why didn't she come back with you?" Ellie showed a thoughtful look. Milet said, "We imprisoned him to protect him. You haven't seen what he looks like when he is not in front of you, but I can guarantee that although we can't let him leave the prison, we will not execute him. I have said everything I should say. I hope you can think about my words carefully." After saying this, the busy wise king turned around and left Ellie with a back view. However, he didn't expect that Ellie was not surprised at all by the so-called inside story he said. After all, these wise kings gave orders. It would be strange if they really thought that their father had no problems, but she didn't care about these at all. On one side were her father's sincere words, and on the other side were the speculations of the three wise kings. She knew very well what she should believe. The one who told her these things was not a stranger she had known for a few days, but the father who raised her. She was not stupid. If what Milad said was true, she would have noticed it long ago. She was the person closest to him. Ellie only trusted the facts she had seen over the years. She knew that her father would not lie to her about such things, and she could remember that the man did not show any signs of madness as Milad said. He was a wise and kind person. And even if there was any inside story, it would definitely not be what the wise king said. She would not doubt her father because of a few words. Chapter 350. After leaving the library, Milad returned directly to the center of the royal city. He was walking towards the gate of the hall of the wise king. Vadia and Kylana were waiting for him inside. The latter had just withdrawn from the 7th trench defense line. After this temporary meeting, he would rush back to the defense line immediately. After the plan of uniting the land failed, they would have to face the pressure from the Sea tribe alone. If there is no support, Milad can hardly say how many years they can last. It is already the 7th millennium of the prophecy, and the evil god buried deep in the sea may wake up at any time. But although they lost this battle, they are not completely hopeless. The gods who took the initiative to contact them are different from the land people. They have existed for much longer than any Atlantean people. They may even have seen the appearance of this evil god when he is awake. Naturally, they will understand more about how dangerous the thing Atlantis is fighting against than the land people. He is the enemy of the whole world. What's the situation? Kylana asked anxiously the moment he opened the door. Milad nodded slightly to him. She answered our questions. These gods are indeed our allies. In addition to these gods, there are other camps on land that do not have much of a problem with the Federation. They are all likely to cooperate with us. Poseidon mentioned a few of them, the Church of the Destined Returners, an organization called the Eastern Federation Company, and many other forces that have the possibility of cooperating with us, but they do not understand his threat as well as the gods do. Among the many forces on land, one is more suitable to be our ally than the others. Vadia asked expectantly, "What?" Milad replied, "You know that too. Shishao Walker." The other two wise kings were a little surprised when they heard this. They had indeed heard of Shinshao's name. This name was mentioned very frequently in the intelligence sent back by their spies. They also decided to go to war on land after receiving the information of her defeat. But they didn't expect to hear this name at this moment. Kalanu asked with a puzzled look on his face, "She is not imprisoned?" Milad shook his head slightly. "Yes, this is a serious shortcoming, but even if this is taken into account, she is still our best ally besides the gods. The sea god gave me a detailed introduction to how strong she is, and what kind of person she is. She is a prophet who has set herself the mission of saving the world. If we can find her before Shishao is imprisoned, maybe we can ask her to help us. Unfortunately, she has become a prisoner of the Evil Federation, and we have made an agreement with them." Vatia said puzzledly, "Doesn't this mean that we have no chance to get her help at all?" Milad actually didn't understand this at all, but he had a basis for saying so. He replied to his two colleagues, "I think so too, but this is what the sea god told me. Maybe she will have a chance to come here to help us in the future. After all, she is the strongest land person we know." Kylanu and Wadia looked at each other and accepted this. Although the current situation seems difficult, since this is the intention of the sea god, they can't doubt it. After all, the wisdom of a mere mortal can never be compared with such a great god, and it is normal that her words are a little difficult to understand. "So what should we do next?" Milad asked them. Kylanu and Vatia were silent. Although he asked the sea god, the information he got could not form a suitable plan in his mind. As he always believed, he was not a qualified leader. When facing such a serious problem, he could not think of any measures to solve the problem. That was why he could only accept their proposals before. But now these two wise kings seemed to be unable to think of anything. In the end, they could not be said to be suitable leaders. Kylanu and Vatia were only slightly better than him. The real natural kings had died long ago. If his brother was still alive, Milad believed that he would definitely lead them to overcome this crisis at this moment, but the reality was not as beautiful as a fairy tale. The hero who could defeat the devil might not live to the time when he was needed. The hero had been dead for a long time. "I have an idea." Milad broke the silence. "First, we need someone to go to the land to visit those forces in person, and find out which forces and strong people will understand and help us. Although our magic spies are proficient in magic, they are not 5th level ability users like us. It may be difficult for them to obtain the real core and important information alone. We must have someone take the risk to go to the land. Kylana said, but Mylad interrupted forcefully. Yes, we have to wait until the situation here stabilizes before we can do this, otherwise it would be irresponsible to Atlantis. Before going to the land, we must first reach a cooperation with the gods to ensure that Atlantis will not have any problems. After hearing his answer, Kylana had no other opinions. So who among us should go to the land? Asked Vatia. Mylad answered without hesitation, I. He did not explain why, and they did not ask. Vatia nodded and continued, this is a good. As she was talking, they suddenly felt a slight earthquake under their feet. None of them reacted to what was going on. They thought that there was something wrong with the structure of the underground temple or somewhere else, but just as they were thinking about what happened, the whole room shook violently again. Then, there was a shocking collapse outside the house. They immediately walked to the window and looked outside. From here, they could overlook the entire royal city. That was why they could clearly see that countless high-rise buildings were twisted and bent by the deformed seabed like pushed-down building blocks, and deep cracks gradually appeared in the land under the city. The next moment, countless black and thick trees grew out of the crack at the same time, and in just a few seconds they surpassed most of the tall buildings until they completely stabilized at the same level as the highest point of Atlantis, which was the position above them. Then, the tops of these black trees began to stretch out structures like branches, and began to flexibly entangle with each other, and like a spider web, they began to try to slowly cover the top of the entire city. See people? Kylanu and Vatia were both stunned. It's not that they didn't react, but they were reluctant to come back to their senses. The ancient prophecy was like a nightmare lingering in their hearts at this moment, whispering in their hearts that the end of the world had come. Bang! Mylad suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the right side of Wadia. A water ball with a diameter of half a meter instantly formed at the position of her left ear. Inside it, a small, translucent creature with a complex structure could be vaguely seen. It had 6 pairs of insect-like membranous wings, and it also looked like a combination of some strange insects and arthropods. At the moment when this ball of water began to collapse inward, the strange creature that was originally solidified in it gradually disappeared, as if it was directly wiped out on the spot. At this time, Wadia and Kylanu both reacted. The former's eyes lit up with blue light, and directly lifted the seawater protection measures of Atlantis. The Atlanteans in the seawater were all the most ferocious warriors. They were born to ignore the water pressure of the deep sea. The ocean would not harm the Atlanteans. And the influx of seawater not only provided them with unique perception abilities, but also allowed the people of Atlantis to swim in the water at a very high speed, so that they had a chance to escape alive. This is what Wadia thought. While she was removing the defense, Kylanu directly took out the artifact sacrificial dagger that he had just brought back from the defense line, and at the same time used the ocean sense to start alerting the surrounding situation. Then he turned around suddenly and swung the dagger to stab the empty space behind him, but it was empty, and almost instantly Mylad also raised his hand and pointed in another direction, instantly creating a water ball, but there was nothing inside. Too fast. The speed of this thing was beyond their imagination, and it didn't exist here when there was no attack. Even with their understanding of space magic, they couldn't detect any abnormality, but the sacrificial dagger in Kylanu's hand was already gathering energy. He would bring the weapon to the defense line because this weapon is good at indiscriminate large-scale attacks, which can instantly kill hundreds of thousands of sea creatures, just right to deal with this kind of enemy. Mylad, Vatia, I can hold it back. Kylanu's tone was calmer than he could imagine. You go to the temple and the treasury first to get the artifacts that can fight against these sea creatures, and then you come to support me, Vatia. Mylad continued his words. You go to deal with other sea creatures and create time for others to escape. After the voice fell, Mylad and she rushed towards the treasury and the temple respectively without any nonsense or hesitation. The water flow directly destroyed the wall of the building, leaving Kylanu alone to face this dangerous 5th-level sea creature. Just when he left the building, Mylad saw countless sea creatures constantly pouring out from the cracks in the ground, and countless elite Atlantis soldiers were fighting with them, and countless civilians were frantically fleeing outside. But the sea creatures pouring out of the rift were endless, and they had no fear of death at all. Even if a warrior could kill dozens of times more enemies at the same time, the main Atlantis army was on the defense line at the moment, and without the help of the artifact, the soldiers in the city had no way to delay the speed of the sea creatures slaughtering civilians, nor could they prevent their own deaths. Mylad did not stop, but directly controlled the water flow to tear apart the trees and sea creatures in front of him, and fell heavily at the door of the treasury like a parabola, like a cannonball. When he just fell, he saw Ellie standing on the street outside the treasury, and dozens of dangerous sea creatures who surrounded her densely, and were about to tear her to pieces. Mylad hurriedly moved his strength slightly in the direction where she was standing, and then the sea creatures on the entire street were instantly and accurately crushed into gravel and meat, and her surroundings became extremely empty. Ellie looked at Mylad in panic and surprise, and was about to raise her hand to walk over, but Mylad slapped her casually, pushing her back a few hundred meters, and at the same time attached several movement and protection spells to her, and pulled her out of the city. And the moment she was pushed away, a heavy and swift beast fell heavily to the place where she had just stood. It was a strange beast with a length of nearly 60 meters. It looked a bit like a whale, and a bit like the most ferocious shark, but more obvious than these two features was the pair of ferocious scaly wings behind it. Compared with marine animals, it was more like a dragon. This dragon-shaped sea creature looked at the little man in front of him with interest, and it seemed to be thinking about how to swallow it into its stomach. Mylad immediately retreated to the treasury, and used the sea water to control the full set of armor and weapons to fall on himself. With the help of these things, his combat power could be multiplied several times. No, the armor, accessories, and weapons on his body all seemed extremely light, as if the powerful force condensed on them disappeared, but these things were not fakes. He was very familiar with the feeling of wearing them. Then, a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. Now the sea god has not made a move, although the underground temple may be destroyed by those black trees, but Mylad knows very well that even if there is nothing, she can still influence the city. No matter what, she should not be as calm as she is now. My God, silence. She abandoned them. Sadness and despair surged into Mylad's heart at the same time. He didn't understand why she did this, but recalling her words, Mylad was sure that this was the answer, and if all the artifacts here were unusable, then Kailanu Anbatia. Is this the doomsday she predicted 7,000 years ago? When he was depressed, the sea dragon outside the treasure house did not rush to attack, but leaned over and looked at Mylad inside with cunning eyes, as if waiting to see his joke at this moment. Mylad used magic to transmit his voice to the whole Atlantis. Run. Don't look back. Then he stretched out his right arm with a gloomy look, and made a holding gesture. Countless artifacts flew past him, most of them smashed into pieces after hitting the wall and the ground. The blood sea scepter that would be used for the ritual soon also passed by him. The weapon could be used normally, but it was too weak for him. A heavy silver-white metal strip fell into his hand. Then the silver strip began to melt gradually, and the sea dragon, who was watching the joke, seemed to realize that something was wrong. But its small head that simulated the life of Warrens could not understand what was going on. His ancestor made a mistake when he was young, and he spent the rest of his life paying for this mistake. A silver spear appeared in Mylad's hand. Chapter 351. Fear, despair, darkness, exhaustion, and dryness. Are you awake? A young male voice sounded in Ellie's ears. Ellie instinctively tried to lift her heavy eyelids, and immediately felt a faint tingling in her head, followed by dizziness and stiffness, and then she felt the soreness and pain in her whole body, as if this body had just been hit by a shark. Ellie opened her eyes a little, and adapted to the soft light, staring at the young man standing next to her in a trance. Her expression seemed to have no understanding of what was going on, and she remained in this state at a loss. After more than 10 seconds, she suddenly struggled a few times and tried to sit up from the bed, but to no avail, but her expression showed more and more clearly fear and despair. Father, Atlantis, she murmured in a low voice. It's all over. Endless sea creatures emerged from the ground, swallowing up every inch of seawater in a blink of an eye. Like bloodthirsty piranhas, they pounced on the Atlanteans who could see and hurt them, launching a bloody and terrifying massacre, killing countless soldiers and civilians. The city collapsed, the temple was broken, the wise king fought hard, and her father trapped in prison could not survive. In the face of the real disaster, all her efforts and ideas became a joke. The young man Mayan standing by the bed whispered, I also saw that scene. If you want, I can let you rest alone. Ellie looked up at Mayan with a sad look, and asked with the last fantasy, My father, did you see? Mayan shook his head slightly and said, You almost died there. If it weren't for the protective magic that Mylad cast on you, you would never have been able to hold on until the teleportation took effect. You should have retreated immediately. Ellie said dejectedly, I want to save him. But in that situation, it was impossible for her to come into contact with any 5th-level items alive. Even if she did, she might not have the chance to return to the Abnormal Control Bureau alive. Even if she did all this, her father might have died long ago. Mayan believed that she actually knew this truth deep in her heart, but at that time she seemed to have not thought of this point at all, and still headed towards the treasure house of Atlantis regardless, as if there was hope there, but he could understand why Ellie did this. Because if she gave up, she would no longer have any chance of saving herself. "Can I go back?" Ellie asked, staring at him with a sad look. Mon replied, "If you don't leave here, you can still return to the location of the transmission, which is Atlantis, but if you don't want to end your life, I don't recommend you to go back in a short time." Ellie lowered her eyes and whispered to herself, "Why is this happening?" Looking at her dazed eyes, Mon said, "I may know what's going on." She raised her head suddenly, looked at Mon expressionlessly and asked, "Do you know?" Mon nodded. "I suspect that the cause of this scene is the sun god who helped you some time ago. He did not join forces with you, because he was worried that the sea people would bring disaster to the world. As far as I know, what they want to do is likely to drag the world into disaster." "Where are they?" Ellie asked immediately. She didn't even have the energy to consider whether what Mon said might not be true. Mon said, "No matter where they are, you can't do anything. The gods are dangerous creatures that cannot be killed. There may be only one person in this world who can deal with them, but she is now in the captivity of the Federation. And don't you have the protection of the ocean itself?" Hearing this question, Ellie also realized this. "I don't know, but I didn't see her power, and the temple didn't start, maybe because it was destroyed, but how did they sneak in here?" In the past, when the sea tribe had a large-scale attack, the sea god would give them a warning. The entire seabed is her body, and she also has a perception ability far beyond that of mortals. It stands to reason that she should be able to discover this in time. And her body is everywhere around the temple, just. It is often said that the sea god should have given a warning in time before it was destroyed, and there were many ways for the sea god to help them during the battle, but Ellie saw nothing. There are also artifacts and towers. They should have shown the terrifying power of the ocean itself, but when she was pushed away by Milet and drifted, she didn't see any changes at all, as if she fell into a deep sleep, or... Marn said, "Why does your wise king trust the sun god?" Ellie said with resistance, "Because he is a friend of our gods." Marn nodded slightly and said, "Yes, and if I am not mistaken, it should not be a simple matter to hide from your gods and influence the sea people in the trench, so that they suddenly attack and successfully destroy Atlantis at this time. At least they shouldn't have made such a big noise so soon after the battle with the Federation ended, and maybe you don't know. After leaving the Southern Federation, the sun god can only maintain a very weak power." Ellie fell silent after hearing this, but Mon believed that she would accept his idea. In any case, the ocean is stronger than the abnormal entity of the sun god now, not to mention that he certainly can't fully exert his power under the sea. Mon doesn't think he can just hide it from the ocean and destroy the city she built. And since the ocean has always existed, it must not be completely unknown to the sun god. She told the three wise kings that the sun god is a friend who can be trusted, which is very suspicious no matter how you look at it. Of course, he would speculate this more because of Shinxia's prophecy of the double god conspiracy. Since that's what he said, the conspiracy must not be led by the two southern gods. The other god is either Holy Church, or it refers to the sea god worshipped by Atlantis. And Ma-En always thought that the two gods referred to the destined returner and the sun god, because they both stood in the Atlantis camp and fought against the Federation, and he defeated Ivani, who represented the Holy Church, with his own hands. At that time, Ma-En was just wondering why the blood of Shishao did not change, but now after combining these, a very terrible and bad possibility slowly emerged in his mind. Maybe this is the meaning of that duel, and his judgment is also the result of the deliberate misleading of the sun god. The purpose of the sun god is to make him mistakenly regard the conspiracy of the two gods as that duel, so that he has enough time to achieve his real purpose. If this is the case, it means that the sun god may have been able to infer Shinxiao's prophecy to some extent, and may even have some methods to counter her prophecy, or the power of Shinxiao's blood is not strong enough. But no matter what, he made Shinxiao's blood ignore something in some way, so there was the prophecy of the conspiracy of the two gods. The remaining power of Shinxiao's blood predicted the destruction of Atlantis, but did not see the duel between the two gods, and may not have accurately predicted who the two gods were, which led to the sun god using that duel to confuse his judgment. Compared with the lack of power of Shinxiao's blood, Ma-En is more inclined to the possibility that the sun god really has some way to fight against Shinxiao. After all, Zhao Guanwu has already mastered the same thing, and since Shinxiao made a wrong judgment at the time of imprisonment, it is probably difficult to prevent future changes. The emergence of the second anti-prophet will definitely be much simpler than the first one, which means that it is not surprising that the sun god can do this. After all, he was once a powerful creature beyond the 5th level, and as an ancient strawman and Shinxiao's opponent, he must have a high degree of research on Shinxiao's power. And after she was imprisoned, the sun god can study her power more unscrupulously. The negative impact of this defeat on Shenxiao is probably difficult to estimate. And since the sun god has a way to compete with Shenxiao's predictive ability, it also means that Shenxiao's prediction is likely to no longer come true as smoothly as before. After all, the sun god is countering this prophecy. Then it would be reasonable for him to successfully defeat this prophecy. And even if he really saw through the conspiracy of the sun god, he would be hard to do anything in front of such a top-level, fifth-level ability person under the premise that he was already on guard against Shenxiao. For example, even if he knew about the destruction of Atlantis in advance, it would be hard to do anything, unless he exposed his secret connection with Shenxiao with the awareness of death, but the ending would not necessarily be much better for Shenxiao. However, it is hard to say whether it is exactly what he thought. Unless he can meet Shenxiao, there is probably no chance to really determine who has the upper hand in this level of fighting. And this is what Ma En is going to do. He plans to meet Shenxiao. This is a disaster that may threaten the whole world, but there is still a chance for him. He just joined the Federation, and will be assigned to the department responsible for Shenxiao. If the purpose of the sun god is really Shenxiao, as he speculated, then he is very likely to meet Shenxiao. Even if the Federation will not arrange it this way, he has a high chance of getting the opportunity. By then, his doubts will be answered, and there may be some other small surprises. At this time, Ellie gradually accepted the fact he mentioned. You think this matter is related to our gods? Ma En replied, I am not saying that she is the culprit of the destruction of Atlantis, but that she may know about it, and did not tell you. The information you submitted also said that she can communicate directly with the 3 wise kings in the temple, and can notify the priests at any time. But I know this view may be difficult for you to accept, you can. No. Ellie shook her head gently. There is only one thing I cannot accept. She was about to betray Atlantis for her father, and under this premise, knowing this news did not particularly stimulate her. If she really had any faith in the ocean itself, she would not have had those thoughts. When she was very young, her father taught her a completely different way of thinking from other Atlanteans. Thinking of this, Ellie suddenly thought of something. I didn't see the power of the artifacts when I was in Atlantis, and there were several artifacts that the whole Atlantis could see their arrival as long as they were used. When I was pushed away, Milet had clearly arrived at the treasury. When I teleported, he and the other wise kings should have obtained the artifacts. Logically, with these powerful weapons, they should be able to successfully stop the offensive of the Sea People, but if she abandoned us, Ma En said, these are just our speculations. Maybe the situation can still turn around, but I think you definitely can't go back to the bottom of the sea directly. If you want to stay here, we can arrange a job for you. And if you want to leave these behind, we can also let you go to land. You can continue to live in some remote areas. After all, facing this kind of war close to natural disasters, we often have no choice but to accept it. When you leave, I will also erase your memory of us. If you want, I can also blur your other memories. Do you have any ideas, or do you want to think about it again? Although Ma En said this, he actually knew how Ellie would answer. No, Ellie said firmly. She would not choose any of them. Ma En showed a puzzled look. No? Ellie shook her head firmly. I want to return to Atlantis and see my father's body with my own eyes before making other decisions. Of course, I am not crazy. I know that returning there now will only lead to death, but I know the location of a 5th-level item. A 5th-level weapon that will not become scrap metal because of the abandonment of the sea god. Ma En showed a curious look. So you want to use this as a bargaining chip in exchange for the opportunity to see your father's body? She said with some concern. Yes, but this weapon called the Blood Sea Scepter is actually very weak in the 5th level, and it can only fully exert itself in the ocean, and is not a very strong force, because its most important function and power are not used for fighting, but to block the prying of the ocean itself. If you don't intend to be an enemy of the ocean, then this weapon is probably of little value to you, but in fact it may also be of some significance to you. After all, the ocean itself is a 7th-order creature in your words. Of course, if you don't want to take risks for this, I understand. If that's the case, you can also teleport me back to Atlantis again after a while. I still don't want to give up my father. She spoke as if she was afraid that Maine, who represented the Abnormal Control Bureau, would look down on this ordinary 5th-order item. Ma En showed a thoughtful look. I will convey your meaning back. If you are willing to wait, I can give you an answer in a while. Ma En said this mainly because he couldn't go back there now to get the 5th-level weapon. Even for the entire Abnormal Control Bureau, it was too dangerous. Then he showed a curious expression. You said that the ocean itself is a 7th-level abnormal entity, but I heard that she is a 6th level. Ellie was not surprised. We used to think so, but then we realized that it was just because she was very gentle. The ocean itself can easily destroy the civilization on land today, but that doesn't mean that this is her power. To her, doing so is equivalent to a 5th-level ability user turning over and not using any ability. She created life on this planet. So I also believe you said that she was just watching, because she had no reason to destroy us. For her, this doesn't require the sea people at all. To the ocean, doing this is like a 5th-level ability user moving his fingers. Mayan nodded. Very good, I will bring you back the news as soon as possible. You can rest here during this period. Even though Atlantis was a chaotic and dangerous place that could not be reached at the moment, Mon would not miss this opportunity. The conspiracy of the two gods bypassed Shen Shao and was able to take effect, but it also happened to open a shortcut for himself. He already had a plan. Chapter 352. In the waiting room of a newly operational federal building in the Eastern Federation. A few days after the sinking of Atlantis, Tang Xuowan took the initiative to send a message to ask if he was free, wanting to ask him to come to the Supernatural Advisory Department, which had not yet completed its preliminary work, a little earlier than originally planned, to discuss joining it. And Mayan naturally came here without hesitation. You are finally here. Tang Xuowan's excited voice came from outside the door, and then she pushed the door open and walked in, looking at Ma and who was sitting on the sofa and looking at his phone with bright eyes. You can't imagine why I called you here. Mayan nodded. I remember you said that this matter would take a few days to arrange. There will be some resistance to inserting me here. You need to spend some time to ensure that there will be no opportunity for others to cause trouble for us. Did you solve the problem in advance? Tang Xuowan shook her head gently. No, after all, you and I are both parachuted in. Normally, it is impossible to get it done in a few days. We have to manage the relationship up and down, and we have to try our best to eliminate the possibility of others having negative speculation about us. This time should have been spent, and we have no need to leave loopholes to join this organization a few days in advance. But now the situation is very unusual. Now you can join the advisory department directly without caring about any outside opinions, and you can also get a high position as we originally planned, because a job that is particularly suitable for you has appeared recently. This opportunity is so good that it feels like a dream. The Shu family didn't even need to take the initiative to ask you to join. The Federation took the initiative to come to me before we asked, and asked me to ask for your opinion. Mayan looked curious. So what exactly is the job you are talking about? Tang Xuowan said, it is related to what I originally said, but if you have to sign this confidentiality agreement first, don't worry, it is just a necessary process before joining this job, it is not a formal binding document. After that, she took out a document and handed it to Ma-En, not worrying that he would refuse. Ma-En took it and looked at it for a few times. The agreement above mainly required him to keep it confidential, and the conditions were actually very loose, limited to the information he only knew through the Federation. If he knew this information from other places later, he would not be restricted by the agreement. It seems that the Federation is afraid that the members of the advisory department will not sign it, which is also reasonable. After all, the members of this organization are not directly under the Federation like the investigation department, and the work that really needs to be strictly confidential will probably not be done by the members of the advisory department. The purpose of the Federation to establish this organization is not to rely on them to complete any secret operations, but to improve their image in the hearts of free ability users. If this kind of treaty is too harsh, then the ability users who hear about this situation will not consider joining the Federation at all, and their real calculations will be completely lost at the beginning, so the confidentiality agreement given to them by the Federation is bound to be relatively loose. He signed casually. Can you tell me what I'm going to do now? Tang Xuowan nodded. Of course, I also said that what you are going to do is related to Shishao, and this job is naturally the same. The Federation is preparing to temporarily set up a special team in the advisory department to deal with the terrible disaster that just happened a few days ago. Atlantis is gone. Mayan blinked and asked, somewhat unresponsive, what? His expression was quite natural, but in fact, he was not so calm in his heart. Although he witnessed the sea tribe surging out from the ground, sweeping and destroying the underwater city like locusts, it was not until this moment that he could be sure that Atlantis was really destroyed. Tang Xuowan began to explain. You know that Atlantis wanted to fight the Federation to join forces with me to fight against the terrifying sea tribe, but we did not agree. Of course, this does not mean that our decision led to the current situation. In fact, the members of the Abnormal Research Institute have calculated this matter. Based on the current situation, it will take at least 500 years for those sea tribes to destroy Atlantis. This problem could have been delayed until then. And since Atlantis has collapsed, I can also say some things. In fact, the Federation originally intended to provide them with assistance. The purpose of our victory is not to push ourselves to doomsday, but to completely control the initiative of negotiation and cooperation with them, and to give them a little power. But in fact, we also want to fight against the Sea Tribe together with them, because those things are more likely to destroy the world. However, Tang Xuowan did not tell Ma Yin that the main purpose of the Federation doing this was to be able to abandon Atlantis at any time. Among the dozens of plans they had made to deal with the Sea Tribe, several required the destruction of this city as a price. After winning, if they really planned to use these plans in the future, they would no longer have to worry about Atlantis and them being torn apart, and they might even foolishly regard the Federation as a benefactor on the eve of their destruction. Ma Yin asked in surprise, "So you mean that the Sea Tribe destroyed Atlantis, but didn't you say that they are not a threat for the time being?" Tang Xuowan nodded. "This incident was beyond our and Atlantis' expectations, and according to our calculations, with the current situation of the Sea Tribe, even if they evolve normally at the fastest speed, it will take several years to destroy Atlantis, and this is the fastest in theory, and the actual situation is that even if they are affected and start to accelerate their strength, it is impossible to usher in such a doomsday without decades. And this is still within the acceptable range of the Federation, but the current situation is completely different. According to the information we have now, Atlantis seems to have been destroyed in a crushing manner. The level of the Sea Tribe is far more than just enough to destroy them. They have a completely overwhelming force. Do you know what this means? According to Mr. Zhao's calculations, today's civilized society will usher in complete destruction in 37 years. Even if the world can maintain a high degree of trust and cooperation now, this doomsday can only be postponed to 124 years later. Although the Sea Tribe that destroyed Atlantis is not very powerful now, it has an unstoppable growth rate. Any measures taken against them will become nutrients for these things, accelerating the time for the ancient god behind them to awaken. The most difficult step for them to grow is from 0 to 1, and now they have crossed it. It is only a matter of time for these things to grow to the point where they can destroy our world, and other forces are unlikely to cooperate with us sincerely, which means we are finished. Ma Yin looked at her and said, "But you don't look very worried." Tang Xuowan shrugged. "In theory, human civilization is doomed to be destroyed, but the actual situation is always unexpected. Although the sea people and the ancient creatures that created them are not something we can contend with or stop, fortunately, we have a small trump card. We have Shenshao. If the world is really going to end, the sun god will not dare to do this." Ma Yin raised his eyebrows. "You want her to take action?" Tang Xuowan replied, "It's not us who want to, but someone else does. To be precise, it should be the sun god who wants to do this. We don't know how he caused this effect, but the changes in the sea people must be related to him, and there must be a conspiracy against us and Shenshao. In fact, the Federation has been discussing this matter fiercely in the past few days. There are many opinions that do not support us doing this. There are countless different opinions colliding in the Grand Council, but in the end their ideas are all meaningless. It has been decided above that we can only do this, no matter what hidden dangers and dangers there are, no matter what conspiracy this is, we finally decided to let Shenshao go to deal with this problem. Because we have no choice." Ma Yin said, "So the sun god created an event that could cause the end of the world, and his purpose is to deal with Shenshao and you." Tang Xuowan nodded. "Or he wants to destroy our cooperation with Shenshao. He directly opened the Pandora's box that he couldn't close, and forced us to send Shenshao in the most extreme way, because we can't afford to lose in the face of this disaster, but he doesn't need to worry. He can definitely survive before this type of doomsday. This time we really fell in front of him." Ma Yin said, "What a sinister god. This is a price that is difficult for both of them to bear, but the sun god can survive in the end, so the Federation can't rely on its strong foundation to slowly kill others, as they usually do." In fact, the first time Ma Yin saw this situation was one of the many plans used by the Federation to deal with Shenshao. At that time, they set up measures to destroy part of the world as Shenshao won. Although the situation was more complicated at that time, it was more of Shenxiao's ability to directly predict the results of her actions, and her power came from saving the world. But in the end, the reason why this plan was able to take effect was because the Federation could afford to lose, and now the Sun God did the same thing to them through Atlantis. The only difference is that this time, the Federation is no longer the one threatening others. So the Federation is not the bad guy you think it is. Tang Xuowan said, "Although I know we are not particularly good, but when facing these ancient creatures that are more sinister than us, what else can we do? Sometimes we just make the best decision. We don't have as many choices as you think." There are dangerous abnormal entities everywhere in this world that can end human civilization and rule. Any decision made by the Federation is actually treading on thin ice. Ma did not comment on this. So now the Federation wants me to handle the task of getting Shenxiao to leave prison and go to Atlantis? That doesn't sound difficult. Tang Xuowan nodded. Yes, if this is our goal, then as long as we release her from captivity, she will go to the bottom of the sea to fight against the sea creatures and prevent the coming doomsday. Only she can do this. But if this is the case, there will be no chance for you and me. The Federation can't really give Shenxiao freedom. The Sun God's plan can succeed because the Federation can't accept the final result, but Shenxiao is actually more difficult to accept than us. She will also be constrained by her own power. So what we want to do is to let Shenxiao perform this work under our control and constraints. We will not give Shenxiao the possibility of breaking free. To achieve this goal, we need her to agree to many harsh conditions, and with a restraint device that we have invested countless time and resources to make for her. That's why, although this incident is definitely a bad thing for us overall, there are some small benefits. We will definitely let Shenxiao wear those devices in the end, and this can also provide us with certain data support. Ma thought and said, but I don't think she will be happy to accept these conditions. Tang Xuowan nodded. You are right, and Shenxiao does have the capital to negotiate with us. Although we can be sure that she will definitely accept our request to prevent the end of the world in the end, there is no doubt about it, but the key lies in the conditions. She will definitely hope that at least her situation will not get worse after completing this mission, and it is impossible to sign a treaty that will cause her to be manipulated by us. The Federation does not really expect to completely control Shenxiao in a short period of time. This is not realistic. She is a very wise and strong person who can negotiate with us with patience. So the final conditions must be acceptable to us, but there will be some room for improvement. Ma said, this is why you asked me to come. Tang Xuowan nodded. The advisory department has temporarily formed a negotiation team specifically for this matter. We must strive to gain enough benefits for the Federation as much as possible. If you can rely on your unique identity to gain the trust of Shenxiao and get us some good conditions, I think the Federation will not be stingy with a 5th level anti-psychic metal. Compared with Shenxiao, this thing is nothing at all. So how about it? Do you think it's appropriate? Ma thought for a few seconds and asked, aren't you worried that as a former member of the Salvation Alliance, I will do something that is different from your interests? Tang Xuowan smiled and said, of course, they won't give you a chance. You still have to sign a new treaty. The only choice between you and me is to help us or be excluded from this plan. Of course, this is actually why you are so valuable. There are actually some members of the Savior Alliance who betrayed the gods in the Federation, and some of her former trusted subordinates, but they have all completely stood on the opposite side of her. But you are different, you just have no choice. You are our soft knife. Chapter 353. You may have some old acquaintances in your group. Tang Xuowan said as they walked. For example, Wang Yang, who used to be a follower of Shenxiao Xingzhe, should be the one who was closest to Shenxiao among you in the past, and was mainly responsible for providing intelligence and analysis for Shenxiao. He and you both followed Shenxiao, and you did completely opposite things. He was one of the first members to join this plan, and you held on to the end without betraying, but just compromised with the entire Salvation Alliance and us. You have fully fulfilled your responsibilities. You too can provide us with very good perspectives, but you and he are actually at the two ends of this line, so your views will definitely be more one-sided. So the Federation also found someone who can provide a neutral perspective. I think you may have heard of his name, Jiang Yuanda. Ma showed a surprised look. Jiang Yuanda? Although he was not familiar with most of the members of the Salvation Alliance, and he had only joined recently, Ma also deliberately collected information about the overall situation and personnel of the Salvation Alliance, so he had indeed heard of this name. Although Jiang Yuanda did not participate in the later battles with the Federation, his reputation was still quite loud within the Salvation Alliance, because he was one of the strongest 4th-level ability users in the Eastern Federation region, and was also recognized as a hero of the Salvation Alliance. As for the reason why Ma and other members of the Salvation Alliance had not heard of his movements recently, it was also very simple because he had long been killed in battle. When Shenxiao was just defeated, the Federation launched an all-round sneak attack on the members of the Salvation Alliance, and the Salvation Alliance group where Jiang Yuanda was also attacked by the Federation. At that time, he resolutely chose to stay behind to cover the retreat of everyone, and bought precious time for other members to escape. Of course, they also got the news that Jiang Yuanda died in the battle. But now it seems that it is very likely that the Federation deliberately leaked the news. Even if they had not stopped the war, the Federation would have used his identity to do something. I hope you don't say anything when you see him later. Tang Xuowan began to speak for him. I know that as a member of the Salvation Alliance, you definitely don't like this traitor, but we need him to provide a perspective from a Salvation Alliance member. No matter what you think of him, don't show it openly. It's not good for our plan. Although Ma Eng can theoretically provide a perspective from a Salvation Alliance member, the Federation can't really trust him completely, so they found this Salvation Alliance member who had secretly defected to them. If this hadn't happened, the Federation would not have exposed the existence of this former important figure in the Salvation Alliance. Ma Eng replied calmly, "Of course, but I'm still a little surprised that he actually betrayed the Salvation Alliance." Tang Xuowan said, "He didn't betray you right away, but only after we caught him. I understand your surprise, because most of the members of the Salvation Alliance you met are probably tough guys, and many of them are not afraid of death at all. In fact, even Jiang Yuanda is not as soft-hearted as you think. If he was the kind of person who could commit suicide in our captivity, he would have definitely committed suicide when he was just caught, but unfortunately he didn't. And there are always things in the world that are more terrible than death, and not everyone can hold on under our torture. There are always some poor guys who will confess under torture. In fact, if we want to torture, most of the people who are really captured by us will not be able to keep secrets in front of the Federation, but most of them are actually not worth forcing to confess. That's why most members of the Salvation Alliance would not give us a chance to capture them even if they died in battle. Jiang Yuanda actually understood this, so he was originally trying to stop us with a fight to the death, but you also know. Powerful psychics can deprive a person of control over his own body." Ma Eng followed her words and continued, "I can imagine what kind of situation he is facing. After all, it is only human nature for him to surrender. And he has also fought you head-on. In fact, without Tang Xuowan saying anything, Ma Eng could not express anything about the rebellion of this former member of the Salvation Alliance. In this world with abnormal control abilities, it is difficult for him to imagine what kind of terrible torture prisoners of a large organization like the Federation might face. If he were the one captured, Ma Eng was not sure that he could hold on without surrendering before the torture. Moreover, there are many abnormal abilities that can intensify and amplify the horrible torture that is enough to destroy the human mind, and can also prevent the tortured from being freed in any way, so he will not accuse the other party of leaking secrets. But it was a bit beyond Ma Eng's expectation that this warrior, who once belonged to the Salvation Alliance, would continue to work for the Federation. They have already stood in different camps. Tang Xuowan continued, "I know you can understand, but you don't have to be particularly friendly to him. From what I know, Jiang Yuanda's betrayal of you is quite thorough. Under the interrogation of professionals, he told all the secrets, and this also helped us get rid of several difficult-to-deal with senior members of the Salvation Alliance. There is a reason why the Federation allowed him to survive. So I can understand whatever you think of him, but our goal is to help you get the anti-psychic medal, so I hope you will stay calm no matter what you think of him." Tang Xuowan said this more importantly because she didn't want Ma Eng to think she was speaking for Jiang Yuanda. She didn't think Ma Eng would really do anything irrational, but she also emphasized the importance of this point. After all, they have just joined the advisory department, and they can't give other faction members a chance to seize the opportunity. Ma Eng replied, "Don't worry, I understand everything you said. No matter what kind of person he is, how I should treat him as a member of the Salvation Alliance is not a problem we should consider and discuss today, and he and I have no personal grudges. That's enough for me." Tang Xuowan continued, "You guys are all former followers of Shishao, but you alone are definitely far from enough, and none of you are suitable to be the leader of this group. In fact, Wang Yang himself may be suitable, but he is from the investigation department. If this matter is not important enough, we will not let him join this group." So the Federation sent a Shishao expert, Kanya, who was born in the Western Federation. She may be the only member of this team who has no direct relationship with Shishao. Kanya's intersection with Shishao is participating in that plan, and it is just pure work for her. As for her background, you may have heard of it. Kanya used to be a member of the Supernatural Research Institute. Her main research direction is the restriction and transfer of reality twister power. The team she led has made a considerable contribution to the entire Shishao project. And because of some special reasons, Kanya has now become one of the few authorities in this field. Ma Eng asked curiously, "What special reasons?" Tang Xuowan paused, as if considering how to say, "Kanya is only in her 20s this year. In fact, she should not have the power to manage this team. In fact, the manager of this team was the highly respected academician Gulen, but unfortunately, this precious genius of the Federation died in an accident, and his research results were naturally inherited by his most outstanding student Kanya. Of course, The part she actually took over was not all of her teacher's research. A lot of it was transferred to other academicians, such as Mr. Zhao. And in the plan to deal with Xiao, her team did not occupy a dominant position in this field, because in fact many academicians were required to conduct research in this area, so the total number of people studying this direction is actually quite high. Except for the researchers outside Zhao, they can only occupy a small place in the entire research. But you must not underestimate her. Although Kanaya was lucky to get to this position this year, she is really worthy of managing and leading the current team. Her achievements in this field are second only to Zhao Lao and the deceased teacher, and she is also a true genius. She has achieved enough important results in recent years. Now her value to the Federation far exceeds any 4th level ability user, only lower than the real 5th level ability user. This is also because the Federation values these geniuses with scientific research capabilities more than you ability users. The Federation feels that the value they can create is far higher than you, or they can give the Federation more things that are more important. At least the Federation and they all think so, and in fact, at this time, Kanya's importance to the Federation is higher than normal. After all, the research direction of her team can help us control Xiao, and now we just need to use her knowledge. That's why her personality may be a little bit, how should I put it? Arrogant? I don't know how to describe it, but Kanya is indeed not easy to get along with. And she, like many members of the Research Institute, doesn't look down on people with special abilities. It's not that they will despise you, but many times, people with abnormal abilities are no different from ordinary people in their eyes, and even if there are, they will regard you as valuable research materials. But fortunately, you don't have to worry about her looking at you as a resource. After all, the direction she leads is reality twisters. Ma-En nodded. Professionals with bad personalities are always better than leaders who know nothing. Tang Xuowan said, yes, I think so too. In short, these 3 people are your work partners, and I will temporarily join this group, but in fact I can't be considered as really doing things. I am more of a supervisor on behalf of the federal politicians. The Federation suspects that if you guys are left alone together, you might start fighting the next day. Ma-En said, as if he knew nothing. Didn't I expect my colleagues to have such bad personalities? Tang Xuowan smiled and said, but you don't have to worry about this problem with me here. After all, except for the team leader, you may have conflicts with each other, and your team leader is a genius who doesn't take anything seriously, and is not good at communication. As she spoke, a look of emotion suddenly appeared on her face. If my sister had not died in the assassination, she might have become a member of this group. Although her personality is actually very bad, and she has no real ability, she does have her own unique understanding of Xiao. Ma-En said casually, I heard that she knew Xiao when she was very young. As she recalled, Tang Xuowan's expression softened. Well, when we were young, our family and Xiao's family were actually quite familiar with each other. Our grandfather was actually a good friend of Xiao's father, and often visited the old man. Xiao Shu and I were often taken there. In fact, I noticed something strange at that time. I was actually the same age as Xiao at that time, but my sister was actually a few years older than Xiao, so I thought she would treat her gently like she did with other children, and she did the same at the beginning. But after meeting a few times, my sister's attitude towards her gradually changed. At that time, I just felt that they didn't like to deal with each other, but I couldn't realize how deep the gap between them was, nor could I feel my sister's feelings towards her. Hatred now, I would call it hatred. I don't know what her negative emotions towards Xiao were at first, but when we can see and feel it, it has already brewed into hatred in her heart. I actually know that my sister knows very well why she hates Xiao. Although she will never admit it, it must be because of jealousy. Before Xiao appeared, my sister had always been the princess, who was held in the palm of her hand, famous for her beauty and cleverness, but it seems that after that, she has become a mortal who is no different from us, just one of the countless people outside Xiao. I don't know if there are capable people who have similar views, but I can feel my sister's emotions so clearly because I have similar views. I guess many people will have that stage, unwilling to accept that others are better than themselves in all aspects. I think this is our innate bad nature. The difference between her and me, at the beginning, was only the degree. For me, it was just a temporary negative emotion, which could be thrown behind my mind in a blink of an eye. In a few years, I grew up and understood that I should envy rather than be jealous. Unfortunately, my sister never grew up. There is no doubt that she is a bad child. To be honest, I also think she deserves it. Although as a family member, I want to avenge her, but as a friend who really understands her, I think she should die like this. But there is always a difficult question in my heart. You say, can Xiao see her end at that time? Ma En didn't seem to want to speak, but Tang Xuewan didn't really expect Ma En to answer. She just smiled, and then left the question far behind. As always. Chapter 354. Tang Xuewan pushed open the door and led Ma En into the room. The other 3 advisory group members were waiting for him inside. Mr. Ma En, how are you? After seeing Ma En come in, the boy who was sitting alone in the corner immediately showed a polite smile, and then his eyes immediately looked at Tang Xuewan, who was standing beside him. Miss Tang, we haven't seen each other for a long time. Wang Yang's seat was not suitable for chatting with the other 2. It can be seen that he sat here deliberately, and the other 2 members also kept a certain distance from each other, as if the 3 of them were forced to be in the same room. Ma En nodded slightly to Wang Yang, and then looked at the other 2. Jiang Yuanda was a thin middle-aged man. His expression was quite depressed and gloomy, and he looked a little neurotic. When Ma En came in, he looked up at them, but immediately turned his eyes away, and did not mean to greet them. The last one was the young woman in white, Kanaya from the Research Institute. When they came in, she also looked over with a cold expression. Her eyes were not as arrogant as Tang Xuewan said, but exuded indifference deep into her bones. Ma En could feel that she didn't care about anyone in the room at all, and she didn't intend to hide her attitude. Very good, everyone is here. Kanaya nodded expressionlessly. Then let's get started. Tang Xuewan also walked over and said, do you want us to introduce ourselves to each other first? But she didn't expect Kanaya to actually deny this proposal. There is no need for this. You must have read each other's information before coming here. This level of understanding is enough. Let's skip the greetings that are not of practical use. Our time is precious. Although these words sounded like a provocation to Tang Xuewan, Kanaya's tone was calm when she spoke. The other people present even felt that these were her true words without any personal emotions. It was as if she really didn't want to waste time. Tang Xuewan, who was a politician, didn't seem to be surprised. She just smiled and nodded politely. You are right. I am actually just worried that there may be some estrangement between them. After all, except you and me, everyone else used to be followers of Shishao. I thought that a few words in advance might avoid small problems in cooperation. But since you think this is not a problem, then I believe the judgment of the experts. In fact, saying this can also give them a shot of prevention in advance. Tang Xuewan is not really worried about Ma En or Wang Yang, but Jiang Yuanda, who betrayed Shen Shao under torture. He is the most unstable one among them. Kanaya nodded. Very good, let's talk about our work next. You have all heard about Atlantis, so I won't go into details. And all you need to know about it is that the Sea Tribe that destroyed Atlantis can also destroy the world. So in the absence of other options, the Federation had to let Shen Shao come forward to fight them. Only her ability can suppress these creatures that can become stronger and stronger in battle. You don't need to understand the principle, and it has nothing to do with us. The really important work is the responsibility of other departments. What we have to do is very simple. If we want to let Shen Shao leave the prison, we must first restrain her through other means. This mainly uses our restraint devices and rituals, but those things alone cannot trap the Federation's strongest ability person. We have to rely on special contracts to achieve the effect of restraining her. But if that's the case, she won't agree to sign the treaty, because she knows very well that this will give us the opportunity to control her. So she will definitely ask to remove the influence on her after completing the mission, otherwise we will have the opportunity to completely control her. Ma En asked, aren't you under control now? Kanaya glanced at her. No, we are suppressing her now. The control I mentioned refers to the influence on her strength. We are still studying this. If you have any questions, you can leave them until I finish speaking. Back to the topic, Shen Shao will not give us the opportunity to completely control her, so she will propose clauses that can effectively prevent this from happening to protect herself, which is also the problem that the Federation most expects us to solve. But neither they nor I have any confidence in this. This is the best case scenario for us. Unless there is some small probability event that can be called a miracle, it will never be realized. Our real purpose is elsewhere. First of all, since she is going to use the restriction device to perform the mission, she will definitely leave a lot of important information. These are things we must strive for. This information can help us in our subsequent research on her. Therefore, Shishao certainly does not want us to get it, but compared to falling directly into our control, this condition is not unacceptable. This is the condition that the Federation requires us to obtain, and it is also the most important for us. Then, there is her freedom in performing the mission. This may be more difficult to understand. Let's put it this way. The Federation wants to require comprehensive and complete monitoring and strong constraints on her actions, but she will definitely firmly refuse us. Because she knows very well that this is not the most important thing for me, and the power of Shishao needs to be completely in line with her personal will to operate, so doing so will prevent her from realizing her abilities well. So in fact, we will not really influence her behavior. She is not a weapon that can be easily controlled. In fact, we only need weak constraints with low interference. As long as we ensure that the most important conditions will not go wrong, then other details will not make any sense to us. And with the power of Shishao, unless she agrees, we don't have any particularly good means of monitoring and strong constraints. Other means can be blocked or destroyed by her. After all, since she has to deal with the Sea clan, she will definitely recover some of her power. But although this matter seems to be meaningless, the Federation still hopes that we can achieve it, because in fact, if we can deploy advanced monitoring and constraint systems on her, the value of the information we get in the end will definitely be much higher. In fact, the purpose of doing this is to get better research data. Finally, the third point, the Federation hopes that we can take this opportunity to let her accept a new source of power, which is also an important part of our overall plan for her. We have initially established the Shishao Salvation Church, which can directly replace the original position of the Salvation Alliance and provide her with a steady stream of power, but she is unwilling to accept this condition. Because this organization itself can also constrain her, but we can declare that if she does not accept this source of power, we cannot let her leave while ensuring the constraints. Of course, in fact, we can do it, and according to calculations, we do not need to let Shishao reach the degree of our limit constraints to solve this problem. So we have two goals ahead of us, to make Shishao accept full surveillance, and to accept Shishao Salvation Church as a source of power. Do you have any questions about this? When she said this, she looked like a teacher who was ready to answer a child's question. The others shook their heads, and only Mon asked, "So this is why you asked the Salvation Alliance to disband?" Kanaya answered honestly, "Yes, if you didn't disband, we wouldn't be able to make Shishao accept a new source of power, and even if she still resisted after you disbanded, we would eventually find a way to make Shishao Salvation Church a part of her." At that time, we all agreed that a ceasefire agreement was a better and faster solution than completely destroying you. Ma-en nodded. "Then I have no other questions." She nodded with satisfaction. "Very good, then it's my turn to ask questions. I actually have a basic judgment on Shinjiao's bottom line, but I still need some reference materials. After all, I have not really dealt with Shinjiao head-on, and you have had a lot of exchanges with Shinjiao except Ma-en. In fact, as a sample who still follows Shinjiao, Kanya is not very satisfied with Ma-en, but the situation is harsh. This is already the best candidate that the Federation can find. Other members of the Salvation Alliance, who are still following Shinjiao, are simply impossible to cooperate with them. She first looked at the boy. "Wang Yang, can you tell me your impression of Shinjiao? What kind of person do you think she is?" The boy showed a thoughtful look. He didn't really think about this problem normally, and if the Federation didn't need him to do this time, I'm afraid he would never take the initiative to think about this matter in his life. "Let me think about it." Wang Yang pondered. "Actually, if you suddenly ask me, it's hard for me to tell what kind of person she is. At the beginning, I thought she was a lunatic, and when I thought I was familiar with her, I felt that she was actually a so-called good person. But when I really got to know her, my opinion of her returned to the original. She's a lunatic." Kanayu nodded. "If I mention the word Shishao, what is your most instinctive emotion?" The boy hesitated for a few seconds, but still said, "Fear? This is not the common fear, but—" "Very good." Kanaya nodded and interrupted, "You don't have to explain." Wang Yang said a little puzzled, "But I haven't gotten to the point yet." Kanaya still said coldly, "I know what you want to say, and I know very well that you can't actually explain your awkward true feelings, but I don't need you to clarify this point. I asked you this question just to verify my judgment, and your reaction is enough for me." At this time, Ma-en finally understood why Tang Xue once said that Kanayu was arrogant, which could even be said to be arrogant. She didn't care how Wang Yang described his feelings about Shishao, because she believed in her judgment of him more than Wang Yang's opinion. And it seemed that what Wang Yang said was really all within her expectations. Kanaya then looked at Jiang Yuanda, who had remained silent. "Tell me what you think of Shishao." The depressed middle-aged man raised his head a little late, looking at Kanaya with a rather numb look in his eyes, and his voice was also filled with a kind of tired neurosis. I don't know, maybe she is a great leader, or a kind savior, but it seems like a disguise. I can't tell whether she is truly kind or hypocritical. She is too far away from me, I can't see her at all." He spoke incoherently, and his logic was totally incoherent, but Kanaya showed a satisfied expression. "Very good, now tell me your most instinctive reaction," she said, as if testing a guinea pig. Jiang Yuanda said a little slowly. Aye. Kanaya asked quite confidently. Guilt? He lowered his head. Seeing this, Kanaya nodded with certainty, and then moved her eyes to the last Shishao follower. Ma En, you are the last to join the Federation. According to the information they gave me, you seem to have never had contact with her, but theoretically it is entirely possible that you have met in private, and my intuition tells me that this possibility is actually very reasonable. But none of this is important. I don't think you need to meet Shishao to understand her. It's like I haven't seen her at all, but I'm confident that I know Shishao better than you all, because when you're around her, it's hard to ignore the existence of her power, unless you really don't have the basic perception of it. But I heard that you're not the stupidest idiot, so tell me. What's your impression of her? Ma En thought for a while, and said, You're right, when I'm in the vortex related to her, I can also vaguely see her outline. The most direct feeling she gives me is not the good and evil they often discuss, but the unquestionable power. She is like a steep mountain that humans can't possibly challenge successfully. You can see her existence everywhere, and you will have the idea of climbing this mountain, but your reason will constantly remind you that this is impossible. At least that's how I thought of her before, but now you've won. Kanaya frowned after hearing this, and after a few seconds, she said in a somewhat impatient tone, Tell me, what is your instinctive feeling towards her? Main answered sincerely, Admiration. Tell the truth. Kanya asked without changing her expression. Main blinked, and after a few seconds he said, I do admire her very much. But I may still have some small concerns. Kanaya finally nodded with satisfaction. Yes, deep in your heart, you have always been wary of her, which is why you cooperate with the Federation. Because you just found a companion with similar ideas as yourself. Chapter 355. After asking for their thoughts, Kanya sorted out the documents again, then looked up at them, and said, The information you two provided is perfectly consistent with the submitted report, and there is no problem with Ma En's information, so I only need to submit the information to other teams after correction, and they will get the final formal contract. Then the Federation will soon start the first negotiation, and I will also participate on behalf of our team. After the first negotiation is over, we will continue to analyze her situation, but before that, our team still has some preliminary work to do. And the most important thing is to make Shishao believe that this matter is real. The Federation is doing this in various ways. Our team is just one of the insurance measures. She needs to see a member she can trust. When she said this, she looked at Ma En. Obviously, he was the only member present who could take this responsibility. Wang Yang would never dare to see Shishao, and Jiang Yuanda no longer had Shishao trust. Only he was qualified to talk to Shishao. However, Ma En actually has some minor problems. As a former member of the Salvation Alliance, who has not yet betrayed Shishao, he is not worthy of the Federation's trust, but this problem can be solved through a temporary work contract, so he can become the most suitable candidate. And Kanaya is also very confident that he will not miss this opportunity to meet Shishao. In this situation, most people cannot judge this matter rationally. They will basically exaggerate the true value and significance of meeting Shishao in their hearts. After seeing her looking over, Tang Xuewan also gave Ma En an encouraging and affirmative look. Seeing this, Ma En also cooperated and asked, You want me to meet her and tell her that Atlantis was indeed destroyed, but I can't be sure of this? After all, I know that you told me this. Kanaya said, But you are not like her who can only stay in prison, so the Federation can provide conditions for you to see it yourself, and we can also sign temporary terms to ensure that you don't have to worry about us lying, and you have also signed a truce with us. But in fact, you don't have to care so much. Shishao will see more than a dozen different sources of information. The focus is not on you or any single source of information, because Shishao knows that we can perfectly forge a single or several sources of information. That's why we have to provide her with enough sources of information, so you don't have to worry about Shishao. This is a conspiracy of the Federation. She is fully capable of exposing the lies we forged. Of course, if you have any doubts, we can slowly answer them. But if I were you, I wouldn't think so much. These are the issues that Shishao should consider. Main, who actually knew the truth, nodded. You make sense. So what do you want me to do specifically? Kanaya explained, Don't bother, just go in and tell her that Atlantis is indeed destroyed, and then tell her what you will see through the Federation, and I will go with you then. Is it okay? Main replied, No problem, as long as the temporary work contract is okay. To be honest, I want to meet her too. Kanaya nodded. The content of the contract is only used to ensure that you can't do anything when you meet. Although you can't do anything, the Federation still has to ensure that there will be no accidents. Many things in the abnormal world are unreasonable. Being cautious will never go wrong. Although it was a pity, Ma En had no intention of using this opportunity to actively communicate with Shen Xiao. After all, he went to see Shen Xiao when the Federation already knew about it, so there was no need to take risks in this situation. Even if he wanted to say something to Shen Xiao, he would never do it under the watchful eyes of the Federation. And normally, he would not pay attention to the imprisoned Shen Xiao, but the information left by the past Shen Xiao through his power. Now he still looks forward to meeting Shen Xiao because of Xu Yun's matter. But that incident showed that Shen Xiao had actually found a way to use her power in captivity, which meant that she might take this opportunity to say something to him, and the Federation could not restrain Shen Xiao's behavior. So in fact, Shen Xiao might still reveal the news to him unilaterally, but considering that they were still under the surveillance of the Federation, Shen Xiao might find it difficult to convey any meaningful information, especially the unilateral transmission of information now. If she really wanted to make something clear, it would definitely leave loopholes. However, Ma En had actually thought of a way to help her convey information more accurately. He could prepare a few questions in advance, and plan to mention them to Shen Xiao when he had the chance in the distant future, saying that he wanted to ask these questions when he met her, so that Shen Xiao could predict them at this moment. Even if he didn't say it, Shen Xiao might be able to sense what his questions were through prophecy, so that when there were questions that needed to be answered, it would be easier for her to answer his questions in a roundabout way without the Federation being able to detect it. Unfortunately, he was bound by the temporary work contract this time, so he couldn't ask himself how to save her. After all, the Federation was an expert in dealing with Shen Xiao, and it was impossible for him to leave loopholes in this regard. But if he thought along this line, even if he didn't prepare anything, Shen Xiao would definitely answer a question, which was how to deal with the double god conspiracy that was bothering him at the moment, including whether the sun god successfully bypassed her prophecy, and whether he still had a chance to do anything. After saying this, Kanaya chatted with the other two former followers of Shen Xiao, and then looked at Ma En and said, "Next, you can take a break. I will communicate with the Federation on behalf of the team, and send you back work requirements at any time, so that you can provide me with information about Shen Xiao. Now, you can go out temporarily, and wait for my notice." From her appearance, it seemed that she wanted Ma En, an untrustworthy team member, to leave first. Tang Xuowan also glanced at him, then turned to Kanaya and said, "Then I go out first." In fact, there was no point for her to stay here. After that, Ma En left the room with her and returned to the corridor. "Meeting Shen Xiao is your most basic job," Tang Xuowan said to Ma En, who was away from them. "As long as you complete it, you don't have to deal with this matter anymore, but it's not enough for you to get a 5th level abnormal item. I can try to arrange more work for you. Do you think you can influence Shen Xiao's judgment?" Ma En paused and said, "I have to meet her first before I can answer your question." Chapter 356. Very good, so Wang Yang, you actually think Shen Xiao is sometimes like a madman. Kanaya nodded with satisfaction. But Wang Yang, who was standing opposite her, looked very uneasy. After a long questioning, Wang Yang instinctively felt a little anxious. The questions raised by Kanaya always made him unwilling to answer directly, but he had no right to escape as he was forced to come by the Federation. Just when he felt that his resentment was about to explode, Kanaya finally paused and then shifted the topic to other directions. "Do you think that Ma En is trustworthy?" she suddenly asked. Wang Yang scratched his face with an irritable look, and Jiang Yuanda could only answer first when he saw this. "No, I don't think he's worthy of our trust." Jiang Yuanda said honestly, "He's a member of the Salvation Alliance, and this identity already means that he won't give in. I don't recommend you to let him know the really important content." Hearing this stupid speech, Wang Yang couldn't suppress his impulse. "Don't be silly. What's the point of him being loyal to Shen Xiao? Do you think he can do anything? I think we can completely trust this guy, because he can't do anything under our noses. I think after Ma En successfully completes the work of proving to Shen Xiao, we don't need to hide the details from him, because then he can't do anything that's not good for us, and he may also provide us with useful information. He's just a 4th level ability user. There's no need to be cautious at all." Kanya disagreed with his point of view. "As far as I know, Ma En once defeated a 4th level reality twister of the same level alone, and his opponent was not the type that couldn't fight head-on. I know you guys can't understand what this means, but I don't recommend you to underestimate him. I don't think Maine is that strong. His record of defeating Ivani is just SOSO in my opinion. But since he has a record of fighting and winning against reality twisters, we must treat him with the utmost care." She also added a few clauses to Maine's temporary contract, in order to prevent any seemingly impossible accidents from happening. After all, it is almost impossible to face and kill a reality twister of the same level alone, unless one is ready to face death early like the destined returner, or is not good at fighting like the Hell Creator. Xiao is a typical example. If any 5th level ability user can defeat her alone, it will only make all the current 5th level ability users feel terrified, because that means that there is a guy who is more incredible than Xiao. In the past few hundred years, the examples of people who have truly defeated reality twisters alone can be counted on half a hand, and she has seen only one with her own eyes, that is, the master of reality twisting, whose intelligence far exceeds hers, a true genius, her former teacher Gulen. He was one of the few mortals who had truly defeated a reality twister, but the ability user he faced was not strong at the time, and even his mind was not mature. Moreover, Gulen was an expert in the field of reality twisters. He had an advantage in facing these creatures, not to mention that he had completely gained the trust of the other party at that time, and could even be said to be dependent on them. But even so, he paid a huge price. And it was because of witnessing this incident that Kanya understood more deeply how difficult it was to defeat a reality twister, so in fact, she always doubted whether Ma En really defeated Hong Yuan, or let him escape in some way. If Mon really let him escape, then it is possible that they actually colluded in advance, and Mon hid his colleagues in the shadows in this way, which means that the situation she is most worried about is that there is a reality twister who wants to rescue Xiao. Even if Mon really killed Hong Yuan, there are still many doubts in Kanaya's eyes. Compared with Mon really defeating a reality twister alone, she is more willing to believe that someone actually helped him in secret. However, if she really wants to know the truth, she must ask Mon in person, and looking at the reactions of these two guys just now, they still think that Mon must be completely on the side of Xiao, so even if Hong Yuan survived, he would not tell her. Yes, although it would be a bad thing for the Federation if Hong Yuan survived, Kanaya actually looked forward to this situation coming true. Because this means that I have an important research material. Since Gulen's accident, it has been difficult for them to study anything truly valuable on Alice, and Xiao cannot be used for research. The Federation does not allow them to do so, not to mention that studying Xiao is an almost impossible challenge for her now. Wang Yang. She thought about the problem of reality twisters while handling the work at hand. Do you remember what your state was like before you met Xiao? What is the difference after you met her? Wang Yang, who was already very anxious, said impatiently, "Does this question make sense, or are you satisfying your curiosity like a mad scientist?" Kanaya tried to pretend to have a gentle voice, but she couldn't hide the indifference in her words. "Calm down, I can understand your situation. This must be a difficult question for you, but we do need answers. In my opinion, any behavior of Xiao implies something, and it is definitely not that simple. Although your rebellion is reasonable under Mr. Zhao's plan, Xiao will not find you two rebellious ghosts for no reason. You must have other values in her original future. Otherwise, this is a completely unworthy decision for her." Wang Yang could no longer stand Kanaya's continuous questions. "This only proves that you don't understand Xiao at all. She found us just because she wanted to satisfy her so-called kindness. Turning two natural monsters into good people must make her feel particularly accomplished." Kanaya said bluntly, "You didn't answer my question. You are avoiding it. You are unwilling to accept some of your views on Xiao. This is actually the reason why I want to send Ma En away in advance and be alone with you. I want to provide you with a more suitable environment for confession. You need to face your heart." The boy's expression became completely gloomy, and his face was full of resentment. "You don't know anything at all, you don't know anything. You want to know what I was like before I met Xiao? Then I will show you what a resentful soul is." After saying this, Wang Yang threw away all his restraint, and suddenly turned into a puff of black smoke and rushed towards the calm Kanaya. However, he seemed to have encountered some obstacles, and could only circle around her in vain. Then, as if he was furious, he rushed directly towards the door, and left here directly through the door. Jiang Yuandao looked at him with some concern. "You shouldn't provoke him so much. Although he can control himself, this still can't change the fact that he is a vengeful spirit." The Yin-Yang twins were irrational bloodthirsty monsters before they met Xiao. Kanaya calmly replied, "Don't worry, this is what I want to see. Only in madness and environment can the vengeful spirits see what they are most unwilling to accept. After all, if they can accept it normally, they will not be vengeful spirits." Chapter 357. Wang Yang flew out of the corridor with a livid face, his face full of black resentment. He rushed through the corridor without caring about anything and flew directly out of the federal building. Now, he just wanted to follow his nature to tear a few living people apart and drink their blood. "Calm down, calm down." The gentle and somewhat cowardly boy's voice sounded in his mind. "She deliberately wants to provoke you. Kanaya must know that you are easily affected by this topic. Don't let your nature dominate you. But at this moment, Wang Yang didn't want to pay attention to the voice in his mind at all, and flew out of the tall building directly. As the voice he heard said, Kanaya couldn't be unaware of his irritability and resistance. She must know that the continuous stimulation would easily reveal his nature, but this made him even more unwilling to restrain himself. Because even if he was affected by the resentment at this time, he could vaguely judge the purpose of Kanaya's doing this. Her purpose was not to really make him lose control. She knew that he, who had been taught by Shishao, actually had a way to regain his sanity. Before meeting Shishao, he and Wang Yin were in such a bloodthirsty state that was almost crazy, just like the vengeful spirits in the rumors. If anyone dared to mention anything that made him unhappy, he would follow his bloodthirsty nature and cruelly kill them. It was not until they met Shishao that they regained their sanity. But even if they had just met Shishao, they would definitely not care about their own life and death and their fate if they heard what Kanya said. Just like hungry beasts, they would tear her into pieces. Even though he looks like a living person now, he is still a dead person full of resentment in essence. He was cruelly killed by the evil alchemist many years ago. Now he can move because of the strong resentment guided by the alchemist. If he really gave up his resentment, he would not be able to survive. This is the real him. Even if you kill a few people, what will change? Don't forget what she taught you. The boy's voice sounded again. We don't want to live like monsters. Even if we want to satisfy our nature, we can't just pursue the lowest level of pleasure. Now that you have come here, don't give in to your nature. Wang Yang still ignored his auditory hallucinations. In fact, the reason why he was angry was that he might really not be able to escape from Kanya's calculations. She repeatedly mentioned Shishao and her past just to make him full of resentment. In fact, there was nothing she could do about it. Under normal circumstances, as a resentful spirit, he would never answer such a question, because it would only arouse his resentment. The resentful spirit would not face up to the thoughts that he resisted, just like they had never accepted the fact that they were dead. Only when he really fell into this state would he face the most resisted thing in his heart, the real Shishao in his heart. Yes, it is your nature to be easily influenced by a few words. The boy continued, but you can defeat him. If you are still alive, you will never fall into such a frenzy because of a few words from Kanya. Do you think this is really what you want? You can vent your emotions now and follow your instincts to make trouble like a child, but you have to think clearly about what price you will pay for doing so. The future you expect will never come true. You can also choose to think carefully about what Kanya's purpose is, what you are worried about deep in your heart, and what she expects you to say. Wang Yang said dissatisfiedly, You are not real at all, just an illusion after I fell into madness. The boy replied, Or I am yourself, the more rational you. What you heard is indeed just the instinctive hallucination of the vengeful spirit, but isn't your hallucination a part of you? And even Kanya can see that there are some things in your heart that you don't want to face. Can you really turn a blind eye to them? Do you want to escape for the rest of your life? Wang Yang gradually realized that his hallucinations were actually correct. He calmed down a little, and the black air around his body became a little dim. Kanya's stimulation was not actually out of malice. At least not completely. He did have some difficult knots in his heart, and there were also things that Kanya wanted to know. Unexpectedly, the illusion that had trapped them and led the vengeful spirits to kill crazily would now become an obstacle to his madness. What Shishao taught them back then was incredible. Finally, Wang Yang calmed down a little and began to think about what he didn't want to face. Was it the state before he met Shishao? Or was it the help she gave him? Or was it his own ingratitude? No, none of them. He had figured these things out long ago. Although Shishao helped him get rid of the instincts that controlled him all day long and drove those crazy illusions out of his mind, they didn't need to regret their betrayal. They were vengeful spirits, a race that was born evil and bloodthirsty. Doing good things may bring satisfaction to the living, but it will only cause trouble to the vengeful spirits, while doing evil often brings guilt and remorse to the living, just like Jiang Yuanda, who betrayed Shishao, but the vengeful spirits only get pleasure. So these are not the problems he resists. What is the real question? Wang Yang slowly fell into memories, and his mind began to flash back to the fragments of his past with Shishao, trying to find out from his memory what he was worried about. But not only did he not find the reason for his worry, but he felt a little weird. After betraying Shishao, he never recalled her in his memory as sincerely as he did now, so it was not until now that he vaguely realized that something was wrong. At that time, many of her seemingly normal things were not very reasonable, but those behaviors that made him and Wang Yin think that Shishao was crazy, he could understand them at this moment. The resentful spirit, who was deeply trapped in the mire of memory, did not realize that the black resentment on his body became more intense after calming down. I finally understand what I am worried about, Wang Yang said with a sense of relief. Since I betrayed Xin Xiao, I have been worried about her regaining freedom every day and night, and I am afraid of the punishment that may befall me. I think it may be that her image of winning all battles is too deep, so I haven't reacted to her defeat. You're right, so? The boy replied, but his tone suddenly twisted. Do you really believe I will lose? Wang Yang froze. A soft and heavy hand was placed on his shoulder, and a calm voice that he was familiar with to the point of fear came over. Perhaps there is such a possibility that the worries deep in your heart are not wrong at all, and the reason why you collapse so easily and feel resentful is that you have long realized very clearly that this is true, and in fact you are not as fragile as they think. It's better to deceive yourself than to live in fear every day, isn't it? He opened his mouth almost tremblingly, but his body couldn't utter a single word. No need to open your mouth. I know what you are going to say. You want to say that I am just your illusion, the embodiment of your fear of Xin Xiao, and the crazy thoughts caused by the influence of resentment, all of which are correct. I am not the real Xin Xiao. But how do you know that this is not what I expected? After Wang Yang slowly accepted the fact that she was not Xin Xiao, she finally said tremblingly, I am scaring myself. You don't exist at all, and you can't pose any threat to me. Now Xin Xiao has been completely imprisoned by the Federation, and you can't retaliate against us anymore. Xin Xiao chuckled and said, Really? Didn't you hear what the Federation said? They said that I would leave the prison and go to Atlantis soon. If this didn't happen, you could still use this excuse to deceive yourself. But now you still think this is an accident. Have you never thought that this might be within my expectations? Or do you really think that I can't seize this opportunity? Have you forgotten what I have done? But Wang Yang was much calmer than before, and then he could finally say in a normal tone, Yes, I am indeed worried about your return, and this recent incident has undoubtedly increased my fear, but this also shows that you are just my delusion and panic at this time. You are not objective and rational at all. Oh, so you think my existence is very objective and rational? She asked with some amusement. Wang Yang swallowed his saliva, then summoned up his courage and said, That's right. I don't think your unbroken victory is a myth. You can always win, not because you will never lose, but you are just strong enough to be almost unbeatable. But when you meet an opponent stronger than you will naturally lose. You are the same as us. And as you once taught me, giving in to fear will only make it stronger. I won't kneel to you either. Xin Xiao said, It seems that I didn't teach you in vain. You did learn something, but some things can better reflect the truth in words. No matter what I said at the time, you should have seen a fact. Those who didn't surrender to me died. Wang Yang unconsciously clenched his fists. You are also a human being. As long as I do the right thing, I can defeat you. Even if you are really the embodiment of Xin Xiao's will, your appearance here also means that my surrender is meaningful to you. You need me to help you out of trouble. Think about it the other way around. As long as I insist on fighting you, I can prevent your return. Kanya has also noticed that something is wrong with me. I just need to inform them of your appearance, and the Federation will prevent you from escaping. Shi Xiao said calmly. So this is what you think? Go against the world's strongest 5th level ability user, and then pray that you can survive. Then can you explain how you can do what other 5th level ability users can't do? You can choose to refuse to accept the facts, but can you really continue to live after I come out? Wang Yang's brain is running at an unprecedented speed. Of course, you are just my illusion. I know very well what kind of person the real Shi Xiao is. She will not retaliate against us, not only because she is not as petty as us bad guys, but also because she cares more about the future than she does now. You are not her at all, and you don't understand her. You are not even me, but my fear. Xin Xiao said with a smile. So that's it. You always thought I was a lunatic, but now you suddenly understand that I will not retaliate against you. Since you think so, you might as well think from another angle. I will kill you as soon as I come out. Do you know why? Because I am a prophet. Of course, I will not kill you because I hate you. You know I don't care about these, but I think you have been with us for such a long time, and have learned some of my way of looking at things, otherwise you would not have heard the next sentence. Xin Xiao will kill you, just because you don't accept my proposal now. The reason she will do this is because of our conversation at this moment. This is how she looks at time. Wang Yang can understand the meaning of his hallucination, because he knows that Xin Xiao is a prophet, so he knows that Xin Xiao may indeed take action because he does not accept the proposal of the hallucination now, although according to the logic of normal people, no matter what she did at that time, it would not affect the present. But this is not the way Xin Xiao thinks. The past is meaningful to her, because time is relative to Xin Xiao, and the so-called past can also be the present relative to the future. She won't succeed? Wang Yang said, the Federation will protect me. They gave me a promise when they betrayed you, and you are just my illusion, not the real Shen Shao prophecy. Shen Shao behind him laughed out loud. This is what you can't accept the most. You are still saying that I am an illusion. Haven't you thought about why I found you? Don't you realize something very interesting? It is because you are resentful spirits that I can get into your brain when my power is completely suppressed. I brought you by my side, just so that you will fall into frenzy because of fear at this moment, and I think you actually understand why I do this. Because only in this way can I place my own undercover agents in the Federation. When you betray me, the Federation will use various methods to test your determination. If you really follow me, you will never be able to gain the Federation's trust. I am a winner in all battles. Do you know what this means? Wang Yang, I have never lost. The boy paused, and then the hand on his shoulder finally disappeared. He couldn't tell whether this was a prophecy or an illusion. With his fear of Shen Shao and the characteristics of the vengeful spirit, it was actually quite normal to have this degree of illusion. Shen Shao might not be able to predict such a far place. But is this a prophecy or an illusion? Does it really matter? Chapter 358. Inside the advisory department, Ma En raised his hand and knocked on the door. Not long after the last discussion, he received a message from Tang Xuewan again, saying that Kenya had arranged a meeting with Shen Shao for him. This also shows that the Federation has no wariness about his meeting with Shen Shao. But he is still looking forward to this real meeting with Shen Shao, not only because he hopes to get some guidance on the conspiracy of the two gods, but also because Ma En is not sure whether Shen Shao knows about his relationship with her. Although it seems a bit strange to say this, Shen Shao may not know what he did at all. Just like the Chinese character she left in the Titan ruins at that time, Shen Shao may not understand the meaning of what she said to Xu Yun. And as for the conversation with the help of Hong Yuan's reality distortion power, it is impossible for her to know. So Ma En felt that it was necessary to meet with Shen Shao to avoid some embarrassing situations. But in fact, even if Shen Shao really didn't know anything, he didn't need to care. Because this also means that she doesn't need to know at all. Click. Kanaya opened the door and looked at Mon, who was standing outside with an expressionless face. Are you ready? Mon followed her into the door, of course. Behind the door was a particularly empty room. The layout looked no different from other rooms in the advisory department, but there were no extra family members or decorations inside. Kanaya closed the door casually. Very good, then we will start to go to the reality distortion prison. After she said this, the air around her suddenly became dull. So you and I are going to meet Shen Shao? Ma En asked curiously. Kenya said, yes, but it doesn't mean that we are the only ones present. The Federation will have special senior members to observe our meeting with her, and this meeting will also be recorded for experts to study repeatedly, but these are not what we want to think about. Rather than worrying about these, we might as well discuss more practical issues. It just so happens that I have always wanted to ask you something. Ma En continued with a curious look. What? Kenya asked seriously. I heard that you once fought with a reality twister named Hong Yuan and killed him head-on. Ma En nodded. Yes, so you want to ask about reality twisters? This was not unexpected. After all, the young researcher opposite was in charge of the field of reality twisters. Kanayu admitted, well, living reality twisters are the research materials we dream of, so I also want to ask. Are you sure you killed Hong Yuan? This sentence sounds like questioning Ma En at first, but combined with Kanya's previous sentence, it is easy to understand that she actually asked this question only because as a researcher in this field, she has a strong demand for resources such as reality twisters. At least that's how she acted. And then she seemed to notice the problem with her wording and immediately added, I don't think you are lying, but based on my professional knowledge, it is difficult for a person of the same level to easily kill a dangerous creature like a reality twister alone, and you are likely to make a wrong judgment. So you may think you really killed him, but this creature may just escape in a way you can't understand, just like the death of the destined returner cannot be understood with normal concepts. Even if you really succeed in killing him, it may not be possible to completely disintegrate his power. I think you must have heard about the origin of hell. Maybe Hong Yuan will leave something after his death. At this point, Kanya's eyes were rarely more hopeful, and her tone was unprecedentedly enthusiastic. She looked like a fanatical researcher of reality distortion. Ma En replied, no, I'm sure he must be dead. It was a difficult battle. I don't know if you have any experience in abnormal battles, but I think it has reached that level, and if he can survive, he must have tried to retaliate against me a long time ago. Kenya was a little skeptical about his last sentence. Are you sure that it is not worth it for him to retaliate against you again? Unless he is a fool, he should not do so. Ma En smiled and said, believe me, He is such a fool. Hong Yuan is a reality distortion. He has never encountered setbacks before meeting me. Strong power does not mean an equally strong mind. After resurrecting, Hong Yuan did choose to take revenge on Ma En, which is why he was killed twice. As for whether Hong Yuan was dead or not, Ma En did not lie. He was sure that Hong Yuan was dead, as he said, because all the remaining power of him as a reality twister was forged into a drop of blood by the past Shen Shao. And Hong Yuan himself did not have any reality twister power. He had to change reality by plundering other people with abilities. That was why when the power of Shen Shao in his body encountered Shen Shao's past, he no longer had any resistance. Okay. Kanya lost for a few seconds, and then quickly returned to her cold expression. It's a bit unrealistic to expect him to still be alive. It seems that Maine has no obvious signs of lying. There is nothing strange in his expression and tone, which is not difficult for abnormal ability users, but apart from that, there is no flaw in the words he said, which is not so easy for ability users. This means that at least Maine thinks that what he said is true, but although he does not know enough about abnormal combat, Maine will not know how deeply he knows about reality twisters, so Hong Yuan may still be alive. But at least, this conversation proves that it is impossible for Maine to collude with Hong Yuan to fake a false death. This is good news for the Federation. Kanya did not get caught up in the emotion of losing precious materials, and then took the opportunity to collect information about reality twisters from Mon. Can you tell me how you killed him, if you don't mind? Mon seemed to answer sincerely. Of course, it was mainly luck, and secondly my telepathic ability. This was obviously not the answer Kanya expected, but she did not ask further. If you have any more news about reality twisters. Kanya also seemed to say sincerely, you can come to me at any time, and I will give you a reward corresponding to the value of the knowledge. Mon also took the opportunity to ask curiously, are you short of reality twister resources now? Kanya replied, of course, the reality twisters we have are only those you see. Although Shishao can cooperate with us in research now, because of her special state, we can't conduct too in-depth research, otherwise there will be a risk of her escaping. And I can't study the subject I'm interested in. He then asked, what do you want to study? Kanaya showed an embarrassment, and then after thinking for a few seconds, she slowly said, my research direction is quite complicated, but I'm afraid you can't understand what I'm studying. Unless you receive at least 3 years of professional training, I can explain to you my current main research content. Obviously, what Kanya meant by this sentence was that he couldn't understand it at all. It is also possible that she was tactfully rejecting Ma-en's inquiry, but the former is more likely and more in line with Ma-en's impression of her. Seeing this, he changed the subject and asked, you don't seem to mention Alice. As far as I know, she is also a reality twister, isn't she? This is what Ma-e wanted to ask. He was quite curious about Alice, the second reality twister belonging to the Federation, and in fact, understanding her situation might also be of great help to him. Alice was trapped by her reality twisting ability and mental problems, which means that mentally normal people may use her ability, and if there is no obstruction from the reality twisting power, she may also receive treatment. Kanaya frowned slightly. The answer to this question is also very complicated. Although this matter is not officially classified as a secret, they are very taboo to discuss it publicly, but you just answered my question. Ma-en immediately said, if it is not convenient to talk about it, forget it, I am just chatting casually. Kanaya shook her head slightly. It's okay, I don't care about these, and I am one of the few federal members who are suitable to talk about this matter. Let's put it this way. Alice is indeed not suitable for research now. Now she is basically a mascot in the Federation. If she hadn't encountered the last confrontation with Atlantis, she would not have had any chance to fight. But this is precisely because of our research on her. Ma-en was stunned. What do you mean? Kanaya said calmly. Any reality twister is our precious research material. We can't put her aside at all. In fact, we started researching her when we just found her, and the person who led this project was the most outstanding scholar in this field in the Institute at that time. That is my teacher Gulen. Ma-en blinked. So you also witnessed the research on Alice? She nodded. I was highly involved in the research on her in the middle and late stages, but I was not there at the beginning, so there were many crucial things that I was actually unaware of, which was actually a good thing for me. Because all the members of the early research team, including my teacher, were marked as dead in the official database. No one could escape by luck. They all died in the same accident. Ma-en had a vague feeling. What happened? Kanaya said calmly. Gulen is a real genius. I expect to become a member of the academy before I am 40 years old, but I don't think I will have the chance to touch his heels in this life. Only such a proud genius could come up with such an incredible and crazy plan. When I joined the team, they had already achieved a lot with Alice, and their main plan at the time was to research the power of the girl's body and reshape it in a way that could be used by the Federation. They wanted to use Alice as raw material to make a powerful weapon. My teacher took out a detailed theory to let them know that he had a way to transfer and reuse the power of the reality benders, and studied day and night how to transfer the reality bending power from the cooperative girl. Although you may think that we are a bit evil, in fact, everything up to this point is acceptable. We did let the little girl stay in the Federation and use her for various research, but we did not abuse or hurt her. She was actually quite happy at the time. As a young reality bender with such terrifying potential, she actually lived a pretty good life, and she didn't have to intrigue or participate in bloody battles. This was not entirely out of kindness, but because we didn't want to stimulate the reality bender. In fact, many researchers at that time liked this lovable girl very much, and many of them became friends with her. Although most of them did not live to this day, the girl was actually very happy at that time. By the way, Alice did not go crazy at that time. Ma's heart sank slightly. Until that accident? Kanya also nodded slightly slowly. Yes, an accident we had never thought of. At that time, we were full of confidence in her and the entire research plan. At the beginning, some researchers were worried that she would die in the process of transferring her abilities. But this worry soon disappeared because they also carried out research within the team to ensure that she could survive, and everything went very smoothly. But as I said, Gulen is a true genius, with an IQ comparable to that of Mr. Zhao, and his level in the field of reality distortion is unmatched. Even if I am given a few hundred years, I will never reach the level he reached when he was 30 years old, and I am confident that I will become a scholar second only to him. That is why no one thought that his theory would be wrong, or no one thought that those perfect words were actually fake. Ma looked at her and asked, "What happened?" Kanya said in a cold voice, "He deceived researchers from all over the Federation and lied in the field he is best at that could not be dismantled. He never found a way to transfer the power of reality distortion. From the beginning to the end, he found that he was just borrowing the power of reality twisters. His original purpose was to borrow the power from Alice, and he defrauded a huge amount of resources from the Federation for this. The worst thing is that although we claim that it was a failed accident, in fact he did succeed. He concentrated most of the girl's power on himself, becoming a secondary reality distortion entity attached to Alice, wreaking havoc in this crazy world freely, and the Federation has no way to deal with him. So I advise you to stay away from Alice, because if you are not careful, you will provoke a 5th-level reality distortion entity." Click. "Let's go!" Kanya looked at the door, as if nothing had been said. "We are here." Chapter 359. When Mon raised his leg and stepped out of the door, he felt his body begin to become heavy, but the paradox and weirdness was that this heaviness was very light, and almost disappeared in the next moment. Then, he immediately tried to call the Control Bureau's panel, and as he expected, the Control Bureau did not respond. After all, he walked into the reality-stable prison. But Ma-En was immediately a little surprised, because the abnormal ability he had already used did not seem to be lifted. He originally thought that the ability used by the Control Bureau would also be suppressed by the prison, but the fact is that they are still working normally. This is unexpected good news. "Just follow me forward," Kanya said in a normal voice. "The channel will be automatically checked as we move forward." "Okay," he replied briefly. In fact, there was a small risk for Ma Lei to meet Shen Xiao, that is, he might be exposed as a reality twister, but he was not too worried about this possibility, because Hong Yuan did not recognize him as a reality twister at that time, and it seemed that even Shen Xiao did not have a special affirmation when he spoke at that time. Secondly, if this was really possible, then Shen Xiao should have mentioned this when guiding him to join the Federation. After all, it was obvious that he was cooperating with the Federation in a place where she could see it. And even if the Federation really had a way to detect that he was a reality twister, it might not be a bad thing. After all, being a reality twister did not mean that he had to save Shen Xiao, and even if the Federation knew it, it would only work harder to win him over. So even if there was a slight possibility of being exposed, this risk was far from enough to make him miss the opportunity to meet Shen Xiao. They spent more than 10 minutes walking through the long corridor, passing through dozens of doors, and finally arrived at the last door smoothly. When Kanaya pushed open the door, what appeared in front of Ma-En was a courtyard that looked quite warm and harmonious, and a rather luxurious single-family villa standing more than 10 meters away, and a vast activity space of at least several square kilometers could be seen behind the courtyard. "Do you want me to accompany you in, or go and talk to her alone?" Kanaya suddenly stopped and asked. Ma-En said with some doubts. Didn't the Federation ask you to come just to watch me? Kanaya said, there are at least 3-digit members of the Federation monitoring this conversation now. I am here just to provide you with support. After all, I am a professional studying Shinshao, but if you think you can complete the task alone, I can also let you try first. Although it is just a superficial illusion, I think your being alone can make Shinshao let down his guard a little bit. Of course, I will go in immediately if there is any problem. Ma-en nodded. If you don't mind, I want to go in by myself. I think this is more likely to achieve your goal, and if possible, I really want to be alone with her. Kanaya nodded. Then I leave it to you. If necessary, I will break in by myself. Ma-en walked to the door, with a slightly uneasy mood, and then the main door opened directly remotely, and he immediately stretched out his hand to open the door, and walked into Shinxiao's current residence, and then walked a few steps to the luxuriously decorated living room on the first floor. Shinxiao was sitting on a solid wood bench that looked quite expensive. There was a coffee table in front of the long table, a small refrigerator on the left, and an unfinished Go game on the right. Finally, there were a few books scattered in the corner of the table. I didn't expect it to be you. Shinxiao said with a very kind and gentle look. Sit down. Do you want something to drink? The scene in front of him was not what Ma-en expected, but it seemed to be reasonable. After he sat down as Shinxiao invited him to, he came back to his senses, and looked at the extraordinary and most powerful human ability user in front of him. This was the first time he saw the real Shinxiao. She was a very beautiful woman. Among the people he had met, only a few had a level of beauty similar to Shinxiao, but in fact, Ma-en didn't even pay much attention to her appearance. Because after feeling her extraordinary temperament, he would naturally ignore her appearance. Even the temperament of the moon goddess incarnation, that was so beautiful in his dream, seemed extremely mediocre in front of her. Just sitting opposite her, Ma-en felt like he was looking at the unreachable mountains. But surprisingly, he did not feel any oppression or boredom, but a natural tranquility rose in his heart. Shinxiao. He slowly uttered these 2 words of great significance. Shinxiao smiled and joked. Don't be so reserved. There is no difference between you and me. We both have the same nose and 2 eyes. Ma-en answered honestly. I think I may not be ready to see you. Shinxiao said gently. I didn't expect it would be you who came to see me, but in fact, it seems that it should be you when I think about it carefully. In fact, this is my fault. I didn't expect Shinlan to encounter such a thing, just after recruiting you into the Salvation Alliance. Sorry. Ma-en replied. Nothing, we didn't know it would turn out this way. Shinxiao said with a smile. You may have some truth in saying this to others, but I am Shinxiao, I should have expected it, but it doesn't matter, now you seem to be doing well, I hope I haven't caused you any irreparable losses. Ma-en said. No, I am honored to join the Salvation Alliance, if there is anything to regret. He paused at this point, and then said, in fact, we still failed to successfully defeat the Federation. Although I have joined them now, I have actually fought hard, and I almost thought I had a chance to win, but in the face of such an unrivaled force, we can't actually decide our own victory or defeat. I'm sorry, I failed your expectations. At first glance, it sounds like Ma-en feels guilty about his behavior, and is worried that Shinxiao will feel that he has betrayed her, so he explains his true feelings to Shinxiao in advance. But in fact, what he is really talking about is the conspiracy of the 2 gods. Shinxiao comforted him softly. If I could win at that time, I could stop these things, but since the Federation and their allies plan to deal with me is perfect enough to succeed, and they are strong enough to defeat me, I will naturally be defeated. The strong will win, and the weak will lose. This is the reality. You are not as strong as the Federation, so you can't beat them. Ma-en asked in confusion. If that's the case, shouldn't we have resisted at that time? Should we just accept defeat? Have I failed? Shinxiao replied. Of course not. Your resistance is definitely meaningful, because it is not just you who are fighting against the Federation, there are also many camps that I may not have thought of. And you are not like me who can see the result in advance. It is not that the Federation is strong that they won, but that they are strong because they won. At this point, she continued to comfort. But don't care too much about this result, you have done a good job. But since we can't change the reality, we have to slowly learn to accept failure. The reality is not a fairy tale, we will all lose, and there is no one in this world who can always win. Look, didn't I lose? If you replace the subject and object, and understand Shinxiao's words according to the conspiracy of the 2 gods, she seems to mean to agree and admit that Ma-en failed in dealing with the conspiracy of the 2 gods, and she is still comforting him that it is normal to fail because the opponent is too strong. At the same time, she seems to be saying that Ma-en doesn't need to care too much, because there are far more people fighting than just him, There are many other individuals or forces that she herself did not expect, and whether he can fully predict it is not that important. What percentage of all people can complete the possibility is more important. And I have never lost. It is not that Xin Zhao's prophecy is so strong that it is invincible, but my previous opponents just happen to be not as strong as him. Just as Xin Zhao said, the one who wins is the strong one. This is actually different from what Ma En expected. Although he is not particularly optimistic, he still feels deep in his heart that Xin Zhao will give a sudden way to save and solve the conspiracy of the two gods during this meeting. But she said, you have to learn to accept failure. This made Ma En feel like his expectations were dashed, but at the same time, it also made him feel that it was reasonable. Because this was normal. If every prophecy left by Xin Zhao in the past could be perfectly realized, and could be completely concealed from the Federation, then she shouldn't have stayed here, and shouldn't have lost in that battle. You have to know that these prophecies correspond to her fate after being imprisoned. If all of them can be realized, it means that the Federation's method of shielding her prophetic ability has not worked, so there is a high possibility that she lost for some unknown reason. In this case, Xin Zhao's purpose has added a little bit of unknown unknowns. At the same time, if this situation is true, it also means that Xin Zhao is an excellent actor, but in general, this is not something to worry about. Because even if Xin Zhao has other plots, there is a high possibility that it is for saving the world or other good things. The real problem is the reason why she wants to do this, because if she is really that strong, there is no need to risk coming here. That is to say, if that situation is true, it must mean that there is a reason why she has to do this. But now all this is meaningless, because the success of the double god conspiracy has proved that she is not omnipotent. These thoughts flashed through Marn's mind, and the next moment he naturally showed a guilty look. You are right. In fact, before stepping into this place, I have completely accepted our failure in front of the Federation. Noble ideals will not win, only strong enough noble ideals will, but even you are still not strong enough. But maybe I am a little afraid that you will be disappointed in us, so when I saw you, I suddenly cared about this matter again. Xin Zhao said in a very gentle manner, of course you don't have to feel guilty. When I agreed to the Federation to dissolve the Salvation Alliance in exchange for a ceasefire, you no longer have any responsibilities that do not belong to you. The rest are all matters between me and the Federation. Maybe there will be some troublemakers who will cause trouble. But this is no longer your war. Ma En paused, and then finally got to the point. This time, I am here on behalf of the Federation. Xin Zhao nodded. I know, as I said, your war is over. You are free to do whatever you want now. This sentence seems to completely expose the reason why Ma En just said so much because he joined the Federation, and Xin Zhao also gently expressed his understanding of his doing so, comforting him that he does not need to feel guilty about it. At least in the eyes of the experts of the Federation, the situation is somewhat like this. Ma En took this step with difficulty. They want me to tell you that the destruction of Atlantis is real. They have shown me that scene. I am 90% sure that Atlantis was destroyed as they said, and there are sea creatures everywhere. Xin Zhao frowned slightly. The sea creatures are a difficult group for me, but I didn't worry about them in the past, because it would take hundreds of years for these creatures to pose a sufficient threat. I didn't expect them to become the source of doomsday now. If this is true, then it should not be a conspiracy of the Federation, but there must be some force secretly intervening, and the Federation told me that the mastermind behind it is the Sun God. Do you think their speculation is correct? Ma En nodded. He was indeed involved in the Atlantis incident some time ago. If you ask me, I think what they said is right, but I am only a 4th level ability user, and my thoughts are actually meaningless. No, you are not just a 4th level ability user. Xin Zhao said sincerely. You are also a member of the Salvation Alliance, who persisted to the end. Ma En showed a guilty expression. I was actually very worried that my information would mislead you, but I finally convinced myself to believe in your judgment. Okay. Since my work has been completed, it's time to leave. So as not to arouse the suspicion of the Federation. Xin Zhao looked at him with understanding and said, goodbye. He also replied, goodbye. Ma En stood up and turned to leave Xin Zhao's house. Kanaya outside the door asked curiously, how is it? Ma En replied calmly, very smooth. She nodded. Then let's go. He followed Kanya back into the passage without any regrets. Xin Zhao admitted that the Sun God had defeated her prophecy, and failed to provide a solution to the conspiracy of the two gods. This result was a little beyond Main's expectations, but it was also reasonable. After all, he and his present Shishao were in the reality-stable prison, and the one who provided the prophecy was also the past Shishao, so now he can start his own plan. Chapter 360. Kania and Main returned to the teleportation room. But you still agreed to convey the message for us? Kenya suddenly asked. Maine showed an expression that he had not yet reacted. What? Kenya said, you were obviously a little guilty when you met her, and you were beating around the bush when you spoke. It took you a long time to dare to speak the truth. Since you don't agree with what you did in your heart, why did you convey this message for us? Maine replied, no, I actually know what is right, so I accepted your proposal and came here. But knowing right and wrong does not mean you can firmly believe it. If you were me, you would also question your own ideas when standing in front of Shishao. After all, we can clearly see that she represents the right. I see. Kenya nodded. What you said does make sense. This answer is consistent with her and other experts' analysis, and it is also what Ma-en can say, without any obvious flaws. Based on Ma-en's information, if he was so nervous and restrained when talking to others, she and other experts would probably start to suspect whether he had any problems. But this time he was talking to Shishao. If he really acted very relaxed, they would suspect Ma-en. Of course, no matter how he behaved, it could be said that there were doubts, and this actually had nothing to do with Ma-en, mainly because the person he was talking to was Shishao. Ma-en sighed. In fact, I have thought about many scenes of seeing her, but I didn't think it would be so plain. Even the former Shishao Walker looked so ordinary in the prison you built. The Federation is really powerful. Kanaya reminded, don't be fooled by her performance. In fact, she was so gentle when she met you. When she confronted our negotiator, she was still the seemingly invincible Shishao Walker. In fact, she was the same to those with abilities below level 5 before she was imprisoned. If you are not a level 5 ability user, it is difficult to really perceive her real oppression. Ma-en nodded slightly and said, this sounds reasonable. They should be more likely to feel the danger of Shishao, and Shinxiao's strength has a completely different meaning to them than to us. That's why I am more aware of your strength. Just like Shishao just told me, the winner is the strong one. Ma-en's words meant to reassure Kanaya and the Federation. He knew very well what the reality was like. Kanaya nodded, you have done a good job. In fact, if you follow my advice, you can go back to the backstage and stay with them, waiting for me to bring you information and questions for your reference at any time. If everything goes well, you can leave this job in a while. You will also be able to enter the advisory group responsible for Shishao and the Salvation Alliance smoothly, and get a good position with this achievement. But unfortunately, what I said doesn't count. Tang Xuelwan wants you to go with us for formal negotiations. And the worst thing is that she can indeed arrange you in. Ma-en showed a puzzled look. Do you think this is bad? Kanya showed an approving look, as if Ma-en was a student who answered the question correctly. That's right, because you can't convince Shishao at all. To be honest, Tang Xuelwan overestimates your ability. Ma-en said calmly, but it doesn't seem to be a bad thing for the Federation to give it a try. Kanya analyzed rationally. I didn't say there was anything wrong with this for the Federation. It's just a waste of effort for us. This is a suggestion for you. Doing this will not bring you any positive benefits, but will only make you leave a bad impression on others. If you can do it, you will get a huge reward, but if you make a mistake, it will also leave a bad impression on others. Not everyone can objectively judge the difficulty of your task. Most members of the Federation are only professional in their fields, and they are full of prejudice and misunderstandings about things they don't understand. Of course, the benefits of success are far greater than the negative impact of failure. But no matter how high the reward is, multiplied by 0, it is still 0. After listening to her suggestion, Ma-en nodded and expressed his gratitude politely. Thank you for your advice, but I don't really care what federal politicians think of me, and this is more of the Shu family's intention. Even if I really don't think I should participate in the negotiations, I won't try to change their minds. Kanaya seemed to frown slightly because of Ma-en's stubbornness. I said this may have a bad impact on you. Not only that they may look down on you, this can be slowly reversed as long as you work in the advisory department for a while. The more serious problem is that your dialogue with Shishao has not produced any results. So they may suspect that you actually have something dirty with Shishao, and you have such a sensitive identity. Of course, we professionals can understand that this is impossible, but you also have to understand that federal politicians are not us, and you can't ask them to understand these things, otherwise they will be responsible for our current work. If you really convince Shishao, they may not think so, but when you don't do anything, they will start to have wild thoughts, unlike those of us who know the situation, and know that you will definitely not have any problems. Ma-en still explained to her quite gently, what you said makes sense, but things may actually be a little more complicated than you think. The point is not what I want to do, but what the Shu family and Tang Xuelwan want me to do. They want me to try. The point is that they want me to try. Kanaya still insisted, I know, but their decision was made based on wrong judgments. They can't get a satisfactory answer, so I think you should talk to Tang Xuo1 about this matter again. I don't know what you want, but you have to realize that they are politicians. If they don't get what they want, they won't reflect that it's their own problem, but will only blame you for the mistake. I said they are not professionals. So you can't trust them either. I don't think you are that kind of fool. Ma Yin still replied peacefully, you are right, but I have my own reasons. I didn't join the Federation because I had nothing to do. Kanaya then pressed, so this is why you want to betray Shishao. Ma Yin seemed to be a little impatient and said, I have my own reasons. And now there is no betrayal. Kanaya seemed to have finally given up, shook her head slightly, and said with some disappointment, okay, if you insist, I won't say anything. There was still nothing unusual. Even though she showed an arrogant attitude, continuously threw slightly questioning questions to Ma Yin, and claimed that he was openly betraying Shen Shao by doing this, and also mentioned that he had ulterior motives for wanting to see Shen Shao, and linked it to his doomed negotiations. But Ma Yin's reaction did not appear because of the oppression between her attitude and words, and it also perfectly matched the information that the Federation and the Shu family would jointly organize and hand over to her. It seems that the reason why he joined the Federation is indeed consistent with their judgment. Ma Yin doesn't care much about the Federation and politicians. Although he still has a little conscience as a member of the Salvation Alliance in the past, he is indeed more unscrupulous than his companions. And it seems that he has encountered some difficulties recently, as the Shu family said, which is why he agreed to Tang Xuowan's recruitment, because he does have a very high demand for the 5th level anti-psychic metal, and this also perfectly corresponds to the guilt he showed. When she mentioned betraying Shen Shao, Ma Yin finally showed his impatience, which showed that he was somewhat unwilling to accept it. At least it was not what he wanted to do, but he had to do it for some unavoidable reasons, and it also well explained his reaction when he met Shen Shao. He passed the test. Ma Yin didn't know that in addition to leading this team, she also had a job, which was to make sure that Ma Yin had no problems for the Federation and the Shu family. Now that he didn't look like an undercover who had sneaked into the Federation and wanted to secretly approach Shen Shao, they could rest assured. As for the so-called problems she just mentioned, in fact, she also seriously exaggerated the impact that these so-called problems might bring, and did not correctly evaluate the efficiency and ability of the Shu family to solve these problems. These problems will not really affect Ma Yin's acquisition of anti-psychic metal. If his purpose of cooperating with the Shu family is this, he will not care about the cost she mentioned at all, because it is not important for him to complete it in theory. Only when he has other purposes will he pay special attention to these things. This passage will also be transmitted back to other departments of the Federation. After combining this passage with his conversation with Shen Shao, they will soon come to the conclusion that Ma Yin has no problems. It seems that they will have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. We are here. Kanaya broke the silence, and then looked outside the door and said, Tang Xuowan may have been waiting for you. After that, she pushed forward and opened the door. Tang Xuowan was standing outside the door as she said. And the moment she saw Ma Yin, she showed a warm smile on her face. I heard that your work ended smoothly. This is not the only news she received. Ma Yin nodded. This is not a difficult challenge. Just a few words to her. The cost of this matter is not in the process. Tang Xuowan nodded, then looked at Kanaya and said, Then Ma Yin and I will leave first, if you need us at any time. After saying this, Tang Xuowan simply greeted her, turned around and led Ma Yin out. After pulling away from her, she immediately said, Since you have completed this task, we can also talk about business. I have talked to other departments of the Federation and reached very good conditions with them. The whole process went much more smoothly than we expected. The politicians of the Federation did not give us any obstacles. This is probably because your achievements in the past period are still vivid in their minds, which is enough to convince them to trust your ability. At the same time, the new leadership of the advisory department is also quite easy to talk to. I heard that Taoist Xiaoyao even said a few good words to him. It can be imagined that the conditions Shadow reached with him at the time should be very good, and even made him have some good feelings towards you. In short, we are ready to arrange you into the formal negotiation process with Shen Shao. As long as you can make her accept our information collection equipment, the Shu family can guarantee to get you the 5th level anti-psychic metal. And if you can make her accept the new source of power, then the Federation, and we can give you precious things that are several times the value of the 5th level anti-psychic metal. If you find a way to advance to the 5th level, we can also directly get you the resources. But the second one is unlikely to come true. We only expect you to complete the first task. Although the former is not easy, you still have a high chance of success, Because if Xiao has really decided to accept our monitoring of her information, then she is likely to give in to you. Because she may be willing to give the credit to her former colleagues. And although this is because we have given enough conditions, and can win the negotiation, it does not mean that it is meaningless for you to get this opportunity, because giving this reward to you can also be regarded as one of our conditions. This is something only you can do. In fact, Ma En's position in this matter is not a negotiator, but a bargaining chip that the Federation put on the table for negotiation with Xiao. Ma En nodded. Before accepting this proposal, I want to see the detailed plan for Xiao to fight in Atlantis after you succeed. He did not ask for specific negotiation conditions, which was not something that needed to be kept secret, and in fact, it was not particularly strange for Ma En to ask for this. For him, this could be a driving force for negotiation. Tang Xuowan nodded and replied, "Of course, but this is not actually our plan, but what Xiao is going to do, and some of the specific details may be slightly abstract, because we can't describe the content in words or anything else. Both parties in this plan are powerful creatures that are difficult to predict and describe." Ma En nodded. "As long as there are no problems, it's fine." In fact, after knowing the sinking of Atlantis, Ma En's most important goal is no longer anti-psychic metal, but he still wants to be deeply involved in this matter, because it is also closely related to his new plan. He needs to know when Xiao will enter the deep sea, and what the scene will be like at that time, because he is planning to obtain the lost 5th level weapon Sea Covering Scepter. Chapter 361. In the Abnormal Control Bureau, Ma En was sitting at the table flipping through the information in his hand. Tang Xuowan passed on Xiao's battle plan to him as she said. According to the information and estimates obtained by the Federation in the early days, the sea creatures have now begun to spread outward with Atlantis as the original location, but the images sent by the Federation's spy equipment before being destroyed showed that the 3 strongest sea creatures seem to use the ruins of the city as their nest. So after entering the seabed, Xiao must first drive the sea creatures wandering in Atlantis and the surrounding seas to the deep trench that they came from, and then use the defense line established by the Atlanteans to block the sea creatures in it, and then stay in it to appease and suppress these restless and dangerous creatures through the power of prophecy. If the plan stops here, then Ma En can just wait until Xiao drives those sea creatures into the deep trench and then go over to pick up the spoils. But obviously the Federation cannot give up this opportunity. Although Atlantis has collapsed, there must be many treasures that are extremely valuable to the Federation and any forces. The Sea Covering Scepter is one of them. The Federation, which can determine when these creatures will be driven away, is the most suitable force to plunder this relic. These things can be said to be meat on their lips. They will not give this perfect opportunity to other forces, and will definitely take action at the first time. In other words, if he wants to obtain the Sea Covering Scepter, a 5th level weapon, he must take action before the Federation sets off. Fortunately, neither the Federation nor other forces can approach Atlantis before Xiao arrives. This is not only because the place itself is dangerous, but also because the contact with the sea creatures now is likely to strengthen them, and may cause irreversible damage to the world. The current situation should be enough for the 2 gods. So if he wants to obtain the Sea Covering Scepter, he must follow Ellie to the treasure house of Atlantis, when Xiao has just arrived in Atlantis, and the Federation has not yet set off, and then quickly obtain the goal. This also means that he must figure out these time nodes, which is why Ma En continued to conduct formal negotiations. He has to go deep into the process of the whole thing. As for the negotiation itself, unless Xiao decides to accept one of the conditions, Ma En does not intend to persuade her to do anything, and he only intends to go through the motions in the negotiation field, because he does not have to risk saying anything to Xiao in order to make her cooperate with his plan. When Xiao arrives in Atlantis, she will naturally know what to do. If he could successfully contain this 5th level entity, then he and the Abnormal Control Bureau would have taken the most critical and difficult first step. No matter how strong or weak the Sea Covering Scepter is, it has the power of the 5th level. According to Martin's speculation, although the combat power of this thing on the seabed may not be very strong, it will at least not be very weak. At least in some scenarios, it has the opportunity to kill abnormal ability users of the same level. And he actually already has the idea of creating this scenario. That is, he can get the 5th level anti-psychic metal from the Federation. If these 2 5th level entities can be combined, plus a little strategy and luck, then maybe he will have the opportunity to contain some 5th level psychic entities. If he could kill a 5th level telepath, then he, who has multiple 5th level abilities, could then plant other 5th level abnormal entities or items, so that he would have a chance to occupy a place at this level. Although there are still many difficulties, this is a very reasonable and feasible plan. And obtaining the Sea Covering Scepter is his first step. Click. The door of the office was pushed open, and the visitor closed the door again after entering to ensure that their conversation would not leak out, and then looked up at Ma In. Qinlan said, "You met my sister?" Ma In nodded. "Yes, I met Shen Xiao." She asked anxiously and nervously. How is it?" Ma In replied, "The Federation treats her well in life, and her mental state seems to be very good, even a little more imposing than the last time I saw her, but it may also be because I really came to her this time. And we actually talked a few words secretly. She is still very motivated. You don't have to worry about her situation." Qinlan breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. As long as she is still motivated, I don't have to worry about her." In fact, most people would not worry about their sister like Qinlan. In fact, Ma En even thought that someone who knew Qinlan like she did should have more confidence in Shen Xiao than they did, but it seemed that her care for Shen Xiao overcame this understanding. Ma En then asked, "Do you think she can regain her freedom?" Qinlan lowered her head in disappointment. "No, although I have confidence in her, because I know how strong my sister is better than them. But as a member of the Federation family, I also know how difficult it is to deal with the Federation itself. It is the entity that can defeat my sister. If our grandfather were still alive, we would still be able to reach a balance with it, but now we have torn our faces apart. If she wants to regain her freedom by herself, it will still be difficult. At least this will not be an opportunity for her. But if we can continue to implement her prophecy, perhaps new opportunities will be created in the near future. You and the Abnormal Control Bureau behind you have a strong force that can compete with the Federation, so what does she want us to do?" Ma In replied, "That's the problem." She didn't give us an answer. Qinlan was stunned, but this news was not particularly unexpected to her. After all, she was under the surveillance of the Federation, and the initiator of this conspiracy was also a very dangerous and powerful creature. "Then what should we do?" she asked in confusion. Ma In replied, "She didn't tell me what to do specifically, but she told me not to care about her. So I have a new plan, which is to obtain the powerful weapons buried in the ruins of the city through the Atlantean we just rescued, and that's why. I need you to prepare a temporary exploration team including me during the time I cooperate with the Federation. All members need to be able to survive and fight in the deep sea, and you also need to prepare Ellie separately to be able to survive there until we teleport. At the same time, I need you to communicate this plan with Ellie. In return, we will go to the underwater prison to see her father. Can you handle these?" Qinlan said firmly, "Of course." Chapter 362. In a federal building. After a few days of waiting, the Federation, which had completed other processes, had also completed the first round of formal negotiations, and it was unsuccessful. Tang Xuowan also arranged Ma In to the second round of negotiations on behalf of the Shu family, which was why they were here at the moment. Tang Xuowan led Ma In forward in the building. "We are going to meet the other negotiators now. They are composed of many members from different camps. The first is Xiao Guanwu, who you have also met. He will lead the entire negotiation on behalf of the Federation. Mr. Zhao is a top strongman, and he also knows more about Shishao than most of us. This is not to say that he knows something that we don't know, but that he can see more about the same information. It is not a simple matter to understand the ability of Shishao Walker, or even have an accurate judgment of it. Mr. Zhao, who has found a way to counter the prophecy, undoubtedly has a deep understanding of her ability that we cannot match. The next person is Mr. Shadow, who you are most familiar with. He will be an expert in the field of mind and psychology, and will represent the entire investigation department in this negotiation. In this capacity, he should not get along with you, because the investigation department itself and the advisory department are actually in conflict. The emergence of the advisory department is a provocation to their power, and the Federation obviously wants to use us to check and balance them. But I think we should not worry about Shadow, because as far as I know, you seem to have a good personal relationship with him, right?" Ma In did not deny. "We have had some contact, but I can't say for sure that we don't have to worry about him. After all, our so-called friendship may not be as important as the current conflict between the investigation department and the advisory department. If we don't consider that he solved Xu Yun's problem for Yingzi privately, then the situation may be true, but in fact, when Yingzi introduced Tang Xuowan and the reformists to him, he mentioned very vaguely that the advisory department and the investigation department were not in the same group. And although he said that Ma In could come to the investigation department at that time, he didn't really invite him seriously. In addition to the reason he said at that time that he couldn't provide enough resources, it was also because it was actually inappropriate. Yingzi knew that Ma In couldn't trust him deep down, and he couldn't trust Ma In either, not to mention that the investigation department led the pursuit and slaughter of the Salvation Alliance. If Ma En really joined Ningxi's team, he would probably be suspected and assassinated by his former companions. But you just said, we don't have to worry about him. Ma En said with some confusion. Who should I worry about? Tang Xuowen nodded. Yes, but don't worry. Compared with the problems you faced in the Salvation Alliance before, this is nothing. For example, the representative of the Institute, although Mr. Zhao is a member of the Institute, his identity is closer to the non-staff members such as the staff of the advisory department. In fact, there are many such fifth-level members in the Federation, and their existence is also the reason for the advisory department. And the real representative of the Institute is Kanya, whom you just met. Ma En blinked in confusion. I thought we got along well. Tang Xuowen nodded and said, yes, but the problem is that the Institute and our advisory department also have conflicts. To be precise, the advisory department itself was established by the Rongbang faction represented by our Shu family, and the Institute has been closer to the members of the New Liberal faction in recent years. And the neoliberals and the Rongbang faction are in serious conflict within the Federation, so Kanya's situation looks somewhat similar to Shadow's and ours. But she and Shadow have two completely different points. First, she doesn't have the status of Shadow, and her own preferences cannot be put before her position. Secondly, she won't give you any special treatment just because she has worked with you for a while. Let's put it this way. Even if you have worked with Kanya for decades, I'm afraid she won't care about your life at all. This guy's indifference and arrogance are engraved in his bones. I always think that these research institutes are more selfish than politicians and businessmen combined. They are the bastards who really put their own interests together. It's just that most of the time their interests are not opposed to the majority like politicians and businessmen, and sometimes their actual selfish practices are also beneficial to you, so that you like these guys. But if you ask me, it's just good luck. You just happen to have similar interests, but you won't always be so lucky, especially when you are all inside the giant federation. I think you should have heard about her teacher. These researchers have no moral bottom line at all. Although Tang Xuowen cannot be regarded as a real federal politician, and only recently returned to the Federation with the help of her family, this statement was a bit strange when she said it, but Ma En, who had met Alice, had to admit that her words were not completely unreasonable. And the last few words were also Tang Xuowen's secret disclosure to Ma En that the conversation between him and Kanaya was not a secret. Tang Xuowen continued, but her potential threat to us is not that high among the remaining members. It's not that I think she is not as crazy as my teacher, but simply because she is the least powerful among these negotiating members. You also know the name of the next dangerous person, the Taoist Xiaoyao I mentioned to you last time. Ma En said with a strange look, I remember you said at that time that he might love me and my family. Tang Xuowen said, but it's just a possibility. In fact, he has no obvious hostility towards us, and as a member of the advisory department, he should actually stand in the same camp with us in theory, but I still have some concerns about him. Because in fact, the advisory department was established for guys like him and Mr. Zhao. Taoist Xiaoyao is quite dangerous and powerful, and he is not willing to accept the constraints of the Federation at all, not to mention that the Federation actually needs him. You can definitely think that the conditions we give him can be regarded as the most relaxed, and that is why Taoist Xiaoyao has officially joined us now, but in fact, he can still be regarded as a free ability person independent of us. And this means that he doesn't have to abide by our rules, and you have a grudge against him. Although Shadow went to him personally and reached a condition that might be quite good for him, it is hard for us to say whether he is really convinced. In fact, his behavior of helping us at that time made me feel even more weird. If he did nothing, I might not be nervous, but he suddenly spoke for us and made me worry whether he had ulterior motives. As far as I know, his personality is also very abnormal. We all think he is not a good person. So although there is no obvious problem, I still hope you will be wary of him. Chapter 363. Ma En asked curiously, but since Taoist Xiaoyao is such a dangerous character, why did you ask him to negotiate? Tang Xuowen replied, the reasons are very complicated, but there are two main reasons. First, the establishment of the advisory department is for high-level people like Taoist Xiaoyao and Mr. Zhao, who are not really affiliated with the Federation. Of course, you are also one of the targets of this plan. But Xiaoyao can be said to be one of the most valued people in the Federation among these people. Although his value cannot be compared with Mr. Zhao and our relationship is already quite good, and Taoist Xiaoyao is originally in a delicate relationship with us. That's why the Federation actually took the opportunity to contact him, because he actually has some of the things that the Federation desires the most, and they really hope to get those things out of Shuyo's pocket through the advisory department. Ma En said, This reason doesn't sound particularly reliable. Tang Xuowan nodded. If it's just because of this, then I would think so, but the Federation certainly didn't arrange him here casually. There is another very important and reasonable reason for them to let Taoist Xiaoyao participate in this matter. That is, he still has a certain ability to predict. Although he is not an expert in this field and cannot be compared with a strong man like Shen Xiao, Taoist Shuyu's ability is also very valuable for our negotiations with Shen Xiao, and he has studied the nature and operation of prediction. Although we did not let him participate in the original plan to deal with Shen Xiao for confidentiality, we often asked him questions about prediction after Shen Xiao was imprisoned. Xiaoyao and his understanding of prophecy, to its essence, can also be used in this negotiation. He and Mr. Zhao and several other scholars in the institute who are responsible for this field work together, and he can provide a perspective that we don't have. So it is reasonable for him to be chosen. Mon said, hearing what you said, in fact, they may not cause trouble for us openly. Tang Xuowan agreed. Yes, Xiaoyao may just have a grudge against you. After all, his way of helping us in return is a bit too strange. So strange that it seems that he has some intentions, and this guy is a bit elusive to us. In addition, his powerful and dangerous power, we still have to be sufficiently vigilant against him in advance to avoid any serious trouble. And Kanaya is not a threat, but she may trip us up a bit. You just need to pay a little attention to her. The next thing I want to talk about is the most troublesome guy. In fact, when we inserted you in, we also encountered some resistance from the new liberal members, but because we had sufficient reasons, their obstruction did not really have any effect. It's not that they have any opinion about you, it's just that the members of the neoliberal faction want to oppose all our actions. Ma'an asked, so there is a politician in the negotiation camp? She nodded. Yes, in fact, I can be regarded as a representative of the Rongbang faction, and you can even be regarded as one of us, so the neoliberals will definitely send their people to participate in this negotiation, and they will definitely dislike us. And the person they sent out was Shen Zongdao, who has been in the limelight recently. Before Shen Xiao was defeated, he was a senior member of the Supervision Department. After the Supervision Department was dissolved and merged into the Investigation Department, he became a senior member of the Investigation Department. Now his status is second only to high-level ability users like Shadow. Although it is reasonable that a top ability user like you should be on par with a politician like him, in fact, because you are one of us, you cannot directly enjoy the status of the Federation. Secondly, this Shen Zongdao's identity is not only a senior member of the Investigation Department, but also a neoliberal politician. And judging from his deeds in recent years, we estimate that he is likely to get a seat in a large chamber in the near future. This is more important than Tang Xuowan's other descriptions of Shen Zongdao. You must know that the entire Shu family only has 6 seats in the Federation, and the Reform Party that originally wanted to win over Ma En only has 23 seats, and even the entire Rongbang Party has only 187 seats. In terms of the entire Federation and the federal government, this number is actually quite small, so even a change in one position is not a trivial matter within the Federation. Moreover, due to the desire of various factions for the positions of parliamentarians, these parliamentarians may have influence far beyond their original level. So this is the guy I should pay the most attention to? Ma'an asked. Tang Xuowan nodded. Yes, but even if it is him, there is no need to worry too much. Most politicians will be measured when fighting internally, and in fact, he may not really cause us any trouble. As long as you perform well in the negotiations, he will have no excuse to target us. If you can successfully reach any of the conditions I just mentioned with Shen Xiao, then he will shut up in front of us. And I believe you can definitely handle Shen Xiao. Ma'an said, you trust me a little too much. I am not sure about this. If I didn't ask the Federation and you, I would not accept such a difficult proposal. Tang Xuowan smiled. You can feel that you are not sure, but I also believe in my judgment of you. After understanding these temporary colleagues, Tang Xuowan finally brought Ma in to the preparation room before the negotiation, and then directly opened the door and took him into the empty living room. When she opened the door, what caught Ma'an's eyes were various Federation members walking around. Among them, there were several familiar figures sitting in the middle of the entire preparation room. The other Federation members were evenly dispersed around them for 10 years, each responsible for their own work, and frequently exchanged information with several people in the center. The members on the periphery all seemed to be from different departments. There were researchers who looked similar to Kanaya, people from the investigation department who were familiar to Marin, and some civilian staff he had seen in the federal building. The most conspicuous were a few guys who seemed to be doing nothing. After a moment of observation, Marin realized that they were actually federal politicians. The members in the center included Zhao Guanwu, Ingzi, and Kanayu, who were particularly familiar to him. There were also two people who he had not seen before, but who could perfectly match Tang Xuowan's description just now. One of them was an old man with a fairy-like appearance. No! Marin blinked and looked at the old man again, and suddenly noticed that his face did not seem to have any signs of aging, but just looking at him could not distinguish his actual age very well, and if he did not pay special attention, it would be easy to hallucinate this extraordinary 5th level ability user as an old man, and he seemed to be an old man. And although Ma-En couldn't tell his age, the old man's face was not as hard to see as if he had cognitive impairment. On the contrary, it was a very extraordinary and recognizable face, but Ma-En couldn't judge his appearance age through this face. And unlike other 5th level ability users, just looking at Xiaoyao, Ma-En could feel that he was a very strong 5th level ability user. Although some ability users also looked quite extraordinary, they were definitely not as obvious as him. The strangest thing was that Xiaoyao made him feel a little restrained. There was also a man in his 30s next to him. His face was calm and peaceful, but his eyes were sharp, and the overall look gave Ma-En a sense of extraordinary bearing. However, when he stood among these people, his slightly prominent temperament became extremely mediocre. After all, those around him and Kanayu were all real 5th level ability users. When they were next to these strong people, no matter how outstanding their achievements in their own fields were, they would appear to be dwarfed. After they walked a few steps inside, Shadow first looked up at Ma-En, and then the others glanced at them one after another, and then they all turned their eyes back to work. Only Shen Zongdao looked at them for a few seconds, with an indifferent expression, but he did not immediately show any emotion. Tang Xuowan took Ma-En to sit cross-legged at an empty table near them, and then whispered, "We will wait here." Although the Shu family inserted them into the second negotiation, they would definitely not be the leading members of this negotiation. Although the work contract could prevent him from damaging the interests of the Federation, Ma-En still had the special identity of a former member of the Salvation Alliance. But they didn't have to wait long, because Shen Zongdao soon stood up and walked to their table, then sat down directly opposite Ma-En and Tang Xuowan without any hesitation, and then looked up at them. He looked at Ma-En expressionlessly and said, "Are you the traitor of the Salvation Alliance?" Ma-En replied calmly, "The term traitor is not accurate." Shen Zongdao chuckled coldly, "Oh, so you are an undercover?" Tang Xuowan said with dissatisfaction, "Shen Zongdao, if you have any opinions, you can report directly to the Federation, and don't have to be clever in front of us." Shen Zongdao turned his head to look at him, and then deliberately showed a surprised expression, as if he didn't expect Tang Xuowan to dare to call him by his name, but Tang Xuowan knew that this was just his way of expressing contempt. Why are you so anxious?" Shen Zongdao's face showed a deliberately exaggerated look of suspicion. Could it be that he really has some shameful secrets, and it also involves you? Otherwise, why would he be afraid of his shadow? Why should you be nervous? But Tang Xuowan was not a pushover. "We are here to help with the negotiations, and Ma-En has just made great contributions to our Federation. It is not reasonable for you to come here like an interrogator to test him. This is extremely disrespectful to Ma-En. Do you want other members who join the advisory department to think that this is the way the Federation treats new members?" Shen Zongdao said nonchalantly. The advisory department was not originally built to recruit members of the Salvation Alliance. At this point, he glanced at Ma-En again, and then commented on him, "You did do a pretty good job some time ago, but in the end you were just lucky. If we want to, we can definitely find someone to replace you. Anyway, you are the one we found from outside. And now your achievement is nothing, because your victory is not only meaningless, but it is also likely the cause of Atlantis' current situation. And your opponent may not have intended to win, because the current situation is what they want to see, so your victory is not only useless, but may not even be real." Then he paused again, and then showed a hypocritical look. "Of course, I will not deny that you are a very good person. If you are willing to work for the Federation, we will naturally welcome it. It's just that this matter is indeed a bit sensitive, and as a member of the Federation, I can't let my guard down against you. You are a member of the Salvation Alliance, and we are responsible for the dialogue with Shen Xiao, who must not make any mistakes." Tang Xuowan immediately hit back. He is a former member of the Salvation Alliance, and the Salvation Alliance has been disbanded long ago. And this identity is exactly why he is here. Ma-En and I are going to use this identity to gain the trust of Shen Xiao. Don't you believe in the great protection measures of our Federation? Are you worried about what a 4th level ability user like him can do? I think you must be very clear that the information you gave to Ma-En has been specially screened. We can't use the information you gave us to harm the interests of the Federation. In my opinion, you are just looking for an excuse to harass us." Shen Zongdao sneered, and then asked coldly, "Really? Do you mean that I can completely trust this follower of Shen Xiao, this criminal who killed countless members of the investigation department? Do you know how many times I have attended the funerals of my colleagues? You want me to believe him? I'd rather give this job to a wild dog. And you said he could help, but if he really betrayed Shen Xiao as you said, how could he provide useful help to us? He who can really help us would never betray her, so in my opinion, his purpose must be to take this opportunity to do something good for Shen Xiao, and it is impossible to achieve any results." Tang Xuo once said, "He is indeed not the kind of guy who would betray Shen Xiao, but the Shu family has its own way." Shen Zongdao's emotions became more excited. "I know you promised him a 5th level abnormal item. Did you hear what I said? You are going to give a 5th level item to a member of the Salvation Alliance. Even if he really makes Shen Xiao agree to the conditions, do you think it will be a good thing for us? How can you guarantee that Ma En will not use the weapon you gave him to slaughter our poor compatriots in the future?" Chapter 364. Tang Xiefeng said tit for tat, "You are slandering me. You and I both know who the members of the Salvation Alliance are. They won't do that." Shen Zongdao sneered and said, "They have already done it. I advise you not to underestimate these killers, who are in the name of justice. The worst thing is that they can't tell right from wrong. These guys with ideals in their heads can't see the reality at all. Even if there is no possibility of success, I have no doubt that Ma En will take the opportunity to bring us some irreparable trouble. Your sister's death is the best example." Hearing this, Tang Xuelwan's face suddenly became gloomy. "Say another word." Shen Zongdao was not frightened, and was about to continue to taunt the member of the hostile faction, taking the opportunity to make her lose control of her emotions. "Is it possible that I am?" But at this moment, a gentle greeting interrupted him. 3 Taoist friends. Shen Zongdao turned around in surprise, and looked at Taoist Xiaoyao, who was standing behind him. He was a little surprised by Taoist Shuyo's involvement, but after a few seconds, he realized what was going on. Ma En had killed Taoist Shuyo's disciples, and Taoist Xiaoyao came to save his face. So he took advantage of their fierce confrontation, and came over, which made Shen Zongdao feel a little happy. Although Xiaoyao interrupted the good opportunity he created with the news of Shu Yun's death, if he also had hostility towards Ma En, it would be better for him. If he was lucky enough, he might be able to take this opportunity to directly ruin the plans of these Rong gang members. But just as he was thinking about it, Xu Yu's next words were beyond his expectations. 3 Taoist friends, we have an important task now, and this doesn't seem to be a good time to quarrel." Shen Zongdao didn't expect that Xiaoya's words would actually be persuasion, but then it seemed reasonable, because he couldn't really show his hostility to Ma En directly, and he could only join the conversation in this way. And Xiaoyao chose the time to target Ma En, which explained everything. Thinking of this, Shen Zongdao changed his expression quite naturally, calmly, as if it was another person who was indignant just now, and then nodded quite cooperatively, showing a reflective expression. "You are right, I shouldn't quarrel with them at this time. But I am also worried that this former follower of Shen Xiao will do something irreversible." This is of course a lie. He said it just to give Xiaoyao a chance to speak. Although Shen Zongdao is a politician, he also knows who the experts are. The guys in the Federation and the Institute are not worried about any problems caused by the appearance of Ma En, which proves that he can't cause any trouble. But his unique identity is the most suitable place to attack. Although Shen Zongdao knows very well that Ma En cannot threaten the Federation, other politicians may not know all of them, and some people with abilities may not know it completely. And let alone the shadow of Shen Xiao is so deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if they can clearly realize that Ma En is not a threat rationally, this idea may be shaken by Shen Xiao after he repeatedly emphasizes it. His purpose of confusing right and wrong was very simple, that is, to mess up the 2 Rongbang faction members. Although the new liberal faction did not recruit Ma En due to hesitation and worry, that definitely did not mean that they were willing to watch Rongbang faction recruit them. So he was ready to thwart the Bang faction's plan at this time, hinder the cooperation between Ma En and the Shu family, and prevent them from relying on this matter to gain a foothold in the newly established advisory department and the Federation. Of course, his target was actually Rongbang faction. If he only talked about Ma En, he actually didn't care what he wanted or would do, so the criticism of him was just nonsense. But Ma En was unlucky and stood on the opposite side of him. Of course, he didn't care about people with abilities like Ma En at all. Sure enough, Taoist Xiaoyao looked at Ma En as he expected, and then greeted him with a slightly curious look. "You are Ma En?" He nodded slightly. "Yes." While speaking, Ma En also secretly glanced at Yingzi, and he seemed to have not noticed Xiaoyao coming over at all, and then he naturally communicated with other members at the table about the next negotiation. And judging from Ma En's understanding of Yingzi, he should not be too worried about Xiaoyao. But Xiuya's next sentence was, "You killed my most senior disciple Du Jin, am I right?" Shinzongdao was happy to hear this. It seems that God really helped him. This strong man, with a weird personality, was not really moved by the Federation's appeasement. Sure enough, he still hated the guy who killed his disciple in his heart. And he is also an important member of this negotiation. As long as they cooperate, they can force Ma En and Tang Xuelwan into a very embarrassing position. At that time, Tang Xuelwan can only be forced to withdraw because she doesn't want to get involved in trouble, and their calculations will all fall through. Seeing this, Shinzongdao immediately added fuel to the fire and said, yes, he killed Du Jin during the sparring. It was obviously just a sparring. Everything he did after joining the Federation was full of weirdness. Shinzongdao actually didn't need to ask to think that Ma En was probably forced to kill him at that time, but acting like a stupid politician would make it easier to raise questions that were unfavorable to Ma En. As their enemy, he didn't need to be so smart. No, it's not fellow Taoist Ma En's fault. But Xiuya's next words surprised Shinzongdao. Fellow Taoist Ing gave him the record of the battle with my disciple. Du Jin did have bad intentions, and killed Du Jin. His fate can only be said to be determined by fate. But after saying this, Xiaoyao paused again, and then continued, but no matter what, Du Jin is my eldest disciple. He is the first disciple I accepted after coming here. He is also the one among all my disciples, who has the best chance of breaking through the nascent soul within 100 years, and becoming the 5th level ability user in your mouth. Moreover, I have trained him for decades. So this matter can't just be let go. Shinzongdao heaved a sigh of relief. The first half of the sentence almost made him think that Xiaoyao was here to make peace with Ma En, but fortunately the second half accurately expressed Shiyu's attitude, but he didn't expect Xiaoyao to be so direct. You know, Xiaoyao has already swallowed this breath on the surface. When this sentence was said, the movement of the shadow in the distance also paused obviously, and Ma En could feel that the Taoist priest standing in front of him began to exude a heavy temperament, which made him feel a little pressured. But he still said calmly, "Then what do you want?" Xiaoyao asked with a mysterious smile on his face. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Ma En said, as if it was none of my business. "He wants to kill me, and I don't want to die, so I have to cut the roots before he does it. And this is all arranged by the Federation. I just accepted the benefits of the Federation to do things." In fact, Ma En was not very worried that Xiaoyao would really do something to him. Judging from his current appearance, he would at most come to give him a warning and say a few harsh words, and the matter would be over. After all, he did kill his disciple, and he would not be particularly surprised if Xiaoyao really did this. But Xiaoyao just smiled. "That's not what I meant. It seems that you outsiders don't have this kind of culture. Let me put it this way. Du Jin is my disciple who I have spent decades training, but now he has fallen into the devil's way and killed others for no reason. As a master, I should apologize to you on his behalf." This was beyond everyone's expectations. Shinzongdao was stunned on the spot. He didn't quite understand what Xiaoyao was doing. Was this strange strong man deliberately speaking in a sarcastic way, or did he want to gain Ma En's trust first, but he is a 5th level ability user? Is it really necessary? But no matter how he thought about it, Shinzongdao couldn't think that Xiaoya's words were sincere, because there was no reason for it. According to his shallow understanding, Xiaoyao was not the kind of person who would repay evil with kindness, otherwise Shadow would not have needed to personally comfort him. Feeling that things were getting more and more weird, Shinzongdao closed his mouth and planned to stand aside and wait and see. Ma En also showed a surprised look. "Master Xiaoyao, you." Xiaoyao raised his hand and waved. "I know what you want to say, but even if you live in this era of ritual collapse and music, I cannot abandon my virtue. We practitioners must follow our own hearts in Taoism, otherwise we will be attacked by the inner demons. I said that you should apologize if you want to apologize. Of course, I am not just talking." As he said this, he took out a delicate little box from his arms, and then handed it directly to Ma En without paying any attention to the eyes of the people around him. "Keep it. These are 3 solid foundation pills, and 1 foundation building fake pill made from the corpse of my useless disciple." After hearing that this was the elixir made by Du Jin, the 3 of them were a little overwhelmed. Shinzongdao felt that things were going bad when he heard Xiaoyao was going to give something to Ma En, but Xiuya's words seemed to imply that Ma En had killed his disciple, which made him completely confused whether Xiuya's apology was sincere or a covert move. Ma En also looked a little strange. "Corpse." Xiaoyao smiled as if he suddenly remembered. "I forgot that you don't understand the way of cultivation. The corpse I mentioned refers to Du Jin's broken golden elixir. For us outsiders, Refining the real elixir into a fake one is just a trivial matter. The golden elixir after death is just like the flesh. It is a thing outside the real world. And if we want to practice in this spiritually barren land, we can't waste precious spiritual energy and resources. Don't worry, Du Jin won't mind me refining him into an elixir. If I die, he will do the same. Ma En was still a little wary of the so-called apology he handed over, but Xiaoyao waved his sleeves without saying anything, and then the exquisite wooden box in his hand flew directly into Ma En's hands. Ma En also tried to dodge a few times during the process, but he could only hold the wooden box steadily. Xiaoyao, who had forced the gift out, began to introduce, "Just rest assured, this Gubanpei pill, if given to ordinary people who have never practiced cultivation, can be given to ordinary people who have not practiced cultivation. If they smell it, they can go without food, drink or sleep for 7 days as usual. If they taste the powder, they can cure all diseases, and if they swallow it, they can be reborn directly. Although it is not as good as the Shisui pill in directly improving the root bones, it is better in that the medicinal properties are milder. Even ordinary people who have not practiced cultivation can swallow it directly, and it can directly lead the person who takes the medicine to step half a step into practice. And if you have no intention of practicing, taking this pill is not completely useless. Swallowing one pill can extend your life by 100 years. 2 pills can extend your life by 150 years, and swallowing this pill again can help ordinary people extend their life to 200 years, and they can live to 300 years without illness or disaster." Hearing this, Ma En's refusal expression also eased a lot, and Tang Xuewan's eyes also lit up. Only Shen Zongdao, who had not yet figured out the situation, was a little confused and puzzled. He still didn't understand what was happening in front of him. According to Xiaoyao's just said, he seemed to have handed over the life-extending abnormal object that the Federation had been coveting to Ma En. But what good would this do for Xiaoyao? Did he poison the pill? But this didn't make sense. Ma En didn't seem like the kind of fool who would take the pill without thinking about anything. Or maybe Xiaoyao wanted to use the Federation to deal with Ma En, but Ma En would definitely not be so ignorant. As long as the Federation proposed to exchange benefits for the elixir in his hand, Ma En would definitely not have the courage to refuse, and the price offered by the Federation would definitely not let Ma En suffer a loss. Xiaoyao did not wait for them to recover, and then introduced the remaining foundation-building fake pill. There is another foundation-building fake pill, which can help practitioners in the Qi training stage break through the foundation-building stage. With my alchemy skills, it is naturally of high quality. 1 pill is enough to allow 90% of Qi training perfect practitioners to break through smoothly. If it were in our place, the pill alone would be sold at a high price at this moment. But this is not the world of cultivation after all, and you are not a cultivator, but this pill will not become waste because of this. Moreover, unlike the Gubanpei pill, this pill is not suitable for mortals to take. According to common sense, only practitioners can use it, but I know you are not an ordinary person. At this time, Shen Zongdao finally realized that something was wrong. Could it be that Taoist Xiaoyao really came to apologize? Although he had some places in other places that seemed very evil to the Federation, he had moral standards here that far exceeded their imagination and understanding. Although he could not convince himself, this seemed to be the only answer, and it could indeed be explained. After all, he came from a completely different civilization from here. Ma En also asked with some doubts, "You said I am not an ordinary person." Xiaoyao smiled and said, without explaining directly, "If you take this medicine, it can help you dredge your bones and meridians, making your body and soul more harmonious, but the effect of the elixir is still incomparable to the real spiritual energy, and it will also be of limited help to you. After all, you are already gifted." Chapter 365. What kind of gift? Ma En asked in confusion. Tang Xuewan and Shen Zongdao also looked at Xiaoyao. Although the shadows and other people in the distance did not seem to pay attention, Ma En always felt that they seemed to be quietly listening to Xiaoyao's conversation with him. Xiaoyao smiled and said, "Of course, it is the talent of cultivation. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy here is thin. If you were born in our cultivation world, I think those famous sects would definitely rush to make you a disciple. With your roots, even if you are a casual cultivator, as long as you can survive, you will surely break through the golden elixir. And if you really worship into a famous sect, and have the honor of being taught by the immortal master, you will have the hope of achieving the nascent soul transformation and a lifespan of 10,000 years, like me. If you get the opportunity to awaken again, you may be able to glimpse the semi-immortal realm that is not bound by the 5 elements and enjoy the method of immortality. It's a pity that many extraordinary talents were born in this desolate land, and they can only spend 100 years, like ordinary people, and it is difficult to touch the opportunity of enlightenment until they die. He shook his head repeatedly when he said this, and his expression and tone were full of regret. But the other people present heard that it was not what he meant. Xiaoyao almost directly dangled the so-called immortality opportunity in front of Ma En, and it was obvious that he was tempting him. You know, he said that Ma En missed the opportunity to be promoted to the 5th level because he was born here and had no teacher to teach him. But in front of him, there was a powerful immortal master from the cultivation world who almost cultivated a 5th level disciple. Xiaoyao almost said, "You come to worship me as your master." But those who heard this actually felt a little strange, whether it was Ma En, Tang Xuowan, Shen Zongdao, or Yingzi and Zhao Guanwu who were eavesdropping on the side, they could all sense that something was wrong. Ma En had just killed his disciple. Even if Shadow had dealt with the matter, Xiaoyao shouldn't have been so interested in Ma En. And considering the strange personality of this Taoist Xiaoyao in the past, this was more like a roundabout revenge. He couldn't let Ma En be his disciple just because Ma En killed his disciple. Xiaoyao didn't give the others time to think, and nodded slightly to him. After you take the foundation building fake pill, you can open up your chakra, which will be a little good for your future close combat. After all, at this level, it's not easy to improve again. As for the solid foundation pill, you can give it to your relatives and friends. Okay, I've apologized, and you can decide where to put them. After saying that, he turned around and walked back to his original position, and naturally rejoined the discussion between Zhao Guanwu and Yingzi. They also continued to discuss the negotiation as if they had not noticed what had just happened. Of course, what they were discussing was actually much more important than what happened on Ma En's side. And Shen Zongdao, who stayed where he was, seemed a little embarrassed at the moment. Now he obviously couldn't continue with what he had just said, but he couldn't figure out what Xiaoyao's purpose was just now, and he couldn't make any response to it. Seeing this, Tang Xuowan smiled at him calmly and asked, "Do you still want to talk about my sister? Or do you want to say that Ma En is not a person with abilities worthy of our Federation's trust?" Faced with her questioning, Shen Zongdao didn't know how to answer. Although he didn't know whether the pills just now were true or false, if they were true, the Federation would definitely want to get them from Ma En, and now they couldn't directly attack Ma En. In other words, he'd better not offend Ma En now. Before Ma En hands over the 3 Gubanpei Yuan pills in his hand, he will no longer be the capable person, who he doesn't care about at all, but a favorite in the eyes of the entire federal politicians. Even if Ma En is willing to spend time and energy to argue with them, he may even be able to dig out quite a lot of benefits from the Federation. Thinking of this, Shen Zongdao smiled politely. No, I just said those few angry words because I was a little angry. After all, many of my young friends died in the battle with the Salvation Alliance, and as the protector of the Federation, I naturally can't believe him. But what Xiaoyao Tao has said just now also makes sense. Now is not the time for us to quarrel. I didn't distinguish the occasion. After saying this, he did not give Tang Xuowan and Ma En a chance to fight back. He stood up and smiled apologetically at them, turned around and walked back, and his steps returned steadily. Now is not a good time to conflict with them openly. At least he has to figure out the value of what Ma En has in his hands. And if he still wants to target Tang Xuowan and Ma En, he can't use the reason just now. Now he has to wait for a new opportunity again. After all, although Ma En is lucky now, it doesn't mean that he really has the capital to make himself afraid. Tang Xuowan watched him return to his original position, and then whispered to Ma En, "Don't pay too much attention to him. These neoliberal guys just don't get along with us. He just came to make trouble." Ma En replied quite calmly, "In fact, I don't pay much attention to him, but you just..." He was talking about how Shen Zongdao used the news of Xu Yun's death to provoke Tang Xuowan. She lowered her head slightly, and then said with some mixed emotions, "This is why I didn't want to go into politics. They are all bastards with no bottom line. They can always say the most disgusting words with a normal face, but I was a little out of control just now. After all, I have returned to the Federation no matter what. It is my duty to remain calm in the situation just now. If you are good at it, you must hide your true emotions. If you encounter such a thing next time, you can remind me directly." Ma En nodded slightly. "Okay." They didn't sit here for long, and the shadow in the center also stood up and walked towards them without concealing it. At the same time, he greeted Ma En and Tang Xuowan with his eyes, and then sat down directly in front of them. "Sorry, I was busy with negotiations just now." He nodded politely to Wei Wei, and then went straight to the point. "We have completed the first negotiation with Shishao, and have successfully communicated the specific situation with her. We have also put forward the most demanding and difficult negotiation conditions, and she has firmly rejected our proposal as we expected. We have re-established a psychological analysis model for her in the past few days, and have carefully read the information you provided. With your help, we have indeed improved the analysis model of Xiao, but unfortunately, it is of no use at all. Now Mr. Zhao wants to meet her again, but I guess even he has no chance of getting the conditions that the Federation wants. Because even if we know what kind of person she is, it doesn't mean that we can convince her, just like even if I know what Xiao can do, I still can't defeat her. While Shadow was talking, Zhao Guanwu stood up and walked towards the back door of the room. The old man looked as solemn as a soldier about to go to an epic battle, and he had no idea whether he could come back alive. Ma En nodded slightly. After all, she is Xin Xiao. Tang Xuowen also said, "That's why we are here. We can't use force to deal with Xin Xiao. Ordinary conspiracies are useless to her. Only soft knives like Ma En can really change her mind. Her kindness is where we can focus, because it is one of the few characteristics of her that is not directly equivalent to strength." Shadow nodded and continued to talk to her. "That's right." But almost as soon as he spoke, his colleague Ma En's voice also sounded in his mind. "Did Shen Zongdao come to bother you just now?" Ma En answered telepathically with an affirmative tone. "Yes, he said a lot of words to question me, but after Taoist Xiaoyao came over, all his words that had already achieved some results just now were meaningless and no longer had any impact on us." Shadow continued, "He is indeed a very annoying guy, and he is also very good at playing this kind of stupid politician to cause trouble, but I want to remind you that you'd better not underestimate this guy. Although he is a little arrogant because of his smooth career, he will not be constrained by this. He is not a fool like Xu Yun, but a real politician, but therefore you don't have to care too much about his performance today. If he really wants to do something to you, he will always greet you with a smile and not show any hostility. His deliberate behavior just now shows that he actually didn't want to do anything to you. He was just dealing with Tang Xuowan and you, who represent the Rongbang faction, to gain benefits for himself. As long as this matter is over, he will not bother you again. And due to the arrogance of politicians, if Xiaoyao hadn't intervened, he might not have taken you into his eyes. I'm not saying that he can look down on you, but your existence is unlikely to affect his career at all. The Federation, a behemoth, provides these politicians with almost perfect protection, which is also to allow them to restrain those of us with abilities. So if there is no unavoidable reason, I don't recommend that you stand directly against these politicians. You and I actually have the ability to influence their minds, but the Federation itself will not be happy to see this scene. Because if we can really deeply influence and interfere with the decisions of these politicians, it means that the Federation itself is collapsing in some way, and it will do its best to prevent this from becoming a reality. Although these politicians are just lucky, they are indeed qualified to compete with us under the protection of the Federation. After all, although people with special abilities like us are stronger than so-called politicians, the Federation itself is also stronger than us. And it is the guy who makes the rules. Ma En used telepathy to respond to the Shadow, who was still talking to Tang Xuowan, and said, "Don't worry, they are not worth caring about for me." The Shadow smiled in his heart and said, "Yes, this is the mentality that people with special abilities in the Federation should have. Before I asked you to do that, I actually went to find Xu Yun in person and politely asked her to stop the plan, but she rejected me arrogantly at that time, and she didn't take me, a 5th-level special ability user, into consideration at all, just like Shen Zongdao today. But you and I both know what the outcome of her doing so will be." Ma En could vaguely sense that Shadow was talking about something, but he changed the subject as if he had not heard it at all. "But you also said that Shen Zongdao is smarter than her." Shadow replied, "That's right, so he is not like Xu Yun who will fight to the end. As long as you make him feel the danger, these timid politicians will immediately choose to protect themselves and never appear in front of you again. This is also the way I used to get along with them. They are greedy and arrogant, so they are also easy to predict and guide. As long as you are willing to contact them patiently, I think you will soon master the correct way to get along with them." Ma En said modestly, "I will try my best to learn to contact them." Shadow, who had finished imparting his experience, slowly got to the point. "By the way, Xiaoyao gave you a few pills just now, right?" Ma En replied, "Yes, he said there are 3 solid foundation pills that can prolong life, and a fake foundation pill that I don't quite understand." Shadow kindly reminded, "I have to remind you that Xiaoyao is not going to really apologize for his disciple's death, as he said, and when I went to him to clean up the mess, he did not show any guilt for killing his disciple. I am sure that this guy has bad intentions. You have to be careful. These pills may be what he uses for revenge, and they may contain poisons or curses that you can't imagine, and he is also a 5th-level ability user who masters various strange technologies. If his dirty tricks work, Even the Federation may not be able to cure you, and it may not be possible to prove that it was him who did it. Ma asked knowingly. So what do you mean? Shadow followed up with this sentence and introduced, although this thing may be dangerous to you, it has a completely different value to the Federal Research Institute, so if you are willing, you can hand over these cursed poisonous pills to us and let us deal with them for you. Of course, the Federation will definitely give you a reasonable price, and I believe that what they give you will be more useful to you than the pills. Mayan replied, this is a good suggestion. I think you should want the 3 Gubanpayuan pills more. Shadow agreed. Yes, I hope you don't use these pills yourself before talking to them about this. Mayan asked, do you think the Federation is willing to exchange these things for anti-psychic metals? Shadow hesitated and replied, I think this is a bit difficult. Their value is still far from comparable to Xinxia's conditions. After all, these pills should not be so easy to crack. Unless you can get something more core, it is probably unlikely. But if you want to use my favor, I can try my best to fight for you. Considering the special nature of these things, it is not completely impossible to succeed, but I can't guarantee you anything. Mayan thought for a while, and replied, let me think about it again. Chapter 366. Okay, think about it. Shadow finally explained, in fact, for politicians, the importance of these reusable pills is definitely far higher than those anti-psychic metals that are of little use to them, which is why I said that they can be fought for. But the possibility of success is really not high, because the Federation itself will not allow them to do so. This is in line with the selfish desires of politicians, but not in the interests of the Federation. And it is the one who makes the decision. Since Shadow said that, it means that these 3 pills plus his favors will definitely not be able to exchange for the anti-psychic metals he wants, so he doesn't need to rush to trade with the Federation, he can just delay and ignore them. While Shadow and Tang Xuelwan were chatting, the back door of the room was pushed open again. The old man walked back calmly, and then walked directly to where Shadow and Mon were. Shadow turned and looked at Zhao Guanwu. How is it? The old man shook his head slightly. As I expected, she did not give in at all, and Shishao knew very well that she could afford it. It seems that in her eyes, even if the Sea Tribe really caused some irreparable losses to us, she still has a way to suppress them back to the bottom of the sea. And I'm afraid that by then, we will have to give her better conditions. The reason why Shishao can be fearless is that the Federation can't wait any longer than she does, and she knows the bottom line of those federal politicians. When accepting this task, Zhao Guanwu didn't think he could meet the requirements of those politicians. After all, the purpose of the mastermind behind this conspiracy is not to help them control Shishao. According to his analysis, the Sun God is likely to want to delay the time for them to control Shishao in order to protect the gods, so that they can act more freely. After Shadow isolated them from the outside world, he spoke again. Xiao proposed to meet Shishao in person. What do you think? Zhao Guanwu answered seriously. The house disagrees with this, and I don't think this is an appropriate approach. Although Xiao claims that he may be able to use his so-called arithmetic to help us suppress Xinxia's spirit, and he has signed a contract with us, I still don't trust him. Be in awe of the unknown. Shadow looked at Ma In. So now we are left with. The old man also turned his head to look at Ma In. Little guy, I heard that you think you may be able to persuade Shishao? Ma In looked a little restrained and answered, I can't guarantee that I can succeed, but I am willing to try. You have offered me a good price. The old man told the truth. You may think that your benefit is not a bad thing for Shishao, after all, you are her follower, but to be honest, this is not a wise deal for you, but I think there may be nothing for you now. You have your own pressing problems to deal with, right? Mayan nodded slightly, and admitted somewhat reluctantly, yes. The old man said, I have told them that you can go directly to see Shishao later. We will not interfere with how you achieve this goal. You can try and work hard as much as you can. As long as you succeed, the Federation will definitely provide you with what you want. Because Xinjiao's concession is far more valuable than anti-psychic metal. But in fact, Zhao Guanwu did not think that Ma En could do anything. Xinjiao was not the kind of person who would be influenced by his followers. He and the Federation were willing to let Ma En go to see Xinjiao just because there was no risk or cost in doing so. The old man paused, then asked calmly, Before you go in, I have something else to ask. Did Xiaoyao give you a gift just now? Ma En nodded, yes. Zhao Guanwu did not beat around the bush like Shadow, and went straight to the point. Xiaoyao has mastered some repeatable life extension technology, and it is a technology that is completely independent of our known technology. Behind it may be a technology tree that is likely to be higher than our known main technology. I think Shadow should have told you the importance of the 3 life extension pills to the Federation and federal politicians. These things are indeed very tempting to them. If the statement provided by Xiaoyao is completely accurate, they have no side effects at all, and they are likely to be quite close to the special standard set by the Federation itself for those politicians. The technology that is cracked by it may reach the standard for joining the Fountain of Youth plan, so they will definitely flock to this thing. But it is precisely because of the significance of the 3 pills to the politicians themselves that they obviously overlook the truly precious things, that is, the technology hidden behind these things, which will highly reflect the technological level of another powerful civilization. So I hope you can give the remaining pill to me and the Research Institute. We are more concerned about the complex technology tree behind these things than the life extension technology that is safe and meets federal standards. Xiaoyao once told us that he came from a place called the cultivation world, and occasionally mentioned that the method of making these things is a basic technology that is very popular there, but I have never heard of such a place, and the search team formed by the Federation has not found any traces. If we can reverse crack the technology contained in those pills, maybe we can get a glimpse of what the place he mentioned is like, how dangerous it is to the Federation, and we can also have a way to deal with its potential threats in advance. Ma Yan blinked and said, I really don't need these things. Xiao Guanwu nodded. As long as the pill is real, then I can provide you with some research results that others can't give out, or you can come to me if you want to understand certain fields or solve any problems. His promise is actually quite valuable. Ma Yan thinks Xiao Guanwu may even know how to solve the problem of the moon goddess, but he can't ask him this question directly, otherwise he would immediately hand over the foundation building pill in his hand to him. And from this, it can be seen that what Xiaoyao gave him does have a very high potential value. Although Shadow also said that it may be difficult for the Federation to reverse crack directly with these few, it is still a high-tech product from another powerful civilization. But this also made Ma Yan feel that Xiaoyao's behavior seemed weird. In fact, Xiao Guanwu and Shadow's words and deeds also showed that they were actually not sure that what Xiaoyao gave them was real. What is Xiaoyao's purpose in doing this? Ma Yan didn't think he wanted to take revenge on himself. This was a bit of an exaggeration for a 5th-level ability user. Could it be that he wanted to use the wrong information he gave to the Federation, and these pills were actually tampered by him, so that the Federation would be tricked after obtaining them, but he couldn't be blamed, because he originally gave these pills to his enemy, who killed his disciples, not the Federation itself. This is the more reasonable explanation that Ma Yan thought of. If this is the case, what he should do most is to use these pills to exchange interests with the Federation, and he shouldn't even take them to the Control Bureau for identification, but there are still some details that make him feel wrong. But the few people present didn't think that Xiaoyao was sincerely apologizing to Ma Yan. Chapter 367. After a brief chat about the elixir, and after the Federation and Ma Yan confirmed that they would make a deal, Ma Yan followed the other negotiators including Tang Xuewan into the back door, and teleported to the prison passage again. Shen Zongdao, who watched him enter the passage, stood up after he disappeared for a while. He has already gone in. The other negotiators and Tang Xuewan who heard this also stood up, and then walked towards the back door with teleportation function at the same time. When they pushed the door open, the scene behind was not the secret isolation that Zhao Guanwu and Ma Yan had just entered, but an observation room full of giant screens and projection equipment, and it was playing the scene of Ma Yan walking into the yard. Shen Zongdao was the first negotiator to enter this room. His original purpose was to cause trouble for Tang Xuewan and Ma Yan, but Xiaoyao had just given Ma Yan the elixir, which made him a little afraid to cause trouble for Ma Yan. It seems that either Xiaoyao really wants to deal with Ma Yan, or Ma Yan really has some real skills, so Shen Zongdao can only stand by and watch Ma Yan to avoid getting himself into trouble. Ma Yan, who was under the influence of the semi-holographic bird's-eye view, seemed a little hesitant, and did not walk in immediately. Kania whispered to the old man beside her, "It fits the model we built for him." Ma Yan did cooperate with us, because of some urgent reason of needing anti-psychic metal. Now he still feels guilty about Shinxiao in his heart, so we still can't let him get too involved in Shinxiao's affairs. Xiao Guanwu nodded. Well, that makes sense. We do need to be more vigilant against Shinxiao's minions. Tang Xuewan stood by and listened to them, not knowing how to react. Seeing this, Shen Zongdao immediately spoke to everyone under professional instinct. Do you think this guy can really convince Shinxiao? While speaking, he also looked at Tang Xuewan. Seeing that no one else had any reaction, Tang Xuewan did not give in verbally. I believe in Ma Yan's ability. Although Shen Zongdao asked the question with a questioning intention, he did not refute or ridicule Tang Xuewan, the new member of the opposing faction. After all, the answer was right in front of him. He looked at Ma Yan walking towards the main door in the holographic image with trepidation. He walked to the main door, and then the federal staff controlled the door to open to both sides. Ma En walked into the living room and carefully sat down opposite Shen Xiao. This time, he did not wait for Shen Xiao to greet him, but directly said to her, "I am here to negotiate at the request of the Federation. They want you to be under surveillance." Shen Xiao looked at him with a less gentle look than last time. "Can't you refuse them?" Although she understood Ma En's cooperation with the Federation last time, she did not seem to expect that Ma En would continue to cooperate with them in depth again. Ma En lowered his head slightly. "No, they gave me very good conditions, so I came here because..." He seemed a little speechless, and sat there for several seconds. But in the end, he still forced the words out of his mouth. "Because I need the help of the Federation. I know this is wrong, but I don't know what is right, so I came here to listen to your opinion." Shen Xiao's expression became a little unhappy. "You are in trouble, so you need the help of the Federation, and you decide to use my price in exchange for help, but it is obvious that you feel guilty about it, so you came here to get my consent. You want to hear me say that I am willing to sacrifice my own interests to help you. This is a very selfish approach." Ma En whispered, "Sorry, but I have no choice." Shen Xiao sighed. "The last time you came, you also said that you had joined the Federation. At that time, I said that I could understand you. In fact, I can still understand what you do now. When we face difficulties, we will naturally choose to bend down. This is unavoidable. Reality is cruel, and the Federation is the winner, but the problem is that you are now standing on the opposite side of me. I won't blame you for this, but even though I still have sympathy and gratitude for you in my heart, and remember the years when you fought with me as a member of the Salvation Alliance, when you stand opposite me, I will treat you as an enemy with these feelings, and even kill you if necessary, and if I have the opportunity. This doesn't mean that I don't sympathize with you. I still hope that we can both get the results we deserve, but just like when you encounter difficulties and need the Federation to lend a hand, you can only compromise with them, because reality leaves you no choice. This cruel reality also leaves me no choice. I can't help you. I'm sorry. In fact, the best situation is that I stand behind you as the one who can protect you, but the Federation imprisoned me, and the reality makes us stand on the opposite side. If I have to choose between the difficulties you face and the whole world, I won't hesitate at all. Sorry, please go back." Ma En fell into silence. Shen Xiao paused and then said, "I will not forget what you have done. In the early days, we helped each other, and you certainly didn't think that you would stand against me in the future. But the ending in reality is often countless times more cruel than you imagined. But now that you have joined the Federation, seize the opportunity at hand. Help you have a bright future." After saying this, she showed a look of seeing off the guest. Ma En didn't say any prepared words at all. Facing her condemnation, he could only stand up in shame, and then turned around as if he didn't dare to face Shen Xiao directly, and left the room as if he was running away. The stone in Shen Zongdao's heart finally fell to the ground. "It's not beyond my expectations." Shen Zongdao smiled, and then looked at Tang Xuewan, who had just said that she had confidence in Ma En. What made him feel good was that her expression was quite heavy now. The other high-level members did not show any surprise. In fact, they did not think that Shi Xiao could be persuaded by Ma En, as long as Tang Xuewan found it difficult to accept this result. Shen Zongdao walked a few steps towards Tang Xuewan with a smile on his face, and even felt that his whole body was much more relaxed. Ma En, who failed to complete the task, was no longer a problem for him. At this time, Ma En even looked a little funny in his eyes. It was not a problem that Ma En could not persuade Shen Xiao. What really made him look down on Ma En was that he lacked self-knowledge. Since he could not stand up in front of Shen Xiao, he should not accept such a task. In the end, Ma En was no longer recognized by Shen Xiao. It was really pitiful. Shen Zongdao continued, "It seems that Ma En really needs anti-psychic metal as urgently as we thought, so I have a small suggestion. Unless there is a special situation, don't really give the anti-psychic metal to this guy. Because he may be a threat to us after he gets it, but as long as we don't give him the anti-psychic metal, but keep hanging him with verbal promises, we can easily control this Ma En. Of course, now we have no reason to give him anti-psychic metal." Faced with Shen Zongdao's slightly sarcastic words, Tang Xuewan did not say anything, but she had to admit that Shen Zongdao's smug words and deeds at this time made her feel even more difficult to accept Ma En's failure. Although she did not think that Ma En would definitely be able to convince Shen Xiao, she did not think that he would fail so easily. At least he should lose decently. At this time, Tang Xuewan even reflected on whether she had misjudged Ma En at that time. She could not imagine that the Ma En in her eyes, at that time, was the same person facing Shen Xiao now. Even if he was facing Shen Xiao, He should be so embarrassed. Isn't Ma En aware that he can't succeed? Why didn't he mention it, or is his desire for anti-psychic metal really made him have no choice? Seeing that Tang Xuowan was a little unstable, Shen Zongdao continued to stimulate her with a sarcastic tone. Since you have already failed, why not just withdraw from the negotiations? Ma En's behavior makes me more worried. You see, he has no courage and awareness to stand on our side and oppose Xiao. I even suspect that he will betray us because of the guilt he has now arisen. But just as he was throwing dirty water on the Rongbang faction members, Xiao Tao has suddenly said with emotion, I don't think this is a cowardly performance. On the contrary, I think Ma En is a young man who values friendship and loyalty. Although he has wavered and struggled in the face of personal interests, he still did not lose his bottom line when facing the real justice in the end. Hearing this, the shadow also said, Xiaoshen, I know you want to drive them away, but now is not a good time. He meant that Ma En had not yet handed over the pills to them. Others present also thought of this, but they did not think that Ma En was deliberately not in a hurry to trade these pills with them for this reason. At this moment, Xiao looked at Yingzi again and asked, Yingzi, do you still remember the promise you made to me to find a few more disciples after Du Jin died? Yingzi noticed something was wrong. What? Xiao turned around and looked at him with a smile and said, now there is no need to find a few. I see that this Ma En is gifted and has a good character. Why not let him become my disciple? Of course, I know he will be a little afraid of me. How about this? If you can let Ma En become my disciple, I will give you 10 longevity pills. These pills can increase your lifespan by 1,000 years, drive away diseases, and avoid disasters, and just as you think, even ordinary people can swallow them like eating and drinking water. And according to you, this thing will not bring abnormal changes to the user. Although the person who eats these will have a lifespan of 1,000 years, he is still an ordinary person with a lifespan of 1,000 years, not a fairy, not a god, not a ghost, nor a demon. Chapter 368. When Ma En pushed open the back door and prepared to step into the preparation room again, the scene he saw was very different from when he left. Only Tang Xuowan and several core negotiating members were left in the room. I'm sorry. Ma En looked at them with a guilty look. I failed to convince Shen Xiao. But just when he thought he would face an attack from Shen Zongdao, a member of the new liberal faction, Shen Zongdao smiled gently and politely. It's okay, after all, you are facing Shen Xiao. If it were me, I might not even be able to say a word in front of her. This reaction surprised Ma En very much. He immediately turned his head to look at Tang Xuowan, and she also showed a bit of awakening on her face at this time. When she noticed Ma En looking over, she also cast a reassuring look. Tang Xuowan said with a somewhat smug tone, you didn't say that before you went in. Shen Zongdao could only smile apologetically at her words at this moment. Just now, I haven't seen the conversation between Mr. Ma En and Shen Xiao, but after seeing it, I dispelled my doubts. After all, it doesn't look like they can do anything. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but secretly mock Ma En. Shen Zongdao originally thought that this was the best time for him to suppress these two new liberal members. He had no intention of really doing anything to them, but he didn't expect the subsequent development to be even more outrageous, which also made him more resentful of Ma En, the lucky ability user. However, Shen Zongdao's tone and expression were quite sincere. Even though everyone could hear that he was saying that Ma En was very embarrassed just now, his expression was so sincere that they had the illusion that Shen Zongdao was sincerely wishing him well. Moreover, facing their strange words and deeds at this moment, the other few people did not express anything, which made Ma En even feel that what he had just experienced was two different scenes from what they saw, as if they really thought that they had just performed very well. Xiao Guanwu did not show anything, but just nodded slightly to him. This result is actually within my expectations. Many people will mistakenly think that Shen Xiao will be soft-hearted because of her kindness, but in fact, she is still a little girl with a cold heart, and can watch the evil deeds happen. This is also related to her unique perspective on the world. She is not like us who only focus on the right and wrong at this moment. Ma En, who was still confused, looked at the shadow. He also said in an encouraging tone, although you didn't succeed just now, this is normal. In matters related to Shen Xiao, we always lose more than we win. Strictly speaking, we actually only won once, and she only lost once. You have just joined the Federation, and there will be plenty of opportunities to display your abilities in the future. This was completely different from what Ma En expected. He had just acted so embarrassed on purpose, and the purpose of doing so was to expose his seemingly contradictory psychological situation, and let the Federation think that it had figured out his thoughts and lower its guard against him. This way he could quietly follow up on this mission smoothly, and returned to Atlantis at the right time to steal the sea-covering scepter. But now it seems as if he has just successfully completed some difficult task. Tang Xuowan seemed to have noticed that the atmosphere was a bit wrong, and began to talk back. Ma En, in fact, your performance just now was not very good, and this mission also failed. We really can't give you what you want according to the original agreement. To be honest, I actually have higher expectations of you. But your behavior is reasonable now, and don't we have some unexpected surprises this time? When she said this, Xiaoyao was standing not far behind the others, but this time, they didn't mean to hide it from him, and the shadow they were discussing just now had specially isolated the information transmission. This made Ma En have a bad premonition again. The meeting with Xin Xiao just now was quite short, and in order not to arouse the suspicion of the Federation, he did not try to get any information at all. Xin Xiao's words to him seemed to have some hidden meaning, but under the surveillance of the Federation, she could not make it clear enough. Now Ma En recalled what Xin Xiao said just now, and it seemed that he could not match it with the situation in front of him. What's going on? Ma En asked directly. I did cooperate with you for the anti-psychic metal, and in my opinion, this is just a deal between me and you. But now that I failed to complete the task successfully, you don't have to pay me anything. But now your behavior seems a little strange. Xiao Guanwu said, yes, anti-psychic metal is very expensive, and it is also a 5th-level abnormal object. It is almost impossible for you to get it as a member of a loose department like the advisory department. Only Xinqia's affairs will make the Federation pay such a high reward. So after this, you probably won't have any chance to get it. If you have the ability to get it, I guess you probably won't need it anymore. This is actually inaccurate, because Ma En's real identity in the Federation is not a member of the advisory department, but a genius who accepted the Shu family's investment and cooperated with them, and what they need is their own future. But at this moment, Tang Xuowan also said with a strange look, yes, this is why I feel sorry for you. I am afraid that we will have no chance to obtain anti-psychic metal after this. This should not be said in public at all, and Shen Zongdao at this time also showed a seemingly gentle smile to Ma En, but Ma En always felt that his smile was a bit malicious. Combined with their words, this seems to imply that the Federation does not intend to give him anti-psychic metal, at least not in the way he originally expected, because they want to use this thing to control him. In fact, Ma En also specifically showed an excessive desire for anti-psychic metal because this can cover up his other purposes, and will not let the Federation suspect that he accepted this task for a dialogue with Xin Xiao. This is also the best choice for him, and with the help of the Shu family, this show of weakness should make the Federation more assured of him. After all, his thoughts can be predicted, and there is no threat to them. But is there something unexpected going on? The shadow looked into Ma En's eyes, and said, but now there is actually a perfect opportunity for you. The Federation is willing to give you the anti-psychic metal as a reward, and all you need to do is stop what you are doing and become Xuya's disciple. As long as you are willing to become his disciple, and learn from him until he is satisfied, we can give you the anti-psychic metal. Chapter 369. Ma En's main reaction to this proposal was worry and vigilance. Although he did want to get the anti-psychic metal, what was happening now was not a good thing for him. Because according to his own plan, it was only a matter of time before he got the anti-psychic metal, and there was no need to have any contact with a dangerous 5th-level ability user like Xiao Taoist. After all, his motives were too difficult to guess. Ma En did not believe in luck. He did not think that he would suddenly have a special cultivation physique. Even if Xiaoyao really saw that he had something different from ordinary people, it must be something he already had. And he did have some things that could attract 5th-level ability users, but no matter which one Xiaoyao Taoist took a fancy to, it would not be a good thing for him, especially the blood of Shishao on him and the Control Bureau itself. Their existence was a trouble. But this was not the worst part. The real problem was the stop what you were doing that Shadow just said, and his current matter obviously referred to the negotiation with Shishao. Ma En even suspected that Shadow said so on purpose. Regardless of whether this was intentional or not, he couldn't directly ask to accept this proposal and continue working at the same time, because even if it wouldn't completely expose his desire to stay in this mission, it would leave seeds of doubt in their hearts. If the Federation was willing to hand over the anti-psychic metal to him directly, then he could consider agreeing and running away, but unfortunately Xiaoyao and the Federation were not stupid enough to do this, and they had no trust in him at all. If Xiaoyao really wanted something from him, he would definitely not give himself the opportunity to run away with his stuff. This condition is quite good. Faced with the enthusiastic proposal of everyone, Ma En did not directly agree or refuse. But this news is a bit too sudden for me. I may need some time to think carefully. Since he could not directly propose to carry out 2 tasks at the same time, And looking at the current situation, if he directly refused, it would be difficult to have the opportunity to obtain anti-psychic metal, so delaying the time until the end of this task is the best choice. Mayan also showed a bit of resistance when saying this, and at the same time, there was a little hesitation mixed with the generous reward, which made everyone watching him realize that he was actually still full of vigilance against this proposal. Seeing this, the shadow in charge of communication did not put pressure on Mayan, but nodded and said, "I can understand your idea. This is not something that needs an immediate answer. As long as you make up your mind, you can become a disciple of Taoist Xiaoyao through us at any time. As long as you are a little bit Xiaoyao and confirm that there is no problem, you can get the anti-psychic metal. We will not hide it. This is actually a deal between Xiaoyao and the Federation. He knows that you want our anti-psychic metal, and he also knows that the Federation wants his life extension technology, so he made this win-win deal with us. And I can see that he really wants to ask you to be his disciple. You will definitely doubt whether he has ulterior motives, but to be honest, you should be able to realize that you don't have anything worth coveting by a 5th-level ability user. You can think about it carefully, don't rush to refuse. If you have other conditions you want, you can also negotiate with the Federation through me or Tang Xuowan. I believe many politicians are willing to make concessions to you in this regard." At this time, the shadow also sent a complete message to the edge of Mayan's mind. "I just said that the Federation will not allow politicians to arbitrarily give up their interests in exchange for their own longevity, but they have proposed the Fountain of Youth plan with very demanding conditions through quite sophisticated and magical means. The main purpose of the politicians proposing this plan is naturally to extend their own lifespans, but they have made this plan itself in line with the interests of the Federation through various complex conditions. However, there are very few abnormal items that meet the Fountain of Youth plan. The need for repeatability has already blocked most abnormal items. I think you should also know that there were politicians who wanted to gain eternal life by transforming into vampires, but they encountered the obstruction of Shishao. In a sense, it can also be regarded as the obstruction of the Federation itself, because Shishao was also a very important part of the Federation at that time, but the longevity pill is one of the very few abnormal items that meet the requirements of the Fountain of Youth plan. They come from another civilization that we have not yet discovered, and even have some doubts about whether it exists. But if Xiaoyao didn't lie about this, then although this kind of thing itself is quite expensive, it has an unusually high degree of repeatability, and you can even master the technology of making these things through learning. Therefore, if you are willing to slowly pull with them, you can definitely get better conditions than this, or, if you really only want anti-psychic metal, you can also get a larger metal than before. You must know that there is a huge gap between the abnormal entities within the 5th level. This matter has nothing to do with my interests, so my suggestion is purely a small return for your help." Mayan quickly received the information, and then a few seconds after Shadow's voice fell, the old man who had always been relatively calm no longer remained silent, and said to Mayan, "Although we have reached a 3-party deal with Xiaoyao, you can get more than just these superficial things. Xiaoyao has mastered advanced technology from other civilizations. If you can learn the essence of it, it will be of great benefit to you. You also heard what Xiaoyao said just now. With your talent, as long as you can get good teaching, there is a high possibility that you can be promoted to the 5th level through this technology. I think a smart person like you will not miss such an opportunity, even if there are risks in it. After all, it is extremely dangerous for most people to be promoted to the 5th level." When he finished speaking, Shadow immediately transmitted a piece of information from Zhao Guanwu to Mayan's mind. The old man's voice quickly passed through Mayan's mind, and let's assume that Xiaoyao really wants to deal with you. Although this possibility is very low, it is not completely a bad thing for you. Because even if he really has bad intentions, you will learn the life extension technology that the Federation desires before you are promoted to the 5th level, so even if you are really in danger at that time, you are not without a way to fight back. The existence of the Federation is your fuse. If you can also master the technology to extend your life, we can also provide you with shelter, or even work together to kill him and give his relics to you, who have mastered the technology of another civilization to interpret. You are obviously a better partner for us." The old man's statement is not completely unreasonable, but it is a little idealistic. Xiaoyao may not give himself the opportunity to do so. After all, he is very clear about what is important to the Federation. But what Zhao Guanwu said in front of Xiaoyao is very reasonable. Since Xiaoyao has the possibility of being promoted to the 5th level, the risks that may not be real do not seem so bad. In fact, if he has confidence, then using the Federation to deal with Xiaoyao is actually a reasonable final means. It's a pity that this statement makes sense only if Ma En himself cannot be promoted, but unfortunately, he is one of the very few exceptions. In reality, Ma En showed a struggling expression after Zhao Guanwu finished speaking, but he slowly calmed down after a few seconds, and then still maintained his firmness and said, "What you said makes some sense, but I still have to think it over carefully. In the face of such a proposal, I can't, and don't want to give a hasty answer anyway. Give me some time and space to think about it. Don't worry, I will give you an answer sooner or later." At this point, Ingzi and Zhao Guanwu had nothing to say. As for Shinzongdao, Tang Xuowan and Kanaya, it was not appropriate to speak at this time, although they were all worried about something. And the protagonist of this incident, Xiao Yao, also walked towards Ma En, and then looked at him sincerely and said, "I know you will definitely suspect that I want to avenge Du Jin. I also understand that you don't understand our concepts and culture. You can't understand why I am angry about Du Jin's murderous behavior, but this is not important to you and me. The reason why I want to accept you as my disciple is very simple. You are the most talented young man I have seen since I entered this world. You also have a physique that is extremely suitable for practicing and inheriting my skills, not to mention your outstanding character. You once followed the innate god and demon that the Federation feared without hesitation, and I have also heard her philosophy. To be honest, in a place like yours where rituals and music have collapsed, she has many noble character that many disciples and masters of famous and upright sects cannot compare to you. Therefore, just following her to go to war with the Federation is worthy of my trust in your character. Others may think that your behavior in front of Shishao just now is a bit embarrassing, but I can feel that you behave like this only because you are kind by nature and a little confused because of your experience. But this is exactly the character I value. If you can't say anything in front of her today, then you will never do evil deeds of deceiving your teacher and destroying your ancestors in the future. So you are a talented young man with excellent character, while my useless disciple Du Jin is a mediocre person who kills people in competitions. Do you think I will retaliate against you for Du Jin? I heard from the Federation that you want that anti-psychic medal. As long as you are willing to become my disciple, it will be your apprenticeship gift. And you will never lack natural treasures in the future. I can personally forge a life-saving magic weapon for you. How about it?" Facing the enthusiastic Xiao Yao, Ma En's choice was to take 2 steps back. "Thank you for your appreciation, but I really can't agree with you immediately. I have already decided to live an ordinary life. This is why I came to seek refuge in the Federation. I really can't make up my mind." Seeing this, Xiao Yao did not chase him to become his disciple. "What I practice is the way of Xiao Yao. If you become my disciple, you don't need to care about anything. Just concentrate on practicing. But I won't force a fate that cannot be achieved. Since you haven't made up your mind, think about it carefully. But if you are a little suspicious, you can also let me see my residence directly. Maybe seeing it with your own eyes can dispel your doubts." Ma En nodded. "If I have time, I will definitely visit." Since Xiao Yao has no intention of letting him go, then he can't really escape blindly. Moreover, if he can obtain the sea-covering scepter according to the original plan, he may not be unable to deal with potential conspiracies. Seeing this, the other few people didn't say anything. Ingzi and Zhao Guanwu did not show their true thoughts. Kanya looked at him with a little more curiosity, as if she wanted to know what Ma En was thinking. And Shinzongdao also smiled and nodded at him. He was actually a little gloating over Ma En's refusal. Although he couldn't stop this as a member of the Federation, he certainly didn't want to. Seeing Ma En get the anti-psychic medal. If he really becomes Xu Yao's disciple, the power of the Xu family of Rongbang will increase again. As for Xu Yao's life extension technology, it is not so important in Shinzongdao's eyes. After all, if Ma En does not join his sect, it does not mean that the Federation will not be able to obtain life extension technology from Xiao Yao again in the future. Of course, this is also because he is still young. In fact, he did not expect that Ma En would really disagree with this request. If Ma En accepted it, then Shinzongdao felt that he might not be qualified to trouble him again, but if Ma En really refused, then he might not even be able to get the anti-psychic medal again. Ma En was either stupid or cowardly to make such a decision. Anyway, Shinzongdao felt that if he were in Ma En's position, he would definitely not miss this opportunity to be promoted to the 5th level. "Let's go too," Tang Xuowan said after they all left, and glanced at him with a somewhat obscure look. "You seem to have something to say." Ma En established a telepathic channel. Tang Xuowan replied in her heart, "Sorry, I couldn't say it just now, but in fact they have already discussed it, which is to let me inform you that the Federation will not allow you to obtain anti-psychic metal under the original conditions, even if our Shu family uses our own connections and resources." This point was first raised by Shinzongdao, but I think they also know deep in their hearts that you obviously want anti-psychic metal so much that you betray Shishao and come here, so they plan to use this weakness of yours to force you to accept Xiuyu's invitation. If you really want to reject me, I can reject them firmly on your behalf. But this will definitely anger many people in the Federation, and I guess when Shinzongdo said this, he was expecting your rejection. Because if you still want to get the anti-psychic medal, you must at least let the Federation get the same benefits as now. In other words, we will pay a huge price, but your vigilance is not unreasonable. So the final choice is in your hands. Facing her sincere words, Ma En just replied, I think we need to talk about this matter again. Chapter 370. 5 days later, Eastern Federation. Ma En stood in front of the main door of an independent villa and raised his hand to press the doorbell. After a while, hurried footsteps were heard behind the door, and then Tang Xuewan opened the door and looked at the young man standing in front of her house with curiosity. What's the matter? She was actually puzzled by the fact that Ma En came here to find her in person. They had been communicating with each other through mobile phones in the past few days. Ma En asked, do you still remember that Xiao Yao said that you could go to see him first and then consider whether to agree to become his disciple? Tang Xuewan was surprised. You want to go to see him? In fact, when he said that he would think about it again, Tang Xuewan felt that Ma En would definitely agree in the end. But when Ma En said in person that he really wanted to see Xiao Yao, she still felt a strong joy from the bottom of her heart. Although it was not in the way she had initially imagined, Ma En still proved that her vision was right. This investment can be said to have basically paid off now, and this seems to indicate that her future path in the political arena will be smooth. And this actually means that maybe she can really do what she wants to do, use sincere means to bribe these smart and powerful people, and achieve a win-win situation with them. Ma En nodded. Yes, I have thought about it carefully these days. In fact, what you and Mr. Zhao said is very reasonable. Although the Federation's actions are not good, Shen Xiao has said that reality is cruel. I have no other choice but to accept it. Since it is like this, I think I can also test Xiuyu's intentions first. Tang Xuewan said with joy, wait a minute, I notify the Federation and ask them to arrange for you to meet Xiao Yao. She took out her special mobile phone, and Ma En watched her dial a number. He came here for a reason. As he said at the time, he did talk a lot with Tang Xuewan in the past few days. After the conversation, Xinxia's negotiations ended neatly, and the Federation did not try to ask her to give anything. According to Tang Xuewan's intelligence, this was because both parties knew that there was not much suspense in this matter. Shen Xiao showed a high level of understanding of this matter through repeated negotiations, so that the Federation could not deceive him. When Tang Xuewan said this to Ma En, she also hinted that she actually understood Ma En's failure quite well, because at that time, they actually knew that Ma En might not be able to persuade Shen Xiao, and she also comforted him a few words. After about 2 days, Tang Xuewan also received the news that the plan had been finalized. They were going to suppress Shen Xiao's reality distortion index to the original 37% through various existing and non-existing restriction devices, and force her to enter the seabed to perform the mission. The time when she entered the seabed was not a secret to Tang Xuewan. Ma En easily learned the specific date through indirect inquiries. Obviously, the Federation did not highly suspect that his goal was this matter, as he was most worried about. After all, as a former member of the Salvation Alliance, it was quite reasonable for him to show curiosity about this. Shen Xiao would fight the Sea Tribe in a month. During this period, the Federation would continue to repeatedly debug and check the equipment that suppressed and controlled her. Although she had given up resistance on her own initiative, the Federation was still very worried that Shen Xiao would find any opportunity to break free. After confirming this, Ma En began to think about Xiao Yao. Although Xiao Yao might have ulterior motives, Zhao Guanwu's statement at that time was also correct. This was indeed an opportunity that he could not miss. But unlike what the old man said at that time, what he cared about was not the opportunity to be promoted to the 5th level, but the anti-psychic medal. Because during this period of time, a small thing happened, that is, Ma En lost his memory of Chao Yin again, but before the countermeasures he prepared took effect, the memory of Chao Yin quickly revived in his mind again. This incident not only made Ma En feel the strength of Chao Yan's immortality, but also made him more worried about his memory problem. Now that the opportunity is in front of him, he should try to obtain the anti-psychic medal even if it is risky. Because if he does not get the anti-psychic medal as soon as possible, it is hard to say when the remaining power of the unmemory will win again, and he does not know whether the unmemory itself can detect this abnormality, and if he detects it, there is a way or possibility to personally deal with himself, the fish that slipped through the net. He was not so comforted at this time, and the Federation was obviously not going to give him the anti-psychic medal through normal channels. So now Taoist Xiao Yao was his only choice. Of course, Ma En did not really believe in Xiao Yao. Even if Xiao Yao really wanted to deal with him, he would probably give the Federation the longevity pill before he took action, and he would get the anti-psychic metal before that. In theory, he would not be too defensive about the anti-psychic metal he got, because he could not think of how he could use it, and Xiao Yao himself was not good at the spiritual field. That is to say, there is a high possibility that he will run away after getting the sea-covering scepter and the anti-psychic metal. Moreover, if Xiao Yao really wants to deal with him, he will not stop just because he refuses to become his disciple. At that time, he will still have to run away. It is better to try to trick the anti-psychic metal before Xiao Yao takes action. If Xiao Yao wants to deal with him, then according to his idea, it is a better choice to contact him openly. After all, it is actually himself who has the Abnormal Control Bureau and employees hiding in the dark. Moreover, he can use the Control Bureau to identify whether Xiao Yao has made any shady moves at any time. He can use the containment room to check himself and the things Xiao Yao gave him, so that he can get the news before he really takes action. If Xiao Yao really wants to take action, then he can also use the Control Bureau to escape at any time. So Ma En decided to contact Xiao Yao slowly, and try to find out what he wants to do. If possible, he can get the anti-psychic metal as much as possible, and as soon as possible in the process. He can also lower Xiao Yao's vigilance through lies, and let him hand over the pills early. Of course, Qin Lan is also monitoring him in the Control Bureau at all times to ensure that he can be teleported immediately when he encounters danger. Okay. Tang Xuewan put down the phone, and then Ma En felt something behind him. When he turned around, he saw a shadow standing behind him. At the same time, his eyes seemed to pass Ma En and Tang Xuewan and looked at a corner in the room, but he immediately refocused his gaze on Ma En, and then showed a gentle smile. I'm glad to see that you have changed your mind. Ma En replied, I haven't made up my mind yet. I'm just trying to see him with my own eyes, as Xiao Yao said. But you are right. Who can resist the temptation of being promoted to the 5th level? Shadow half-jokingly joked, then I congratulate you on becoming my colleague in advance. Then he turned to look at Tang Xuewan, then I will take him away. As he spoke, the shadow under Shadow quickly rushed to Ma En, and then pulled him into the semi-psychic dimension belonging to Shadow. The surroundings of them instantly fell into deep darkness, and Ma En could still feel the surrounding darkness flowing. After leaving Tang Xuewan, Shadow asked curiously, what made you change your mind? Of course, it doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. Ma En replied, don't you know it very well? The Federation has cut off my chance to obtain anti-psychic metal. They forced me to come here. I have discussed it with Tang Xuewan repeatedly in the past few days, and know that you can't give me another chance. I have no choice, just like when I went to see Shishao. Shadow curled his lips in disbelief, and then asked curiously, what do you want to do with anti-psychic metal? Is there any telepath in the world who wants to deal with you? But as long as your enemy is not the strongest psychic entity, I may provide you with help, provided that you are willing to ask. Remember, I still owe you a favor. Ma En shook his head slightly, and then said sincerely, you can't imagine the reason why I need it. If I can rely on you to solve the problem I am facing, I would have asked for it long ago. Shadow nodded, okay. The moment this sentence fell, the darkness around him faded away, and he appeared in the misty bamboo forest. And the moment he and Shadow appeared, a doubtful sigh came from the bamboo forest. After they waited for a few seconds, the surrounding fog began to surge in front of him, and spun and shrank, and then slowly formed the Taoist Xiao Yao with a fairy-like appearance, and he immediately smiled gently at Ma En. It seems that you have some new ideas. While he was talking, the surroundings were slowly shrouded by the mist floating in the distance again. Ma En nodded, that's right. Seeing that they had established a dialogue, Shadow also said to them, since I have brought Ma En to you, I will leave first. I still have a lot of teleportation work to be responsible for this body. After that, he turned into a shadow and disappeared, leaving Ma En and Xiao Yao here. After the shadow left, Xiao Yao also said enthusiastically, come with me, I will show you my residence. I thought you would come to see me earlier or later, but I didn't expect it to be 5 days. But it's okay, it's in accordance with the number of the 5 elements. Ma En immediately explained, I haven't made up my mind to agree to your request, but you said I can come here to see it myself. Xiao Yao Taoist nodded. I know that Shishao is not the only one who can predict the future. Although it is not my strong point, I do have arithmetic. If you come here on the 5th day, it means that you have not made up your mind yet. Ma En asked cautiously, can you also predict the future? Xiao Yao walked towards his residence with Ma En and said, this is why the Federation asked me to see the innate god and demon. Many practitioners are proficient in arithmetic and can vaguely predict the future, but they are completely incomparable to the Xiao you once followed. Even the most proficient in arithmetic can only barely avoid disasters. In our place, arithmetic is also a minor art. There is a saying among practitioners that arithmetic cannot save oneself. In fact, this is because this technique can only work on people who are far weaker than oneself, and cannot be said for practitioners with the same strength as oneself, so it cannot be used on oneself. Only a few cultivators who are proficient in this art can avoid disasters, but in my opinion, it is just a minor art. If you want to learn it, I can also teach you, but there are only a few geniuses who can really occupy a place in this art. And arithmetic is only somewhat similar to the predictions of the innate god and demon. Their essence is two completely different things. Obviously Xiaoyao brought up this topic on purpose. Ma-En could sense that he wanted to talk about a topic that might interest him. And Ma-En followed his words and asked, "What is an innate god and devil?" Xiaoyao smiled mysteriously. She is an innate god and devil, a god and devil born and raised by nature. These innate gods and devils often cannot practice, because practice is to find the way that belongs to oneself and the world. But these innate gods and devils are born with their own way, and it is also very strange. If not, we can't establish the heaven. There is a lot of information in his words, but the most important thing is that innate gods and devils cannot practice, and it seems that this can correspond to reality twisters. That is, Xiaoyao does not think that he is a reality twister. Or maybe he wanted to think so. Sorry, Ma-En said deliberately, I actually don't understand a little bit. Taoist Xiaoyao smiled and said, "You are a smart person, just write down what I said, you will understand it naturally after listening more." Ma-En then asked, "So if you want me to worship you as a teacher?" Xiaoyao paused and then said, "I will tell you the truth, in fact, it is just because you have talent, other reasons are not important compared to this. In fact, I don't care about Du Jin's death as much as I said in front of him, but I just see that they don't understand random nonsense. If a disciple makes a mistake, the elders will teach him a lesson, and it is not the turn of outsiders to care. Before Du Jin fought with you, I actually calculated that there was something strange in it. It was actually his opportunity. If Du Jin could break through in the life and death fight with you, he could achieve Yuanying, but if he couldn't, I will accept a new disciple." Hearing these words, Ma-En felt a sense of déjà vu, but the shock was much weaker than hers. Ma-En said, "In other words, you actually expected that I would kill Du Jin?" Xiaoyao shook his head slightly. "No, I expected Du Jin to seek his own death. He has a lifespan of 1,000 years after cultivating the golden elixir, and he still has 700 years to live, but he finally killed you in greed and fear. I didn't force him. This is cultivation. If greed arises, the inner demon will arise. It's like the arrival of the devil." Chapter 371. Xiaoyao led Ma-En slowly to the wooden house, and came to a room slightly inside. Although the wooden decoration inside the house looked quite good, it was not particularly amazing. It was like an old-fashioned wooden house that could be seen in some suburbs of the Eastern Federation. Xiaoyao sat down casually in front of the low wooden table in the middle of the room, and then motioned Ma-En to sit opposite him. "You said, I have a talent for cultivation." Ma-En also sat down with his legs crossed. "In fact, I have always had some doubts about this, because I am already a decent ability user, and I don't think I will be lucky enough to have the talent to learn other civilizations' technology." Xiaoyao nodded slightly and said, "I can understand your doubts, but the fact is that this is not as incredible as you think. We now call your place the Desolate Realm, and these 3 words represent poverty and chaos in our place, which is why there are no cultivators here. But this does not mean that mortals born in the Desolate Realm have no talent for cultivation. Although the number of children with low and medium cultivation talents among you has become less and less with the passage of time, the blood and physique of true geniuses have never been cut off. There are even some humans with strange physiques and talents like you. And do you know why this is?" Faced with such a question, Ma-En immediately cooperated and said, "I don't know." Xiaoyao showed a look of reminiscence. The so-called root bone is a very complicated thing, which depends on various complex factors, the most important of which are naturally blood and immortal arts. The earliest newborns with excellent root bones are all descendants of immortals, because a long time ago, except for a very few special individuals, most mortals were born with no essential differences. However, some half-immortals who valued emotions and blood have developed spells that can easily allow their descendants to embark on the path of cultivation, and they have directly embedded them into the bone marrow of all their descendants through their blood. And only after that did factors such as chance and Taoism come into play. That is to say, the bones are like a dragon giving birth to a dragon, a tiger giving birth to a tiger, and the bones that were first improved through immortal arts and blood will quickly fade to the point of almost non-existence after a few generations. Except for the children of the most semi-immortals, the bones of the mortals who have been blessed have not reached the average level of common practitioners today. But as the long years pass, the immortal arts performed by countless semi-immortals gather, dilute, spread, and blend in the blood of the descendants of mortals, and then encounter various other factors, such as spiritual energy, Taoist traces, natural materials and treasures, and demon blood, and slowly become the bones that everyone has. And the stability of the bones is actually a long time ago. I think you should have guessed what I am going to say next. You have the bones and physique that can practice, naturally because your ancestors also had semi-immortals, and were once immersed in spiritual energy. In fact, we once lived here. What he said was something that Ma-En had never heard of, and it was very likely that the Federation did not know much about it. Ma-En could feel that Xiaoyao was also revealing this information to show the information he had, so that he could realize the potential benefits of worshipping him as a teacher. Ma-En showed genuine curiosity. So you left here. Xiao thought for a few seconds and then said, you can say that, but it is not accurate. Let's put it this way. In ancient times, practitioners were spread all over almost the entire planet. We once established a great immortal dynasty here in great prosperity and harmony. That was a glorious time that I have never had the honor to see, but nothing in this world is eternal and immortal, and nothing is perfect. A long time ago, although the immortal dynasty was strong, it also faced the most dangerous enemy in history, that is, the terrifying demons behind the mountains. They are more dangerous than any demons we have seen. Even the pure-blooded babies, who have just been born, have the power of golden elixir. The most powerful and terrifying ones have even killed immortals. You should know that all immortals are outside the three realms, and are not in the five elements. They are neither born nor dead, neither increase nor decrease. You may not be able to understand the meaning of this sentence very well, and it is also difficult to describe it with words you are familiar with, but you should know those southern gods. Ma-En nodded slightly. The southern gods are also the culprits of the destruction of Atlantis. Xiaoyao nodded. Although they are actually a little different from the gods we often talk about, these things do have some of their own abilities. They can live in your body and soul to achieve a state close to eternity, but you also know that their eternity is not real. The real eternal immortality is called immortals by us. The so-called immortal cultivation in the immortal enlightenment is actually the cultivation of longevity and immortality. Only when these two realms are achieved at the same time can the true path be sought. If you still can't understand, then I can tell you that immortals are what you are now calling seventh-order abnormal entities, and those four-legged and two-winged demons can kill immortal immortals. Ma-En asked curiously, what are those demons? Are they no longer here now? Xiaoyao answered, they may have become extinct, but there are still some remaining descendants here. They are also mentioned in your legends. These things are described in your vocabulary as dragons, but the dragon in the Eastern Federation language actually refers to a kind of auspicious spirit beast. When we first saw the demons hiding behind the mountains, we mistook them for descendants of real dragons, but later we realized that they were not the auspicious beasts we knew, but more evil demons. The ancient immortals had fought a protracted war with these demons, but the result was a loss for both sides. In the end, we decided to divide the world with those ancient demons and divided it into two halves. Where those ancient demons are located is the land where you are now. Hearing this, Ma-En said in surprise, you mean, your cultivators at that time fought a bloody battle with the demons in this land of the Federation, and finally chose to divide the planet under our feet. So are you hiding underground or somewhere else? Xiaoyao smiled, then raised his hand, and waved it gently. The mist diffused in the air, and slowly turned into a sphere, and Ma-En could clearly see that the mist changed due to the depth of concentration. The darker part was the continent, an island in his memory, and the lighter part was the ocean. The sphere formed by the mist perfectly matched Main's cognition, with four interconnected main continents, the inland sea in the middle, the archipelago, the land where the Central Federation was located, and the large and small islands in the distant sea. But as Xiaoyao gently turned his wrist, the mist instantly expanded outward into a large circle, and the relative positions of the four almost connected lands of the Federation and the central inland sea changed slightly. At the same time, on the surface of the sphere facing the Federation, there appeared another area with thicker fog. No, we are behind you, Xiaoyao said with a smile. Chapter 372. Looking at the completely changed world map, Ma-En said in surprise, you mean you live on this planet with us, but no one noticed? Xiaoyao smiled and said, yes, it's not just you who don't know. In fact, most of our low-level cultivators and mortals don't know about this. The magic of the immortals and demons can steal the sky and change the day. You can't find our existence anyway. Ma'an's face still has surprise. Does the Federation know about this? Xiaoyao shook his head. Of course they don't know. They really want to get the location of the cultivation world from me, but they don't think that we actually live on land separated from them by the ocean. Ma'an asked, and you are willing to tell me this secret? Xiaoyao smiled and said, of course, this is not a secret that needs to be kept secret. I am not worried that the Federation will know about this. I didn't tell them just because I didn't want to say it. No matter what, they can't find a way to enter the cultivation world. There is no clear actual dividing line between the cultivation world and the desolate world. It is more like under the interference of some powerful force. We can never get close to each other's land and sea. We all regard where we are as a planet, so we will naturally accept the fact that when you keep moving forward, you will keep going back and forth around this planet. But in fact, you are just sent back by the illusion. In the most extreme case, you and us can get close to only a few meters on the ocean, but even if Shishao gets there, he can't meet us. It is the immortals who divide the world into positive and negative sides. Ma'an said with some doubt. So you may actually be hiding near us, but we can't realize it. Xiaoyao shook his head. No, not only can you not cross the two worlds, even the strongest half-immortal can't destroy the dividing line that separates us. Even if some half-immortals can force their way here, they will become extremely weak because of the immortal arts. You should know that this magic was performed by the strongest immortals at that time. Otherwise, why do you think we didn't come back here after all the demons were extinct? Because they can't do it, you and them are trapped. Only I can practice Xiaoyao magic. This statement made Ma'an feel a little relieved, and it was more in line with his doubts. If there is still a powerful world like Xiaoyao described, why didn't they interfere with and affect the world they are familiar with? However, it is difficult to say how much of Xiaoyao's words are true and how much are false, because he said everything only he knows, and Ma'an or anyone else who heard this information can't verify it. Ma'an asked, so there is a prosperous world under our feet at this moment? Xiaoyao nodded. I tell you this for a reason. Our cultivation world is far more prosperous than the barren land where you are, and all the spiritual energy of this planet is also gathered in the cultivation world. The speed of cultivation there is very different from here. If you can follow me to cultivate to the level of Yuaning Huashan, which is what you call the 5th level, I can take you back to the cultivation world to join my sect. I believe they are willing to devote countless resources to you. By then, it will only be a matter of time to break through to the semi-immortal level. And the world you live in has long been in disarray. These idiots who rule the world are all morally corrupt. Even your mortals are far more cold and bloodthirsty than ours. I think you who once followed Shinshao must have hated this ugly world. In our place, even the most ordinary mortals can live a life without worries, illness or disaster. Even if there are rare fights and life and death battles among practitioners, they are often due to disputes over ideas or enlightenment, and will not harm the master and family. That is a better world. But if you don't want to go back with me, you can stay here after you become a nascent soul. Or you can use the Xiaoyao method I taught you to freely shuttle between the two worlds. This is why he said so much. Xiaoyao told Ma'an all this not just for fun, but to let Ma'an see the beautiful and prosperous world he described, and to lure him to become his disciple. But Ma'an always felt that there must be a lot of lies in his words, and the most important part should be fine. But whether the cultivation world that he could not reach and see was as beautiful as Xiaoyao described, and what his real purpose was, all of this is still to be discussed. Xiaoyao said in a very sincere tone, I want to accept you as my disciple, because I don't want to see a genius like you wasting your life in the desolate world. I want you to appreciate the real beautiful scenery, and I want to invite you to become a practitioner who seeks the way together. Hearing this, Ma'an also showed a hesitant expression to show his face. If what you said is true, then I really think it is necessary to follow you to learn. Seeing that he was struggling, Xiaoyao said directly, the anti-psychic metal is just my gift to you. If you are willing to become my disciple, I have prepared other gifts. I have prepared several good magic weapons for you, and if you can cultivate to the Jindan realm, then I can give you a killing magic treasure that I have used before, and help you refine it into a life magic treasure. This magic treasure is a 5th level abnormal entity in your words. Although you may not be able to fully drive it at the Jindan realm, it is still easy to kill other cultivators at the same level with it. And I will teach you a lot of magic that people here can't think of how to defend against. Don't think that dude Jin can't learn the magic of fighting as my disciple. That's because I didn't give him all my real good magic. Of course, it's not that I don't want to, but compared to you, he is too stupid. It takes hundreds of years to practice the real useful spells. It's better to just work hard to reach the nascent soul stage. And you became my disciple. Although you practice the same Xiao Gong that he practiced, you will definitely be much better than him. And if you can practice to the nascent soul stage, you can freely travel between the two worlds and no longer be afraid of ordinary killing spells. You will have all kinds of elixirs and natural treasures, and if you want to learn, you can study the art of alchemy. I will also give you elixirs that can extend the life of your relatives and friends. If you want, you can also exchange them with the Federation for other treasures. They will definitely not be able to figure out what these elixirs are because they don't understand the spells, and after you learn the art of alchemy, you can make elixirs at will, and sell them to those ordinary people who are afraid of death. And if cultivation itself can prolong life, then the foundation can last for 300 years, the golden elixir can last for 1,000 years, and the nascent soul can live for 8,000 years even without taking any elixirs or natural treasures. How about it? Do you want to become my disciple? Chapter 373. Ma En was a little relieved and asked, "You said you would accept me as your apprentice. What do I need to do?" Xiao Yao smiled and replied, "You need to learn, that's what you need to do. In our place, apprentices need to respect their masters and regard them as their third parents, and masters also need to regard their apprentices as their own sons. But I know that this is a custom that you have never come into contact with. So I won't ask you how to treat me, you just need to maintain basic respect for the teacher. I have also accepted several disciples here, and I don't have any special requirements for them. I just can't bear to see Mingju Mingcheng." Ma En nodded slightly. "I understand." Xiao Yao's words only increased Ma En's suspicion. To be honest, Xiao Yao's promise was full of temptation even for him, especially his promise to Ling Bao. If he really gave him a 5th-level abnormal entity suitable for killing, then he would not need to do any refining at all, and could directly use the power in it perfectly. Moreover, the anti-psychic metal was waiting for him in the near future. The 2 5th-order abnormal objects were worth the risk for any other 4th-order ability users, but they were not that important to Ma En, who was about to obtain the Sea God's scepter. But the more generous Xiao Yao's promises became, the more Ma En could feel the danger hidden behind them. Although he did not show it in his expression, he was already impatient to accept him as a disciple. Judging from the reason Xiao Yao showed now, Xiao Yao did not need to behave like this. Because it is hard to say what benefits Xiao Yao will get from accepting me as his disciple. He said he would bring me back to the world of cultivation after I was promoted to the 5th level, but what is his purpose? Does he need the help of a 5th-level abnormal ability user? Or this is not his real purpose at all, but what he wanted to do with me in the past? After all, I do have many things that are worth the covetousness of most 5th-level ability users. It is estimated that only people like Shishao can completely ignore treasures, like the Abnormal Control Bureau. But no matter what, the information Xiao Yao showed on the surface is not worth his treatment of me for the time being. He doesn't seem to have any requirements for me, but just wants to teach me magic and let me learn his abilities. This is obviously a matter of only benefits and no cost for me, but pie in the sky never falls. Although Xiao Yao claims that people in the world of cultivation are of noble character, and he also criticizes the Federation for the collapse of rituals and music, he has been able to entangle with the Federation for so long without losing the upper hand. He is definitely not the kind of guy without scheming, but is likely to be a very cunning strongman. So if I really have the opportunity to choose, then the best thing to do is definitely to stay away from him. But the question is whether he will let me go. Ma En paused and then asked, "I can feel your sincere feelings, and this is also a very lucky thing for me, but in addition to the benefits, there is actually an important reason why I have been hesitating. I no longer want to be involved in any whirlpool." Xiao Yao replied, "After you become my disciple, you can concentrate on practicing, and don't have to pay attention to the outside world." Ma En shook his head. "Your presence here is the problem itself. The Federation covets what you have, and the information you have, and is extremely eager for the truth behind you. When I become your disciple, I will naturally be drawn into the vortex of you in them. I don't think I can get out easily. I have longed for an ordinary life for a long time." Xiao Yao could sense his implication. "I will not force you to worship me as your master, but you don't have to refuse me. You can think about this problem slowly. It doesn't matter if it takes a few days, months, or even years. I have plenty of time to wait. And if you want anything else, I can get it for you." Although this didn't sound urgent, Ma En could feel Xiao Yao's determination. Since it was not so easy to escape as he expected, he could only temporarily agree to it, and slowly take the opportunity to get some technologies and abnormal entities belonging to other civilizations, as well as anti-psychic metals and Xiao Yao's treasures. And actually, with the Control Bureau, he doesn't have to worry about any plots. In fact, this is very likely. Xiao Yao wants to teach him a power system that he doesn't understand at all, And as a strong man in his system, it's easy for him to make tricks in it. But even if there is a problem with what Xiaoyao teaches him, he can directly use the Abnormal Control Bureau to extract it as an abnormal characteristic. In fact, using the Containment Bureau, he can solve most of the negative abnormal characteristics that are not immediately effective. The only characteristics that the Control Bureau can't really do anything about are the sequelae of the memoryless person. In fact, Ma Yin suspects that he is still in a negative state, and there may be a specific description of this on the panel of the Control Bureau. However, he was in such a negative effect that he had no way to perceive the description of the Control Bureau, nor could he use the interactive characteristics of the Control Bureau, just like the Federation could not perceive the existence of the cultivation world. Ma Yin showed a thoughtful look, and then asked, "Then what is the meaning of my study?" Xiao also felt that Ma Yin was not satisfied with his reasons. Seeking the Tao, we often say that the Tao is the first and the immortal is the second. The universe we live in has its own Tao. The purpose of the cultivator's immortality is to seek his own path. When I was in my hometown, I was called an outsider. This word means that I am not exploring the right way, and the so-called right way is the path that most people take. That's why I have very few fellow Taoists. If you can walk the same path as me, we can support each other. This was only 70% true to Ma Yin, but he immediately asked, "What is your Tao?" Xiaoyao replied, "It's my name. I am free and unrestrained. It is precisely because of this freedom that I can leave the world of cultivation and freely exert my power here. If you practice with me, you have to learn how to be free and unrestrained. It is also because I practice this Tao that I will not restrict my disciples too much." Ma Yin thought for a while and said, "Let me think about it. I will give you an answer in a month." Although he had to get entangled with him, even out of caution, he wanted to get close to Xiaoyao after obtaining the sea-covering scepter, not giving him the opportunity to attack before he was able to deal with it. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape, he might not even get the sea-covering scepter. Xiaoyao said, "You can think about it slowly." He could wait for this time, anyway. Ma Yin could not escape from his palm. Chapter 374. Shen Zhongdu opened the bedroom door and walked in. He turned around and pressed a few times on the door frame to seal the room. Then he walked to the spacious and high-end sofa in front of the projector and sat down. Then he put on the holographic eye mask. As the blue light on the black eye mask flashed a few times, the whole room was instantly shrouded in a blue light. At the same time, the eye mask also flowed out a waterfall of blue light, brushing over Shen Zhongdu's body. Then all the light faded at the same time, and the scene in the room in front of him returned to its original state. But there were 3 more figures in front of him. Standing directly opposite him was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, on the right was a young man in his 20s, and on the right was an old man who looked like he might just be close to 50. Although they all looked plain, even Shen Zhongdu, who was looking at them through the holographic effect, became a little nervous, because 2 of the 3 were formal members of the New Liberal Party, and the old man was a senior member of the Institute. The middle-aged woman said, "We heard about Xiaoyao and Ma Yin. You were there at the time, right?" Shen Zhongdao nodded nervously. "Yes, I wanted to mess with them according to the original plan, and I had already angered Tang Xuowan, and Ma Yin had no way to stop me, but just when I was about to put pressure on them, Taoist Xiaoyao came over by himself. Then he said he wanted to apologize to Ma Yin. At that time, I thought he was mocking Ma Yin, thinking that Xiaoyao wanted to plot against Ma Yin by giving those things, but he did not give me the opportunity to target Ma Yin again in his words. Then Ma Yin was sent to negotiate with Shen Xiao. To be honest, he behaved very badly in the negotiation. I even felt that I had another chance to suppress the Rongbang faction. At that time, I had already thought that Ma Yin might need anti-psychic metal. We could use this as an excuse to not give him anti-psychic metal because he had not handed over the elixir, so that the members of the Rongbang faction could not reach a cooperation with him. But before I saw him again, Taoist Xiaoyao proposed the deal, and then he became a hot commodity in the entire Federation. Although Ma Yin did not agree directly, which was somewhat unexpected, but before he formally refused, I could not do anything against these 2 Rongbang faction members. After he finished speaking, the 3 figures looked at each other for a few seconds, and then the middle-aged woman asked him again, "You said this might be Xiaoya's plot against Ma Yin, then what do you think is Xiaoya's real purpose, and is his statement to the public credible?" Shen Zhongdao paused and thought for a moment, but finally said, "I can't see it." The young man said, "This matter is quite strange, and the interests involved cannot be viewed with anti-psychic metal. For me, it is not a problem to give that thing to a young person with potential, but no matter what Ma Yin can do, he is not worth 10 longevity pills. I think Xiaoyao either wants to take revenge on Ma Yin, or he just accepted Ma Yin by the way, But the real purpose is to use Ma In as an excuse to deal with us, or he is not worried that we can crack the technology of the longevity pill, and he may even have some real intentions against Ma In. Of course, Xiao Yu's attitude towards the Federation and Maine are actually unrelated. He may be dealing with both sides at the same time, which means that whether he tries to fool us or not, there is a small possibility that he actually doesn't want to deal with Maine at all. But in fact, what his purpose is completely unimportant to us. At least, he proposed to use the longevity pill in exchange for the antipsychic metal. In fact, it means that we use this thing to force Maine to surrender, because Maine craves and needs antipsychic metal, and we can use it to force Maine. He gave us 10 longevity pills, and the Federation could not refuse this condition. He is a very cunning ability user, and he has never suffered any loss when he contacted us before. According to the judgment of the Institute, almost 90% of the information obtained by our spies is nonsense, so the current situation is actually quite unreasonable. The middle-aged woman then asked, "Do you really have no ideas?" Shin Zongdao shook his head. "No, I can't think of anything." The middle-aged woman continued expressionlessly, "Don't pretend here. I know you just don't want to cause trouble. After Xiaoyao proposed the deal, you never targeted them again, and you didn't even try to suppress Tang Xuowan. Of course, you did nothing wrong. After all, Xiaoyao has the longevity pill we desire, but this doesn't mean we have to watch Ma En obtain the antipsychic metal and reach a deep cooperation with the Shu family. You know, there is a worse possibility, that is, Xiaoyao did not lie about Ma En, and Ma En is really a cultivation genius with the potential to be promoted to the 5th level. This is actually what we are most worried about, because the longevity pill has little impact on us and the Rongbang faction, but if the Rongbang faction and the Shu family have an extra 5th level foreign aid, it will be terrible news for us. That's why we asked you what Xiaoya's real purpose is. If he wants to take revenge on Ma En, and you can see that he may kill Ma En in the future, or Ma En has no chance to be promoted to the 5th level, then we can completely ignore this matter. But if Ma En can take the opportunity to be promoted to the 5th level, then even if we don't want the longevity pill, we have to ruin this matter. This made Shin Zongdao feel a little worried and fearful. What do you mean, that's the longevity pill? It's related to the Fountain of Youth project. How can we just give it up like this? He didn't care about the longevity pill because he was still young, but there are many old immortals in the new liberal faction now. Many of them are already in the 3 digits, and have almost exhausted all the life extension programs through the Fountain of Youth project. For them, the longevity pill is a must-have. They don't even need to really replicate this drug, but as long as they can find a new way to extend their life through this thing, even if it's just a few years or even a few months, those old guys won't let it go. Shin Zongdao couldn't figure out why the congressman in front of him would say such a thing. Looking at his surprised expression, the middle-aged woman smiled. "Are you scared? Don't worry, I dare to ask you to do this for a reason. Academician Huang's research is about to have a new breakthrough, and it is also about the Fountain of Youth project, but the Federation is not clear about it yet. He didn't make his research public because of the existence of Taoist Xiaoyao. Now the plan for the Fountain of Youth is in the hands of Taoist Xiaoyao. Even if Mr. Huang makes his research public now, he won't get the resources to make a breakthrough." The old man nodded slightly and said, "My research is very close to success. There are only enough experiments and accumulation left." The middle-aged woman continued, "The resources he needs are not a small amount, but it is indeed possible. The Federation itself will not allow us to invest such a huge amount of resources if Taoist Xiaoyao will give us the longevity pill. The politicians of the Rongbang faction will not be willing to let Academician Huang, who is so close to us, make a breakthrough unless they have no choice. Compared to letting the Shu family of the Rongbang faction obtain the longevity pill, we would rather Academician Huang complete his research, so even if there is no longevity pill, it is not an unacceptable result for us. The real harm of this matter is still the Rongbang faction. Ma En is their man now. If he and Tang Xuowan get the longevity pill, all the credit will be attributed to him, so you can dispel your doubts. We are not asking you to carry out the suicide plan. The other members all know about this." Shin Zongdao did have this worry. After hearing the news, he was shocked and scared. After all, if this was a private decision made by the 3 people in front of him, who didn't care much about prolonging their lives, then they wanted to use him as a knife. And he was very curious about what his fate would be in this situation, becoming a scapegoat. Because he often did this kind of thing himself. But there should be no problem for them to do this now. Although they didn't say it clearly, it is very likely that the research in the hands of Academician Huang was the real reason why they wanted to stop Ma En, but these were not what he should know. Shin Zongdao was still a little worried. "So you don't want Ma En to be promoted to a 5th level ability user, but he is a former member of the Salvation Alliance. If you want to prevent him and the Rongbong faction from cooperating with him, it is still outside the scope of the contract, but directly blocking him like this. The middle-aged woman smiled and said, if he is not a former member of the Salvation Alliance, then we have 10,000 ways to squeeze him, and killing him is just a matter of a few words for us. It is precisely because of his sensitive identity that we came to find you. In the negotiations a few days ago, your performance was above the passing line. Xiao Yao is a difficult thing for anyone to deal with, and in the end you deliberately showed hostility to Ma En and Tang Xuowan, and kept a good distance from them, which is actually enough. But I know you have more than that. You've been in the limelight recently. You've just solved several difficult problems. It seems to me that you deliberately avoided Ma En when dealing with them, and focused more on Tang Xuowan. And this is because you don't want to cause trouble at all, just hastily complete the task at hand to deal with it, right? This question made Shen Zongdao a little embarrassed. No, I've actually tried my best. The middle-aged woman interrupted with a not very happy look. Don't act in front of us, I don't want to blame you, you are not our slave. So your caution doesn't make me feel there is anything wrong. I can fully understand your behavior of reducing risks. After all, Ma En is a capable person. Not long ago, many politicians died at the hands of capable people, but now we need you to show your ability. We can't possibly deal with Ma En. How could we do such a thing? But didn't you notice anything unusual about Ma En's behavior during the negotiation? Shen Zongdao didn't think there was anything unusual about Ma En's behavior, but he still asked, what? The middle-aged woman continued, we watched the video of Ma En's negotiation and gave it to professionals to check repeatedly. In the end, we realized an astonishing fact, that is, Ma En's negotiation was not good for him. And some experts have suggested that Ma En actually performed very well in many scenes before, but this time, the negotiation in front of Shen Xiao seemed a little too embarrassed, which was probably what he was acting for us. And this means that he may have done something with Shen Xiao in secret. Although we don't have any evidence and haven't found anything, we can't rule out this possibility, right? Shen Zongdao was stunned for a moment, and then immediately replied, that's right. She was completely lying. If there was something wrong with Ma En's negotiation video, then the entire Federation should know, not these few people from the neoliberal faction, and Ma En's motives were actually very obvious. If Ma En can be suspected because he has not received any benefit, then the premise must be that Ma En is capable of succeeding in everything he does, which is even more absurd and ridiculous. His performance is actually very reasonable. The individual experts she mentioned are probably the ones with the worst abilities. And the most important thing is that what Ma En thinks is not important to them at all. With the size of the Federation, it is impossible to suspect a person with Ma En's ability. No matter what, he can't do anything to Shinchi's affairs. This is not a question of whether or not they want to, but Ma En simply can't do it. The only reason why this suspicion can be established is that Ma En was once a member of the Salvation Alliance. All other parts are ridiculous, but even this is enough. After all, they don't really doubt Ma En. This is just an excuse to bypass the armistice agreement. The middle-aged woman continued with the question she had just asked. Do you think Xiao Yao was sincere when he said that? And this time, Shen Zongdao immediately understood what she meant. I think Xiao Yao is likely to want to deal with Ma En. This is a true statement, but it is not complete. The middle-aged woman nodded. So what do you think now? Shen Zongdao narrowed his eyes slightly, and then immediately gave his answer. First, we have to investigate Ma En again. His recent behavior is a bit suspicious. I suspect that he actually wants to communicate with Shen Xiao secretly. We have to investigate him, and I think there are several places where we can start. We have to conduct a more in-depth background investigation on him, and then investigate Tang Xuowan, and I plan to find Kanaya, who has just completed the inspection of Ma En, and use her to find out if Ma En has any secrets. During the negotiation, I felt that Kanaya actually had something in her heart that she didn't say. I think she may be our breakthrough. As long as there is any evidence, we will find him for an in-depth investigation. Secondly, before our investigation is successful, we must prevent Xiao Yao from harming Ma En, an important member of our federation. I plan to investigate whether Xiao Yao wants to secretly harm Ma En. If so, we must stop him from doing so. If Xiao Yao really wanted to hurt Ma En, they could just watch Ma En die. Only if Xiao Yao really wanted to teach Ma En, they would try to ruin the apprenticeship. And the truth is that there is probably no problem with either of these 2 points, but it doesn't matter. Because as long as you swing the shovel hard enough, a fake treasure map can also dig out real gold. Chapter 375. Shen Zongdao stretched out his hand and pressed a few times on the password lock, then directly opened the door and walked in. Kanaya was already sitting on the sofa. When she saw Shen Zongdao walk in, she raised her head slightly and looked at him coldly. I hope you really have something important to tell me. Shin Zongdao smiled and walked to sit opposite her. How dare I lie to a future academician like you? We new liberals have slowly gained the ability to compete with those conservative idiots in recent years thanks to the Institute. You are our most solid backing and allies, and you are the future hope of the Institute. Kanaya said coldly. Forget the polite words. I know my own weight. There are many people in this world who can be called geniuses. My teacher Gulen and Mr. Zhao are among them, but I am definitely not qualified. This is more like sarcasm than compliment to us. You may not understand it, because you can't imagine how desperate and painful the gap between people can be. Ahem. Shin Zongdao coughed twice. Well, let's stop talking nonsense. The reason I came to you is very simple. You are responsible for the inspection of Ma En, and you also gave us a very good answer sheet for the Federation, and analyzed his motives clearly. But to be honest, I have some doubts about your report, but I don't doubt your ability. It's just that when I was looking through Ma En's information recently, I found something wrong. The time when Ma En joined the Salvation Alliance happened to be the eve of our offensive against Shishao. Does this make you think of anything? Kanaya asked as if she didn't understand anything. What? Shin Zongdao explained patiently. You see, he encountered this kind of thing just after joining the Salvation Alliance. Then he not only teamed up with Qin Lan to deal with the pursuers we sent, but also successfully escaped from Dongsensu in front of the Yin Yang twins. After that, he entered the Southern Federation and began to lead the local Salvation Alliance members to fight back against us, and achieve success one after another. And his life trajectory before joining the Salvation Alliance was also very suspicious. He was raised in an orphanage of the church, and was diagnosed with mental illness a few years after entering society, and then stayed in a mental hospital until he joined the Salvation Alliance. Think about it, how could such a person follow Shin Shao to fight us? Did he become a madman who wanted to save the world while becoming a psychopath? But now Ma En looks very normal. Don't you think this is Shin Zhao's arrangement in advance? Kanaya nodded. It seems that you found the report file about this suspicion. I also read the file before meeting Ma En, but as far as I know, their final conclusion is that this possibility is too low, and there is no actual evidence. The real reason why he can rescue Qin Lan is that he has some ability to restrain the prediction machine, but that is also because our prediction machine was not perfect in the early days. I remember that they have fixed this loophole later, and can lock Ma En. This explanation seems to be more reasonable than what you said. Shin Zongdao continued, but do you think if he was a normal person, he would not quit the Salvation Alliance for such a long time? There is no need for him to fight with us for this thing. He should betray the Salvation Alliance early. Does he also care about the survival of the whole world? Kanaya asked back, if he surrenders, can we let him go at ease? Shin Zongdao ignored her question and continued to talk to himself, and I also noticed that most people may have realized a serious problem, that is, he has always been with Qin Lan, who is Shishao Walker's sister. We have never seen her during the entire war. Is it possible that Ma En is the secret hand used by Shishao to protect his sister? Kanaya asked back, is it possible that this planet is flat? You can believe in conspiracies. According to your way of looking at things, I think most coincidences in the world will become conspiracies in your eyes, but I will not believe in speculations without any basis. I think other people have studied these things thoroughly, and there is no room for you or me to discuss them. But Shin Zongdao still did not hesitate, and continued, this is just information that others have found before, but I haven't finished talking about my findings. I have also conducted some in-depth investigations during this period. What do you think I have discovered? I just said that Ma En was raised in the church's welfare home, but just before we attacked the Salvation Alliance, and not long after Ma En left the mental hospital, all the local church leaders died. This is actually nothing. Because there were demons and devils slaughtering the church forces there at that time, but I also made an extremely shocking discovery, that is, many of the dead church leaders had signs of cruel torture, and guess who had the more severe signs of torture, you know? Before I intervened at this time, they had not summarized any rules at all. Let me tell you, all the church leaders, who were involved in the establishment of the welfare home, have been tortured in the most inhumane way. I also have some information collected by the former members of the Federation. When Ma En was a child, he had two playmates. They can be regarded as half-siblings. One of them is Ma En's current sister Chen Yuan, who is now a pastor of the church. The other one is Yu Yu, who died tragically outside the street at the age of 13, and the murderer was immediately caught. But according to the investigation of me and other members of the Federation, there seems to be something strange about this matter. I have said so much. Have you thought of anything? Kanaya asked. What should I think of? Shin Zongdao said calmly. I suspect that Ma En killed those church members for revenge, because Yu Yu's death was related to the church. Although I don't have any direct evidence, I think this inference is quite reasonable. Kanaya said, there are many low-probability situations that sound reasonable, but you have no substantial evidence for each of them. And this has nothing to do with what you just said. Shinzongdao also knew this, but he ignored Kanya's doubts. Because what he wanted to do was not to really prove that there was anything wrong with Ma En. And he had some really important news that he didn't say. Then did you know that Ma En's file in the mental hospital showed extremely severe schizophrenia, the kind of person who lived in hallucinations, and it was impossible for him to be the normal person we see now. And Ma En's 2 attending doctors died before he was discharged from the hospital. One of them was an old doctor who was Ma En's attending doctor when he was admitted to the hospital, and he died of a particularly strange suicide. And the most important information I found is that this old doctor has an account with an astonishing amount of money. Then the people I sent out found out in the past few days that this old doctor often collects money from customers. Some of them are to make patients live more comfortably, but some customers forge proof of mental illness, some of them are to evade the law, and some are to evade other things. And most of the mentally ill patients he treats are his clients. We are still investigating his affairs, but I can basically confirm that Ma En entered the Victor Sanatorium to avoid something, or wait for a certain opportunity to come. He is definitely not really mentally ill, and I think he was arranged by Xin Xiao to go there, with the purpose of contacting the Coordination Bureau and Qin Lan through the incident of the second attending doctor at the right time, and protecting her safe evacuation. These are my inferences. Kanya asked, then did you find the transaction record between the doctor and Ma En? Shinzongli answered confidently, no. Kanaya said, so this is all your imagination? Shinzongdao retorted, this is a reasonable speculation. I don't have evidence just because I don't have enough time, but I have to race against time for this matter, and can't waste time to carefully verify it, so I came to you. In fact, this is because he doesn't want to see the evidence. What he wants is not the truth that really exists, but the truth that can bypass the contract. What he wants to do is to prove that Ma En violated the contract, or reasonably raise such doubts, and take the opportunity to prevent Ma En from becoming a disciple. This is one of the few things that the contract will not prevent them from doing. Kanaya said, I won't stop you from speculating, but I won't believe what you said. I've said everything I should say about Martin's situation, and I don't have anything else to talk to you about. Shinzongdao smiled and said, don't rush to talk about this. Before that, I have other things to show you, Miss Kanaya. I just looked through your previous records recently. I have great respect for you. You are an outstanding scholar. In this field, maybe only your teacher who deceived all of us is slightly better. Kanaya narrowed her eyes slightly and said, this is not a question suitable for chatting. Shinzongdao politely pulled the corner of his mouth. That's right, so I'm not here to chat. We all know how cruel and bloody your previous teacher did. He deceived us and you, and made so many researchers and members of the Federation become his minions to help him destroy the child's mind. Alice is our most precious asset, and that incident was our most painful accident. If I remember correctly, you are the only survivor among those who participated in the early research, right? Kanaya denied with a cold look. No, I did not participate in the early research. Shinzongdao smiled and said, yes, the records of the Institute are like this to the outside world, but we all know that the document package has been tampered with, and in fact you participated in this research with your teacher at the beginning, and soon you became his deputy. You are the manager and leader second only to him, and you are also the only one who has the opportunity to stop him. Kanya then denied, no, I don't have any chance at all. Gulen is a genius that I can't defeat. All my thoughts have been controlled by the teacher from beginning to end. Even if I go back to the beginning, I'm afraid I can't steal Alice from him. Shinzongdao said with a smile, yes, if you go back, you will definitely try to stop him, instead of becoming his most capable accomplice. I heard that you seemed to be the researcher that Alice trusted, and liked the most before she went completely crazy. Who do you think let you survive? Your teacher, or that girl? Kanaya stood there without answering, but Shinzongdao could vaguely sense that she wanted to retreat, but she controlled her body with reason. Kanaya quickly calmed down, and then said to Shinzongdao, what do you want to say? Shinzongdao said, the accident had a very bad result. Gulen succeeded in achieving his goal. Unless he died, we couldn't do anything to him even with Alice. As long as Gulen didn't die, her mental state was almost impossible to reverse in theory. In that case, why do you still insist on trying to heal her? Kanaya asked back, what does this have to do with you? Shinzongdao smiled and said, of course, it has something to do with you, Because I may have something you are interested in. Sure enough, his answer perfectly matched Kanya's speculation, and the whole thing slowly became clear in front of her eyes. For some reason, they suddenly wanted to deal with Maine, but they could not do anything because of the contract itself. So they now want to remove the restrictions of the contract, and to do so they have to prove that Maine was the first to violate the conditions of the contract. Or they don't intend to completely prove that Maine violated the contract, but want to use this to delay Maine, which is also a way for the Federation to deeply influence Maine's behavior. Investigating whether the contract is violated is the only thing they can do to Maine after signing the contract. Therefore, he wanted to hear himself express his suspicion of Maine. In fact, he did not completely believe in Maine, but neither she nor Shin Zongdao's suspicion of Maine actually reached the level of launching an investigation. But suspicion can be distorted and grown through the spread between people. Kanaya asked, "What do you have?" Shin Zongdao said, "The blood of Alice's biological parents is very well preserved. It was found in your laboratory, but this thing was secretly hidden by Gulen. I think this may be because he thinks it is useful." Kanaya asked with a little surprise, "And you didn't tell me about the existence of this thing before?" But in fact, she was using surprise to cover up her strong emotions. If there is blood from Alice's parents, then her current research will have a chance to make progress. Although she doesn't want to be involved in the troubles between these politicians, if he can really take out this thing, she has no choice. Shin Zongdao said innocently, "They think this thing may have other more important uses than treating Alice. For example, now we can take it out to you then. Do you think there is any problem with Marn?" Kanaya thought for a few seconds, recalling the content of the contract and Marn's words and deeds at the time, and then said, "I can rewrite a report. Although it is based on the same information I collected, the content will be completely different from the previous one. After all, this matter is very subjective. In fact, I did not say something." Shin Zongdao smiled, "Very good, and I think you can provide us with other help." Kanaya stood there and thought for a while, and then vaguely felt that she should have completely guessed their purpose. "I have a better suggestion," Kanaya said. "In fact, you can solve Marn's problem in other ways." Shin Zongdao asked curiously, "What method?" Kanaya said, "Just give the anti-psychic metal to Ma En with an excuse. Maybe he will give up the idea of worshipping Xiaoyao as his master." Shin Zongdao was stunned, and then asked with some doubt, "Are you kidding?" "No, if there is no other way, then we may do such a stupid thing. But I don't think this is our only way. I believe you can think of a better idea." Chapter 376. Tang Xuowan yawned, slowly got up from the bed, then opened the door and walked out of the bedroom, ready to wash her face and brush her teeth, but when she walked into the living room, she felt something strange, and then she turned her head slightly to look at the sofa. A middle-aged man was sitting on it, flipping through the novel she was reading recently. "Dad, when did you get here?" Tang Xuowan asked in great surprise. Xu Yupeng looked up at his daughter and asked, "The sun is shining on your butt. Do you usually get up at this time?" Tang Xuowan said a little embarrassedly, "I worked until late last night. I am a little overwhelmed by recent events." "Wait, why are you here?" Xu Yupeng slapped the table with the book in his hand. "Why do you think I came to you?" Tang Xuowan asked, "Because of the matter between Ma En and Xiaoyao Taoist?" Xu Yupeng nodded. "To be honest, your mother and I didn't expect things to get to this point. We thought it was just a little fight of yours. Although you can accumulate enough experience in the consulting department through Ma En, this is actually just the beginning for you. After you and he have achieved some success and obtained the anti-psychic metal for him, it will be time for you to go your separate ways. We actually did not expect that Ma En could really become a 5th level ability user, let alone that he could bring any benefits to our Shu family. To put it bluntly, he was just a servant we invited to accompany you in your training, but the facts prove that your mother and I were wrong. You were right when you discussed Ma En with us at that time." Tang Xuowan said somewhat boastfully, "I told you I have a good eye, didn't I?" Hearing this, Xu Yupeng also showed a look of relief. He and Tang Jinghong always had higher expectations for Xu Yun. That was why when Tang Xuowan proposed to go out and make a living, he and his wife agreed to her decision after consideration. In fact, they were all waiting for their little daughter to return to the Federation. Originally, they planned to wait for her to get a higher position in a few years, and then help her get a good position based on her achievements outside, and slowly climb up in the Federation together with her sister. It's a pity that Xu Yun died later. Xu Yupeng then asked, "What do you think his affairs with Xiaoyao mean to us?" Hearing this, Tang Xuowan fell into thought. What does it mean? Xu Yupeng was not really testing his daughter. There are two possibilities. Xiaoyao may want to harm Ma En. This is actually a very emotional, but illogical speculation. Ma En did kill his most outstanding disciple, but we don't know if he is really willing to pay such a huge price for his disciple. The second possibility is that he does not want to retaliate against Ma En. In fact, he really wants to train Ma En into a 5th level ability user. Perhaps he can restrain Ma En by teaching him, but in the end Ma En will still benefit. If Ma En really has the potential to be promoted to the 5th level, then it is actually quite reasonable for him to pay these pills as a price. The second possibility is the most beneficial to us, but in fact, if both possibilities really develop according to our expectations, they are all good things. That is, no matter what the situation is, we hope to let Ma En worship Xiaoyao. Do you agree with this? Even if the former was retaliated against, it was only Ma En who was retaliated. As the nominal ally of Ma En, the Shu family would still be credited with the longevity pill after Ma En died. It could even be considered that they sacrificed Ma En in exchange for the longevity pill for the Federation. Tang Xuowan nodded hesitantly, but now he seems to be a little wary. Xu Yunping smiled and said, "When a man does not directly refuse, it means that he is actually moved. He is just waiting for the price. Most people think that he will definitely agree in the end. I think Xiaoyao thinks so too. Ma En just can't get over the hurdle in his heart, so you need to encourage him. But this is not the purpose of my coming here today. If it were just these words, he would not have to come here to tell his daughter." Tang Xuowan was also a little curious. "So what are you doing here, Dad? I remember you are usually very busy." Xu Yupeng said a little helplessly, "What do you think I am busy with? You are always making me worry. You just returned to the Federation recently, and there are still many unspoken rules that you haven't really mastered, so I am actually paying attention to your affairs." "Guess what I saw, Dad?" Tang Xuowan said in a helpless tone with a bit of coquettishness. "Don't keep me in suspense." "How can I guess it?" Xu Yunpeng reached into his arms, took out a document, and handed it to Tang Xuowan. "Take a look at this thing." Tang Xuowan took the document and flipped it, and her face immediately showed strong surprise. Because it was full of unfavorable information about Ma En, including previous suspicions about him, and several new investigations on him. The lighter one speculated that he slaughtered the senior executives behind the orphanage, where he grew up, and faked his own mental illness problems. The more serious ones hinted that he actually colluded with Hong Yuan to help him escape, and that the ceasefire was actually a conspiracy of the Salvation Alliance. He entered the Federation to be undercover here, and his purpose in contacting Shen Xiao was to get in touch with her. The craziest thing is that there is a suspicion that Ma En is secretly leading the remnants of the Salvation Alliance. "What are these things?" Tang Xuowan said with a puzzled look on her face. "They don't think this is true, do they?" Xu Yupeng replied, "Of course not, they can't think this is true. The leader of these investigations is Shen Zhongdao, and behind him is the entire neoliberal faction, but these are not the focus of our discussion. The focus is that under him is Kanya, who is responsible for the investigation of Marx and Engels, and there are several layers of personnel changes under Kanya, and the bottom layer is responsible for the actual investigation. This is why what you see is so absurd and ridiculous, because they deliberately exaggerate the intelligence collected and the conclusions of the investigation in this way, and they did not really send out the top experts to investigate. The fact is that they are afraid of getting the real conclusion. They don't want this matter to be really concluded, because the ending is likely to prove that Marx and Engels have no problems at all. They just want to keep the whole thing vague, because this way they have room for operation." Tang Xuowan said with some doubt, "But what exactly do they want to do? Isn't this matter beneficial to all of us?" Xu Yupeng nodded. "This is also my original idea, so actually I only thought that the problem of this matter was to convince Ma En, but since the bastards of the new liberals dared to do this, it must be because they have some problems. We are already investigating this specific situation. We now suspect that the members of the new liberals have concealed something about the Fountain of Youth project, and they don't want to get the longevity pill as much as we thought. These bastards were just pretending before, but in fact this accident is also good news for us, because Xia's proposal of the longevity pill forced them to expose their conspiracy. This also made us notice that there is a professor in the institute who is specializing in research on improvement through subhuman biotechnology. We thought he was still a long way from successful experiments that could be applied, but now it seems that he should have concealed some breakthroughs from me. But don't worry about these, this is something that adults should consider. Now our focus is on Ma En." Hearing this, Tang Xuowan also felt that things seemed to be getting complicated, but she was still a little confused about the whole thing. At the beginning, she thought Shen Zhongdao was just here to mess with them a little, but she didn't expect that he would really come to deal with them now. "So what do they want to do?" Tang Xuowan said, "Since they don't intend to find evidence that Ma En violated the contract, Then they can't do anything? Xu Yupeng replied, they won't do anything to Ma En, and they can't do anything. The purpose of the new liberals investigating Ma En is very simple and easy to understand. They intend to use this as an excuse to prevent Ma En, Xiao Yao, and the Federation from completing the transaction smoothly, and this is actually enough. Because what they want to do is to delay time. As long as the transaction cannot be reached, the longevity pill will not be in our hands. You know, even if Ma En becomes Xiao's apprentice, the longevity pill will not be given to us immediately. If you look at the entire Federation, this little delay is actually nothing. But the problem is not the length of time, but this time point. Now many members of the parliament are almost at the end of their lives. They have all used the Fountain of Youth plan. Many of them are from our Rongbong faction. As long as it drags on, we have to compromise and choose a better way. Their way. As for Ma En, his plan to obtain anti-psychic metal may be delayed for several months. If the Federation obtains Xia's life extension technology through other means, his value will continue to decrease. They may even try to continue to obstruct this matter, so as to prevent Ma En from really having the opportunity to be promoted to the 5th level, but we can also fight back at that time. In general, as long as he is not really found out, he will basically be fine. The funny thing is that even if he really has a problem, they can't find it out according to their current methods. So, you don't have to worry about him so much. Xu Yunpeng actually had some doubts about his daughter's interest in Ma En before. He thought that she might have been misled by Ma En's personality or the identity background of a former member of the Salvation Alliance. She overestimated this young ability person and was so determined about him. But now, he is no longer worried about this problem. His daughter does seem to have a unique perspective on people. Tang Xuowan breathed a sigh of relief. That is to say, if there is no problem with Ma En, the worst that can happen is that he cannot obtain anti-psychic metal. I think this result is acceptable, but we may have to endure their harassment. Xu Yupeng shook his head, and Ma En may make some political enemies. In addition to offending others, you will make enemies, and being offended by others will also attract hostility, but this is not so serious for him. After all, you are the one who is responsible for dealing with these messes. And this is actually a good thing for us. The more enemies Ma En has, the closer his cooperation with us will be. But do you really want things to develop like this? Tang Xuowan was stunned for a moment, then asked, should we take this opportunity to let Ma En become our disciple directly? Her father shook his head. No, it's too late, and Ma En may not listen to us. The more you urge him, the further he will be from his destination. After listening to what I just said, you should be able to realize that the prerequisite for all their methods is to successfully delay time. Tang Xuowan asked curiously, so do you have a solution to the problem? Xu Yupeng said, otherwise, what do you think I am here for? With Ma En protected by the armistice agreement, what they are doing now is already the best way in theory. They can only do it by suspecting that Ma En has violated the contract, so in fact, if we want to deal with them, we have to start from this aspect. They must not touch the truth to do this, so we just need to take the initiative to give them the truth. We can take the initiative to initiate an examination of Ma En's memory. Tang Xuowan's first reaction to this proposal was surprise and incomprehension. This condition sounds quite unacceptable. I don't think Ma En will like this solution very much. Xu Yupeng said, this is the most thorough and clean way. As long as Ma En dares to show his heart, he can directly disintegrate their plan. I believe Ma En is also a strong man with such determination, and we can also add a small condition. That is, after the examination, Ma En will erase the memory of the examiner, and only leave the results of the examination. In this way, no secrets of his will be revealed. I remember that this is actually Ma En's special ability, right? After hearing this, Tang Xuowan calmed down a little, and this proposal became more feasible in her mind. After all, no matter what privacy Ma En didn't want to be known, it could be completely eliminated by erasing his memory. In theory, this would have no effect on him at all. And based on her judgment of Ma En, he could indeed overcome this small psychological barrier. Then there was only one problem. If Ma En really has some shameful secrets. Tang Xuowan looked at her father and asked, what should I do then? Xu Yupeng replied, I don't think the situation will be so serious, but if it really comes to this point of desperation, that depends on Ma En's true ability. As far as I know, he is a very strong psychic. First of all, I can assure you that Shadow will definitely not take action, and there are no other 5th level psychics in the Federation. I just said that Kanaya is the most senior member of the investigation of Maine besides Xinjiangdu, and she has received anti-psychic training that can deal with people of Maine's level. As a researcher, she can also skillfully use various mind-penetrating equipment, and has many years of experience in experiments and work in the field of mind. Combined with her excellent psychological level, Kanaya is the best candidate in terms of profession. I am also sure that Shin Jong-do has a way to let her do this. If you read Kanaya's first report carefully, you will clearly realize that she did not really doubt Maine at the time, and she was actually a relatively neutral faction in the institute. That is to say, it is not a simple matter to convince her. Tang Xuewon also knew this, but now she is on Shin Zongdo's side. Xu Yunpeng took out another document, because she has a weakness that is easily influenced. Kanaya was once the deputy of the Alice Project, and her teacher killed all the other members of the project except her. According to the reconstruction of the incident by federal experts, the researchers at that time died one by one, and the later they died, the better their private relationship with the experimental subject Alice. According to our speculation, Gulen used this method to threaten the young reality twister, and when he was about to kill his most outstanding student, Alice finally succumbed to him, and the terrifying evil monster was born. Although you may not be able to see it, in fact, Kanya has always felt guilty about what happened back then. Many of her actions undoubtedly expose this. Kanya has proposed several plans to try to cure Alice's mental damage, but none of them have been successful. A talented researcher like her is quite arrogant in her bones. She doesn't want to care about anything except what she cares about. This is why her report on the investigation of Marn was a bit sloppy. Of course, she still ensured her professionalism. And Shin Zongdao was able to send her, and he must have taken advantage of her weakness. This allowed Shin Zongdao to use talents who were more capable than himself, and he could also keep himself out of it. But Shin Zongdao did not realize that the weaknesses he could exploit were also ours. Although I don't have any information or other resources to help you, I can give you the whole process of this matter, and then Ma and can use this information to find a way to manipulate Kanya's heart. This is definitely not an easy thing for him. These crazy people in the institute have anti-psychic devices in their minds, and have received professional training. So even for him, this is a dangerous challenge. If he is not sure, we can think of other ways. But this is only the worst case. If his mind is strong enough, and there is no problem as we expected, then just arrange an inspection to easily disintegrate, and then you just need to let him quickly complete the transaction with Xiaoyao. Tang Xuewon realized something. If we really use a trick, then Ma En will really break the armistice agreement? Xu Yunpeng said with a smile, yes, but only we know. Chapter 377. Victor Hotel. Ma En stretched out his hand and pushed open the door, then saw the familiar hotel room and Tang Xuewon, who was waiting for him here. Tang Xuewon stood up immediately after seeing him come in, and then said solemnly, we are in trouble. In fact, she showed more serious than her real feelings, but considering the proposal she would make to Ma En next, she had to let him feel the heaviness of this matter in advance. Ma En said with some doubts, what trouble? He didn't expect that Xiaoyao's matter would change at all. Even if there was, it should be Xiaoyao targeting him. Tang Xuewon directly handed him the prepared document. Take a closer look. Ma En took it in his hand and read it calmly, but as he turned back, his mood became more and more solemn, because he saw that the Federation listed many of his secret things in it. He even considered preparing to teleport away from here, but reason told him that this could not be a trap, which made Ma En suppress the urge to take Tang Xuewon hostage and then escape, which also made him turn over enough places. Ma En breathed a sigh of relief, because he saw something he had not done. Tang Xuewon half-jokingly said, what do you think of this crime? Ma En still returned the file to her calmly. I don't understand why they made these things. Tang Xuewon put the file away, because they want to delay the time for you to worship Xiaoyao as your master. Ma En said in surprise, I am not ready to worship him as my master yet. Tang Xuewon said, it doesn't matter to them whether you become their disciple or not, but they just want to delay your becoming their disciple. This involves quite complicated political struggles. To be honest, we should not be their main target. We can be regarded as being implicated by the Fountain of Youth project. So in fact, they will not do anything particularly excessive to us. Of course, they can't do it. You are a former member of the Salvation Alliance, and I am the direct descendant of the Shu family. This is why they are looking for these things. In fact, they also know that these are fabricated, but this is the only way they want to delay you. With the protection of the armistice agreement, ordinary tricks will not be of any use to you. Under normal circumstances, we may only be forced to retreat from this plan, but now they can't do this. Ma En was a little confused. Then what do they want to do? Tang Xuewon said, their delaying you is not the ultimate goal, but the means to achieve their goal. In this process, the Fountain of Youth project will change, and they may also think of other ways to get Xiaoyao's life extension technology to reduce the value of your transaction. But even if they can't do it, they will be stuck with the anti-psychic metal for a few months. Because the Federation still wants to use this as a condition to urge Ma In to complete the transaction with Xiao Yao, they can't give him the anti-psychic metal before the matter is over. But if it is based on this statement, Ma In actually thinks that the matter is not particularly serious for him, because his demand for anti-psychic metal is completely fake, so if the risk of this matter is too high, he can just leave after getting the sea-covering scepter. He didn't really want to work for the Federation. Tang Xuowan didn't know that the man opposite her didn't care about what she said at all, and was still talking quite attentively. This news was not actually found out by me, but by my father, and he also told me who was against us this time. The one who represented the will of the new liberals was Shen Zongdao, who we met last time, but you may find it difficult to imagine who was working for him. It was Kanaya, who actually got along well with us last time. I think you also need to know her background information. She then took out Kanaya's biographical information and handed it to Ma In, which recorded her experiments in detail, including her intimate interactions with Alice before she went crazy. She also deliberately took out this information before proposing the plan, because if Ma In really had any shameful secrets, he might be a little resistant when he just heard the plan. That's why she had to first let Ma In realize that even if he had a secret, he could use some method to ensure that it would not be leaked, so that when Ma In heard the news, he would not reveal whether he had a shameful secret because of his words and deeds. In Tang Xuowan's view, not exploring the privacy of partners is a necessary prerequisite for maintaining long-term cooperation. Ma In looked at the information inside. She mentioned this to me last time, but she didn't say that she was also an eyewitness. This information mentioned in detail the changes in Kanaya, including the changes on the psychological level. Before the accident, she was actually a very lively young girl. Although she was still a little proud at that time, she was not as cold as she is now. It is precisely because of her character that Kanya can become Alice's best friend. However, it is also mentioned in the information that making friends with Alice is actually part of their research work, but Kanya was not the most ideal candidate at first, but after trying several times, her contact with Alice was the best in terms of data. Now it seems that Alice at that time may have a special perspective that they have not yet realized, which can sense whether other people's emotions are really sincere to them, whether they are mixed with malice and greed. So the researchers who are really loved by Alice are all kind-hearted individuals among them. It also mentioned that Kanya has several possible psychological shadows, including the failure to save Alice at that time, some early experiments on Alice, all her colleagues were brutally killed by the teacher she trusted, and Alice's concessions in order to save her. And it also said that she has been trying to cure Alice for these years, which has become her obsession. The most important thing is that the theory is that the possibility of her success is almost zero, and there is no need to waste time on it. After seeing these materials, Ma In vaguely felt that Tang Xuowan had other purposes in giving him these documents. So he asked directly, "You asked me to come here because you have thought of some countermeasures." Tang Xuowan told the truth. "Strictly speaking, this is my father's idea, but you are right. In fact, we have a way to resolve their offensive. As long as we take the initiative to conduct a memory check, they actually dare not really investigate because they are afraid of finding evidence that can prove that you are not a problem. We can directly hand over the evidence to them to eliminate their doubts." After hearing this, Ma In had already started thinking about when to run away. "You mean, I want them to check their memories at will?" Tang Xuowan immediately said, "Yes, I also know that this matter is actually very difficult for you to accept, so don't worry, because I haven't completely explained the whole plan. I hope you can keep listening during this process. Even if what I say next is meaningless to you, don't rush to interrupt." Ma In did not interrupt Tang Xuowan when he heard this, but in fact he had basically decided to give up anti-psychic metal, because even if the method she said was quite reasonable and feasible, he really violated the contract of the Federation. And he also killed Tang Xuowan's sister. The woman who knew nothing continued, "First, considering that memory may involve your privacy, we can erase the memory after the examination, but I know that you may have other concerns, so I want to propose another solution. The person responsible for the examination will definitely be Kanya. Although she is not a telepath, she is one of the few people who are most suitable for this kind of investigation besides Shadow. In fact, this is also closely related to the information I just showed you. Because she is actually an expert in the field of mind, and the reason why she became a mind expert is also very simple, that is, she began to study and research in this area after Alice went crazy. Kanya wanted to cure Alice's madness through spiritual means. And in the years of trying to treat Alice, she naturally became a top scholar in this field, but unfortunately, even at her level, there is no way to improve Alice's mental condition. She is now the most capable person that Shen Zongdao can find. She is one of the few candidates who can suppress a telepath of your level with the help of professional equipment, and Shin Zongdao also used Alice to let her participate in this matter. But I said that you may have realized that Kanya actually has a serious mental knot. With her intelligence level, this problem will not affect her normal activities, but it may not be the case in front of a top telepath like you. That is to say, if you can make good use of this, then you may be able to cover up some of your own secrets. I don't know, and I will never ask if you have any secrets that cannot be known by the Federation. You don't have to tell me. If there is no problem, we can go directly for an inspection. If there is a problem, you can solve it yourself in secret. Unless you really have a secret that cannot be known, and you are not sure of solving it, you must take the initiative to discuss it with me, otherwise I will not ask about the details of the whole thing, so that I can keep it completely impossible to guess whether you have a secret. Tang Xuowan did not take her father's advice to take the opportunity to get the handle that Ma En broke the contract because she believed that her sincerity was more useful than the so-called handle. After thinking about it, Ma En also gave an answer. Actually, your idea is indeed feasible. I think we can give it a try. Tang Xuowan smiled when she heard this. Her method was indeed more useful. But she didn't know that the real reason why Ma En didn't run away immediately had nothing to do with the so-called sincerity. There was only one reason why he was willing to take the initiative to accept the examination, that is, the person in charge of the examination, Kanaya, was an expert in the field of mind. An expert who could solve the problem of the resurrection of the moon goddess. Chapter 378. Miss Kanaya. The security guard at the door nodded when he saw her coming, then stepped aside to let the password lock go. She walked to the door, raised her hand and pressed a few times, then placed her palm on the detection area to scan the soul. The mechanical door slowly opened, revealing a deep metal passage. When Kanaya just accepted Shin Zongdao's request, she thought she was just helping politicians persecute a naive person with special abilities. Although she didn't like this kind of thing, she couldn't say she was against it. After all, these things didn't mean anything to her. However, as she continued to investigate Maine and saw the intelligence submitted by others, she felt more and more strange about this matter, because there were too many problems with Maine that could be processed and exaggerated. Although many of them seemed particularly far-fetched, some of them did look a little suspicious. This also reminded her of Ma En's behavior at the time. Ma En's motives and emotions were always reasonable, but if we assume that this was his deliberate disguise, it can actually be explained, and even some slightly strange places have become more rounded and reasonable. Ma En betrayed Shin Xiao because he urgently needed anti-psychic metal. He knew that he could not convince her, so he could only accept the Federation's request to negotiate with Shin Xiao like grasping at straws. Although this explanation is reasonable enough. But Ma En did not actually betray Shin Xiao, and did not need anti-psychic metal at all. This was just a trick he used to confuse the Federation, and his real purpose was to get in touch with Shin Xiao. This explanation seemed to be more in line with what she saw. After realizing this possibility, she repeatedly read Main's information and videos, and when she saw Main's participation in the duel with Atlantis, and the video of the negotiation with the Federation, Kanya felt more vaguely that there was something suspicious in it. In fact, Main did not reveal any flaws, but all of Main's words and deeds could be explained as if he had not betrayed Shi Xiao, and considering that all his words and deeds were like this, it was somewhat too coincidental. According to her intuition, there was at least a 70% chance that Main really had some problems. Although it might not be as serious as colluding with Shi Xiao, his motive for joining the Federation might not be so pure. After realizing this, Kanya notified Shin Zongdao and suggested that they change their tactics and really use experts in this field to investigate Main's past and background, and not fish in troubled waters anymore, but really try to dig out some explosive information. But after hearing her speculation, Shin Zongdao hesitated for a moment, but he didn't take this approach in the end. He felt that the risk of doing so was a bit too high. After all, he was not completely sure. Besides, the real investigation might not be effective in a short time. The most important thing was that the original approach was going smoothly now, and there was no need to change the plan. Of course, Kanaya felt that Shin Zongdao might not completely believe in her judgment. Although she told him that there was a 70% chance, for Shin Zongdao, her 70% chance was only his 30% probability. Although Shin Zongdao rejected her proposal, Kanaya always felt that she might have really caught something. So she came here again. Kanaya finally reached the end of the passage. It was very similar to the reality distortion prison where Shin Xiao was. There were also multiple layers of inspection facilities here, but the degree of strictness was completely incomparable to that of Shi Xiao, and this was mainly because the girl at the end of the passage was no longer of any value. Kanaya pushed open the door of the passage. The soft golden sunlight sprinkled on Kanaya. A few white clouds floated in the blue sky, green weeds swayed in the wind, clear streams flowed on the hillside, bright red flowers were stretching their bodies, and the cool breeze, with a hint of sweetness, brushed her cheeks. But she just wanted to vomit. Because Kanaya knew that as she bent down and dug a few times, she would see the color of the soil gradually turn bright red, and then she would encounter those bones that would never change, and she might even see a familiar face. This was the place where the accident happened that year, and it was also the burial place of her former colleagues. Kanaya walked along the path towards the inside of the woods, ready to go to the cottage that belonged to Alice. "You still have the nerve to come back here." As the voice came out, a red-haired girl slowly walked out of the shadow of the trees. Kanaya looked at her and said, "Lilith, I came back here for her." Lilith sneered and said, "Liar, I won't believe anything you say." Kanaya looked at the girl and said, "I don't care what you say, but someone in the Federation took the blood of Alice's parents and wanted to trade with me." Lilith sneered, "Federation? Trade? Blood? Have you not grown up in all these years? Do you really think you can change anything? Unless some good person comes out to kill your teacher, there is no way and possibility to change Alice's situation. Have you achieved any results from your research over the years? Have you successfully solved Alice's mental problems? Your research has no practical effect except further exacerbating the damage to her mind. You are just satisfying yourself." Faced with Lilith's accusation, Kanaya acted calmly. "I don't need to see her, I just need some information from you." She didn't care how Lilith or Alice viewed her. After hearing this, Lilith's hostility slightly decreased, but she still didn't look good. "What do you want to know?" Kanaya asked. "Alice has met Maine, right?" Lilith said with some doubt. "Why are you asking about him?" Kanaya didn't hide anything from Lilith. "My job is to investigate whether Maine violated the armistice agreement with the Federation. He is a former member of the Salvation Alliance. Since you have met him before, I think Alice must have seen something?" Lilith narrowed her eyes. "Wrong." Kanaya didn't understand the meaning of this answer. "What's wrong?" Lilith shook her head. "You shouldn't have come to us." Kanaya said, "I just want to know what you think of Maine and whether he has a pipe." Lilith replied coldly, "Coat and hat." Kanaya was stunned. "Are you sure that the coat and hat should not appear at the same time? Although this does not prove whether Maine has violated the contract, it reveals that there is indeed something abnormal about him." Lilith said indifferently, "So you better stay away from him." Kanaya did not listen to this. "They promised me the blood of Alice's parents, which will be of great help to my research. As for whether Maine is dangerous or not, it doesn't matter to me. He is no more dangerous than the Federation and you. In addition to the coat and hat, what else did you see?" Lilith paused, and finally let go. "I saw fangs and shadows." "Don't believe what he shows you." Chapter 379. Kanaya walked out of the portal, and immediately walked towards the office where Shinjongdu was. As a reality twister, Alice has the ability to see the essence directly. At the beginning, the image and essence of what she saw were actually quite close, and could be well understood, but after she went crazy, it was difficult for outsiders to understand what she said. Sometimes, what she said before and after did not match at all, and it was difficult to communicate. Therefore, even after being with Alice for so long, Kanaya only deciphered a very small part of this code. For example, she could understand the two more unique images of coat and hat, but she could only feel vague meanings for the others. But Kanaya also knew the meaning of venomous snake and shadow. This was not because she understood these two images, but because Lilith translated what Alice saw into the scene in her eyes before she went crazy. And the meaning of these two words is that Ma and is brewing some plans in his heart at the moment, and they are closer to conspiracy, and there is venom in his teeth that can kill creatures larger than himself. This is a dangerous character. Unfortunately, his luck was a bit bad. Xiaoyao's incident forced the members of the New Liberal Party to investigate him, and he happened to meet himself, who could communicate with Lilith. Although Lilith showed strong hostility towards him, he was actually the member of the Federation that Lilith was most willing to communicate with, and other people could not get any information from her at all. Ma'an's aftermath method can almost be said to be perfect, unless there are top ability users who specialize in this kind of thing, but it will definitely take a long time to investigate to confirm. But if he relies on his own suspicion alone, he can't dispatch that level of ability users. If she hadn't met Alice before, Kanaya wouldn't have been able to be sure that there was something wrong with Maine. And if she hadn't just done the test on Maine, and Shinzongdao hadn't happened to have something that made her care, then she wouldn't have cared whether there was anything wrong with Maine, and she wouldn't have noticed his abnormality. To be honest, although she didn't believe in luck, it was pure luck that the Federation could find the problem with Maine this time. This even reminded Kanaya of the Salvation Alliance before Shen Shao was defeated. Before being imprisoned, Shen Qi's ability would also unconsciously act on the members of the Salvation Alliance, making them look luckier than others. With this heavy secret in mind, Kanaya knocked on Shen Zongdao's office. Who? A somewhat impatient voice came from inside. Kanaya said coldly, I? There was a moment of silence inside, and the door was opened after more than 10 seconds. Shen Zongdao stood at the door with an enthusiastic look. Just in time, I was just about to find you. Kanaya followed him in. I have made some progress on what we talked about last time. Shen Zongdao frowned slightly. You said you suspected that Ma En really violated the contract. Your words are as ridiculous as asking us to give him anti-psychic metal directly last time. Maybe I can't understand your brain circuits, but if Ma En really violated the contract, I will definitely not miss this opportunity. But I really don't think Ma En will violate the contract. Do you know what this means to him? If he really betrayed the contract, it means that he not only gave up the stable life that the entire Salvation Alliance and Shen Shao had worked hard to win, but also tore his own protective shield with his own hands, becoming a weak person who can be squeezed by us at will. The armistice agreement is the most valuable thing he has. How could he throw it away by himself? Kanaya continued, but I have new evidence. Shen Zongdao waved his hand and said, when I just found you, you were not the one I gave you. All the speculations, and now things have changed, which is enough to completely shatter your speculations. Not only that, even our plans will be destroyed by it. This made Kanaya a little suspicious. She asked calmly, what happened? Shen Zongdao explained, they noticed our actions and took the initiative to ask Maine to undergo a mental examination. Do you still think he really has any problems now? Kanaya narrowed her eyes slightly and said, you mean, he took the initiative to let us check whether there is any problem with his memory and mind. This was completely beyond her expectations, because according to her idea, this should be their trump card, but now Ma En is willing to take the initiative to let them check his mind, which means that he really has a clear conscience. But how is this possible? Shen Zongdao said, yes, so now our original plan has also encountered obstacles. I have to think of a way to stop this inspection. Kanaya showed a thoughtful look. Is it possible that this is his purpose? Shen Zongdao has not understood yet. What do you mean? Kanaya said, if he really applies for an inspection, then you who don't want to see the results will definitely do your best to stop the inspection, but maybe he has long expected that you will do this. So he proposed to take the initiative to accept the inspection. But I don't think he would want us to check him. Shen Zongdao said, it's not impossible, but we can't afford to gamble. If the result of the check is that he has no problem, then all our attempts will be in vain. Do you know how close I am to becoming a senator now? I can't fail even once. Kanaya said, I just went to see Alice. Shen Zongdao recalled and said, the reality twister who had an accident? Kanaya nodded, I am 90% sure that there is something wrong with Maine. She has met Maine and pointed out that there are conspiracies and secrets buried deep in his heart. According to his information, this conspiracy can only be related to Shen Shao. Shen Zongdao said puzzledly, if what you said is true, how dare Maine suggest that we check his memory? Kanaya said, he is a very strong telepath. According to Shadow, although he is not as strong as the four strongest, he also has the special psychic ability to erase memory. In general, he is a very difficult psychic. You mean he wants to fake it? Shen Zongdao also showed a look of understanding. Yes. This is also a feasible method. Although it is a bit risky, it will solve the problem once and for all. It seems that he is very confident in his ability. Kanaya nodded, but he doesn't know that we already know this, so you can pretend to resist, and then let him undergo a mental test, and use this time to prepare equipment to counter mental abilities and erase memory abilities. And as long as the opponent is not a 5th level ability user like Shadow, I am confident that I can deal with it if I am fully prepared. I have returned safely from Alice's mind several times, and I have also done many different anti-psychic operations and training. As long as your promise is still valid, I can get rid of Ma En for you. Shen Zongdao fell into deep thought. In fact, he still doesn't believe what Kanya said, but at the same time, reason is telling him a very cruel fact. Kanya is the smarter and more professional one among them, and he does have something to control her. After hesitating again and again, he still chose to believe the expert. If your judgment is wrong, Shen Zongdao said, then you can't expect anything. Kanaya said firmly, of course. Okay. Shen Zongdao answered firmly. Since Kanaya said so, he finally chose to believe her. Since Kanaya could see through Maine's disguise, it proved that his anti-detection ability was far inferior to that of this Federation's expert in this field. It was time to turn the tables on Maine. Chapter 380. Federal Psychic Research Institute. Ma-en was sitting in the waiting room, sitting idly like a patient waiting for the doctor to call his number. Under the arrangement of Tang Xuelwan and the Xu family, the psychic testing work was also progressing smoothly. Shin Zongdao and the politicians and members of the Federation of the New Liberal Party were obviously trying to stop them, but they did not really stop them from conducting the test. The door of the psychic operating room was pushed open. Kanaya, dragging a white coat, came out and looked at Ma-en, who was waiting outside, and asked, "Are you ready?" Ma-en looked up at her and asked back, "Are you ready?" The man sitting on the chair looked quite calm, and it seemed that he had no pressure on the upcoming examination, but Kanaya knew that if her judgment was correct, the man in front of her was the kind of guy who did not show his emotions. Even if he was very nervous now, he would never let himself see it. But soon, his emotions would be exposed in front of him. Kanya replied, "Of course, all the equipment has been debugged. As long as you go in and lie down, I can enter your mind through professional equipment, and then check if there is any problem with your memory. After confirming that there is no problem, you can erase my memory. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to do this. Because of the armistice agreement, we actually have no way to force you to accept such an examination. As long as you ignore them, they will not be your problem." Ma-en stood up. "But anyway, I have a clear conscience, and taking the initiative to accept an examination can also solve all problems. It has to be said that the Xu family is really capable. Not only can they come up with such an idea, but they can also arrange the mental examination to a level that Ma-en can accept now, and there is even room for Ma-en to manipulate. But the premise for this to be useful is that Ma-en really has no secrets, or he can hide his secrets." Kanaya did not doubt that Ma-en could hide the truth when they were not prepared. She had a high degree of awareness of the weirdness and danger of mental abilities, but it was precisely because she had enough knowledge of mental abilities that she could clearly understand how to deal with this situation. Knowing the opponent's ability in advance, whether it was erasing memory or ordinary telepathy, Kanaya was confident to deal with it. In fact, even if she was not prepared in advance, she would not be particularly worried about the psychic ability user. After all, the multiple anti-psychic transformation operations she received allowed her to come out alive from Alice's brain. In the early treatment of Alice in the Federation, several fourth-level ability users disappeared in her brain, and even Shadow refused to go too deep into Alice's head, and his depth was not as deep as his own. With sufficient preparation, unless Maine is a fifth-level psychic, it is impossible to deeply affect her mind. And she doesn't even need to really suppress Maine, as long as she notices his problems in time and reports them. At that time, the strongest psychic in the Federation, Shadow, will come to deal with Maine. "Very good, then let me follow you." Kanya nodded to him. Maine followed her in. The psychic operating room was full of devices that he couldn't understand. There were 2 white beds on both sides of the operating room, and each was surrounded by different sophisticated instruments and machines. Kanaya walked to the instrument with buttons on the table, stretched out her hands and began to operate it skillfully, then casually pointed to one of the beds. "You lie on this one." Maine obediently laid down on the bed. As Kanaya operated the panel a few times, various instruments and mechanical devices began to move above his body, and soon his entire body was directly covered. Standing in her position, Maine's body could no longer be seen. Only 30% of these mechanical devices were used for this examination itself, and the rest were all used to counter and prevent mental invasion. After setting up her own things, Kanaya climbed onto the bed neatly, then closed her eyes, and patiently waited for the surrounding instruments to operate according to her settings. The familiar darkness engulfed Kanaya's senses again, just like every time she entered Alice's mind. Snap! The soft artificial white light drove the darkness and emptiness out of her body. Kanya opened her eyes in a trance. The first thing she saw was the young reflection on the glass, and then the girl who was being questioned behind her. Then she felt someone patting her shoulder. "Do you think she can still be cured?" Someone standing behind her said. Kanya stared at Alice with a smile and said, "I don't know." Martin took his hand back and continued, "I think we can definitely cure her." Kanya slowly turned her head and looked at the man standing next to her. She answered a little slowly, "I don't think so. The data and facts have told us that she can't be cured unless someone can find and kill the monster that connects her power, but that is almost impossible. He is a cunning devil." Martin asked in confusion, "Then why are you still here?" Kanaya felt her head was heavy, and her thoughts seemed to be running very slowly. "It's almost impossible, but there is still hope." She shook her head at this point, trying to make herself a little more sober. Martin seemed not to see what she was doing, and said firmly, "Yes, I also think we can actually cure her." Kanaya's eyes were a little more hopeful when she heard this, but immediately some doubt surged, and then she instinctively stepped back a few steps away from Marn, and showed a difficult expression. Wait, who are you? She remembered the faces of each of her colleagues. Ma-en ignored her words and continued, I heard that you were there when she went crazy, right? Kanaya lowered her head while hind legs, and then suddenly murmured, Black Rose, Meteor, 72, Emerald. As she talked to herself, the confusion in Kanaya's face slowly faded, and she seemed to realize that she was dreaming, and gradually she could perceive the unreasonableness everywhere in the scene in front of her. This treatment happened not long after the accident, and the man in front of her was not her colleague at all, but Ma-en, the master of her mind this time. So that's it. Kanaya looked at Ma-en coldly and said, I guessed that you would take action against this memory of mine. You are a very good psychic, but unfortunately, you didn't exceed my expectations. Chapter 381. Early before the mental examination, Kanaya had strengthened her defenses for this memory related to Alice, and after realizing that Maine was not the colleague in her memory, her other training results, and the anti-psychic device implanted in her body began to work. In fact, Kanaya originally expected Maine to be smart enough to bypass this place, and was worried that the Shu family might find her weaknesses, so she also made full preparations for other places where she was weaker. But now it seems that she still overestimated the Shu family and Maine. Maine paralyzed her through this memory, and prevented her from calling the police immediately, but now the countermeasure program is running, and in a few moments, this vague memory illusion will not be able to isolate her from the outside world. Do you have any backup plan? Kanaya still tried to be vigilant and strengthened her mental defense through words. If this is all your moves, then you are ready to fight the shadow. Maine looked at her calmly and said, I can cure Alice. Silence. A short sentence made everything Kanya had just thought of lose its meaning. Can he cure Alice? No, don't believe him. Maine is a cunning guy. He would say this when he has no other choice. And even if he really has a way to cure Alice, the most important thing for me to do is to control him first, and then I can still cure Alice. Although he dared to say this, it seemed to prove that he had the support of self-protection, but it was probably that Maine guessed that I would think so, and if I gave in at this moment, I would fall completely into the rhythm of my opponent. Kanya's rationality was frantically warning herself, telling her not to trust the man in front of her. You didn't lie to me? But Kanya still asked. Rationality lost to sensibility. Maine nodded. Don't worry, in my eyes your mind is an indestructible metal fortress. You and I both know that I can't do anything to you in this situation. If I lied, you can still report me to the Federation at any time. But I want to declare in advance that if you do this, you will never see me again in this life. I'm not worried about Shadow. Kanaya said seriously. It's almost impossible to cure her. How can you do it? Although Maine is likely to be lying, and in fact it is very likely that as long as he sends a signal now, he will be controlled by Shadow again, but Kanya can't take this risk at all. The cost of failure is unacceptable to her. Maine realized this, and dared to say this to her on the edge of the cliff. And as he said, he was not afraid of Maine's mental attack. The vague effect just now was just to allow Maine to smoothly convey the information that he could heal Alice to himself, which was already his limit. Everything was tempting her to wait patiently. Maine pointed to the door behind him. You came here to check my memory, and the answer happened to be hidden there. He walked over and opened the door, then looked at Kanaya and invited, Please. Kanaya did not hesitate at all, and stepped towards Maine's memory without hesitation. Then, she saw another girl. A girl who was also trapped behind the glass. A girl who also had serious spiritual problems that needed to be solved. A girl who also contained powerful power. A new moon god. Then she followed the containment room and glimpsed the mysterious organization that imprisoned the moon god, and the horrible secret of the moon god being imprisoned here also flowed into her eyes. And then she naturally realized that this organization did have a way to cure Alice. Her thoughts were still deforming and evolving, and a hazy and beautiful figure slowly reflected in her eyes. Snap. Mon grabbed her arm, and then dragged Kanya, who was still falling into the depths of his memory, out of the door. Kanya took a few steps back, gasping for breath, and then raised her head to look at Mon in a state of shock. Although the memory was fragmented, Kanya could be sure that it was all true, and it was all Mon's own memory. She could even faintly feel the complex emotions when Mon looked at the girl. She asked in disbelief. You caught the moon goddess? Maine admitted, yes. You reshaped her into that appearance? Kanya had not yet completely recovered. What on earth are you? If she understood correctly, Maine had once faced the moon goddess, captured her and killed her once, and the moon goddess did not exist in her memory, which meant that their memory of this god was erased. Maine also happened to have the ability to erase memories. He smiled and replied, "It doesn't matter. What matters is what we can do. We can extract the power that is constantly circulating and destroying Alice's mind in a gentle way, and you can directly heal her mind." Kanya said almost reflexively, "That might provoke Gulen." Ma-en calmly asked back, "Do you think this is a bad thing for us?" After saying this, Kanya realized the stupidity of that sentence. No, it's not a bad thing. So in order to resolve Shin Zongdao's suspicion, you plan to turn me against me by healing Alice? For Ma-en, the cost does not seem to be equal to what he gets. But his answer is very reasonable. No, we want to cure Alice in exchange for her power, the trust of the Federation, anti-psychic metal, and... You? Kanya was a little confused about what Ma-en asked for at the end. You want me? Ma-en replied, yes, your skills, your knowledge, and your understanding of Alice and her teacher. Most importantly, we need to heal Alice after we get her. It may be hard for you to believe, but we are an organization with a high moral bottom line. Remember? Some time ago, I was still following Shishao to fight against the Federation. When listening to the first half of Maine's words, Kanya instinctively, and with experience, thought his words were ridiculous. She had seen the true colors of these large organizations when working in the Federation, and they would never really want to heal Alice. But the last sentence shook his mind again, because Maine did follow the Shishao Walker, the person who was now the most trusted by Alice and the kindest fifth-level ability user. Maine smiled and asked, "So what is your answer?" Although it might be a bit absurd to think so, Kanya felt that Maine's position at the moment seemed to be the righteous protagonist in the story, and she and the Federation were the evil reversal that was destined to be defeated, but Kanaya felt that Maine was more like the big villain who was strategizing. Chapter 382. Shin Zongdao paced nervously in the corridor. Shortly after Ma-en entered the psychic surgery room, he received the news and came here to wait in person, and was ready to watch Shadow and other high-level ability users of the Federation come to subdue Ma-en. If Ma-en can really be found out as an undercover agent this time, it will be a very good political achievement for him. This is also one of his motivations for believing in Kanya. Of course, after Kanya proposed to undergo a comprehensive examination, he also found some experts and ability users close to the new liberals to discuss Kanya's words, and their suggestions were all to let him believe Kanya. So as long as nothing unexpected happens, he will soon make great achievements in the two things of leading the discovery of Ma-en, the undercover, and preventing Xiaoyao from abolishing the longevity pill for the new liberals, and even have the opportunity to start running for the position of a member of parliament within 2 years. Out of respect for this matter, he even came here to watch in person. Although Shin Zongdao knew that his presence would not actually have any impact, coming in person would make him feel more at ease. Just as Shin Zongdao was walking around outside the surgery room with excitement, the surgery door was suddenly pushed open. He looked up expectantly and watched Kanaya walk out with a cold expression. "Has Shadow left?" he asked with a smile. But Kanaya's face showed a bit of disappointment. "No." This answer made Shin Zongdao immediately nervous. "What do you mean by this?" Kanaya said in confusion. "I didn't find any evidence in his mind that he violated the contract. This has nothing to do with me." Shin Zongdao's face fell instantly. "What did you say? Didn't you tell me that you were 90% sure?" Kanaya looked at his excited expression, and there was some doubt in her heart. "I don't know, although I don't remember what I saw specifically, but I can still remember how I felt when I looked at my memory, and I don't know how he did it." Shin Zongdao angrily scolded. "Do you know how much I trust your judgment? Do you know that I took most of the risks in making this decision? But now all of this is meaningless. I tell you, you will never be able to cure that girl in your life, and you will never get those 2 tubes of blood." Looking at Shin Zongdao's gloomy expression, Kanaya wanted to say something, but she still restrained herself, because she knew very well that she couldn't make this stupid politician change his mind. Shin Zongdao was still full of indignation, pointing his finger at Kanaya's face, and said, "You have failed my expectations." Bang! Just when he wanted to start venting his anger, the door of the operating room was thrown open again. The one who came out was Ma-en, who had just finished the examination. He glanced at Kanaya first, then walked straight toward Shin Zongdao. Seeing this, Kanaya also naturally stepped back, leaving the space for the two of them. Ma-en walked in front of Shin Zongdao with a smile on his face. "I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon." The moment he saw him coming out, the anger on Shin Zongdao's face instantly disappeared, replaced by a calm and gloomy expression. He cleared his throat and said, "I didn't expect it either, but I still clearly remember your heroic performance in negotiating with Shishao on our behalf." Although he still didn't want to provoke Ma-en's hostility, it was almost impossible to maintain superficial peace now that he was clearly targeting him. But Mayan still looked very friendly and said, "No, no, no, I understand your concerns. After all, I used to be a member of the Salvation Alliance, and I have the lives of many federal capable people and federal politicians in my hands. It's normal for you not to trust me." Shin Zongdao said, "Are you threatening me?" In order to deal with him, Shin Zongdao also read Ma's previous records. This sentence also reminded him of some of Ma's past, which made Shin Zongdao's heart sink a little, but he immediately regained his confidence. "Because I am still protected by the armistice agreement." Mayan smiled and said what was in his heart. "I can't do anything to you before I break the contract myself, and I'm not the kind of person who will cause trouble." Shin Zongdao straightened his chest and said with some force, "It's good that you understand this truth, in fact I also." But Mayan didn't let him continue. "But maybe, I just said maybe, one day I will really break the contract. I don't want such a thing to be discovered, but the premise is that there are no guys like you to mess with me, and if I am really forced by you to break the armistice agreement, you have to be careful. I don't mind answering the days of escape, and I'm not Shishao, let alone a good person. I don't care about the future, I only care about who caused me to fall into that situation. I am still a very vengeful person. If you check carefully, you will notice that many people who oppose me are dead. Of course, you may not find anything, because you won't know that it was me who did it." Shin Zongdao swallowed his saliva after hearing this, and then stepped back and said, "Well, I am also doing things for others, and this is not a personal grudge. I definitely don't mean to target you personally." Although he was still a little unconvinced in his heart, and he didn't quite believe that Ma En would really break the contract, but Shin Zongdao did not forget that the person standing in front of him was a member of the Salvation Alliance, who had killed countless people, a villain who licked blood on the edge of a knife. Even if the possibility was low, he was unwilling to take this risk. And now they have been completely exposed. With the protection of the armistice contract, Ma En does have the ability to fight to the death. At least on the surface, he has to bow his head to Ma En. Ma En looked him in the eyes and approached him, saying, "Of course I know there are people behind you. Don't worry. If it comes to that, I won't miss anyone, but I believe you can also understand that your face is definitely more familiar to me than the entire neoliberal group behind you." Shin Zongdao's back had already hit the wall. "We won't do such stupid things, you can rest assured. It's not worth it for them." Ma En said calmly, "That's good." Shin Zongdao forced a smile. "I will tell them your thoughts." After saying this, he immediately ran away in a panic. Kanya, who was watching the scene, said, "Politicians all look spineless, but don't believe what you see." Mon simply replied, "It doesn't matter to me what he thinks. I have already warned him." Chapter 383. Kanaya returned to the bed and lay down heavily. However, before she closed her eyes for long, she felt a light in front of her. Kanaya raised her eyelids, and what she saw was Mon standing across the table. There was also an iron cage on the table, and a fat little squirrel was lying in it, looking at her innocently. Although she suddenly appeared in front of Mon, she didn't feel scared for some reason. It is a spiritual creature, and its body is storing the memories you left with me. Mon said, "Every time you leave here in the future, you must store the memories, to avoid being noticed by Shadow or other high-ranking members of the Federation. By the way, you have betrayed the Federation and joined us because we gave you a way to cure Alice." Before she could speak, the memory just now came to Kanya's eyes. Moon Goddess, Alice, Containment Technology. I remember it. Kanaya blinked. No wonder the Federation didn't notice your problem at all. With your cautiousness, even if they suspect you like me, it might not be that easy to find out anything. And he did this for an unspoken purpose, which was to prevent his own betrayal. It seems that my evaluation of him as a planning villain is completely correct. Ma En didn't say anything about this. This is a dangerous world, it's not a bad thing to be careful. I think you have basically understood what we can do through my memory. I think you will agree with my proposal because you can see that with the help of our technology, curing Alice is not as difficult as before. Kanaya nodded. Yes, as long as we can extract Alice's power, we can stop the reality distortion power in her body from torturing her already crazy mind, and entering her head is no longer a life or death adventure. In theory, as long as we are willing to invest resources, we can completely heal her through sufficiently advanced mental technology. And there are two problems to solve if we want to really save her. The first is to bring her here. Ma En asked calmly, "You can contact her, right?" Kanaya nodded, "Yes." Ma En said, "Then you can use our technology to bring her here. Of course, this requires her to take the initiative not to resist. Considering the existence of Gulen you mentioned, this may also be a little dangerous, but in fact you can bring her here, right?" Kanaya agreed, "Yes, and our second problem is Gulen." First of all, we have to find a way to bring Alice here and extract power without attracting his attention. But there is another problem here. Gulen has successfully stolen most of her power, so there are two possibilities before us. Either you can extract Alice's power separately, but I think you must also want to get her power. The second possibility is that you can't extract them separately, or even if you can, you want to get all of Alice's power. I think this possibility is higher, because the power of Gulen and the remaining power of Alice are a harmonious whole. If this is the case, we are likely to attract this dangerous reality distortion entity. Although your place may be a very safe place, Gulen can sense Alice's location, and he doesn't need to care about the laws of space. Any rules are meaningless to him. He is likely to break in here to stop us. And this is still a relatively ideal situation. It is more likely that when we contact Alice and try to bring her here, Gulen has already noticed our problem and came directly to fight us. I really hope you can deal with him. But Gulen is a 5th level reality distortion entity. And the other 5th level reality distortion entity is called Shinshao. Even though this organization must have other 5th level ability users, Kanaya still has some doubts about whether they can deal with Gulen. She has seen with her own eyes how the evil creature got to this point, and she also deeply understands how terrifying he is. Ma-en did not boast about this. You are right, he is a dangerous opponent, but since you have understood what we can do, you will not doubt our determination to deal with him. As for the problem you are worried about, do you think Shinshao can deal with him? Kanaya was stunned, but she immediately realized that what Ma-en said was actually very reasonable. Since such an organization exists, it is no longer impossible to rescue Shinshao. If Shinshao can be rescued and then join forces with this organization, then Gulen is naturally not a problem. The reason why Shinshao couldn't deal with him before was not that he couldn't do it, but that he couldn't find Gulen. Shinshao had tried to capture this wandering reality distortion entity several times, but he successfully escaped all of them. This also shows that Gulen actually doesn't dare to fight Shinshao head-on. Ma-en continued, before we start to heal Alice, you have to make a little contribution to me. Kanaya was also prepared for this. Of course, what do you want me to do? Ma-en smiled and said, this is actually my personal matter. You have seen that I have subdued the moon goddess, and I want to transfer her power to me through our extraction and utilization ability, but now I have a small problem. The moon goddess planted the seeds that can revive her personality in the hearts of all humans countless years ago, and if I want to exert her power, I have to contact the will of other humans, which means that I will encounter attacks from the moon goddess's resurrection ceremony. Kanaya suddenly realized and said, this is why you need anti-psychic metal, you want to use it to obtain the power of the moon goddess. She was wrong. Anti-psychic metal was not a trick for Ma-en to contact Shinshao. The fact is that obtaining anti-psychic metal and contacting Shinshao were definitely Ma's goals, and he just did these two things at the same time. Kanaya began to think, if you rely on anti-psychic metal alone, I'm afraid it can't completely solve your problem. It can indeed prevent you from being covered by the moon goddess personality, but it will also prevent you from obtaining her power. You need to process it so that it can target attacks from the moon goddess. Although I know several scientists who can do this, they are unlikely to cooperate with us, but... Looking at the hesitant Kanaya, Ma-en asked directly, but what? Kanaya looked at him and said, do you know that Xiao Taoist not only has certain psychic abilities, but also has some special processing technology that we don't understand? He called it refining equipment. Chapter 384. Ma-en frowned slightly. Xiao Taoist. For some reason, all the abnormal entities he was looking for finally pointed to Xiao Taoist. Ma-en, who did not believe in coincidences, did not feel that things became easier and easier because of this. Instead, he became a little more alert. This feeling that things seemed to be secretly guided reminded Ma-en of Shinshao. On the positive side, this might be because Shinshao's power did quietly affect this matter, but considering that Shinshao did not reveal this intention during the two meetings, he felt that the current situation should have nothing to do with Shinshao. And Xiaoyao seemed to have some kind of predictive ability. For example, before Du Jin came to him to spar, he seemed to have known that this might lead him to find him, plus the anti-psychic metal thing. Ma-en always felt that this was a dangerous situation that was obviously tempting him to jump in. Kanya saw that Main seemed to be somewhat resistant to this. This is the simplest way I can think of. Isn't Taoist Xiaoyao particularly interested in you now? You can use this to ask him to help you cast such props. He has also cast some things for the Federation before. In fact, he also knew that this was theoretically feasible, and with the Abnormal Control Bureau, he could also detect whether there was any problem with the prop Xiaoyao gave him. But if Xiaoyao really did something, he would have no way to solve the problem and could only escape in time. Main asked, can you think of other ways? Kanya replied, Xiaoyao is not the only one who can process anti-psychic metal. I know there are several masters of the psychic field in the Institute, but it is not easy to get them to do things for you, and they also need to use the equipment in the Institute to work, and not everyone is Xiao Guanwu. As for other methods, Ma En said, you have to take into account the characteristics of our organization. We don't really need a prop that can isolate the moon goddess. As long as it can achieve this goal after being used on us, it will be fine. Can you think of anything else? He still has expectations for Kanaya. Kanaya thought for a while, and said, the most serious problem is that my purpose of studying the spiritual field is not to really study these things, so I don't have much understanding of what can help you. In fact, it is not difficult to solve this problem. Just let me go back with this memory and look up the information, but I have to say that even if you limit your memory to the incident itself, there is still a risk that Shadow, a top-level ability, will detect the problem. I think he will easily associate this with you who needs anti-psychic metal. Ma En thought about it, and still didn't take the risk. There is no need to take the risk. This is not an imminent problem for me. Kanaya said, if I can't look up the information, it's not that I can't think of other solutions. In fact, since you have this technology, you only need to use the abilities of other 5th-level telepaths first, and then use anti-psychic metal to solve the resurrection ceremony of the moon goddess. After all, she is dead now. If Ma En has the ability of a 5th-level telepath, he can indeed easily deal with her remaining personality resurrection ceremony, but this is a bit of putting the cart before the horse. You have to know that his purpose of using the moon goddess is to obtain the 5th-level telepathic ability. Kanya continued, or you can wait until I don't need to erase my memory, then I can find a new plan for you, but the premise is that I have to have a sufficient understanding of the resurrection mechanism of the moon goddess and the power of your organization, and you may have to let me contact the current moon goddess first. And after I can freely access the information, it will take some time to come up with a feasible plan. This is science. It is impossible to draw a conclusion immediately. Ma En nodded. Then I will arrange for you to contact the moon goddess, and I will consider the 2 methods you proposed. Since it seems that he can't avoid Xiaoyao, let him see with his own eyes what Xiaoyao wants to do. After all, he has the Abnormal Control Bureau itself, so this risk is still affordable, not to mention. He was about to get a weapon that can counter the 5th-level ability user. Chapter 385. In the small conference room of the Abnormal Control Bureau, Ma En and Qin Lan are standing in front of the huge screen. With his deliberate delay, time passed quickly until the day he was looking forward to. Shen Zongdao and the new liberal members behind him, who were warned by him, did not try to make trouble for him during this period, and Xiaoyao seemed to believe his promise. Ma En was a little surprised that he did not encounter any accidents, but this was actually reasonable. After all, he was so careful. Unless his opponent had the ability of Shen Xiao, it would be strange to always encounter problems. And today is the day when Shen Xiao regains her freedom. According to the plan of the Federation, many high-level ability people and Federation members will be present during her release from prison to prevent accidents. Although there will be no problem with the restraints on Shen Xiao, even if the Federation lets Ma En be alone with her, it is impossible to successfully abduct Shen Xiao now. But the Federation still raises the level of caution to the highest level. As for Ma En, due to his sensitive identity, the Federation naturally did not intend to let him see Shen Xiao leave with his own eyes. But as an employee of the Abnormal Control Bureau, Kanaya was an important member of this release ceremony, so they could watch the scene through her. Finally, as the power of the reality stabilization device continued to decrease, the screen in front of them lit up. Federal Reality Stabilization Prison, in front of the silver-white metal door. Kanaya was standing behind Zhao Guanwu to the right, and next to Zhao Guanwu stood Ingzi, Li Hu, and many high-level ability people and politicians who would not normally show up in the Federation, and her row was mainly composed of ordinary Federation members, whose status was second only to theirs. Shen Zongdao was also standing behind the neoliberal politician at this moment, but Kanya could feel that he was a little reserved at this moment. It was not a good job for a politician like him to welcome Shen Xiao to leave the Real Stability Prison. She could see that Shen Zongdao was standing in a position to avoid being seen by Shen Xiao as much as possible. He did not want to be remembered by Shen Xiao. Although the politicians in the first row all looked calm and stylish, Kanya could also vaguely see from their subtle standing posture that these guys did not want to attract Shen Xiao's attention like Shen Zongdao, but appeared here out of helplessness. On the contrary, the expressions of high-level ability users, like Shadow, were more solemn. Most of them were alert, and they did not shy away from showing their nervousness. They seemed to be ready to fight Shen Xiao. In this way, under their gaze, the metal door slowly opened to both sides. A towering ordinary figure appeared in their eyes. Xiao walked towards them with heavy steps. In Kanya's eyes, every time Xiao stepped on the floor, she had a vague illusion that the building was shaking. The high-level ability users, who were already a little nervous, were even more nervous. What? Xiao smiled. You are not afraid of me, a prisoner in prison, right? Shadow said half-jokingly. Of course, I can't forget the painful scene when you defeated me. This is almost a psychological shadow for me. Xiao Guanwu said calmly. The reality distortion value is 36.89%. Everything is normal. Xiao walked in front of these 5th-level reality twisters and counselors with a smile. Don't be nervous. I can't kill you now. You should know how heavy the shackles on my body are. Since you have the courage to stand here and wait for me to appear, there is no need to worry that I will have the strength to attack you. Shadow spoke for the majority. We are not afraid, we are just cautious. Xiao Guanwu did not give Xiao a chance to answer, and continued, You are right. I know very well that you can't do anything, even if you are twice as strong. Xiao admitted with ease. This thing is really heavy, even I have to admire your ability. If you are given more time, you may really be able to create a control device that can forcibly control me, but in fact I have always known that you can do it. I just didn't expect it. Faced with her sharp questioning, the old man just replied calmly, I didn't expect it either. Li Hu said, Why are you still wasting time with us here? Aren't you in a hurry to save the world? Xiao turned his head and looked at him and said, Don't worry, there is no living creature in Atlantis that I can save now. I still want to catch up with old friends. What? Do you feel uncomfortable standing here? Li Hu closed his mouth, as if he didn't hear her words. A middle-aged man wearing glasses among the politicians took a step forward. Xiao, stop making trouble. The world is waiting for you to save it. I know very well that you have resentment towards us, but now is not the time to act like a child. We don't know when those sea creatures will become uncontrollable. Xiao casually glanced at the ocean thousands of miles away, then looked at the middle-aged man again and said, It's okay, I know when they will become my problem. The middle-aged politician wearing glasses said in a gentle voice, Xiao Luan, we actually understand your feelings very well. We do have some minor frictions, but when facing a real crisis of life and death, we have to temporarily abandon the past grudges. I know what kind of person you are. He actually said this to himself. Kanaya felt that she was the calmest among the people present. Those politicians and high-level ability users were all looking forward to Xinxia's quick departure, even though they knew that reality would not change because of their will. Because if Xiao left directly now, it would mean that the restraints were functioning normally. Before Xiao really left, the stone in their hearts would never fall to the ground. It's really boring. Xiao looked around at them and said, I thought you would have some wonderful reactions. You defeated the strongest 5th-level ability user some time ago. Don't you have anything to say? Xiao Guanwu said, Let's go, what you are waiting for will not happen. Your past is no match for us. Xiao glanced at him, and then said to the others, Thank you, I am free. Then she bit her knees slightly, and Xiao Guanwu, who saw this, immediately raised his hands. Boom! As the vibration of the earth-shattering landslide came, a hole appeared in the metal ceiling above the building, reaching the roof. The other structures of the building began to collapse towards them, but under the influence of some force, they all floated in the air, and Xiao had long disappeared. Except for a few 5th-level ability users, no one could catch the moment she disappeared. The middle-aged politician with glasses looked at Xiao Guanwu. Just now. The old man replied calmly. She was just bluffing, don't worry, our restraints have perfectly suppressed her. Chapter 386. Atlantis. Milad held the heavy spear tightly in his right hand, and looked at the large dragon-like sea creatures swimming flexibly with a tired look. At the same time, his left hand controlled the surrounding sea currents to chase and hunt the small fairies with 6 pairs of insect membrane wings in the distance. He was about to collapse. At first, Milad's purpose in fighting them was to hold back these creatures and prevent them from slaughtering their compatriots. But in fact, he didn't know how many Atlanteans really left the city alive and successfully escaped the pursuit of the sea creatures. Milad only knew that Kailanu, who was responsible for holding back the small fairy, was dead. Now Milad didn't know what the meaning of his persistence was. It was hard to say whether there were any Atlanteans who survived, but apart from fighting these 2 monsters, he didn't know what else he could do. As a wise king, he had nothing to protect and lead, and as an Atlantean, he had been completely abandoned by the ocean itself, and their mission to suppress the sea creatures had become the most pathetic joke. Apart from fighting these monsters to death, he seemed to have no other choice. Milad had tried to kill the 2 sea creatures during this period, but they were also quite cunning, always wandering around him, and looking for opportunities to attack, and would not fight with him. but rather cleverly taking turns to consume their physical strength. He had no chance to kill any of them. As this long and arduous battle continued, Milet's physical strength was indeed consumed a lot, and the two sea creatures were still getting stronger during the battle. If he had a chance to escape, now he estimated that even if he wanted to escape, he might not be able to succeed. Milet could already see his end. Although he felt somewhat lost and empty in his heart, this seemed to be his end, and he had no choice but to accept it. Just as Milet was confronting the two giant creatures, the dragon-like sea creature that was constantly swimming around him suddenly changed. It quickly turned its body and stretched its wings, turning into an arc that was difficult to see with the naked eye in the sea, and then swam behind him in an instant. Milet still focused part of his attention on the small fairy, while his body was also turning rapidly under the push of the sea water. The sea-suppressing spear raised in his right arm was also staring at the swimming sea dragon, ready to respond to its attack at any time. The sea dragon opened its mouth, sprayed out a light blue flame, and lightly and violently hit Milet, and he immediately pointed the sea-suppressing spear at the location where the dragon's breath came from, and released the sea water that contained magical power to control and maintain a delicate balance in front of him. But just when Milet was expecting the sea dragon to come and fight him, this cunning large sea creature retreated to a safe distance and wandered around him from a distance, waiting for the next opportunity to attack. Milet knew very well that its purpose was to wear out his patience through such harassment, and he had to admit that the strategy chosen by these lifeless sea creatures was indeed quite useful. He really couldn't hold back. What was the point of him confronting these monsters except waiting for the death that was destined to come? Milet took a deep breath of sea water, stared at the huge sea dragon with his eyes, and used the sea-suppressing spear to quietly control the surrounding sea water to gather and compress towards them. The two sea creatures did not realize that he had now used the magical compressed sea water to create a huge sphere and envelop them all. Since they are unwilling to fight me head-on, I will cut off their retreat. Even if it is a glorious death, I should have an end. However, when he was quietly compressing the giant magic sphere, he suddenly felt that his unformed magic was easily shattered by something, just like someone took a needle and pierced a balloon. Milord looked at the position of the small fairy in astonishment, but it was still flexibly playing with its magic sea water, and using its attacks to improve itself, and did not leave here to destroy the magic ball. Whoosh! But the next moment, the small fairy disappeared. Milord was alert, and prepared to welcome its sudden appearance. But what appeared in front of him was a turbulent water flow and a slender figure surrounded by sea water. It evades very quickly. The woman who slowly stopped in front of him said, "Right?" Milord looked at the figure in front of him with a face full of shock. He had not yet reacted to what happened. What was going on? Why did a human figure suddenly appear in front of him? Is this a new sea creature? If so, he should be dead at her speed just now. The sea dragon in the distance also speeded up its swimming back and forth, with some vigilance, and seemed to understand the scene in front of it. "What are you?" Milord asked, holding the spear tightly in his hand. The woman smiled and said, "Didn't they give you my photo? I am the Xin Shao you heard of?" Xin Shao? The fifth-level human who is said to be the strongest on land, but wasn't she imprisoned by the people on land? This news was also the reason why they decided to attack the land, so why is she in front of me now? Be careful. Although still a little confused, Milet immediately warned her, "If you are really Xin Shao, don't fight them. These sea creatures become stronger when they meet stronger ones. I have been trying hard to hold them back, but these two monsters have learned a lot of new things from me." Xin Shao just looked at the Genai spear in his right hand and said, "Can you lend it to me?" Milet said solemnly, "I know you are very strong, but it is not the time for you to take action. I can still hold them back. When these monsters evolve to the point where no one can stop them except you, then you can take action." Snap. As he spoke, Shinshu's right hand suddenly stretched out to the back of his head like thunder, and clenched his fist tightly, as if he had caught a mosquito, but Milet did not see anything. "It is indeed very fast, but it is a pity that I know where it will appear." Xin Shao stretched out his right hand to Milet while speaking, and slowly spread it out, which made him look over in some confusion. A fairy shrunk to the size of an insect was lying on the palm of Shinshu's palm, walking back and forth in a bit of a loss. Seeing that he was at a loss, Xin Shao stretched out his hand and raised his right hand, then pointed his index finger at the sea dragon that was still swimming around, and then it suddenly stopped as if struck by lightning, and then Milord saw the strange process that he had not captured just now. When the sea dragon was pointed at by Xin Shao, it froze as if petrified, and then began to shrink rapidly inwards, and the dangerous features on its body were rapidly fading, and in a few seconds it became a palm-sized sea lizard. Milord opened his mouth in shock. "This is..." Xin Xiao reached out and took the sea-suppressing spear. They can see things you don't know. And this is the correct direction of evolution in front of me. Okay, now the ocean can't see me either. Chapter 387. Anomaly Control Bureau, Pre-War Preparation Room. Does anyone else have questions about the mission? Xin Lan looked at the people in front of her and said. Standing closest to her was Ellie, who looked determined. Her job was to be the teleportation point for this mission, and she had used the Shadow Walker ability to ensure that she could survive there for a long enough time. Standing behind her was not the main team member of this mission, but the devil Mo Jianwen who had made a deal with Xu Yun. After accepting Ma En's patient persuasion, he resolutely accepted the task of going to Atlantis to help them. Behind this unfortunate devil was the team that was carrying out the search work with Ellie this time, consisting of Ma En, Feng Xiaoying, Tao He, Troyai, and Niao Guang. The latter two were members of the remnants of the Salvation Alliance. They also participated in the last mission to eliminate Xu Yun, and had recently confirmed the identity and traces of the local remnants of the Salvation Alliance in the Northern Federation, and were just waiting for an opportunity to contact them. And although there are only 5 people in the team, they actually all use the characteristics of other controllers to ensure that they can all reach or approach the 4th Order peak. In addition, they all use the Atlantis Royal Blood and Appearance Recognition Disorder from Ellie. The former is to allow them to move freely in the seabed, and the latter is to prevent the Federation from discovering their identities. Seeing that no one has any questions, Xin Lan said to Ellie, Very good, you can set off. Remember to enter the Shadow Dimension immediately after arriving at the destination to avoid attracting the attack of the Sea People. According to the intelligence of the Federation, the middle and low-level sea creatures should basically not have spatial abilities and senses. There should be an individual with spatial abilities among the 5th-level sea creatures, but it should be fighting Shishao now. Ellie nodded, stood there for 30 seconds, and then disappeared. Mo Jiangwen's face showed some tension when he saw the scene. After being locked up in the containment room, he realized that he had offended the wrong person, and he did not receive any good news in the lonely and tormented waiting, but was half-threatened by Ma En to become a level 0 employee. And when Ma En skillfully demonstrated how to give and take away his abilities, and told him about his future fate, Mo Jianwen could feel that he must have done countless such things that forced others to die. Ma En was much more cold-blooded and cruel than he was in front of his sister. The worst thing was that Mo Jianwen knew very well that he really had no choice. He was lucky to be alive until now. As long as he didn't want to die, he could only accept Ma En's request unconditionally and risk his life for them. After seeing Ellie successfully enter the Shadow Dimension, Xin Lan then looked at their level 0 employee Mo Jianwen. Very good, it's time for you to set off. Follow the information we gave you to approach the target. Mo Jianwen didn't have time to regret it, and could only stand there to accept the teleportation. Swoosh. The gray sea water swallowed up the devil, making him suddenly a little overwhelmed, but soon Mo Jianwen felt Ellie behind him. She stretched out her hands and pressed on his back, and then pushed forward violently. The world was instantly submerged in bright blue, and he also saw the majestic ruins in the distance. Wait for a while at the spot, then move forward according to the map and guidance. Before being sent to perform this mission, Ellie told him how to get to the treasure house. Although it has become a ruin, as a devil, he can still find his target through his strong memory and spatial perception. At the same time, Ellie is actually moving towards the destination in the Shadow Dimension, but because the Shadow Dimension is not completely the same as the reality, sometimes it can only reflect the real world some time ago, and it cannot directly interfere with the reality. So people like Mo Jianwen who are in the real dimension are needed to determine the location of the sea-covering scepter. There is another very important use for doing this, that is, if they keep enough distance, then no matter who dies, Ma En and the others can enter Atlantis from another teleportation point. After receiving Xin Lan's message, he observed it for a while at the spot, and did not see the dense sea tribe. Mo Jianwen didn't know whether this was because they had left here or Shishao had reached Atlantis, but this scene made him feel a little relieved. As long as he can successfully find the sea-covering scepter, then he can leave here alive. With this in mind, he adapted to the movement in the seawater, and then quickly moved towards the treasure house according to Xin Lan's instructions. Although he did not encounter any attacks on the way, Mo Jianwen always felt that he vaguely saw something hidden in the shadows and ready to move when he shuttled through the ruins, but he didn't know why they didn't appear to attack him. He smoothly reached the place called the treasure house. From above, it was a square low building. It was also one of the more intact remaining buildings in Atlantis, but the bad thing was that it also occupied a large area. It seemed that this would definitely not be found in a short time, so Mo Jianwen felt a little anxious, but he also knew that he had no time to waste, and he might encounter those dangerous sea creatures at any time here. He could only curse Ma-En in his heart, and at the same time, he rushed towards the main entrance of the treasury. But just as he approached the main entrance, he suddenly felt that the surrounding sea water was rapidly getting hot, and a dazzling orange-red light was lit around the treasury, which frightened Mo Jianwen and stopped immediately. And just as he paused, a burning figure pushed open the treasury door and looked up at him. Then he asked, "Do you know why the moon god died?" Mo Jianwen retreated in horror because he recognized the figure in front of him. Tai, the sun god? Impossible? This place has left the scope of the Southern Federation. It stands to reason that this incarnation of the god cannot reach here, but he has indeed seen him in documents and materials, and this burning feeling cannot be felt by others. The sun god looked at him and said, "It seems it's not you, so tell me who sent you. Answer me." His tone sounded exactly like an order. Mo Jianwen had also come back to his senses a little. The sun incarnation in front of him was not in his prime. Although he didn't know how he left the Southern Federation and came here with power, he couldn't have the power of the 5th level, otherwise the gods wouldn't be in this situation now. Mo Jianwen said nervously, "I don't know what you are talking about." The sun god asked, "Life or death?" This made Mo Jianwen feel extremely nervous. Even if it was a 4th level sun incarnation, he would definitely not be his opponent. If he showed off, he would definitely die in his hands. And from his current appearance, he seems to have realized that there may be someone behind him, and he is a god. Thinking of Ma-En, who caused him to fall into this situation, and his cold-blooded and cruel conditions, Mo Jianwen gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He was ready to ask for help from the god in front of him. But the moment Mo Jianwen opened his mouth, he suddenly felt his body become cold, and then suddenly realized that his strength suddenly disappeared, and his body became more fragile than ever before. Then he felt the pressure of the seawater. No. Bang. Chapter 388. The sun god looked at the pool of blood in the distance, then turned around and looked in the direction of the treasure house. He could feel that there were other outsiders hiding there, but she was a little more difficult to deal with than Mo Jianwen, and it would take some effort to catch her. Now that he was only at the 4th level, many of his clever moves could not be used. He had not prepared magic of this level before. And this body was originally an incarnation that could allow him to exert the power of the 5th level. He did not have many such bodies, and that was why he should not waste his power on those inexplicable intruders. He brought this body to Shishao for a very important reason. He would wait here naturally to join forces with the ocean itself to deal with Shishao, but now that Milode had somehow taken out something that could block the ocean's perception, which prevented her from directly perceiving the surrounding area. And he stayed here naturally to solve this problem, but unfortunately he and his gods could not exert their power here, otherwise he could have set a few gods to kill Milode and take away the weapons. Now he was just waiting for Shishao to come, and then he would pass on the scene he sensed to her, and work together with her to suppress Shishao. But that guy had a certain power that interested him, which naturally reminded the sun god of the power that tried to invade his mind to force him to forget the existence of the moon god. It had successfully deceived all the gods except himself. The death of the moon god was more important to the sun god than restraining Shishao. He had encountered many opponents stronger than Shishao. The real reason why she was dangerous was that they, the gods, were too weak now, which made her a serious problem. But the moon goddess was probably killed by some method, and there is no way to revive her. The last time she could do this was the Titan civilization. Considering that other gods deliberately ignored the existence of the moon goddess, he could already think of a way for his opponents to prevent the moon goddess from resurrecting, which was to completely erase her memory of the moon. But if the murderer killed the moon goddess by erasing her memory, why do the people of the Southern Federation still have such normal memories of the moon? But no matter what, the power of the devil, just now, is very similar to the power that affects his memory, and it seems that he was killed by some character hiding behind him. So the little guy hiding in the shadow dimension must be related to this matter. The sun god flew towards the treasure house. But just as he approached the creature that was moving at high speed, 5 figures suddenly flashed in front of him, and they were all surrounded by the power related to the death of the moon goddess. The vague figure at the head said, "Do you want to affect our work?" The sun god seemed to have not heard this sentence and said, "Who killed the moon god?" Ma-En did not answer him immediately, but first notified Tao He and Niao Weiguang to search for the sea-covering scepter, while Feng Xiaoying and former Judge Trove, who had stronger combat power, stayed here to scout for him. When hearing the question from the sun god, Ma-En knew that he would not watch him take the sea-covering scepter, and he also estimated that this matter could not be easily settled. After all, he really killed the upper moon god. Fortunately, he did not know their identities for the time being. After seeing this scene, The sun god looked at the two people who were still behind Ma-En with some surprise. You want to fight with me? If I capture you alive, can you tell me who killed the moon god? Main replied, I don't know what you are talking about, nor do I know what the moon god is. We are just working. Outsiders, please do not interfere. The sun god nodded. Then it seems that I have to capture you alive first. I hope the guy behind you will not kill you like he just did. After saying this, he did not give Main and the others a chance to explain and delay time. The flames on his body began to roll continuously as if boiling, but the surrounding sea water did not seem to be affected at all. Then, he raised his hand towards Main, and then the surrounding buildings began to shatter, and the sea water formed a vortex with him as the center. The two Control Bureau employees standing behind Main were also pulled towards the sun god. Everything fell towards the sun. Used, God Body 4.5, Hell Armor 4.5, Main suppressed the urge of the Hell Armor to grow wings, followed the intuition brought by the Atlantis bloodline, and relied on the Hell Armor to burst out. With an astonishing speed, he swam towards the sun like a ferocious shark, and quickly jumped over the two companions, who were still struggling to maintain their balance. As he moved forward, Main could feel the pressure on his body increasing. He could clearly feel that his body at different distances from the sun god was also being pulled by different forces, and it was about to tear him in half. But at this moment, he used his divine body and the body of the Hell Armor to not be afraid of this pulling force, and he directly crashed into the sun without any care, and raised his hands fiercely like a shark's bite. The sun god looked at Main and raised his hands at the same time. Bang! The amazing air wave blew Troa back dozens of meters, and Feng Xiaoying jumped to a farther place, but her body was also pushed back several meters by the seawater. But after their bodies slowly stabilized, they finally saw what had just caused the air wave. Ma-En and the sun god punched each other in the chest at the same time, and then they were also knocked back several meters, but the sun god immediately raised his hand to grab Ma-En, and then a strong gravitational force pulled Ma-En back to fly towards him. Ma-En did not try to dodge, but directly adjusted his posture and killed the sun god. But this time, the sun god did not raise his fist, but opened his mouth to him. A fiery storm of flames flowed out of his mouth, directly tearing and evaporating the heavy seawater and rushing towards Main, swallowing Main, who was bound by gravity, in an instant, but almost at the same time he rushed out of the storm like a burning meteorite, and slammed into the body of the sun god, smashing his fists like cannonballs. Boom! The sun god also fell towards the seabed like a fireball, but his expression was still extremely calm. He just watched Main open his arms at the same time, stared at him closely with his eyes, stretched out his right hand and clenched his fist, and then whispered, I caught your orbit. The sun god swung his arm to the right, and then they saw Main and the sun start to rotate in an arc that seemed to violate the laws of physics, with the center of their distance as the center of the circle, and turned a circle at a rapid speed and changed positions. When the sun god let go of his hand, Main, who had been turned to the bottom, hit the seabed heavily, as if he had deviated from the orbit, and directly smashed out a huge meteor crater. Boom! Seeing this, Feng Xiaoying and Troa wanted to take the opportunity to do something, but when they just had this idea, they immediately realized that it was not easy for them to intervene in the battle in front of them, even though they were now close to the peak of the 4th level. Unless Ma-En and the sun god were both injured, they should not take action now. But just when they thought so, the sun god took the initiative to look at them. Fortunately, he hadn't really taken action yet. A figure flew straight out of the seabed like a missile. Ma-En dragged his heavy body and flew straight towards the sun god. He could not show much ability without revealing his identity, but now it seems that the abilities of these two 4.5s alone are not completely his opponents. Go find the target, he gave Feng Xiaoying another order. Snap. The sun god still did not dodge Main, and Main took the opportunity to stretch out his hands and clasp his shoulders. The sun god also raised his fists with strong gravity and directly hit Main's chest, but at this moment, 6 white sharp wings emerged from Main's back and accurately pierced into the sun god's chest. Seeing this, the sun god just looked at him indifferently, and then his whole body became several times brighter. Then Main felt what hot meant. The 6 white wings that had just been inserted into the sun god's chest began to tremble unconsciously, and the 6 angel souls inside all felt that this terrifying heat was causing damage to the wings themselves. But Main did not care about their screams, and still tried to pierce the wings into the body of the sun god. At the same time, his hands bypassed the opponent's arms that were burning his chest, and stretched out flexibly like a venomous snake towards the position where the wings were inserted into the flesh. His hands and 6 wings worked together to push the chest of the sun god outward, trying to tear the chest of the sun god into broken petals, like prying open a flower. You shouldn't touch the sun, the burning figure said calmly. He did not stop Maine, but let Maine tear open his chest. Then a hotter and brighter light shone from his wound, and then the scorching flames that distorted the space directly hit Maine's face. Maine closed his eyes, let the scorching flames flow over his face, and immediately waved his wings and began to fly backwards. But just after he retreated a few meters, he felt that his lowest pair of wings were caught by something, and then a huge force directly hit his chest and pushed him back. Puff! Under the pull of gravity and thrust, his pair of wings were also pulled off, and the screams of the two angels echoed in his ears, foreshadowing the fall of two fallen holy creatures. After retreating far enough, Ma-Eng could barely see the scene in front of him. The chest of the sun god was torn into a dark red hole by the wings in his hands, but hidden inside was a hotter flame. Physical attacks are useless to him? But his attack just now was close to the limit of the 4th level, and it didn't seem that the sun god was afraid of magic and elemental attacks. It was obvious that mental attacks were useless to him. At this time, Ma-Eng realized that his face was abnormal. He reached out and touched his face, and then he directly touched the hard skull. Not to mention that he only used 2 abilities now, Ma-Eng doubted whether it would be useful if he used all his abilities. The incarnation of the sun at this moment made Ma-Eng feel that he seemed to understand a little bit how other 5th level ability users viewed Xin Xiao, and how other 4th level ability users viewed him. It was almost impossible to win. The sun god was still in his prime at the moment, and he didn't know how to hurt him. Ordinary magic and curses probably had no effect on this ancient entity. There were probably only 2 ways for him to defeat him, either to obtain divine power and speed, or to have the entire Control Bureau go out to beat him up, and there had to be some tactics and strategic ideas. After all, the total energy of the sun god in the Southern Federation should also be limited. The sun god looked at the disfigured Ma-Eng in the distance and said, "You are a very powerful person. In this era, you can be regarded as the strongest of the same level. But unfortunately, the opponent you met is me. I have been the strongest in my class for countless years. Although my incarnation is only level 4, it is also the strongest level 4 in thousands of years. I have held back just now. Now if you tell me how the moon god died, I can let you leave alive. This is your last chance." Ma-Eng could still feel the granulation on his face growing. "I don't think you can capture us alive, and I haven't heard of any moon god. Although there is no way to defeat him, it is not a problem for me to delay a little longer with these 2 characteristics." The sun god said in a flat tone, "Very good, then I won't hold back." Maine stared at him intently, and was thinking about what ability to use to delay the sun god, but at this moment, abnormal item contained. Abnormal entity, sea covering scepter. Abnormal strength, V.2. Description, a weapon made by the ancient Atlanteans to deal with the ocean itself. Features, usurpation of the ocean V.2. Can usurp and control part of the ocean's body, and can shield the ocean's own senses, resist its attacks and prying, and highly affect the ocean itself under its control. The sun god, whose eyes were emitting golden light, suddenly realized that something was wrong under him, and saw that Maine suddenly disappeared in front of him, and he could not feel any spatial fluctuations. After noticing the abnormality, he immediately... It burst out with intense heat, and its body was rapidly growing. In just a few seconds, it turned into a burning giant hundreds of meters tall, but he was surprised to find that the sea water below had become as hard as iron and kept pushing it up. He tried to fight this force with gravity and the scorching sun, but was directly lifted away from the entire city. Then the sun god finally realized what was going on, and he raised his head and looked up. There was a huge face made of sea water, and when he looked around, he was surprised to find that he was standing in the palm of this ocean giant. Maine looked down at the burning little man in his hand calmly, then slowly clenched his fist, and then... the sun went out in his palm. Chapter 389. Divine Power 4.5, Unlocked. When the heat and light dissipated in his palm, the blood from Shishao had a new change, which seemed to mean that the conspiracy of the 2 gods was completely disintegrated when the sun incarnation was destroyed. Although it was a bit of a coincidence, it was undoubtedly good news. Maybe this was the reason why Shishao said that he didn't need to care at that time, because in fact, he didn't need to pay attention to any prophecy at all, and he would just walk on the road to help Shishao. Now all that was left was to rebuild the world-saving secret alliance. But now, he has the 5th level combat ability. Ma-Eng can feel the vigorous power in his body. Killing the 4th level sun incarnation is almost easy for him now. The power contained in the sea covering scepter has not been fully exerted. And he can also feel that the sea covering scepter does put some pressure on his body, but it is not as extreme as when he killed the moon god with that 5th level weapon. It is more like carrying a heavy object. Although his physical strength is constantly draining, he can still hold on for a few hours. Most level 5 battles don't take several hours, which means that he can now fight other level 5 users normally, but he can't always maintain this state. However, as long as he is not attacked by surprise, he will not be any different from other level 5 users. Based on his feeling just now, his strength must be slightly stronger than level 5.2 when he is in the sea, and considering that the effect of the sea covering scepter is to usurp the ocean, his combat power may be relatively reduced when it is particularly dry or far away from inland areas. Perhaps only when he is in charge of coastal cities or other large water sources, he should be a standard level 5.2. But no matter what, this power will not be lower than the level 5 itself, because Main can already feel that he can store seawater in his body in some way, which means that he will not really fall into the dilemma of having no seawater at all. When he felt the power of the sea covering scepter, several other members of the Salvation Alliance also began to come towards him. When the sun god was lifted up just now, they had not reacted to what was going on, but now they all saw the vague Main. After the death of the sun god, there was some movement in the originally silent ruins around. The sea tribes began to emerge from the shadows one after another and approached them, like a pack of wolves preparing to hunt. But they did not realize that they had entered the body of the prey. Ma'an turned back into flesh and blood and appeared in front of the 4 members of the Salvation Alliance, who were surprised. The mission has been completed, you can retreat first. Feng Xiaoying and the other 3 members of the Salvation Alliance seemed to have many questions to ask, and seemed to be a little unsure about what the scene they just saw meant. But after hearing this, they did not ask any more questions and began to wait for transmission. You are right. Ma'an looked at their expressions and was too curious, so he answered their doubts. The one who just solved the incarnation of the sun god is the target we found this time. Several members of the Salvation Alliance cast different glances, jumping for joy, excitement, surprise, and envy. But before they could say anything, the teleportation took them away from here. As they disappeared, Ellie also walked out of the shadow dimension and swam around in the water with a degree of agility far beyond the others, looking like a real mermaid with a tail. Can we go save my father? Main nodded. Of course, lead the way. Ellie was happy to hear this. Although Main had made a promise long ago, she was actually a little worried that he would abandon her, who was no longer useful, after obtaining the sea-covering scepter. Now she no longer had the ability to trust others. After hearing Main's affirmative answer, Ellie also felt a little ashamed. Main didn't know what she was thinking, and swam directly with her towards the depths of the ruins, while controlling the surrounding seawater body to drive all the sea creatures who tried to approach them away. In the process, he also killed a lot of sea creatures because of excessive force. Ellie brought Marn to the north of the city, then pointed to the ground and said, he is imprisoned down there. Marn controlled his ocean body and stretched out his hand, sweeping away the ruins of the buildings on the ground, and then directly used both hands to lift up the ground, revealing the gloomy dark abyss. He did not feel any vitality. And judging from the gaps under the ground, many sea creatures have been down there, but now all the sea creatures who have entered the abyss prison have left here. Ellie swam down without hesitation, and Marn stayed where he was and controlled the sea water to protect her, while controlling the sea water on the ground to drive away the huge sea creatures that were rushing towards here frantically, and storing sea water in the sea covering scepter by the way. After nearly 2 hours, Ellie finally swam out again. Her face was filled with deep calmness. Let's go, there is nothing left in the prison below, only traces of destruction and killing by the sea people. Her stay in the world below just now was enough for her to turn the entire prison upside down. She should have passed the stage of grief and despair when she was in prison just now. Mon said, so you have? Ellie nodded expressionlessly. Well, by the way, you and the gods are enemies, right? Mon replied, I can't say that directly, but I estimate that there is a high possibility of conflict between us and them in the future. Ellie asked, if you don't mind, can I join you too? I don't have any other intelligence work to do now. I will definitely guarantee my loyalty, and as long as it is a battle against the gods, I will never fear death. Her expression did not look like not afraid of death, but more like she had already decided to die on it. Mayan replied, we welcome you to join us. This is also the first time that a non-member of the Salvation Alliance has joined the core circle of the Abnormal Control Bureau. In his opinion, this is also an attempt. After all, if you want to develop into an organization that can influence the world, you can't just absorb the remaining members of the Salvation Alliance. That's right, Ma-In, who has obtained the 5th level abnormal item, does not intend to go back to live a peaceful life. After seeing the conspiracy of the Federation, the gods, and the Church, he no longer thinks that his original idea can really be realized. This is a dangerous world where trouble will come. As the Federation claims, this world needs an organization like theirs to protect it. But this organization does not necessarily have to be the Federation. Chapter 390. Bamboo Forest in the Mist. Ma-En walked out of the shadow dimension. When he appeared, the surrounding mist began to flow naturally, and clearly pointed out the direction to the wooden house, and he understood and walked towards the wooden house along the misty road. As he continued to move forward, the surrounding mist gradually became thinner, and the familiar wooden house appeared in front of Ma-En again, and Xiaoyao was sitting behind the open spacious front door with his legs closed, still breathing in the white mist that filled the house. Have you thought it through? Xiaoyao raised his eyelids and looked at Ma-En with eyes as clear as a mirror. Ma-En walked up to him. Well, but I still have something to discuss. Xiaoyao raised his hand to signal Ma-En to sit down opposite him. Oh, please go ahead. Ma-En also followed suit and sat down opposite him. I heard that you have the ability to process abnormal materials? Xiaoyao said calmly. We call it the method of refining weapons. This method is not like arithmetic, which is a real way to the sky. The magic weapons refined by cultivators, who are good at this way, may even be better at killing and more suitable for killing than themselves. Therefore, in the world of cultivation, weapon refiners are all guests of honor from famous and authentic families. And I do know a little about the art of refining weapons. You asked this. Ma-En explained. You also know that I want to obtain anti-psychic metal through the Federation. This is because I am indeed worried about psychic attacks from the outside world, but using anti-psychic metal alone is actually a bit too crude, and it is easy for a superb telepath to find loopholes. So I would like you to refine this anti-psychic metal into a spiritual treasure, and if possible, I also hope that this thing can allow me to actively isolate and filter harmful psychic attacks, so that I can still use my psychic abilities when resisting attacks. Therefore, we must also obtain the anti-psychic metal as soon as possible. Xiaoyao frowned slightly and said, If you really have such a strong enemy, you don't have to worry as long as you worship me as your master. Unless the disciple betrays the master and destroys the ancestors, otherwise I will protect you. Ma-En shook his head. There are some things that only I can face, and this is not an external enemy. Hearing him say this, Xiaoyao fell into deep thought. After thinking about it, he still said, You have given me a difficult problem. Refining spiritual treasures is not as simple as you think. A mere piece of 5th level anti-psychic metal cannot be refined into a spiritual treasure that meets your requirements. I have to spend a lot of materials of the same level. And there is no spiritual energy in the desolate world. If it were an ordinary person, it would be impossible to refine a weapon here. Only the Xiaoyao Dao I practiced was not restricted by spiritual energy, so I could refine a weapon, but this is also a huge consumption for me, so you may have to wait for a while. Ma-En thought Xiaoyao wanted him to make some conditions, and he also wanted to take the opportunity to spy on Xiaoyao's purpose, but he didn't expect Xiaoyao to agree so neatly. But this is definitely a good thing for him now, because he no longer has to worry about Xiaoyao's conspiracy against him. After all, no matter what Xiaoyao wants to do to him now, he has the confidence to fight Xiaoyao directly, and even if he can't beat him, he will definitely run away. Even if there is something on him that Xiaoyao covets, it is definitely not worth him to really fight a life and death battle with a 5th level ability user. Except for the special case of Xiao, 5th level ability users don't actually have many life and death battles, because it is unnecessary for them to do so. After all, when fighting at the same level at this level, although there will indeed be overwhelming battles like Xiao, there is still a risk of being counterattacked. Moreover, not to mention the counterattack, it is not that easy to kill the same level ability user stably. If the opponent escapes, then a 5th level ability user can completely launch a very crazy and terrifying revenge. Of course, Ma-En is so confident because of the existence of the Control Bureau. If he only has the power of the Sea Covering Scepter, he will not take the risk, but he can still use the Control Bureau to teleport and escape. After all, no matter how much he is defeated by Xiaoyao, he will definitely be able to hold on for 30 seconds. And if Xiaoyao really keeps his promise and refines a special spiritual treasure, then he can try to use the power of the Moon Goddess. Then, Ma-En looked at him and said, Master? Xiaoyao smiled. Very good, then from today on you are the eldest brother of my Xiaoyao sect. You don't understand the red tape, so let's skip it. Ma-En was a little surprised by this sentence. How did I become the eldest brother? If you kill Du Jin, you will be the eldest brother. Xiaoyao said with a smile, without explaining the reason for this sentence. Since you worship me as your master, I will pass on the Xiaoyao Dao to you first, and then introduce you to your junior brothers and sisters. Ma saw that his expression became serious, and he sat up straight and began to listen like a student. Xiaoyao also wiped the smile on his face, and said seriously, "My Xiaoyao Dao talks about being unrestrained, and not bound by the laws of heaven and earth. In fact, the earliest reason I embarked on the Xiaoyao Dao was to yearn for the transcendent realm of the true immortals, who jumped out of the 3 realms, and were not in the 5 elements. But as I embarked on the path of cultivation, I gradually realized that the so-called immortality was not as free as I imagined at first. You don't understand yet, but just remember that immortals cannot be seen in the mortal world, and I don't want to be that kind of immortal, so I embarked on the road to find Xiao Zhengxiao in order to seek true transcendence. And the so-called Xiaoyao is not to avoid, not to keep oneself clean, not to be able to do anything, and not to succumb to the 7 emotions and 6 desires. If you want to ask me what Xiaoyao is, I will tell you that it is great freedom. In fact, I can explain what Xiaoyao is more clearly, but I don't want to tell you what is right, and you don't have to rush to figure out what Xiaoyao is when you just get started. Just know that what we are pursuing is this state." Ma asked, "What is the relationship between this and practice?" Xiaoyao Taoist replied, "Good question. For you now, this has nothing to do with practice, but for me, this is practice itself. What you are going to learn now is Xiaoyao Gong. You should have seen the mist that Du Jin turned into when he performed Xiaoyao Gong. In fact, if you learn the method I will teach you next, the mist would turn into perfect weapons and armor. And if you can cultivate to the level of Yuanying, when the golden elixir breaks and the Yuanying is born, you will naturally merge into the mist. In this way, you will not have a body like other Yuanying cultivators. The spiritual power in your body and your consciousness will be combined into one. The mist you see is the master, my spiritual power, my body, and my soul. And if the master's current level is to maintain the heyday state that can be gathered at any time, the mist that is transformed can probably submerge a city with millions of people here, and can kill all the mortals in the city at the same time." Ma En asked curiously, "Then how should I learn?" Xiaoyao replied, "Reading." After speaking, he took out a whole book of heavy exercises written in the federal language. Chapter 391. Ma En lowered his head, and flipped through the gongfa in his hand. The dense text instantly caught his eyes, and there were countless annotations and explanations. Just by glancing at it, he could be sure that this was not something that could be learned easily. Xiaoyao continued, "This gongfa is also a magic weapon. It is much thicker than what you are reading now. The content inside is enough for you to reach the nascent soul stage, but after you break through to the foundation establishment stage, you can directly use the jade tube to reread the gongfa, and your understanding will naturally be deeper. And after reading this book, you are just getting started. The real tricks of the method still need to be explained and taught by me, and after you read and ask me for advice, you still have to practice with your fellow brothers and sisters to master the skills. But the most important thing for you now is to concentrate on practicing and achieve perfection in Qi training first. Although my original Xiaoyao Gong is not bound by spiritual energy, it can also be converted into spiritual energy through other energy sources in the barren land. This is also the real reason why this method can eventually allow practitioners to cover a city. If you want to convert spiritual energy here, you must have enough contact volume with the space. But when I created this method, I was already a Yuanying. Although I later modified it slightly in order to recruit disciples, so that the cultivators in the Jindan period can also achieve extremely similar effects, you still have to inhale and exhale spiritual energy before you reach the Jindan stage. Fortunately, although the deserted land is poor in spiritual energy, I have actually solved this problem. The mist I usually disperse carries rich spiritual energy that can rival the blessed land in the cultivation world. Disciples who have not reached the golden core stage can stay here to practice. But I think you definitely don't want to stay here forever, and I don't intend to restrict your freedom. After passing the entry stage, you just need to come back to me when you have questions. Cultivation is not something that can be done overnight. Even if a truly gifted person enters the nascent soul stage, it will take at least several years, and even many ambitious cultivators and teachers will deliberately extend this time to consolidate their foundation. And I see that you haven't been quiet for a while, so you probably don't have the temperament to sit idle, but this is not a problem. There are indeed monks who meditate and practice all day long in our place, and most of my disciples are like this. But a genius like you is more suitable to go out and see more, and combine your own experience to understand the truth, so that the practice will be smoother. In fact, when I was young, I was never idle. I worked hard everywhere to practice this skill. So when you are outside, I will prepare some spiritual energy pills for you. But speaking of this, I don't know if you have thought about one thing. That's why you are in the desolate world. Ma En had some vague guesses, but he still asked humbly, "Why?" Xiao Yao didn't want to test him, and said directly, "I have said how the desolate world and the cultivation world were born. At that time, the immortals and demons chose to divide the world equally after fighting. But you should know that before the demons left the mountains, the continent you are in was also filled with enough spiritual energy. But after we joined forces to isolate the two worlds with immortal arts and demon magic, the immortals took the opportunity to establish a gathering formation in the cultivation world, and condensed all the spiritual energy on this planet to the cultivation world. This is the reason why the spiritual energy here is exhausted. Of course, when they built the spirit gathering formation, the place where you are now was still the world of demons, and the remaining humans were just food for those demons at that time. The immortals did not consider that the era of demons would end countless years later, and humans would rise again. At that time, the immortals were also worried that the demons would learn the great way to heaven that we had studied for many years, which cut off the opportunity for mortals in this world to climb up, and cut off your possibility of performing magic and practicing. That's why your power is so chaotic and weird. A long time ago, there was a very rich spiritual energy here, and everyone could embark on the path of cultivation. But after we took away the spiritual energy, the experience summarized over countless years has become waste paper. But this is not the end. According to our intermittent information, the mortals in the desolate realm later seem to have found the power of using the essence of the 5 elements by imitating and learning from the demons. They bypassed the spiritual energy and directly controlled the 5 elements and renamed them elements. Because this power comes from demons, they also call it magic power, but it seems that because of the excessive plunder of the essence of the 5 elements, you don't know when you almost lost the magic of this kind. Since then, the desolate realm has really lived up to its name. But now this may not be a bad thing for you. Although you have lost the cultivation methods of immortal arts and magic, it has caused the mortals here to often have strange physiques, and it seems that you have also faintly explored a new path, but it is still far from being as mature as immortal arts and demons, and it still needs some time to settle. Remember, before you became my disciple, I said that all the famous and upright sects in the cultivation world are good people. They call your world a chaotic world where etiquette and music are broken, and think that the mortals here don't know etiquette, morality, right and wrong and truth. This is naturally because they are all real good people. When they say this, I even think it makes sense because I have also seen all kinds of evil deeds in your land. If a person like Xin Xiao were in our cultivation world, she would be a hero praised by every household. As long as she went to the major famous and upright sects, she would definitely be treated as the most noble guest of honor. But your rulers here actually imprisoned her? Just for this matter, this so-called federation will be regarded as an evil sect and suppressed by the major sects. But this matter is not bad at all among the crimes committed by the federation. They are even more disgusting than many of the evil demon monks I am familiar with. Although your cities are denser than ours, and can accommodate more mortals in the same area, not only can I easily kill more mortals at the same time, but it also seems to make your mortals more indifferent than before. Your people don't read books or study, and the Federation doesn't show you morality and truth, just letting you go with the flow. This is almost impossible to happen in our place. The ruler of that country will be criticized by all schools of thought if he does this. After saying so much, you should have felt the gap between us to some extent, and you can also realize that the saying that the rituals and music here are broken is not easy to say in the world of cultivation where I am. Then have you ever thought about why don't they return the spiritual energy to you? Chapter 392. This is a particularly good question, and Ma En did not immediately think of any reasonable answer. He asked doubtfully, is the prosperity you told me before just an illusion, and the noble morality is just their outer garment, and they have a deeper purpose? In other words, they are just sanctimonious. Xiao Yao said with a smile, this is a good answer. A long time ago, I also thought they were hypocritical and arrogant, but now I don't think so anymore. It would be great if these immortals were really hypocritical. In fact, as early as when they set up the spirit gathering formation, they personally cut off the retreat of you mortals in the desolate world, and at that time, there was no difference between the desolate world and the cultivation world. There were only people who escaped quickly, and those who escaped slowly. Of course, the immortals and their children all successfully left here, and the ones who stayed in the desolate world must be the lowest mortals. And at that time, you and we were all compatriots. In fact, some of your mortals here did not particularly surrender, but in the eyes of those immortals, there was something more important than leaving you a way out, that is, to prevent the demons from learning immortal arts, and to concentrate spiritual power to teach the monks, in preparation for the war when the demons broke through the two worlds in the future, and to protect the lives of the remaining humans at that time. Although that war has not happened until now, this is what the immortals thought in the past, And later the cultivation world has adapted to and become dependent on the current concentration of spiritual energy. So after noticing the resurgence of mortals, they still monopolize the spiritual energy. Giving you back the spiritual energy can help you fight against demons and bad environments, but you still need this spiritual energy. In fact, I think this is not too much by your standards, but it is completely inconsistent with the moral level they claim to have. The original spiritual energy is the property of the whole world and all mankind. This kind of spiritual gathering array was actually a forbidden technique before the appearance of demons and in the current cultivation world. It can only be performed under extremely strict conditions. Do you know why? Xiao Yao did not intend to let Man answer, and he took the lead to say, because they think this is unfair. Everyone has the right to enjoy spiritual energy. Unless there are special circumstances, no one can monopolize the spiritual energy that belongs to all practitioners. The spiritual energy in the spiritual gathering array is also distributed to every place as evenly as possible. Although this cannot completely eliminate the difference in root bones, they are indeed trying their best to do so. So in fact, what they do inside and outside is completely different. In their eyes, aren't the mortals in the desolate world human beings? Do they use geography to distinguish people from each other like you superficial federal people? No, the consciousness of both immortals and semi-immortals is not that low. They know that people are people. No newborn baby has more power to survive than anyone else, and no one should be more likely to obtain resources than others. When I thought of this, my first instinct was to suspect that they had two faces. I was young and energetic at that time, and even did some ridiculous things. But the more I understood, the more I realized that they were indeed good people as they appeared to be. They are all doing good things. How can they not be good people? If the immortals want to exercise tyranny and trample on the lives of others, it can be said that it is a simple matter. The evil alliance they establish will be far more efficient and powerful than your bloated federation. No mortal can resist the immortals. Man showed a humble and eager to learn look and asked, "So what is the answer?" Xiao Yao smiled and said, "The answer they gave is that there is no perfect goodness in the world, they have to be right, so they can only make a choice." But the actual impact of what they did was that it indirectly led to the tragic deaths of countless low-level monks who fought against the demons in the past, and also caused you to be unable to survive in the vicious environment for a long time, and the environment with depleted spiritual energy also bred many evil things. I think for your ancestors, those immortals are not only not kind at all, they are actually very safe, and the fact is that all their preparations are useless, and they are unwilling to bear the consequences of their actions. They are just afraid of death. Mayan then asked, "Then master, what is your answer?" Xiao Yao said, "My understanding is simpler than theirs. I think there is no morality at all. I don't mean that the world has no morality, nor that morality has no meaning. I just think that morality is not important. There is no truth called morality in the universe where we exist. I think everyone knows that this is just a concept circulated among humans. Moreover, people like good people only because they may bring benefits to themselves, and people hate evil people only because they are afraid that they will harm their own interests. In the final analysis, your likes and dislikes of good and evil are nothing more than the nature of animals to seek benefits and avoid harm. After seeing you, I have become more determined in my thoughts. You have shown me how unimportant morality is. In this case, what reason do we have to follow and care about the so-called morality? Good and evil are just our innate nature, but we are not perfect creatures. Otherwise, why do everyone want to become immortals? Of course, it is because they don't want to be mortals. The morality that comes from mortal nature naturally has no place to stand. In this case, what we should pursue is our own freedom. The life and death, joy and anger of others are all outside your heart. Only your own joy is important." Ma-En frowned slightly and said, "But you can't be free alone. We live around other people." Xiao Yao smiled and said, "This is because you saw morality and law first. In fact, this is a bit funny, because if my disciples are from other federations, they may not question me like you. Only people like you who have followed Shishao will still firmly believe in the existence of morality. You still believe in it just because it already exists, but you should know that it has not existed since ancient times, and will not continue to exist in the near eternal future. Which came first, the chicken or the egg? When you are in a world that relies on morality, it is impossible to see the world's original appearance, nor can you see where it should go. I said these things not to make you have the same ideas as me. If you think the same as me, why should I accept you as a disciple? I just want to tell you why I left the world of cultivation. I think you have guessed that I didn't run out for nothing. Although my free and easy way allows me to practice in the desert, the real reason I left the cultivation world is that they can no longer tolerate me. They don't accept my doubts about the original Taoism. I just hope they can abandon their false benevolence and false intentions. I hope they can wake up from this meaningless morality. I hope they cannot break free from the shackles of the so-called law. I hope everyone can be free and easy. Chapter 393. But you don't need to care about these. Just know that this happened. Xiaoyao stood up and motioned Ma In to follow him to the depths of the wooden house. Although what I'm talking about is very far away, what I'm doing is actually much simpler than you think. My most important thing here is to study how to convert other energies into spiritual energy at a low level. If my idea can succeed, spiritual energy will no longer be a condition that restricts cultivation, and this is the most important step for me to become a god. This matter has something to do with you, but you have to wait until you reach the qi refining stage and the foundation building stage. What you are doing now is body refining. When Xiaoyao said this, his expression was a little amused. The so-called body refining stage is to use spiritual energy to wash and reshape the body, and the main purpose of doing this is to allow the mortal body to adapt to cultivation first, and secondly to allow it to reach the first level combat strength here. But these two things actually have no meaning to Ma In. He already has a physique that can directly enter the practice, and his physical strength is beyond the ordinary gene and body practice, and can even suppress most monsters in the same realm. And his Xiao Gong itself is not a practice that is good at body refining, so the meaning of the body refining realm to Ma In is more of a process. Xiaoyao took him to a wooden door and pushed it open casually. It's time to take you to meet your junior brothers and sisters. Ma In also followed him in. This is an exit. Behind the door looks like a front edge, and there are floating clouds and mists around, and the air pressure has changed significantly. After looking into the distance for a few more times, he realized that this is actually the top of a mountain, but it is not an ordinary mountain, because the ground he is standing on is too flat, with a lot of artificial traces, but it is a completely unseen type of transformation. Seeing that Ma In also noticed this, Xiaoyao casually said, I cut off the top of this mountain, otherwise I couldn't build a training ground on it. It's not suitable for you to use cave magic here. If you have nothing to do, you can stay here to practice. The clouds and mist here are all my body. Ma In asked curiously, your body can be separated. Xiaoyao said, of course, clones and external incarnations are very common magics in our country. The shadow and the gods can do similar things, but the external incarnation is still a magic that everyone can learn, and there is still a gap with their natural magic. However, after the Xiaoyao Dao was completed, my entire body and consciousness were also integrated, so although you seem to be in different positions from the perspective of space, they are actually connected to me. This is actually the benefit of practicing Xiaoyao Dao. If you can also reach my level, you can hide your body all over the world. Although these seemingly scattered bodies are a whole for us, it is different for our enemies. For them, these bodies still exist independently, so it is difficult for them to kill all of me. This made Ma In a little more apprehensive. If he wanted to kill him according to Xiaoyao's words, he would have to know the location of his entire body, or he would have to practice to understand the principle and find a way to kill him directly. However, as he got to know Xiao better, his vigilance had actually been lowered. Now he really didn't see any reason for Xiaoyao to attack him, and now Xiaoyao seemed to have something that he cared about. Xiaoyao even took the initiative to tell him a lot of important things. Of course, Ma In didn't really let down his guard. After all, the Xiaoyao he saw might have been deliberately shown by him. He didn't really think that he knew anything about Xiaoyao just because of a few seemingly sincere words. Xiaoyao brought Ma In to the same empty square, and several figures immediately came into his eyes. A young man who looked to be in his 20s was sitting cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed. A few golden streams leaked out from the gaps between his closed eyes, and there was a light golden bright fluid floating around. Not far in front of him stood two black monsters about 3 meters tall. They had half-beast and half-human faces, and their bodies were as strong as standing buffaloes. The muscles of their arms and legs completely violated biology, and the blood vessels in their hands were as thick as tree roots. But they were not the most vicious monsters here. They were holding the silver chain tightly with both hands. A few dozen meters away, there was a ferocious black tiger. The silver hook at the end of the chain was firmly stuck on its shoulder, but it did not reduce its ferocity. Even with the chain on its body, it still walked around in the center of the square leisurely. Opposite it was a heroic young woman floating in the air, and she was not floating in the air like her junior brother, but standing on a long sword. In front of her, there were 3 long swords flying towards the black tiger very sharply, trying to cut its throat and pierce its heart, but they were constantly slapped away by its swift claws. This scene looked like a cat playing with its owner. However, the speed of the black tiger, and the woman was beyond the range that ordinary people could see, and they could easily smash the hard metal, and they did leave scratches of varying depths on the ground. And as the black tiger continued to approach the woman, the two upright monsters behind it would pull the chains in their hands, restricting its movements and preventing it from really biting the practitioner standing on the long sword. There was a third practitioner besides them, a girl who looked only in her teens. She was sitting cross-legged on the ground in the distance, and seemed to have not noticed the fierce battle in front of her at all. She sat there flipping through the book in her hand, and occasionally raised her head to look at the battlefield in front of her. After seeing Xiaoyao appear with Ma En, the man who was still floating with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden lights shone directly from his eyes to the chain, dyeing it with a faint golden light. The two monsters also grabbed the chains in their hands, and pulled back a few times. Feeling the force, the black tiger reluctantly took a few steps back and wanted to pounce on the woman in front of it, and tear it into pieces, but it immediately noticed Xiaoyu's appearance and became quiet, turning its head and staring at Xiaoyao. After the three practitioners put away their things, they all walked towards Xiaoyao. They also noticed Ma En following behind Xiaoyao, and their expressions showed some curiosity and confusion. Xiaoyao looked at them and said, "This is Ma En, the disciple that the master just accepted, and also your new senior brother." As Xiaoyao finished speaking, the three of them showed surprised expressions, as if they didn't know that their master was going to accept a new disciple before today. Then the 20-something sword-wielding woman asked puzzledly, "Is he the one who killed Du Jin?" Xiaoyao nodded slightly. "Yes, Ma En is a good man who eliminated the evil disciple for me, and he has a rare talent for cultivation in 1,000 years. He is an excellent candidate for practicing my Xiaoyao's Zai-Gong, so now he is your eldest brother. Although he is your senior brother, you are all his predecessors in the way of cultivation. You should give him more guidance when you have time in the future." Although several disciples still find it difficult to accept what is happening in front of them, they can only nod slightly. Xiaoyao then said to Ma En, "These are your junior brothers and sisters. The one who just fought with a black tiger with a sword is your second junior sister Zhong Ruixue. She is good at swordsmanship and has the deepest research on killing and fighting among my disciples. That is why she has a deep understanding of the fighting between cultivators. If you have any questions about this, you can always ask Ruixue." The sword-wielding woman looked at Ma En expressionlessly and said, "As long as you want to practice, I accompany you anytime." She didn't have a good face for this new senior brother who had just killed Du Jin, and she didn't understand why the master wanted to accept him as a disciple. You have to know that the three true disciples were all born in the cultivation world, and those people from the desolate world could only become outer disciples in the past. This is not that she looks down on the mortals in the desolate world. In fact, there are also many talented cultivators who can match them, but the problem is that they have not broken through to the Golden Core realm without exception, because those talented mortals in the desolate world always encounter various obstacles in many other places besides their bones. Many of them even find it difficult to truly understand what the exercises themselves are talking about, and there are often people who have various misunderstandings about the essence of cultivation. At that time, she realized how many important foundations she had on her cultivation path that she had not noticed before. Her experience of growing up in the cultivation world naturally made her more suitable for cultivation than the mortals in the wasteland world, so she did not expect some fresh blood to become the master's true disciple. But now the man who killed Du Jin has become their senior brother out of thin air, which makes her a little confused about what Ma En is capable of. So Zhong Ruixue is quite looking forward to practicing with Ma En. She has heard that Ma En is the top among the Jin Dan realm cultivators in the wasteland world, and she also wants to see how big the gap is between such a top cultivator in the wasteland world and herself. "This is your third junior brother Yuejia." Xiaoyao then introduced the young man who had just been meditating in the air. He is extremely good at all kinds of magic. After entering the Jindan stage, he devoted himself to studying all kinds of messy magic. Although this delayed his practice speed, it also gave him quite comprehensive abilities. If you have any questions about magic, you can also ask him more. Yuejia has already mastered 70% of the magic you can learn from me. Yuejia first said to his master modestly, "Even if I don't focus on other magic, I can't be as good as him if I practice as hard as senior brother do. And if I don't study magic well, maybe I will be killed in the battle that day." After saying this, he turned his head to look at Ma En, and his expression was much more enthusiastic than Zhong Ruixue just now. "Senior brother Ma En, as long as you have questions, you can come to ask me at any time. As a junior brother, I will tell you everything I know." Ma En nodded slightly to him, and said politely, "Thank you." While he was talking, Yuejia was also observing the man who killed Du Jin. He didn't see anything special. In fact, Yuejia didn't feel anything about Ma En killing his senior brother, because if they really wanted to fight, Du Jin was no match for him and Zhong Ruishue, but he had gone further than them on the road of cultivation. Although Du Jin's approach was the right way, he and Zhong Ruishue didn't practice because they were not as talented as him. Even if they concentrated on practicing, they would not be able to see the opportunity to break through the nascent soul as quickly as Du Jin. In this case, the more likely result of practicing was to raise the inner demon, so he and Zhong Ruishue chose to concentrate on the path they were good at the beginning. But now it seems that they actually stumbled onto the right path. Although Du Jin did see the opportunity to lead to the nascent soul, it was precisely because of this that the master sent him to compete with Ma En for the opportunity to fight, because the master wanted to push him forward half a step. With his perfect gene and cultivation, he could have broken through to Yuan with a little stimulation. Unfortunately, he did not seize this opportunity because he still had the same idea as before coming to the desolate realm. He underestimated the art and the law, and only had the great Tao in his mind. In the cultivation world, there is actually nothing wrong with this idea. There are not many real life and death battles there. They are not in the bloody storm, like their master when he was young. They are geniuses with the inheritance of Yuan master. The disciples of the famous and upright sects will not really kill them when fighting with them. Unfortunately, this is no longer the cultivation world. The longer Yuejia stayed in the desolate realm, the more he realized the importance of combat ability. This is a very chaotic place. They will not compete with each other to see whose Taoism is closer to the great Tao, but only to see whose power is stronger. This also made him learn the master's art like crazy, just to maintain the ability to resist when he had to. After all, their situation is also embarrassing now, and no one knows what will happen in the future. But although he was smiling, he was still a little dissatisfied with Ma En's airdrop in his heart. After all, this position actually means a cultivator who has broken through to the nascent soul stage. The master chose him because he thought Ma En would break through to the nascent soul stage before them and planned to invest all resources in him. But now is not the time for him to express his thoughts. This is your junior sister Guan Yi. Xiaoyao introduced at last. She is good at alchemy and refining, formations, talismans, and other more niche Taoist methods, but her attainments are actually quite high, and she is only one step away from further improvement. If you want to practice these things, you can also ask her for advice. Guan Yi looked at Ma En with a timid look, as if she was a little afraid of this barbarian from the desolate realm, who had just killed Du Jin. Hello, senior brother. Chapter 394. After introducing several brothers and sisters, Xiaoyao looked at the black tiger in the distance again, and the black tiger glared back at him with a ferocious look. Although its face was that of a beast, Ma En could also feel the hatred in the black tiger's eyes that was almost overflowing. From the fight during their practice just now, it can be seen that Xiaoyao's disciples and this tiger do not have a very harmonious relationship. Otherwise, the chain that Yuejia used to restrain it could be tied directly to its body without really using hooks to pierce its flesh and blood. Looking at the situation just now, if it could really pounce on Zhong Ruishue, it would definitely tear her throat without hesitation. This is Ji Mingru, the youngest daughter of the head of the Kongqin sect. Xiaoyao said with the same expression as when he introduced several disciples just now. The body of the black tiger where she is imprisoned was once her favorite pet, and it was also the murderer who killed my wife and children. This somewhat sudden remark surprised Ma En. Not only him, but also the other three disciples were quite surprised by Xiaoyao's confession. This matter was almost a taboo in Xiaoyao's sect. No one was allowed to discuss it, and the master had not mentioned it for many years. They didn't expect that the master would talk about this matter with such a calm expression. Is this your revenge? Ma En asked Xiaoyao proactively when he noticed that Xiaoyao wanted to discuss this matter. Xiaoyao showed a look of reminiscing about the past. Yes, this is my revenge. You know, I was only 37 years old back then, just a gene cultivator, but I had nothing else to ask for at that time, because I had found my true love as early as when I became a disciple of the master. I had only been in the master sect for 2 years, and I fell in love with the master's daughter. She was the person I was destined to meet, so I withdrew from the mainstream cultivation world early, hid with her, and lived a peaceful but lively and happy life, while concentrating on practicing slowly, until this evil beast broke into our home. It brutally killed my 7-year-old daughter, 11-year-old son, and my wife, who was about to break through to the golden core. But do you know what the most ridiculous thing is when you think about it now? I never thought of taking revenge on Ji Mingru. To be honest, I didn't dare to. Her father was a very respected Yuan cultivator. I had heard of his reputation before that, and I admired the old man very much. I just want to ask for a simple explanation, but this is the problem. Ji Minru loves her pet very much. Xiaoyao glanced at the black tiger with a calm expression at this point. Now she can stay with it forever. But she just rejected my proposal to avenge my family, and offered me a generous compensation. To be honest, I was not unmoved by the compensation. After all, it was just a beast, so my answer to her was not to accept or reject, but to take some time to think about it. But after returning to the empty house, I tossed and turned, but still couldn't make up my mind to make a decision. In the end, I went back to find her and told her that I still insisted on killing her favorite pet, but her answer was still a refusal. I think maybe it was because the answer I considered at that time gave her hope, which made her mistakenly believe that there was still a way to save her pet. She directly threw the generous compensation in front of me, and then pretended that I had agreed and took the black tiger back to the sect. She was always nice to me, but she was unwilling to let her pet pay for its life. It was impossible for me to break into that heavily guarded place, so I went to the heavenly court, hoping that they could do justice for me, but they just dealt with me casually at that time. I could see that they were impatient with my case, which involved monsters and Yuanine cultivators. It was troublesome, and they had more urgent problems to deal with. The demon cultivators back then were much more active than in the previous few hundred years. So in the end, I spent half a year changing my name and surname, and finally got into the Kongqing Gate. While Ji Minru was out, I quietly found the black tiger and began to torture the beast in the most cruel way I could imagine. Now I have to admit that I was blinded by hatred at that time, which made me make a terrible mistake. At that time, I was too obsessed with torturing Black Tiger and did not kill him immediately. The next thing began to slowly go crazy. Ji Minru coincidentally came back at a time when she shouldn't have come back, and then she saw me hurting her favorite pet, and she rushed towards me like crazy. She was a disciple of a famous sect, and the magic weapon in her hand was 10 times more than mine, so she directly cut off my left arm at that time, and I took advantage of her concern for Black Tiger and blinded her eyes, and then I fled from the hollow gate in a hurry. But the damage I caused to her did not hurt her soul. After finding a Yuanine cultivator, she easily healed her eyes, and I became a criminal who broke into the hollow sect, was wanted by the entire cultivation world, and became an evil cultivator in their eyes. In fact, if the Heaven Court had judged this matter, I would not have come to this point. In fact, Ji Minru and I should have been sent back to the foundation building stage and thrown into the dungeon for decades, but her father is a Yuanine cultivator. He knew how to deceive the Heaven Court's inspection, lied to them, and fabricated the scene to make it look like I was here to assassinate his daughter, saving his useless daughter's life, because normally people who are thrown into the dungeon and have their cultivation abolished cannot break through the Yuanine stage. And Ji Minru is his favorite offspring, so he had a little trick up his sleeve. But do you know what the worst thing is? Ma said in confusion. What? Xiaoyao shook his head with some amusement. I was too young and too weak back then. I didn't kill the black tiger immediately when I attacked it, and after Ji Minru came back, I had to use it to leave the hollow gate alive. I only slashed its throat at the last moment and failed to crush its soul. So Ji Minru spent a huge amount of resources to revive it. After that, I naturally couldn't find a chance to take revenge, and because I was slandered as an evil cultivator, I was also hunted by the righteous cultivators and heavenly soldiers. I could only hide my identity again. In the next 10 years, I killed many good people who found me. I knew that if I was caught by them, I would never have a chance to turn over, and I gradually got closer and closer to the real evil cultivators. Finally, Ji Minru slowly relaxed her guard as time passed, and I seized this opportunity. After more than 10 years of ups and downs, I was no longer as naive as I was back then. When I met her, I instantly slapped the black tiger to death with one palm, and also smashed Ji Minru's body into pieces, but before I took action, her soul escaped into the body of the black tiger. At this time, Ji Minru's father appeared. I could feel that he wanted to kill me directly after being filled with grief and anger, but since there were other cultivators following him at that time, he could only hand me over to the heavenly court for punishment. How do you think I survived? Ma En asked curiously. Because you broke through to the nascent soul? Xiaoyao smiled. That's why I said you are a member of the Federation. No, I had already avenged myself and let go of everything. Although I failed to kill Ji Minru, her fate was enough for me at that time. If I were to judge by the standards of the Heavenly Court, I would have done it. So I was actually ready to accept my fate, but the Heavenly Court noticed my previous record of seeking justice from them, and then realized that something seemed a little strange, and then launched an investigation into the whole thing. Then Ji Minru and her father were all thrown into the heavenly prison, and I was also thrown into the underground prison for 3 years, but their trial of me was actually quite fair. Of course, this was because they didn't know exactly what I had done. And on the eve of leaving the cultivation world, I took the opportunity to find her again. Because in the eyes of the Heavenly Court, she has paid for her crimes, but I don't think she has really suffered enough. Ma said with some surprise. So in the end, it was the organization called Heavenly Court in the cultivation world that actually arbitrated justice for you. Xiaoyao nodded. Yes, this is what I want you to realize before you practice. Your master is not a good person in the secular sense, and the morality of the cultivation world is definitely not a problem in your eyes. If you have other practitioners, you may also insist on revenge, but when you attack Black Tiger in the end, you will not want to kill Jimiru like I did. They will want her to pay for what she did, but they won't let her pay with her life directly. After all, she only protected the monster that killed my family, and didn't really kill anyone. On the contrary, I have the lives of several innocent people on my body. Ma asked, so you actually think that the Heavenly Court is right? Xiao replied, yes, what they did is right. Ma asked, then why do you still? Xiao smiled and said, why do you still try to break this thing that I also agree with? This is back to the question I asked you at the beginning. Why didn't they return the spiritual energy to you? Ma asked in confusion, what do you mean? Xiao said, the purpose of my saying this is to make you clearly realize what the Heavenly Court is. They are completely different rulers from your federation here, and they are not even completely equivalent to your rulers here. They are good people like Shen Xiao as you understand, and I am actually the guy who stands on the opposite side of the righteous path. In the first few decades after I left the dungeon, I was actually very grateful, and agreed with the Heavenly Court's approach. I even joined the Heavenly Court, which is why I was able to understand a lot of inside information, but in the end, I still objected to their way of governing the world with morality. Because we have some principal differences, but you don't need to know these for the time being. Okay, now that I have met your junior brothers and sisters, it's time to follow me to practice the most basic bodybuilding. After telling the origins of the three brothers and the Black Tiger, Xiaoyao took Ma In and walked towards the training area in the distance. After Xiaoyao and Ma In disappeared, Yu Weijie and Zhong Ruixue exchanged a few glances. They both thought it was strange that the master brought Ma In here to say these things, but they did not dare to express any opinions to the master while standing in the mist. However, junior sister Guan Yi seemed to have not completely noticed the abnormality, and asked her senior brothers and sisters directly, so he is our senior brother now, but didn't he just kill senior brother Du? Yu Weijie answered very tactfully. Since master accepted Ma In as his disciple, it means that his killing of senior brother Du is nothing at all. I think senior brother Du may have done something evil behind the scenes that shamed master. Zhong Ruixue interrupted him with disdain. Du Jin is already dead, so don't put the blame on him. Master naturally has his own ideas when doing things, but we disciples don't need to explain anything for master. This has nothing to do with us. Guan Yi still said with some concern, but why did master accept Ma In as his disciple? Of course there is a reason. This sentence made the three people tremble, because it was the voice of their master, and then the floating clouds and mist finally slowly condensed into a brand new body in front of them. Xiaoyao stood in front of them and asked, what do you think of this new brother? Yu Weijie said naturally, I think master must have a reason to accept him as a disciple, but I think it is extremely difficult for these mortals in the desolate realm to really practice cultivation. I have seen that other disciples in the desolate realm that you have accepted seem to encounter various problems. Zhong Ruixue also nodded in agreement, and some of them are very smart, but they are not as good as us in practice. I am worried that he will repeat the mistakes of other brothers and sisters in the desolate realm. Guan Yi was still frightened by Xiaoyao, and didn't know what to say. Xiaoyao smiled and said, yes, it is almost impossible for mortals in the desolate world to embark on the road of cultivation. Even if there is a chance for the genius of the desolate world to achieve the nascent soul, it is difficult to break through to the golden core here, and this is already the end of them. If you want to move forward, you must follow the master back to the world of cultivation unless he is a peerless genius with more talent than this. The other people showed surprised expressions, and Yu Weijie asked with some concern, so senior brother Ma In is? Xiaoyao replied, yes, this Ma In has an external demon body. This made the other three practitioners fall into shock. The external demon body can be regarded as one of the best physiques in the world of cultivation, but it is not so famous because there are fewer suitable exercises for cultivation. But they are practicing Xiaoyao demon art. This means that Ma In is likely to see the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul before them, and they all know that the master's resources in the desolate realm only allow one disciple to break through to the nascent soul. Originally, after Du Jin's death, Yu Weijie and Zhong Ruishue were a little eager to make a move, thinking that they would replace Du Jin to break through to the nascent soul, but now it seems that they will all become stepping stones for this new senior brother. And for a long time in the future, they will have to work hard to teach this competitor. Xiaoyao smiled at them, and then took out 3 small boxes. This is the elixir for your next practice. If you don't practice well, the opportunity to become a god will be taken away. Chapter 395. Southern Federation Saren Cultural Group Headquarters. Vulcan walked through the corridor nervously, heading towards the office of the Sun God. 2 days ago, the Sun God sent him an email to inform him to come to the office to meet him in advance today. Although it should be impossible, it still made Vulcan a little worried that his secret occupation of the Titan Channel was discovered. If this matter was exposed, it would definitely affect Saren's view of him. After all, he was his most loyal little brother on the surface. But in fact, the reason why he stood so firmly behind the Sun God was very simple. He was the source of heat for this planet, and he was the god who symbolized the flames. Although he had been working hard to transfer his power to areas such as anger over the years, the Sun God still had a great impact on his power. Strictly speaking, his existence could affect most gods, but it was just a matter of degree. He was not the god most affected by him, but the most restricted by him among all the 5th-level gods. Therefore, the god of fire had no choice but to support Saren. He could not possibly be an enemy of the god of the sun. But to be honest, although Saren was indeed the strongest and most outstanding among them, he could never be willing to be his subordinate forever. It was for this reason that he slowly connected the flames in the current Southern Federation culture with the images of destruction and subversion. To other gods, it seemed that he wanted to destroy the stable seal, but only the god of fire knew that he wanted to destroy the sun's dominant position among the gods. This was also the reason why he secretly concealed the passage. If the god of the sun had the passage to the Titan ruins, he would definitely be able to lead them a big step forward on the road to destroying the seal, but that would also consolidate his position. For other gods, this may not be so fatal, but for him, who was suppressed by it, it also meant that he would never be able to turn over. Although many of his predecessors all stood behind the sun like him, they did not have such a good opportunity at that time. If he could find a controllable unlocking method in the Titan ruins, it would be possible to subvert the status of the gods today. This is why he entered it to explore many years ago, which also made him lose all the 5th-level incarnations at that time and realize that he was not ready. The Titan ruins were far more dangerous than he imagined, so he later asked the sea god who was hostile to the sun to help guard the passage, which was also to prevent the sun god from noticing that there was such a thing under his control. But now that Maine from the Salvation Alliance has robbed his castle, this also made the god of fire a little worried that the matter would be exposed. Although Maine at that time may not have realized what this thing meant to him, and may not have dug out its true secret, even if he really found the passage to the Titan ruins, he may not understand where he went at all. But as long as this thing is not in his hands, he will feel a little uneasy in his heart, worried that the sun god will notice this one day, which is why he is so worried about being called suddenly. No matter what the future holds, Saren is now the ruler among them. Lord Fire God. Seeing him coming, the female secretary standing outside Saran's office said, "He is waiting for you inside." The fire god nodded to his people, and pushed open the door of the office with a calm face. The scene that caught his eyes almost made him pause, because a young and beautiful black-haired woman was sitting in a chair opposite the sun god. She had a beautiful brown skin that was specially tanned on the beach, and her face was full of impatience and boredom. She was the sea god, the old enemy of Saren. The god of fire showed a surprised look as naturally as possible. Why is she here? The current sea god, thunder god, and sun god should be the oldest gods. They have not fallen for a long time. Before the rise of Theta, these gods were their current consciousness structure, but there is a slight difference from now. After all, they are always influenced by mortals, and are also changing themselves. The sea god showed a contemptuous smile on his face. Because he needs something from me, he naturally has to find me. The sun god said calmly, "She is no longer the god who made an enemy of me at that time. The sea god now poses no threat to us at all. She is just a weak 4th-level god without being able to affect the ocean. Our hatred has no meaning." The sea god sneered and said, "Saran, don't be too complacent. We all have ups and downs. It's just a short few hundred years. When she falls asleep again, my era will come again." The sun god Saran replied calmly, "I look forward to your rise again." The god of fire showed a puzzled expression and said, "Then why did you ask her to come here?" Although he didn't show it, he was actually very nervous now. The arrival of the sea god made him think of the castle, but looking at the current situation, It seems that Saran is not going to blame him. The sun god replied, "Don't worry, we still have guests." The fire god, feeling something, looked at the window and balcony behind Saran. At this moment, the city outside was in gloom, and dense dark clouds were floating over the city. This situation was not common in the city where the sun god was. Boom! Thunder broke through the sky, and lightning tore the curtains. "You're looking for me." Thor had stood in the corner of the office without knowing when. His body shape was not particularly exaggerated, but his whole body was tense, and his body was covered with light blue glowing lines. His eyes were also flowing with jumping lightning, and his expression was slightly arrogant. Saran glanced at the three of his kind and continued, "Now there is only one god missing, but there is no need for us to wait for her." The three gods who heard this were a little confused. They didn't know who the fifth god the sun was talking about was. The sea god was the leader of the hostile forces of the sun god alliance. The thunder god was the strongest among the free gods, and the fire god was his most loyal subordinate. Including Saran himself, they were all the gods who were qualified to appear here. The sea god, who looked a little dissatisfied, asked first, "Who do you think is missing?" Saran said, "The moon god." The first reaction of the three gods who heard this was confusion, but they immediately noticed something strange one after another, as if there was something particularly strange about this sentence, but they couldn't realize what was wrong. Seeing this, he continued, "The source of your doubts is that there must be a moon god. After all, the moon is such an important thing, but you seem to have never noticed this, and have always ignored it, because you are now under the influence of some kind of spiritual power. Every time before you are about to notice the abnormality, it will kill the idea in your mind a long distance in advance, so that you can naturally accept the fact that there is no corresponding god for the moon. Unless I remind you violently like this, you will never realize and recognize this." The sea god's expression looked difficult, but she still questioned, "If so, why do you know that there was a moon god, and now it has disappeared?" Saran looked at her and said, "Are you asking why the sun can notice that the moon has suddenly disappeared? As a star god, I can certainly feel her sudden disappearance, and the moon god has already begun to dabble in the mysterious power of memory and self-concealment a long time ago, and I began to prepare to counter this power. So when you just forgot her existence, I thought she had succeeded on her own path, but I soon realized that the situation seemed not to be the case. From what I know about her, she still has a long way to go before she becomes the secret itself. Most importantly, I met a few guys. The power they exude comes from the same source as the one that affects our minds, and they are not the descendants of the moon god or the derivative of the power. That is to say, there is another force that has erased the traces of the moon goddess' existence from your and other creatures' minds." This made the hearts of the three gods sink slightly. "If she didn't succeed?" the god of fire asked, "Then what happened?" Saran explained, "The power she is obsessed with has the characteristics of self-hiding, which can make her not be observed by you and other things, and even make the seal think that she does not exist at all, so that she can slip out directly. It is precisely because of this that the moon goddess has put more energy on this aspect after being sealed. But I said, she is still a long way from true success, and there is a reason for that. In fact, it is not that difficult for the moon goddess to master the secret, but the problem is that she is one of us. As gods, we cannot be forgotten by mortals. This power conflicts with our nature, but there is still some gap between the moon goddess and the moon itself, and the seal is also aimed at the moon goddess rather than the moon. So she may be able to achieve a balance between the two and escape the Titan seal, but let alone achieve a balance, she actually does not have enough secret power now, and she still has a long way to go in this field." The gods who listened to this also realized something. Poseidon asked, "That is to say, if there is an individual who has similar power, he can use this power to temporarily kill us, and even as long as this power is maintained, he can even keep the gods in a dormant state?" Saran nodded. "Yes, as far as I know, when the moon god was studying the secret power, she also made some special preparations to prevent being noticed by dangerous creatures with the same power. After all, they may not want to share this state. But her preparations did not work. Now it seems that this is because a certain force has mastered this power, and the moon god's preparations can only target creatures that do not have this power, which also led to her being discovered by this force in the end. If I'm not mistaken, that secret force killed the moon god." This statement put more pressure on the god of fire than the Titan channel. If what Saran said was true, it meant that a certain organization had mastered the method of killing gods and had killed a powerful god who was qualified to appear here. The face of the sea god also became quite gloomy. Although her face was not very good to begin with, the god of fire could also feel that she was not as relaxed as before. Only the god of thunder looked relatively relaxed, But the god of fire knew that this was because of his deep arrogance. He didn't care about anything. At the beginning, the god of thunder did this deliberately to try to get rid of the seal, but in fact, now, the god of fire and other gods felt that he didn't even care whether he could get rid of the seal, as if he really didn't care about anything. The sun god continued, there are still some doubts about this matter, because if they want to kill the moon god, what they should really do is not to erase her from our minds, but to erase the concept of the moon from the minds of mortals in the Southern Federation, but I didn't notice that this happened. It may be because they are smart enough to make this matter itself have no trace, but this is inconsistent with the fact that I can still remember the existence of the moon god. I think they may not really erase the memory of the moon from humans. This may be because the moon goddess's existence is somewhat different from ours. If this is the case, our situation may be slightly safer than hers, but no matter what, the fact is that there is an organization that can kill powerful gods, and they have already taken action. This is a very serious problem, even more serious than many seemingly worse problems they have faced in the past. These are the two most important problems facing the gods now. The other thing is Shen Xiao, who has cracked the conspiracy between the sea god and himself. That was also something that needed special attention, and now it seemed that Shen Xiao might have prepared for this moment in the past, which was of great significance to them, but in the face of the death of the moon goddess, this matter was not urgent. It does sound surprising. Thor took 2 steps towards the balcony and said to the sun god, but it doesn't mean anything to me, and I don't want to waste my time on them. They are your problem, Saran. Boom. Before the thunder sounded, he had disappeared without a trace. Saran knew why Thor was so indifferent. Thor was not worried about this happening to him, because he had unreasonable confidence in his own strength. He actually expected Thor's reaction a long time ago, and he summoned him only because he had an obligation to inform him. The sea god also said, so do you have any clues? If not, I will leave too. Saran said, no, of course I have clues. This made the god of fire, and the god of the sea look surprised. They all thought that the god of the sun called them here just to inform them of this matter to ensure that the news could be known by the gods. They didn't expect that he really had a clue. The god of the sun looked at them, and asked calmly, you once met a member of the Salvation Alliance named Maine in the Southern Federation, and he has mastered a certain ability that makes it impossible for others to recognize his appearance clearly, right? This gave them both new ideas, because they all had their own little thoughts about this Maine. The god of the sea said in surprise, yes, could it be? Saran said, if my judgment is correct, the Maine you met is a member of that organization. Chapter 396. Training Room. These days, Ma'an has been very hard at work reading the book Xiaoyao gave him, trying to understand the contents as much as possible, and has a basic understanding of what cultivation is all about. Cultivation requires that one can use its most important skills to improve one's abnormal level. Although the practice of skills alone cannot give the practitioner the combat power corresponding to the abnormal level, it can make the practitioner qualified to master various other skills, and these skills are the key to truly affecting the practitioner's combat ability. And the types of these skills far exceed Ma'an's initial imagination, from Zhong Ruishua's swordsmanship to Yu Weijia's spells, and Guan Yi's skills in refining and alchemy, which are very similar to wizards. But from Ma'an's understanding, the skills of cultivation are far more comprehensive than witchcraft. It is a fairly complete system that also covers almost all fields, mind, space, curse, prophecy, etc. The most important thing is that cultivation, as an abnormal ability, has a very sound way to improve. As long as you practice according to the above content, you can continuously improve the abnormal level. If they really have spiritual energy here, then cultivation is likely to become the most common abnormal ability in the world, and it will even change the relationship between human society and abnormal abilities, and completely change the structure of this world. It is precisely because of this that he also has a deeper understanding of how serious the problem of spiritual energy mentioned by Xiaoyao is. If this kind of spiritual energy is really as abundant as they show now, then the disappearance of spiritual energy will indeed have a profound impact on the human world. However, Ma'an did not think that these were things he needed to pay special attention to. After all, plundering spiritual energy is nothing compared to other evil deeds in the world. What he cares more about now is Shuyu's purpose. These days, with Shuyu's help, he also spent the first stage of cultivation, physical training. In this stage, he did not need to do things that sounded quite dangerous, such as inhaling the spiritual energy from Xiaoyao. He just simply exercised and flushed the outside of his body with spiritual energy. In fact, Ma'an did not even feel that he had really done anything related to cultivation, but he did master some new abilities. Physical Training Stage 1.5. Physical fitness suitable for cultivation, Although Ma En was very wary of Xiaoyao, there was no problem with this physical training stage, and he had tried it repeatedly. The containment capacity of the Abnormal Control Bureau could indeed extract this power directly. With Qinlan always paying attention to his abnormal state, it was almost impossible for Xiaoyao to really use a trick on him. And now that he was really in an abnormal situation, he could directly use the sea-covering scepter to increase his strength to break it. If he had such a strong counterattack ability, and was fully prepared but still could not counter Shuyu's ability, then Xiaoyao might be so strong that he could achieve his goal with just a flick of his finger, and there was no need to accept him as a disciple. Ma En walked down the body refining area filled with wooden figures, and accepted the training of restraining strength. When he came down, the door was just pushed open. Xiaoyao looked at Ma En, who was breathing steadily, and nodded with satisfaction. The body refining has been perfected. In the desolate world without special natural materials and treasures, even the disciples of famous sects can't be more perfect than your current state during the body refining period. However, it would be strange if you can't achieve the perfection of body refining in a short time. This level is enough for continuing to practice Xiaoyao's Zai Gong. I think you can also try to really step into the world of cultivation. Qi refining is the starting point of cultivation. Even you have to spend more time to lay a good foundation. Normally, I should prepare enough rich spiritual energy in this room now, so that you can slowly try to start breathing. But before that, you have to go with me first. Ma En followed Xiaoyao, and began to walk out of the house, and asked casually, if my understanding is correct, it seems that in your place, the body refining realm does not require external abnormal power to intervene in theory, and ordinary people can achieve it through normal training. Is that right? He noticed that Xiaoyao was particularly concerned about the issue of spiritual energy, so he planned to start from here. Sure enough, Xiaoyao smiled after hearing this question. You are right, and I can assure you that even if the spiritual energy in the current cultivation world is halved, almost all mortals there can still become what you call abnormal ability users by not relying on any external objects. Maybe only 30% of the mortals here have this talent. In fact, a long time ago, more than 90% of your mortals could reach the body refining stage through training and the assistance of some non-abnormal objects. This is after being cut off from spiritual energy for so many years, and the bones of your mortals are constantly deteriorating with the passage of time. This is actually a pity, because if you want to barely return to the state of the ancient times, you have to be thrown into an environment with rich spiritual energy for at least dozens of generations to develop. But to truly perfectly reproduce the situation at that time, it will take more than 10 times the time to completely heal the trauma you have suffered. And you have to know that spiritual energy is a resource that will be consumed. It will be transformed into other forms of energy through magic and skills. But now, the spiritual energy is still not exhausted. I think you should be able to think of something. Ma En did think of it. So spiritual energy is a resource that is being produced continuously. Xiaoyao nodded. Yes, spiritual energy will be naturally produced on this planet, and they will appear in all parts of this planet very evenly, which means that they did not take away all the spiritual energy a long time ago and continue to circulate in the world of cultivation. They are plundering your spiritual energy every moment. Through Shuya's words and deeds, Ma En could sense that he had a lot of opinions about spiritual energy, but in fact, this matter also made Ma En quite confused. Xiaoyao didn't seem like someone who cared so much about such things. Is he trying to make himself dissatisfied with the cultivation world through this? Xiaoyao continued. But I can't stop the spirit gathering formation. I don't have the ability yet, so my way to fight them is to research the current Xiaoyao's Zai Gong and try to allow mortals to practice in the barren areas without spiritual energy. Now I still have many problems to solve. Only the Jindan realm and Yuanying realm can achieve the effect I want, and how to let mortals pass the body refining stage is still a problem that I have no clue about. Fortunately, I have some new ideas about the Qi training and foundation building stages. While talking, he also brought Ma En to the side of this mountain. At this moment, the sun was just rising, and the dazzling sun was hanging high in the east overlooking the world. Xiaoyao took him to sit cross-legged on the spot. You should have seen the method of swallowing and exhaling the essence of the sun and the moon, right? Ma En replied, I have read it, but there are still many questions that I don't understand. Xiaoyao said, in fact, this is not a common practice method. Normal practice is to breathe in and out spiritual energy, and there is no swallowing and exhaling the essence of the sun and the moon. This is the method of Xiao Gong that I created myself, just to allow people to practice in an environment without spiritual energy. In fact, your body refining period is also slightly more difficult than the normal steps. Only a mortal with your bones and physique who has reached the Golden Core realm can complete it smoothly. I made some minor adjustments to your body refining method so that you can swallow and exhale the essence of the sun and the moon. Although this cannot be a formal practice method, if you can succeed, then the remaining difficulties can theoretically be solved by spending time and energy, which can also prove that the path I am taking is passable. Start practicing. Ma-En sat down and began to recall the description of the method of swallowing the essence of the sun and the moon in the book. He began to breathe according to a specific rhythm, and tried to calm his heart to enter a meditative state. These were not difficult for Ma-En, who was a telepath. It took him only a few seconds to enter deep meditation, and slowly began to outline the scene of swallowing and spitting out sunlight in his mind. The sunlight slowly turned into some kind of fluid energy, which he easily took into his mouth and hid under his tongue, and then slowly flowed into his body for refining. Ma-En meditated for a long time until he suddenly could no longer swallow the sunlight, and then slowly opened his eyes. The sun has already set. Xiaoyao said, "Very good, your first breathing went very smoothly. I think if you breathe in the spiritual energy, you won't have the problem of not being able to breathe normally like some mortals in the wasteland. Now let me see how your results are." He looked directly at the position of Ma-En's dantian. Ma-En also felt that his eyes seemed to become sharper in an instant, and he also felt a sense of being spied on in his heart, although Xiaoyao was actually watching in front of him. Very good. It's hard to tell whether Xiaoyao looked happy or disappointed. You do have the converted spiritual energy in your body as I expected. Ma-En asked curiously, how far is the spiritual energy I breathe in from being able to be used for cultivation? Xiaoyao said in a low voice, very far away. Your situation is very special. You have the best bones, but you almost have no spiritual energy in your body. If the spiritual energy around me was not under my control, I would suspect that the faint spiritual energy was swallowed by you when you breathed. This shows that I still have a long way to go to reach my goal, but it's not a bad thing. Even if the end is so far away that it is difficult to see, it's better than not knowing whether the end exists at all. Ma-En didn't know if what he said was true, because all his information about the cultivation world came from Xiaoyao, so what he saw now might actually be a lie made up by Xiaoyao, but if it was true, that means Xiaoyao is actually studying some kind of abnormal system that is close to cultivation, but does not require any spiritual energy. If he can really achieve his goal successfully, then all mortals in the Federation can also directly obtain abnormal power in this way. It is difficult to simply describe this matter as good or bad, but it will definitely have a huge impact on the current world. As for the good or bad of the impact, it depends more on the entire world and pure luck, but it is undoubtedly a powerful force. Although according to Xiaoyao's current performance, this force is still quite far from being formed, but its final result may even change and reshape the appearance of today's society, giving 30% of ordinary people the opportunity to enter the abnormal world. But the problem is that what he did was not to affect the world of cultivation, but this desolate world that has nothing to do with him. What is the purpose of Xiaoyao's doing this? He certainly can't be out of goodwill to let the mortals here also get the opportunity to practice. Ma-En has a very reasonable speculation in his mind. Xiaoyao may want to establish a sect in the desolate world, bring practice here, and become the pioneer of this abnormal system to lead mankind into a new era. If his research is really successful, then the meaning of the desolate world to him is completely different from that of other practitioners. All the mortals who can practice here can become his resources. 30% of humans is a very scary number. Many abnormal abilities that can be learned and improved have extremely demanding requirements. For example, there are very few people who can practice witchcraft. Even if only 1,000th of the mortals who practice the mind step into this path, there are millions of people. If Xiaoyao really establishes an organization that can teach the practice method, he will most likely become the strongest leader of the Federation. As a system that is relatively easy to improve the abnormal level, Xiaoyao will get far more resources than before after he establishes a sect here, and he may also be able to move forward on his so-called Tao and break through the current realm to become a semi-immortal. If the semi-immortals in the cultivation world could not come here to interfere with him, then Xiaoyao would have a chance to become the strongest leader of the organization in the world, and Xiao Gong was completely his own creation, which means that he might have left some backdoor in it. Perhaps Xiaoyao has a way to control and restrict the people who practice his skills. After all, for most mortals in the Federation, no matter how bad the conditions for practicing Xiaoyao's Zigong are, it is their only chance to enter the abnormal world. Or perhaps this great achievement can directly affect his practice, allowing him to continue on the path of practice and directly help him break through to a higher level. If you think so, Xiaoyao's ambition is more terrifying than he thought, and Xiaoyao may not care about him that much. His purpose of recruiting him as a disciple is not to get something through him, but to study the method that mortals can also practice. The value of this thing is far higher than any longevity pill. Based on what he has shown now, Xiaoyao is very likely to be doing this, but this makes Mon feel a little wrong, because if he wants to do such an important thing, but if he really wants to do these things, why does he reveal the details to himself? Isn't he afraid of exposing this matter? But no matter what his purpose is, this power has extremely high value. Even if Xiaoyao does nothing, just releasing it is enough to change the world. This is a change that no one can ignore. Chapter 397. After finishing the experiment with Xiaoyao, Ma briefly talked to him about this matter, and then naturally began to guide the topic to what he cared about most. The matter of anti-psychic metal. Ma said with curiosity. Xiaoyao seemed to suddenly remember and said, "Oh, I just happened to talk to you about this." He raised his hand and wiped it gently in the air. The mist slowly gathered in the air, forming a round gas cake with a diameter of about 2 meters. As he put his hand back to his waist, the mist in the middle began to spread outward and slowly turned into a circle. After the mist in the middle spread out, a dark red light overflowed, and the surging hot air also brushed Ma's cheek. Behind the mist was a hall full of flames, and all kinds of tools were everywhere, some of which were familiar to Ma, such as hammers and fans, and some strange things that he could not see what use they had. In the middle of the hall, there was a boulder that was nearly 3 meters high. "This is the anti-psychic metal you want," Xiaoyao said, as he looked at the scene behind the fog circle. "After I proposed to exchange the longevity pill for the anti-psychic metal with the Federation, they responded immediately, and your friend's family also provided us with some help. The Federation gave me a lot of freedom when I chose the anti-psychic metal. This one is also good among the 5th level anti-psychic metals." Ma asked without any concealment, "How far is it from becoming a spiritual treasure that can resist mental attacks?" Xiaoyao did not express any urgency. "I just got a basic understanding of its characteristics. I will go into seclusion these days, and try to do the most basic tempering on it. If everything goes well, your spiritual treasure may have been completed when I come out next time. It is also possible that I will encounter some problems, and need to go out to find something else to help continue to refine the weapon. Anyway, you won't see me for a short time. It just so happens that you have already passed the body refining stage, and you need to spend some time to accumulate spiritual energy. If you are willing to stay here, you can practice slowly. But if you have other things to do, I have prepared enough spiritual pills for you. If you encounter any problems in your practice, you can also ask your junior sister Guan. I have asked her to watch your practice these days. She is the most experienced in low-level practice among your junior brothers and sisters, and she is actually the most gentle among them. In fact, you can also ask Zhong Ruixua and Yuijia, but they are not as good at teaching as Guan." After explaining this to Ma, Xiaoyao took a few steps directly into the air, and then stepped into the mist portal. This surprised Ma, not only because Xiaoyao got the anti-psychic metal so neatly, but also because he would take the initiative to leave his side to retreat and refine the weapon, as if he really wanted to refine spiritual treasures for his apprentice. But this is obviously good news for him, although Xiaoyao said that he could leave here now and go to other places to practice with elixirs, as if he could wait outside for him to refine the weapon. But as long as Xiaoyao is not extremely stupid, he can completely not see the rabbit without releasing the eagle, and the process of refining the weapon is also under his control. If he really has any purpose, he can just claim that he has not completed the refining of the weapon, so he will not expose his vigilance. And although Xiaoyao has not given him the elixir yet, when Ma returned to the practice room, he saw Guan waiting for him there. "Brother." The girl raised her hand and waved, but the action still looked a little stiff. "Master asked me to help you practice." It was obvious that she was still a little afraid of herself because of Du Jin's matter. In fact, this was a good thing in Ma's eyes. At least, she was more humane than the other 2 brothers and sisters, who seemed to be indifferent to Du Jin's life or death. Ma walked up to her and said, "Master also told me, are you going to teach me how to breathe in and out spiritual energy?" The girl nodded heavily. "You should have 1 foot in the Qi training stage now, and you can get started by simply breathing in and out spiritual energy." Ma asked, "Master said he left me some elixirs." The girl immediately said, "Master gave me all the elixirs for safekeeping." Practicing with elixirs is a little different from breathing in and out spiritual energy directly. Although the Juling pill is actually concentrated spiritual energy, it is still a pill, and there are some things to pay attention to when taking medicine. If you don't mind, I can take you in to try how to take it, but it's better for you to swallow ordinary spiritual energy first to get used to what spiritual energy is. Ma followed her to the training room and asked casually, "When I inhale the spiritual energy, won't I accidentally inhale the master's body?" The girl thought for a while and replied, "In fact, As long as you pay attention, you should be able to distinguish between the spiritual energy and the master's body. But you are right, they are indeed perfectly integrated. You are just practicing qi, and you may accidentally swallow the master's body. But don't worry, the master will cooperate with your body, and Xiao Gong can't let you swallow the master's body. You can only turn the spiritual energy into a part of yourself. Mist is something we can't digest. If you are still worried, you can try to practice with the gathering spirit pill first, and feel what the pure spiritual energy is like. Anyway, Master said you are a genius, so there should be no problem with the order. Facing Man's doubts, the girl took the initiative to ask him to practice with the gathering spirit pill first. In fact, she really thought so. After all, it is indeed a bit uncomfortable to absorb other people's bodies into the body. Ma En and her returned to the quiet room for practice. Then the girl took out a few boxes from the bag on her waist, and stuffed them directly into Ma En. You keep these first. Master hasn't had time to make a Qingquan bag for you. I will keep the other gathering spirit pills for you for the time being. She said quite sincerely, if you want, I will give it to you at any time. Ma En took the box she handed over, stuffed most of it into the shadow dimension, and teleported one of them back to the control bureau. The pill is fine. When Xiaoyao said that the mist was his body, Ma En suspected that he would do something with it, but he didn't think Xiaoyao would use this to deal with him immediately, but would get close to him when he was relaxed. You know, he is now in Xiaoya's body. Even if he doesn't enter the body, the mist is very dangerous to him. Follow me and sit. Guani walked to the opposite side of Ma En and sat cross-legged. First hold the pill under your tongue. Although she was a little afraid of the senior brother at first, after these few contacts, Guani was not so afraid of him. Ma En behaved quite gently, which increased her doubts. Ma En sat cross-legged in front of her and swallowed the pill into his mouth, then closed his eyes. The girl continued, now hold your breath and start to inhale and exhale the spiritual energy in your mouth according to the Xiao Gong. The Juling pill will slowly dissolve in your mouth. For practitioners, spiritual energy is like the air of mortals. You only need to inhale and exhale the final pill without breathing. Before the girl finished her words, Ma En quickly entered the state of meditation in front of her, which made Guan Yi feel a little surprised. He was really a genius on the road of cultivation, as the master said, and it was not difficult for other mortals in the wasteland to enter the state of meditation. In fact, among her several senior brothers and sisters, only Zhong Ruishua quickly entered the state of meditation during the first practice. She and the other two senior brothers encountered some problems when they crossed the stage. It took senior brother Du Jin 2 days to enter the state of meditation. I was stuck here for 7 days, and Yu Weijia failed to enter the state of meditation for half a month. In the end, he relied on the Anshin pill to find the feeling. And Ma En has only been a disciple for a few days, and he has completed the body refining stage, and he did not encounter any obstacles when entering the state of meditation. This seems to mean that his roots and understanding are excellent, and it also shows that there are no distractions in his mind. This made the girl feel a little more admiration. When the master said that Ma En was a demon, Guani didn't think what kind of person her new senior brother would be, but now she saw with her own eyes that Ma En's meditation was as easy as breathing. With such a kind of heart and bones, Ma En can indeed be said to be a genius in cultivation. But this only increased Guan Yi's worries, because she still had a question in her heart that had not been answered. That is, why did Ma En kill senior brother Du Jin? Thinking of this, Guan Yi began to observe Ma En's face. Ma En's expression became more and more peaceful after he entered into meditation. Just by looking at this face, Guan Yi even slowly felt that her heart was slowly becoming peaceful. This was not some kind of illusion, because people often reveal their true nature when they enter into meditation, and she also has the ability to observe faces. In addition to the speed of entering into meditation, which can reflect how many impurities there are in the heart of a young practitioner, the expression after entering into meditation can also reflect the most important character of a person in his heart. If a guy with a bad temper enters into meditation, he will often have a fierce look on his face. But Ma En's peaceful expression at this moment was beyond Guan Yi's expectations, making it difficult for her to imagine that Ma En would kill his senior brother. She actually didn't understand why someone would kill others, and she rarely saw such things in the world of cultivation. And although her former senior brother was not a particularly good person, he was definitely not a bad person. In her memory, the senior brother was always very good to her, except that he was a little too obsessed with cultivation, and he had never done anything bad in his life. But the Ma En in front of her didn't seem to be a demon or a ghost. From this short contact, Guan Yi felt that he was no different from other young practitioners she knew, and there was no evil thought in his heart. This made Guan Yi gradually feel a little conflicted. If they were not bad people, then why did someone die? What was the problem? Just as she was lost in thought, a young man's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Brother, sister, are you here? While the visitor was talking, he also opened the door directly. The figure of Yueji appeared. After he walked in, he quickly scanned the whole room. After seeing that Ma-en had entered into meditation, Yueji showed an expression of disbelief, and then a hint of happiness flashed across his face. He looked at Guan-yi, who was staring at Ma-en, and said, Junior sister, is our new senior brother's face so good-looking? Guan-yi turned around as if she was suddenly awakened, and then looked at Yueji with some vigilance. I'm just a little curious about who he is. Yueji looked at her and said, I remember that senior brother Du Jin used to treat you the best among the three of us. Are you thinking about him? Guan-yi nodded. I can't figure out why he wanted to kill senior brother Du Jin. Yueji smiled. What's there to be confused about? Killing during a fight is not uncommon. Maybe one of them got carried away during the fight and accidentally revealed some murderous intent. Then the opponent also responded accordingly, and then it became like this. And if you believe the Federation's statement, it was senior brother Du Jin who took the lead in killing during the fight. As for why, I can actually think of it a little bit. Guan-yi asked in amazement, Do you know why? Yueji looked at Ma-en and then sent a message to her. Senior brother Du is better than us in many aspects. Maybe he can also see Ma-en's talent and feels that his status and resources will be shaken because of Ma-en. He foresaw that the master might accept him as a disciple. Then it is reasonable for him to kill him. Guan-yi said puzzledly, but is it really worth it for him to risk his life to kill someone? She couldn't figure out what was worth dying for. Yueji said with some amusement, Junior sister, you are still too naive. Who can stick to the bottom line in the face of such things? Our master is not really upright, and we have been in a desolate realm for so long. Haven't you reacted yet? Du Jin may have been like you imagined before, but he also understood that the previous legal principles in the desolate realm were meaningless. The set of the cultivation world is not applicable here at all. If he doesn't take the initiative, he will only give up the opportunity to become a god and interrupt his own practice. Didn't you understand the hint that the master gave us? Guan-yi asked. You mean the things that the master told us to work hard for? In fact, she was also a little confused about the master's words at that time. Guan-yi always felt that the master seemed to have something to say, but she was a little reluctant to believe that the master meant what Yueji said. Yueji transmitted his voice. Yes, I think master is hinting to us that he will take away our chance to become enlightened. Now that master is in seclusion, he has made it clear that he will not intervene in this matter. I think his meaning is very simple. If we don't do anything else, Ma-en will take away our chance to become enlightened. Guan-yi looked at him puzzledly. What do you want to do? Yueji did not continue to hide his meaning. Senior brother did nothing wrong, he is just not as skilled as others, and I want to complete what he has not done. I want to kill Ma-en. The heavenly demon body is not only suitable for cultivation, but also for alchemy and refining. Guan-yi said in surprise, Are you crazy? Yueji sneered and said, No, master has actually hinted to us. I can understand that you didn't understand. But you don't need to know, just get out of my way. Guan-yi stood up and said seriously, Impossible. Yueji looked puzzled. Don't you want to avenge your senior brother? Although I don't like Du Jin, even I have to say that he is really good to you. Although this may be because you are so simple that he doesn't need to be on guard, the fact is that Du Jin is worthy of you. Why do you want to stop me? If you are afraid of the master, I can assure you that this matter has nothing to do with you. Just let me kill him, and you don't have to worry about anything. Guan-yi said, I will not condone you to harm your fellow disciples, Yueji. Don't think I am easy to bully. Yueji narrowed his eyes. This is not the world of cultivation. You'd better not meddle in my business, otherwise. Guan-yi replied without fear. If you continue to be crazy like this, I will wake up Ma-en. As she said, she really stretched out her hand to Ma-en. Seeing this, Yueji secretly spit. You wait. After saying that, he turned around and left the room. Chapter 398. Ma-en opened his eyes. An anxious girl's face came into his eyes, and then the information from the Control Bureau also rushed into his eyes, briefly describing the situation when he was breathing in and out of the spiritual energy. In addition, Qin-Lan also set back his qi refining stage status. As he expected, there was no problem, and there was no other abnormality on his body. Xiaoyao was not so anxious to do anything to him. Why do you look like this? Ma-en asked curiously, looking at the girl's face. Guan-yi hesitated for a few seconds, and finally decided to say, Just now, the third senior brother came here, and he said something to me. This is the same as the news Qinlan gave him, but from her point of view, Yu Weijie could only hear a few words when he came in. Later, although he and the girl opened their eyes, there was no sound. They should have used some kind of communication method. Ma Yin then asked, "What did he say?" The girl stood there in silence for a moment, then slowly said, "He seems to have some opinions about you. I think he misunderstood Master's meaning and had some misunderstandings that shouldn't have happened. So he wanted to mess up when you were breathing in and out of spiritual energy, but it was difficult for me to convince him. Senior brother, you never listen to other people's opinions. I think if possible, you'd better leave here temporarily and stay outside until Master's retreat is over before coming back." She didn't say directly that Yu Weijie wanted to kill Ma Yin. Although he did something wrong, he was still her senior brother after all. His usual personality was a bit more annoying than her other two senior brothers and sisters, but he had never really done anything bad. Although Ma Yin didn't look like a bad guy when he was breathing in and out of the spirit, he killed Du Jin not long ago. Although the master accepted him as a disciple, Guan Yi's fear of Xiaoyao far outweighed her respect for him, so this didn't mean anything. If she used the Du Jin incident as a basis for speculation, then if she really told Ma Yin that her senior brother wanted to kill him, she suspected that Ma Yin might go out and kill him directly, and she couldn't possibly want to see the scene of fellow disciples killing each other. That's why she wanted Ma Yin to go out and hide. As long as he waited until the master came out of seclusion, he would be safe. But she didn't expect that Ma Yin didn't feel any fear when he heard this, but felt a little happy. This situation means that Xiaoyao has finally started to use his methods, and the methods in the open are much easier to deal with than the dark tricks in the dark. Although Guan Yi said that Yu Weijie had misunderstood Xiaoyao's meaning, Ma Yin thought that it was not a misunderstanding at all. Xiaoyao might have really said something to Yu Weijie, and this was his way of testing herself. In this case, it is impossible for him to find a place to hide, as Guan Yi said. If he wanted to run, he would have run away long ago. Now is the opportunity to find out Xiaoyao's purpose, but this matter now seems a little suspicious to Ma Yin. That is, why does Xiaoyao think that his disciples can deal with him? Are they all stronger than Du Jin? But even if they are slightly stronger than Du Jin, Xiaoyao should not think that they can deal with him. You know, the strength he showed on the surface is already the strongest level among the same level. Did Xiaoyao prepare some weapons for them? If so, why didn't he take action himself? That would be the safest way. It can't be that Xiaoyao is actually very cautious, so he temporarily hides under the pretext of retreat, and lets his disciples bring some weapons to test his level. If he is really strong, Xiaoyao will also run away, but if so, why did he arrange Guan Yi to help? Could he not know that Guan Yi would stop his other disciples in this situation? Or is his purpose to make himself trust Guan Yi at the cost of the other two disciples? No matter how you think about it, this matter is very strange. Ma Yin always feels that Xiaoya's purpose seems not that simple. But no matter what he wants to do, he can easily get the answer. Just see it with your own eyes. You make a lot of sense, Ma Yin said solemnly, but I don't think I should hide. Guan Yi didn't expect that, and asked in surprise, "Why?" Ma Yin explained, "After all, I killed your senior brother. It's normal for Yu Weijie to have some misunderstandings about me. I don't think escaping can solve any problems. I might as well stay here and wait to see what he is going to do, and think of ways to eliminate his hostility and misunderstanding." Seeing that Ma Yin didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all, Guan Yi became more and more anxious. Things are not what you think. If Master Yu Weijie is determined, he won't listen to anything. No matter how sincere you are when persuading him, he will stick to his original idea. You will only conflict with him if you stay here. But Guan Yi didn't expect that the more nervous she was, the more determined Ma Yin was to stay here. If Xiaoyao really wants to use force, he must be aware of his purpose before he makes a complete move, and leave here before Xiaoyao really poses a threat to him. As long as there is any abnormal movement, he will immediately advance to the 5th level. And during this period of time, he also confirmed one thing. Those water called fog will also be affected by the sea covering scepter. I understand your worries. Ma Yin pretended not to understand and said, "Your senior brother may have a stubborn personality, but I am also confident in my ability to persuade people. Even if he really has some hostility towards us, fighting is also a way to resolve misunderstandings. And I am also confident in my own strength. No matter what he wants to do, I can take it." Guan Yi looked very anxious, but she didn't know how to explain the seriousness of the matter to Ma Yin. She almost told Ma Yin that Yu Weijie wanted to kill him directly, but when she hesitated, Ma Yin continued to comfort her. Although it may be inappropriate to say so, he said confidently, "But in fact, your senior brother Du Jin is not strong in my eyes. It was easy for me to kill him, And your third senior brother could not pose any threat to me. On the contrary, blindly delaying will make the problem more serious. If I hide now, will his opinion of me disappear? I don't think we should avoid the problem when facing it. What we should do is to solve it head-on. Seeing Ma-en's firm expression, the girl sighed heavily, and then said, "Okay, then we will stay here, but I will set up a formation before he comes back again. If you really fight, I will not stand by and watch. No matter who has the upper hand, I will try my best to stop you." Guan Yi was a little discouraged. She didn't expect that Ma-en seemed to be a guy who couldn't listen to other people's opinions, and was so arrogant. She didn't intend to explain the difference between Du Jin and Yu Weijia's cultivation. Now it seems that Ma-en would not be willing to listen to her talk about the difference between Tao and Shu. Moreover, he brought up the battle with Du Jin, which made the girl feel indignant from the bottom of her heart, and she even didn't want to pay attention to him. It was a pity that she still couldn't watch Ma-en being plotted against by her senior brother, and finally the two of them were in a dead end. Since they didn't listen to people, let me solve the problem myself. Thinking of this, the girl deliberately didn't look at Ma-en, who was still sitting there, and took out the Qianquan bag angrily, and then took out the rest of the Juling pills that the master gave her for safekeeping, and placed them in front of Ma-en like a small mountain. "These are the Juling pills that the master left for you." After saying this, she turned around and walked out of the door with the bag, and began to take out various materials to prepare to arrange the formation to ensure that she could stop the farce at that time. Ma-en, who watched her go away, also sat back casually, patiently waiting for Xiaoyao's test, and feeling the changes in his body. The breathing of spiritual energy just now did have an impact on him. Now he can feel that there is a special energy called spiritual energy stored in his abdomen. The next so-called Qi refining period is to increase the capacity of his spiritual energy, and slowly allow his body to change some properties of the spiritual energy in his body, to make it more suitable for certain cultivation functions. Allowing oneself to store spiritual energy and change the properties of spiritual energy in the body is the meaning of the two words Qi refining, and if he understands it correctly, the so-called foundation building is to use this power to make some basic changes to his body and soul. The most basic effect after the transformation is to extend life to 300 years, and to enhance the strength of the body and spirit. In addition, different techniques will have various special properties, and have extremely high plasticity. The so-called technique is a way to efficiently use the special energy of spiritual energy, and in addition to the most basic functions, their various techniques have also developed different functions, not to mention the magic techniques mentioned by Xiaoyao. Although Ma-en did not really intend to spend a long time practicing, if he could get enough spiritual energy, he might be able to produce abnormal ability users, but even if there was no spiritual energy, there was Xiaoyao's technique. Although he had not figured out what Xiaoyao was willing to tell him about this, Ma-en was sure that no matter what kind of backhand or grasp Xiaoyao had, he could actually use the control bureau to resolve it. If he could successfully complete the creation of Xiaoyao Gong, if he could get it, then he would probably master the most comprehensive and low-threshold mass production method for abnormal ability users. Unfortunately, looking at what Xiaoyao said now, he was still far away from success. But in fact, if he could develop a secondary method that required certain strict conditions, it might be a better thing for me who controlled the control bureau. Just like this time, only I, who had a divine body, could bear his method. If he could improve the efficiency of the subsequent practice, then I could use it directly. Because for the employees of the control bureau, the divine body is a resource that can be activated at any time. In other words, if Xiaoyao created a cultivation method that only the owner of the divine body can take the first step, then all the employees of the control bureau can actually use it to get started. As for the possible problems, he not only has the control bureau to deal with them, but he also has some experts who are doing research. According to his current understanding, cultivation is a very sound system, not some secretive mysticism, and it can be studied. Ma-en believes that as long as there are enough scholars to study, they can understand this system. By then, this will not be a system that Xiaoyao knows only himself, so it is absolutely possible to solve potential problems. But he may need more scholars to join, and he may have to find a way to get out of the current federation. For the current Abnormal Control Bureau, the federation is the largest potential source of employees for the Salvation Alliance in the future. As Shadow once said, the federation is indeed the most important organization to stabilize the world, at least after the defeat of Shishao, and in fact, if they want to maintain their rule, they must do something good for the world. Although Xiaoyao said that the etiquette and music here have collapsed, Ma-en is still willing to believe that there are still some good people in the federation, and there may even be real idealists, because the federation is now the best choice for such people and the organization that is easiest for them to enter. Having met Shishao, he still has some confidence in human nature, so Ma En actually thinks that he can slowly corrupt and infiltrate the Federation through interests and ideals, and quietly obtain their talents. Moreover, he has a good candidate to implement this plan. Ren Shiji has been doing well recently, and has already come into contact with the core of the current federal political circle. Ma En intends to let him use his memory erasing ability, telepathy ability, and the ability of the staff of the Control Bureau to slowly develop his own secret faction in the Federation. Through these observations, Ma En is sure that Ren Shiji is really good at forming cliques, and it is definitely not limited to the non-core circles of the Federation. Even when he meets a big shot in the past, Ren Shiji is still very calm. The problem now is that the number of employees in the Control Bureau is still not enough, but now that he has become a 5th level ability user, it will not be particularly difficult to get other abnormal entities to increase the size of the Control Bureau. As long as the problems of Xiaoliao and the unmemorable are solved, he can go to find other building abnormal entities. Just when Ma En was thinking about these things idly, Guan Yi finally came back. The girl returned to the house with a tired face. Looking at Ma En, who was sitting comfortably, she said angrily, "I have arranged the formation. Since you want to stay here, don't leave the practice room again. If you really fight, at least I can still help you, okay?" Ma En nodded obediently, of course. He was not worried that this formation could stop Xia's arrangement. Guan Yi, exhausted, sat down casually, and her tone became gentle again because of Ma En's attitude. "If you are sleepy, you can sit down and rest at any time. I will also enter a state of meditation, but you don't have to worry. For me, breathing in and out of spiritual energy is no different from breathing, and it will not affect my attention to this formation." As she said that, she took out a spirit-gathering pill and put it in her mouth. But neither she nor Ma En noticed. Some mist secretly flowed out of the box she had just opened, and after she put the box back, the Qianquan bag also flowed out endless mist, quietly mixed into the environment full of mist, and was slowly crawling towards her mouth and nose. Chapter 399. Guan Yi opened her eyes, raised her head, and glanced around casually. Then she showed a surprised expression, because she was the only one left in the room. She immediately focused her attention on her formation, and quickly scanned the entire training room, and the surrounding dozens of meters. Nothing. This made her shocked and angry. Ma En had quietly left here, and had completely concealed it from her. In fact, she was not surprised that Ma En could show such a skill. She didn't expect Ma En to ignore her warning and leave. In this case, he might have gone directly to find Yuejia. Guan Yi didn't know whether he did this out of arrogance or because he didn't want to get involved, but in any case, doing so seemed particularly stupid in her eyes, and it also turned her hard work in setting up the formation into a pure waste of resources. She stood there and got angry alone, and finally stomped her feet helplessly, and decided to go out to find Ma En. She casually reached into her Qianquan bag, took out a few pills, and swallowed them directly, then stuffed 3 pills under her tongue and into her cheeks, took out a few talismans, and hid them in her sleeves, and then took out 4 or 5 different defensive magic weapons. After making all the preparations, she directly abandoned the magic circle behind her, and stepped into the white mist without hesitation. Guan Yi walked towards the library where her 3rd senior brother might be, using her spiritual power to walk quickly in the mist transformed by her master, but after walking only a few hundred meters, she noticed something wrong. It seemed that the farther she got away from the training room, the surrounding fog became thicker. Although the mist created by the master is not always as even as the spiritual energy in the world of cultivation, it is not normally particularly dense. Especially now that he is in seclusion to refine spiritual treasures for his new senior brother, the mist should not gather. Has Yuejia already made a move? She was so worried that all the magic weapons around her started to work, and she raised her hand to slap a talisman on herself. Then, she quickened her pace, but the mist continued to become thicker, which made the girl more nervous and worried. It seemed that senior brother Yuejia had just performed a lot of Xiaoliao sex magic, but now she didn't hear any movement. This is probably because the battle is over, which means that one of them may have been defeated. It is even possible that one of them is dead. Thinking of this, she became more and more anxious. But before she found Yuejia, the fog around her began to thin again. After she jumped over the thickest dividing line, and walked a few hundred meters forward, the fog almost completely dissipated. The scene in front of her also made Guan Yi freeze, because there was a wooden house not far in front of her that she was very familiar with, and there was a young and thin figure standing in the yard chopping wood. After noticing Guan Yi approaching, he raised his head and smiled at her. "Junior sister, I have chopped all the spiritual wood you need for your cultivation." Looking at the young man, she whispered in disbelief. Senior brother Du Jin. This figure was senior brother Du Jin when he was a child. What's going on? Is it a demon in my heart? Or has I fallen into the magic of senior brother Yuejia? Young senior brother Du Jin stuck the axe into the ground, stood up, looked at her and said, Long time no see, you have grown so big. Guan Yi took 2 steps back. No, you are not Du Jin, he is already dead. The young man spoke first. I know, I thought you would avenge me. Remember, after you became my disciple, I was the one who took care of you the most. No one could bully you with me around. But why did you stand in front of Yuejia when he wanted to avenge me? The young man stared at her, his face full of confusion and doubt. She explained with some guilt. I don't know, but he doesn't look like a bad person, and the master has already accepted him as a disciple. I can't let brother you kill another brother of mine. This is wrong? The young man sneered. Master? Do you think he really wants to accept Ma En as a disciple? Do you think he really cares about his disciples killing each other? If he did, he would never let me go to him to die. He pushed me off the cliff with his own hands. Looking at the boy in front of her, who was exactly the same as in her memory, the girl shook her head heavily and forced herself to wake up. No, you are not brother Du Jin at all, you are brother Yuejia's illusion, she whispered. The young man raised his eyebrows. How do you know I am really dead? How do you know that it is not my ghost in front of you? Guan Yi told herself firmly. Your golden elixir has been crushed by Ma En, and your soul has long been scattered. Hearing this, Du Jin's face also sank slightly, as if he didn't know whether he was dead or alive before Guan Yi said this. Is that so? It seems that my 3 souls have indeed dispersed, but my 7 spirits may not have completely disappeared. If I remember correctly, the ultimate goal of practicing Xiaoyao Gong is to let our souls, spirits, and bodies all mix into Xiaoyao mist. Just like Master, he no longer has a Yuanshan soul that can be attacked and seen. His soul has completely merged with the spirit and body into the same thing, and it is impossible to distinguish them at all. And I have also completed the golden core, only half a foot away from the nascent soul. Although my 3 souls are still hidden in the golden core, my 7 spirits should have turned into mist, but they are still swaying in the golden core, and have not merged with my body. But when my 3 souls dispersed, my 7 spirits must have been collected by Master, so you can still see me. Guan Yi looked at him and said, Brother, you and I both know that the 3 souls are us, and the 7 spirits are just a bridge. If the 3 souls are gone, then you are no longer a human. What I see now is just your struggling afterimage. It is only because of the spiritual energy that you look so lifelike. You are just a group of residual memories, not the real Du Jin, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Rest in peace, brother, she persuaded sincerely. Du Jin nodded. You are right, but my good sister, do you know why you can still see me? Guan Yi looked at him vigilantly. Why? Du Jin smiled and said, My 7 spirits that have been misted have been collected by Master and quietly sent to your side by him. You and the other 2 brothers and sisters have also achieved the golden core. Although you are not like me who are only half a step away from the nascent soul, it is only a matter of time before you reach perfection. And at least 4 of your 7 souls have also completed the atomization. You may not know that Master once taught me a secret technique, which is why I did not learn other techniques, because learning Master's secret technique alone took up all my energy. The technique he taught me is to let me learn how to sneak into your golden elixir, and how to blend with other people's mist. Guan Yi looked at him in surprise and said, What? Du Jin smiled and said, That's right, junior sister, I am in your golden elixir, staying around your other 4 atomized souls, and even entangled with them. Without 3 souls, I am indeed just some residual memories and consciousness, just like the wild ghosts in those lonely ghosts. I have long been dead. If I'm lucky, I may have been reincarnated, or I may have nothing left. But as long as I stay in your golden elixir, merge into your 4 souls, and stay around your 3 souls, I can still survive. Guan Yi said sadly, What's the use, brother, you know you are dead. Even if your 7 souls have not dissipated, these remaining things are just memories and remnants. They are no longer the real you. How can we practitioners not see through the real life and death? Du Jin laughed bitterly. See through life and death? How can I see through it? If you hadn't stopped Yuejia from attacking Ma En just now, how could I, a wild ghost who was nothing, have long lost my obsession and dispersed? But you stood behind the murderer and supported him firmly. Why, did you do something wrong to me before? At this point, his tone also turned into a strong questioning. Guan Yi looked at him and said, But Master has. Still Master? Du Jin's face was angry. Who do you think caused me to fall to this? Now that you already know that I am the remaining 7 souls of Du Jin, not some illusion or inner demon, then I will tell you directly. Master has long known that Ma-En would kill me. I am not lying to you. I did take the lead in killing Ma-En during the competition with him, but it was not because your good senior brother was a two-faced evil demon, but because I saw that Ma-En had an external demon body. Then I remembered Master's words. After I realized Ma-En's talent, the words he said to me privately before sending me to compete for the opportunity changed. Those words were no longer an encouragement to me, but became a blatant threat. He actually told me at the time that he wanted to take Ma-En as his apprentice, and if he couldn't stop it, that would be his last chance to break through to the nascent soul, and I also knew the inside story that you didn't know, so I killed him directly. Guan-Yi looked at the afterimage of her senior brother with a somewhat uncomfortable mood and asked, "What's the inside story?" Du Jin smiled self-deprecatingly. "Look at me now. You can see me because I practiced the secret technique he taught me." But guess why he taught me this secret technique? Guan-Yi's face turned pale in an instant, because she had also thought of something. Du Jin continued, "It's just what you think. The real function of this secret technique is not to allow me to send the remaining 7 souls into your golden elixir after I die. Don't you think this is particularly stupid? I only do this because my 3 souls have dispersed. The real function of this secret technique is that after you reach the golden elixir perfection, I can plunder all of your 7 spirits that have been atomized, and directly turn all of your skills and Taoism into my property. This is the secret of Xiaoyao Gong. The purpose of his atomizing your 3 souls and 7 spirits is not to make you immortal, but to make your souls, and the skills you have learned all become the spiritual misform he has learned, so that he can easily control your souls. Have you never thought about why I am so focused on practicing, and never waste my energy on other things? Because I know very well that those so-called magic and swordsmanship have no meaning at all. I just need to get close to the threshold of breaking through the nascent soul. At that time, the magic that Yuejia has worked hard to practice, and the swordsmanship that Zhong Ruishua has learned will be mixed in their 7 spirits and swallowed by me. All their practice results originally belonged to me, so I didn't practice any magic. In fact, I have already mastered the secret technique, and I will be able to start in a while. By then, with Zhong Ruishua's swordsmanship and Yuejia's understanding of the technique, I will be able to break through the nascent soul stage in one go." Guan-Yi looked at him, as if she had never really understood him. "So you and Master originally wanted to use us as elixirs for your promotion?" Du Jin corrected him with a sincere look. "Not you guys, but Zhong Ruishua and Yuejia. Although I know you may not believe it, I have never thought of killing you. You can recall that I would not deliberately persuade you to practice these less important techniques, and deliberately let you disperse your energy to excessive paths, even to the extent that it would delay your practice. Because I just hope that you can cultivate to be useless to my breakthrough, so that Master won't let me kill you. I have no feelings for them, not because we are indifferent, but because they can't be friends with me. But you are different. You are kinder and simpler than them. I really treat you as my junior sister. We have lived together for so many years. You must know that I am not a cold-blooded monster, and it is impossible for me to do anything to you. But I really didn't expect you to protect Ma-En." Guan-Yi lowered her head in shame. "I thought at the time. What Du Jin said was right. The suggestions he gave to her on cultivation were indeed not good for him, because the main things he learned were almost useless for breaking through to the nascent soul, and were far from the right path." Seeing this, Du Jin immediately said, "Junior sister, but I still have a chance. You know that people's memories will be mixed in the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The purpose of Master handing me over to you is to let you absorb my 7 spirits, absorb my experience of breaking through the golden pill perfection, and master this secret technique. You will also get my memory in this process, but you will definitely filter it out. But I don't want to become your food, junior sister. I have never asked for anything in my life. I only ask you this time." Pa. He knelt down heavily, looked at the girl and said, "Let my 7 spirits dominate your soul, let the mist that has turned into it blend into you. Lend me your body and golden elixir, let me complete the revenge on Ma-En. As long as I can kill him, I will return my body to you. I will never break my promise." Guan-Yi shook her head and stepped back. "Brother, practitioners should not create bloodlight again, and you are already dead." Du Jin looked at him gloomily. "I know I am already dead. But I still want to live, sorry, junior sister." Chapter 400. After being scolded by his junior sister, Yuejia returned to his residence, where he had set up a magic circle, and then began to prepare a spell, swallowed a few pills, and began to think about how to deal with Ma-En. In fact, he had just made a serious mistake. He mistakenly thought that Guan-Yi would not stop him from taking revenge on the guy who killed Du Jin. Among the brothers and sisters, only Du Jin and Guan Yi could be considered to have feelings for each other. The others were actually very indifferent to each other. But he didn't expect her to stand up and stop him. What surprised him most was that she had the courage to resist after being threatened by him. In Yuejia's opinion, if Guan Yi would stop him from taking revenge on Ma Yin, she should be so weak that she didn't have the courage to refute him. No matter what, now she has caused him to miss the best opportunity. In fact, his best choice is to pretend that nothing happened and leave directly. It is the best decision not to tell Guan Yi about this matter. Unfortunately, he underestimated the courage of his junior sister at that time. After that, he had no chance to attack. After all, Guan Yi was a Jin Dan Desheng cultivator. Although she was not very good at frontal combat, she could still help Ma Yin. He had also heard about Ma and killing Du Jin. Although Yuejia was very confident in his own strength and felt that he could defeat or even kill Du Jin under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to be as clean and neat as him. So if he really wanted to kill Ma Yin according to his master's suggestion, then the best option would be a sneak attack. Unfortunately, he had already made a foolish mistake and ruined this possibility. Thinking of this, he felt a little more annoyed. Now there is only one way in front of him, that is to join forces with Zhong Ruixue. Her character is purer than his, and she may not have thought of attacking Ma Yin yet, but she is not as simple as the little sister. As long as he goes over and tells her his ideas, it will not be difficult to convince her. The problem is that Zhong Ruixue is somewhat arrogantly confident in her own swordsmanship, and Yuejia is not sure whether she is willing to cooperate with him. But no matter what, he should go out to find her. Dong, dong, dong. But before he was ready, there was a knock on the door. Could it be that she has also thought of this, and came to find him in advance? Senior sister? He shouted in the direction of the door. Silence. Yuejia frowned slightly, then raised his palm in the direction of his right rear side, and a deep silver lightning flew out of his palm, like a flexible dragon, and slammed into the wall where there was nothing. You are so rude to your brother. Du Jin's voice echoed in the room. Don't be afraid, I am not your enemy. Yuejia sneered. Brother? Since you are already dead, there is no need to haunt you. Brother, I have never done anything to let you down. I just wanted to avenge you. Unlike Guan Yi, he did not consider what kind of demon this was, because he did not care about Du Jin's life or death. As for someone casting an illusion on him, it was impossible, because the only one who could deceive him here was his master. He was the best cultivator in this field among the disciples, and he was the one who cast an illusion on others. After hearing this, the fog in the room slowly gathered into a human shape, and then Du Jin's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Yuejia and said with a smile, Revenge? I don't have any hatred for Mon. He and I are just chess pieces of the master. Just like you guys. Yuejia said indifferently, once a teacher, always a father. If the master wants to use me as a chess piece, then I have no complaints. Du Jin knew that Yuejia was not such a person. He said this just to pretend that he didn't care about the sound of his mouth at all. We all know who you are. You can't not care about what I say. Du Jin said calmly, but you don't have to worry about me using this information to blackmail you, because I plan to tell you the master's secret directly. To be more precise, it's the secret between the master and me. This really aroused Yuejia's interest. He didn't care about anything as he showed, but he didn't show a strong desire, so as not to let Du Jin think he could control him. You should have seen my broken golden elixir with your own eyes. What you saw was not my lonely soul, but a wild ghost with only 7 spirits left. So you can let down your guard, because I know I am dead. Everything is meaningless to me, and I can't seek any personal gain for myself. Yuejia looked him up and down, and then he noticed that Du Jin in front of him really looked like the afterimage of a wild ghost, but his thinking and consciousness were so clear that he didn't look like any wild ghost or lonely soul at all, just like a complete and living ghost. And he also knew that Du Jin was really dead. Du Jin said, You see, I still seem to have a complete will, but it's because we are both practicing Xiao Gong, and my 7 souls have entered your golden elixir through the means of the master, and can be attached to your 3 souls, so it's so real. Of course, this is also because your and my 7 souls have been mixed with spiritual energy to become spiritual mist, so my 7 souls can be mixed into your 7 souls, which are almost misted, and stay around your 3 souls. Strictly speaking, what you see is a mixture of my afterimage and your 3 souls. My body is in your soul at this moment, and my 3 souls have dissipated. I have no reason to harm you. Yuejia could feel that his senior brother was telling the truth, but he did not lower his guard, because as far as he knew, his senior brother would never do anything that would benefit others, and he was a little special only when dealing with Guan Yi. And he also noticed something. So you actually knew that Xiao Gong had this effect a long time ago, and letting you rely on my 3 souls to survive was definitely not the purpose of Master's research on this spell. Why do I always feel you were going to take over our bodies? Du Jin smiled and said, "It is not accurate to say that I am taking over our bodies. It is more accurate to say that I will wait until your 7 souls are all atomized, and then plunder your 7 souls out of the golden elixir and swallow them into my body. After filtering out those useless things, I will mix your understanding of cultivation into my 7 souls. By then, all the Taoism you and Zhong Ruishua have comprehended will become my help in breaking through the nascent soul. This is why Master always says that our resources are only enough for one disciple to cultivate to the nascent soul, because you are all my stepping stones." Du Jin looked a little regretful when he said this. But Yu Weijie noticed another thing. That's why you are so indifferent to us, because you have already decided to eat us from the beginning. What about Guan Yi? Why didn't you say anything about her just now? Could it be that you are really soft-hearted enough to let her go? Du Jin admitted, "Yes, I don't intend to kill the little junior sister. The 2 of you are enough for me. Moreover, you and Zhong Ruishua's diligence and talent are beyond the initial imagination of the Master and me. The Master may want to use her as a substitute. But unless it is necessary, I really don't intend to kill Guan Yi. Don't think that I am cruel to you too. After all, you, Zhong Ruishua, and the little junior sister are not the same kind of people. If any of you were in my position, you would take my golden elixir without hesitation. Only junior sister would be soft-hearted towards us." Yu Weijie smiled. "But she just stopped me from avenging you." Du Jin's face also flashed with a few traces of sadness. She is a good child who is easily soft-hearted. Although this does make me a little sad, it is precisely because she would do that at that time that I decided not to let her get involved in this matter. But now I have no way to influence Master's decision. I hope Master will not let her get involved in this matter." Yu Weijie asked, "Then why did Master put your 7 souls into my golden elixir? Is this related to the secret between you and Master?" Du Jin looked at him and said, "Of course, he originally wanted me to seize your understanding of magic and Zhong Ruishua's understanding of the way of the sword, and then combine my own understanding of practicing to the perfection of the golden elixir, which is only half a step away from the nascent soul, and directly step into the nascent soul. But before you could cultivate all your 7 souls into mist, Ma En unexpectedly appeared, and he killed me. If I let my remaining 7 souls dissipate, his plan would be stranded, and he couldn't just watch this happen. So he decided to let you devour my remaining 7 souls. The secret technique I practiced not only allows me to plunder other people's 7 souls, but also makes it easy for my own 7 souls to blend into your 7 souls, so that you can also obtain my understanding of cultivation. In addition, you will also get my understanding of the secret technique, and then you will be able to plunder Zhong Ruishua's understanding, but I suspect that she may have obtained my 7 souls. I don't think I am that complete. If I'm not mistaken, Master wants you to kill each other, and get a cultivator, with the 7 souls of the 3 of us again. It doesn't matter whether you or Zhong Ruishua survives in the end, but if that's all, you only need to find her to fight to the death. But the problem is that there is now another Ma En, and he also has an external demon body, and his physique is not something that can be swallowed directly by turning into mist at the Jinden stage, which means that you are actually Ma En's nutrients. Master wants to use your and my 7 souls to feed that Ma En. So if you and Zhong Ruishua want to live, you can't fight him as Master arranged, otherwise you will only become Ma En's stepping stone. You have to escape before Master reacts, and take Guan Yi to exchange for the protection of the Federation." Du Jin's words surprised Yu Weijie. "You want us to save Guan Yi?" Yu Weijie said thoughtfully, "But I don't think we are Ma En's stepping stone. If that's the case, Master can just take our golden elixir and feed Ma En. There's no need to go through so much trouble. And I don't completely agree with you that Ma En's outer demon body cannot be plundered. If he has practiced the method of turning into mist, his body can also turn into spiritual mist. How can it be impossible to plunder? Can I only take away the 7 souls, and not the body? Even if it really doesn't work, I have also practiced other methods of taking over. If I can really collect the 7 souls of you and Zhong Ruishua, I think it won't be difficult to let the 3 souls take the 7 souls that have turned into mist to occupy his body. Master chose to retreat to give us a chance. Since the last practitioner can. Some talents have no difference, so he must want a disciple with the best character. What can be better than this real life and death fight, to see a person's character in a short period of time?" Du Jin looked at him and asked seriously, "Do you think you will have any good results after you survive?" After the Master asked me to teach this secret technique, I was considering his purpose. Haven't you thought about what you will be like after you become a nascent soul? Do you really think that the master wants to train a disciple? If I might have hesitated before, but after meeting Ma In, I figured it out. He couldn't want to train a nascent soul cultivator with a demon body, but wanted to get his demon body. You know how much the master is obsessed with the word demon. Yuejia sneered at him and said, "You look down on the master too much. Xiao Yao is not such a cultivator who is obsessed with the small way. Even if he eats me after breaking through the nascent soul, it is impossible for me to break through to the semi-immortal so easily. In this case, why doesn't he directly drive me to help him spread the method? I think Master just needs a helper in the nascent soul stage. His goal is to spread Xiaoyao Gong here and allow mortals in the desolate realm to practice. By then, he can eat as many golden Dan and nascent soul as he wants. He is not in a hurry to kill me first. By then, he only needs to give me some soup, and I can sit firmly in the nascent soul stage. There are mortals from the desolate realm everywhere. He will definitely need a helper from the same place. By then, my identity will be far more important than cultivation and perception. In fact, I don't think you are so stupid. I also vaguely know why you said that. You just deliberately didn't say that Guani might also get your 7 souls, because you want to conceal your true purpose. You are actually worried that Guan Yi will be killed by us, so you want me and Zhong Ruishua to escort her to the Federation for asylum. I'm right? Du Jin's face darkened after his purpose was discovered, but he still insisted on persuading him. Brother, don't be stubborn anymore. Master won't let you go. Even if he really needs help, how can you be sure that you will be the one who survives this trial? You still have a way out now. But he didn't intend to listen to his persuasion anymore. Brother, please help me achieve enlightenment. Yuejia opened his mouth and spit out the long brewing green flames towards Du Jin's 7 souls. Chapter 401. Yuejia really opened his eyes. He had just killed the remaining consciousness and memory in Du Jin's 7 souls, and absorbed his understanding of cultivation, and also glimpsed many secrets in his heart and the magic he mastered. The most important of the many magics was naturally the secret art of plundering the 7 souls. And Du Jin's memory also answered many of his questions. He had indeed exaggerated the possibility of Xiaoyao attacking them, and this was because in fact, the remaining 7 souls of Du Jin no longer had any desires, and only wanted to avenge Xiaoyao who killed him. That's why he didn't want Xiaoyao to succeed. He wanted them to switch to the Federation and protect Guani by the way. She also had the pill-making technology that the Federation had been thinking about, and his and Zhong Ruishua's abilities were also of great value to the Federation. If they did as he said, Yuejia believed that as long as they successfully escaped from here, their treatment would definitely not be too bad. It's a pity that he would rather follow his master to seek the great Tao than work for the mortals in the desolate world. Before his death, Du Jin also regarded the battle with Ma In as a test given by Xiaoyao, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to complete the test. And now the secret technique he got is also a test given by Xiaoyao to several of their disciples. If his and Du Jin's guess is correct, Zhong Ruishua and Guani have also got this secret technique at this moment, and Xiaoyao must have a way to let Ma In get their insights and experience of mastering the secret technique. In other words, one of the 4 of them will eventually gather the understanding of the Taoism of the other 3, and will also use some method to snatch Ma In's external demon body that is extremely suitable for practicing Xiaoyao Gong, and become the master's most capable disciple. All 4 of them have a chance to stand to the end. This is the kindness of the master to them. But although the whole thing and the secret technique are very important, the most useful thing for him for the time being is actually the valuable experience in Du Jin's mind that he has cultivated to the point of being close to the bottleneck of the nascent soul. He has been practicing for many years, and has no shortage of spiritual energy. He is only half a step away from the perfection of the golden core. In fact, this half step is like a natural chasm for the golden core cultivator. Yuejia originally wanted to find the way to the perfection of the golden core through magic, but now with the experience from Du Jin, he only needs time and spiritual energy to achieve the perfect golden core. For them. Thinking of this, he didn't care about other things. He arranged a few things casually, then sat cross-legged on the spot, took out the spiritual pill prepared by Xiaoyao for him this month, and swallowed it whole. If he had the experience of other practitioners, he would not dare to force a breakthrough to the golden core perfection right now, but Du Jin's understanding of cultivation far exceeds that of other common golden core perfections. He has been in this realm for decades. Others may try to break through to the nascent soul, but Du Jin has spent all his energy on consolidating his foundation, because he has been waiting for Yuejia and Zhong Ruishua to practice well. The situation was just as he expected. With Du Jin's experience, Yuejia's breakthrough to the nascent soul can be said to be unstoppable, and he did not encounter any obstacles at all, as if he had secretly practiced dozens of times before, and the time he spent was even as short as half an hour. Yu Weijia exhaled heavily. Now he has finally crossed the level that has blocked him for many years. The spiritual energy in his body is balanced as if he has been in the golden core perfection for decades, and he is only half a step away from the nascent soul. But just as he was about to stand up and leave, he suddenly noticed something strange. Buzz, two golden lights flashed. Yu Weijia raised his right hand and blocked himself with his index and middle fingers. Then a silver-white cold light flickered slightly in front of him for a few times, and then stopped steadily in front of his two fingers. Yu Weijia held a silver sword between his two fingers and said, "You are late, senior sister." After saying this, he slightly relaxed the strength of his two fingers, and the silver-white flying sword broke free from his hand and flew directly out of the house, hitting the wooden door directly, and landed gracefully behind the woman outside the door. "You haven't fallen behind in your practice." Zhong Ruishua stepped into the broken wooden door. "You have also reached the golden core perfection?" Yu Weijia smiled confidently. "Senior brother is here to see you too." Zhong Ruishua nodded. "Yes, I didn't expect that he would hate Ma En, who killed him, so much that he wanted me to avenge him." This surprised Yu Weijia a little, because Du Jin, who had just come to see him, did not hate Ma En, but did not want Xiaoyao to succeed. He seemed to have no hatred for Ma En, who actually killed him, but now think about it. This does not seem to be Du Jin's character. Yu Weijia tentatively said, "He also wants you to avenge him." Zhong Ruishua raised her hand and pointed to her head. "He wanted to put his hatred into me, but it was a pity that the wild ghost could only scream and disperse in front of my sword energy, becoming a stepping stone for me to break through to the golden core perfection, but we have to find Ma En anyway. After all, you definitely don't want to miss the outer demon body." The tone of this sounded a bit strange to Yu Weijia. She meant that there was some way to get Ma En's demonic body, but as far as he knew, his sister didn't have any magic to take over the body. These were his specialties. The situation gradually became clearer in his mind. The Du Jin that Zhong Ruishua saw had different purposes from the one he met. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is reasonable. You know, people have only 7 souls, and he can't put all 7 souls in 3 people's brains at the same time. So in fact, the remaining 7 souls of Du Jin were divided into 3 parts by the master, which led to his different appearances. The Du Jin that the master stuffed into his golden elixir did not hate Ma En, because his hatred for Ma En was all in Zhong Ruishua's hands. Thinking of this, he also began to suspect that Zhong Ruishua's Du Jin might still have some secret skills to take over the body based on the Xiao Gong, because she didn't look like she could directly take over other people's bodies, so the master took special care of her. Yu Weijia continued, "I think you should have thought of something." Zhong Ruishua said, "We have to cooperate." This is the same as what he thought. If Zhong Ruishua has not yet broken through to the golden core perfection, then he may still use the advantage of cultivation to kill first and plunder Zhong Ruishua's understanding of swordsmanship. She must have thought so before coming here. But if they still fight each other now, the result will definitely be a lose-lose situation. The possibility of their victory is not high, and even if they kill each other, the benefits they get are far less than what Du Jin's 7 souls bring, because they are all good at killing. If the two of them join forces, their combat power will be at least 80% higher than fighting alone, and may even be close to doubling. However, even if they kill each other and plunder the 7 souls and experience, the improvement is likely to be only about 50%, and they alone cannot break through the nascent soul. Otherwise, Xiaoyao would have let them fight each other long ago. Then, as former fellow disciples, there must be a tacit understanding to kill Ma En together. After he dies, they have plenty of time to slowly choose the final winner. Of course, there is another important reason for their tacit understanding. Ma En is not an opponent we can defeat alone. Yu Weijia explained the reason. Even if one of us kills the other, it may not be possible to say that he can win the Federation, not to mention that it seems that Guan Yi is still on his side. This is the real reason for their cooperation. With the help of Guan Yi, even if they win here, they are not particularly sure to defeat Ma En. Although Ma En is a barbarian in the desolate realm, he and Zhong Ruishua originally looked down on Ma En, but they have just obtained the remaining 7 souls of Du Jin. They could see the battle where he lost to Ma En. Although Du Jin's performance at that time was certainly far inferior to the 2 monks who had broken through to the golden core perfection not long ago, they themselves had no confidence in achieving the same suppression power as Ma En in that battle. And it seemed that Ma En was somewhat at ease, which made them more vigilant. Zhong Ruishua said with some surprise. Guan Yi also stood on his side. Yu Weijia nodded and continued. Before seeing Du Jin's residual soul, I went directly to Ma In. At that time, I guessed that the master might be hinting that we should take action in advance to solve Ma In during his retreat. When I got there, Ma In was breathing in spiritual energy. So I wanted to kill him directly at that time, but I didn't expect Guan Yi to stop me. Even though I mentioned how much Du Jin had taken care of her in the past, she still insisted on not letting me take action against Ma In. The most ridiculous thing is that Du Jin, who just came to find me, actually knew about this, but he still wanted to protect his junior sister, and even wanted to deceive me to use him and Zhong Ruishua to escort Guan Yi to obtain federal asylum. But she wanted to protect Ma In so cold-bloodedly. Zhong Ruishua had a different opinion on this sentence. I don't think there is anything wrong with Guan Yi doing this. How do you know how much Du Jin's care for her in those years was sincere, and how much was because she mastered alchemy and refining techniques, and she was originally that kind of person? We should be glad that Guan Yi is such a person, because this means that we have one less competitor. Zhong Ruishua said this because Du Jin, whom she had just met, didn't care about his junior sister at all. When they met, he even suggested that she kill Guan Yi first to obtain her 7 souls, and then join forces with Yuejia to seek revenge on Ma In. By then, you will be the only disciple left by the master. These were Du Jin's original words. After knowing that Du Jin didn't care about Guan Yi at all, Zhong Ruishua felt that Guan Yi's behavior further highlighted that she was not as simple as she seemed. In fact, deep in Guan Yi's heart, she had already felt that the relationship between Du Jin and her was not as good as it seemed on the surface, so she stood up firmly to stop Yuejia from attacking Ma In. That's why she didn't think there was anything wrong with Ma In killing Du Jin. But if she also got the remaining 7 souls of Du Jin? Zhong Ruishua said hesitantly, do you think she will still stand by Ma In and oppose us? Do you think she can be our spy? Yuejia could see that she didn't expect him to give a positive answer. No, I don't think so. Although I am a little angry that she only dared to talk back to me, if she hadn't obtained Du Jin's 7 souls at that time, it means that she is actually braver than I thought, and you also know that she is the most naive one among us. Whether in the desolate world or in the cultivation world, she has Du Jin's shelter and protection, and she can't be exposed to any cruel things at all. Especially after coming to such a cruel and crazy desolate world, she still retains the mentality when she was in the cultivation world. She also thinks in the way that there is the protection of the heaven here, and thinks that we should not go along with evil when we encounter evil, so she will definitely not take the initiative to attack us, and if we attack her, we are equivalent to the evil cultivators in the cultivation world. Then she will naturally stand up to stop us. In fact, according to his idea, the most important thing for Guan Yi to do is to seek the protection of the Federation, just as Du Jin told him. He didn't know whether Du Jin would tell her to do so, but Yuejia didn't think she could escape from the master's hand. Zhong Ruishua said, so we have to kill her first? This is a very reasonable idea. If they want to deal with Ma In and Guan Yi at the same time, then first eliminating the slightly weaker junior sister can be said to be an indispensable step for them to win. But when they said this, they both looked a little hesitant. Although they were not as enthusiastic as Du Jin was to Guan Yi was their junior sister after all. They had accumulated a very deep relationship after so many years of getting along. Even if they didn't really open their hearts to each other, they were all accustomed to the existence of the junior sister. After a pause of more than 10 seconds, Yuejia broke the silence. We will have to kill each other by then. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that the junior sister became the master's disciple. In fact, Zhong Ruishua was just talking. She would definitely kill Guan Yi no matter what, but it was a little difficult to get over it emotionally. Killing Yuejia and killing Guan Yi were 2 completely different things for her. One was an enemy who fought each other, and the other was closer to the innocent person she slaughtered. Then who will do it then? Zhong Ruishua asked. We all want to get her 7 souls, but we all know that the one who gets the 7 souls of the little sister first will get the advantage in the next battle. And one of us has to hold Ma In back. The risk and reward of this job don't seem to be proportional. You know, the one who can kill the little sister doesn't have to hold Ma In back. Yuejia knew that none of them would give in on this matter. Then we will all hold Ma In back in the front. You use the flying sword and I use the spirit beast to deal with Guan Yi. At that time, it will depend on our abilities. Whoever kills first will win first. But no matter what, we have to kill Ma In first, and we must not fight each other before he dies. We can't plot against each other because of Guan Yi. Zhong Ruishua nodded. I agree with this. Then it's settled. Yuejia still had something on his mind. If Zhong Ruishua has mastered the secret technique of taking over Ma In's body, then when they kill Ma In, Zhong Ruishua will have a great advantage in taking over Ma In's body, and if she really succeeds, wouldn't he be at a disadvantage? In other words, if he wants to win, he has to do something bad to Zhang Ruixue when they have the upper hand, and use the secret technique to obtain the secret technique of taking over the body that only Zhang Ruixue knows. But why does he feel that this is a deliberate arrangement by the master to let Ma En win? Chapter 402. Cough, cough, cough. Guan Yi opened her eyes painfully, raised her hand to cover her mouth, and coughed violently. Ma En immediately looked at her in surprise, and began to strengthen the existing telekinetic barrier to guard against the upcoming attack, while standing up and walking to her to see what was going on. "What's wrong?" he asked with concern. The girl looked at the blood on her hand, then waved to Ma En and said softly, "It's okay, it's not Yuejia's attack." She didn't expect Du Jin to be so crazy. Obviously, his 3 souls had dispersed, and even if he could use the 7 souls to pollute his consciousness and memory, it would have no practical meaning. The real him had died long ago, and even if he succeeded, nothing could be saved. But he still wanted to pollute her mind and make her go crazy. And what Guan Yi didn't expect the most was that he also showed a strange secret technique in his gold, trying to force his 7 souls to dominate his golden elixir. This secret technique is very similar to possession, except that the performer is not a living person at all, but the remaining 7 souls of Du Jin that have been atomized. Moreover, it seems that this secret technique can only be used by cultivators who practice Xiao Gong. The atomized 7 souls are the basis for Du Jin to cast spells. Moreover, he did not cast a complete version of the spell. The real secret technique can actually be similar to possession. If Du Jin is still alive, this secret technique can allow him to directly replace his soul with his own soul. Unfortunately, his 3 souls have been dispersed, so he can only use the remaining 7 souls to pass the fake off as real. If she had not practiced Xiao Gong to the Jindan realm, Du Jin, who only had 7 souls left, could not really leave any harm to her. The performer of this secret technique must practice Xiao Gong to the Jindan realm, but it actually has a small feature, that is, it is more effective for cultivators who also practice Xiao Gong, and it is best to be a Jindan realm cultivator who is slightly weaker than oneself. Although it can also take over the bodies of cultivators who do not practice Xiao Gong, the effect is only a good method of taking over bodies. Guan Yi knows so much because these are all Du Jin's memories. This is the secret technique of taking over bodies that he practiced. Just now, he did not really take over Guan Yi's body, but he did hurt part of her soul. In fact, the word hurt is not accurate. If he really succeeded, it was indeed hurt, but now Guan Yi feels more like Du Jin gave him his understanding and perception of cultivation and various spells. Because his original purpose was to carry these to occupy her consciousness, but he did not succeed, so he left these by the way, which also included the detailed method of how to use this secret technique. Although she vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, she blocked most of Du Jin's 7 harmful spirits. Now she was just a little confused, but as long as she calmed down and recuperated for a few months, she would definitely be as good as before. In a sense, this matter could be considered a blessing, because she also saw the way to break through to the perfection of the golden elixir. Then what's going on? Ma En asked after watching her expression slowly calm down. Guan Yi tried to explain, "I was close to going crazy just now because of some external factors, but the details are very complicated and it is difficult for me to explain to you. But if what I saw just now is not a problem, I'm afraid we really have to be careful." Ma En suppressed his expectations and asked, "What did you see?" The girl's expression became more serious than ever. Although she did not think as much as her senior brothers and sisters, she knew that Du Jin had practiced and mastered such a secret technique, so she could think of something. And she still had the memory of Du Jin's remaining 7 souls at this moment. He felt that the master arranged this to let him take his body away. At the same time, he also felt that what Yuejia said was true, and the master did hint at them. But Du Jin felt that the master did not want them to kill Ma En, but wanted them to kill each other. I may have misjudged the ideas of the master and the senior brothers, although the specific situation is difficult to explain in a few simple words. The girl said seriously, "But I think the senior brothers and sisters are likely to come to kill you and me, and I think they must have received the help of the master." This statement coincided with Ma En's guess. "So you think Xiaoyao accepted me as his disciple for other purposes?" Ma En said in astonishment. The girl looked ashamed. "I didn't expect Master to do this, but we didn't tell you that Master was considered an evil cultivator in the cultivation world for a long time when he was in his hometown." Ma En said, "When he introduced me to you, he told you about that incident. He had been an evil cultivator because he couldn't take revenge, but he said that he later accepted the punishment of the heavenly court and entered the heavenly court after leaving prison. Guan replied, Master said it was all true, but he didn't tell the whole story. In fact, he later rebelled against the heavenly court and was considered an evil cultivator by the cultivation world again. He was against the cultivation world for a long time, before he left the cultivation world and came to you. I don't really know what Master has done. I just followed him here in a daze, but I can imagine that Master must have done something wrong at that time, so they regarded him as a bad guy. So I can't say he won't do anything to you. Ma En then guided the girl in front of him and said, So do you think this is his conspiracy? But she didn't continue to think deeply about Master's affairs, but frantically thought about how to leave here alive. And she did think of a way. Can you contact the Federation? Now they may be the only organization that can help us. I heard that the Federation seems to be very interested in the life-extending pills made by Master. If this is what they want, I can actually make pills. Can you ask them to provide us with shelter? She didn't expect that she would say this one day, but it seemed that because she absorbed Du Jin's memory and experience, she was unusually calm when facing this problem at this moment, and could even clearly think of how to solve it. Although Ma En didn't plan to contact the Federation, he also took out the mobile phone that the Federation gave him and took a look. There was no signal. At the same time, he could also feel that there seemed to be something wrong with the space around him, and the transmission time of the Control Bureau was increased from 30 seconds to 35 seconds. Although the space here was not completely solidified, Ma En guessed that it would be difficult for him to leave here with the 4th level space ability. This space blockade still retained the possibility of him fighting with the Shadow Walker, but just wanted to prevent him from escaping. It seems that your master really wants to do something to us. Ma En looked at the girl and said, He completely blocked my access to the outside world and also affected the surrounding space. It seems that we can only fight them. The girl looked a little disappointed, but she immediately picked up her strength again. But we can't just sit there and wait for death. I just got a way to break through the golden elixir. Can you protect the method for me? Her mind was also incomparably clear at this moment. After confirming that the master would not let them escape, she also thought at a rather abnormal speed that she should now improve her combat power as much as possible to cope with the next battle. After saying this, she realized that her reaction speed was much faster than before. Although Du Jin's remaining little memory and understanding were affecting her soul, it seemed that this was a good thing at this time. Senior brother knew how to deal with this kind of thing. Hearing this, Ma En also nodded. Of course, I will watch for you. Guan Yi's proposal was a high-return, high-risk decision. If her seniors came when she broke through, she would be doomed. But in fact, this was the right thing to do, because if she did nothing, she would just be waiting to die. It was just that Ma En didn't expect her to make such a decisive decision. This seemed to be inconsistent with the girl, who was a little afraid of him when he first saw her. Could she be the type who would only show her abilities under pressure? The girl sat down again and swallowed 2 pills to stabilize her injuries. If you think you may not be able to hold on, you can also wake me up by force. Although it may leave troubles, it is better than being killed in the process of breaking through. It sounded as if she was sure that her seniors would kill her. This is somewhat contradictory to Ma En's impression of her. No, you just need to break through with all your heart and soul. Ma En said confidently, I can definitely hold on until you break through. Even if the 2 of them come at the same time, I will not be at a disadvantage. As long as you can complete the breakthrough, we will definitely win. In fact, he didn't care whether the girl could break through or not, because if it was really just those 2 practitioners, he could deal with them alone quite easily, and if there was any backup plan from Xiaoyao, he might just run away. So whether Guan Yi broke through or not had nothing to do with him. But the girl didn't think so. She was a little worried about Ma En's confidence, but now she had no other choice but to believe that Ma En could delay until she broke through, and hope that senior brother and sister you could come later. Then I leave it to you. After saying this, she closed her eyes regardless, and began to stuff the pill into her mouth, stabilizing her breath, and preparing to break through before the battle. Ma En also sat back cross-legged, patiently waiting for Xiuya's moves to come. Nearly an hour had passed, and there was no movement in the training room. Guan Yi's aura was rising, and it seemed that her breakthrough was going very smoothly. From his visual observation, she seemed to be approaching the strength of 4.5, but the abnormal characteristic of cultivation was more like energy. If she wanted to exert the combat level of 4.5, she might need matching magic. Just when Ma En felt a little bored, he suddenly saw the girl's brows slightly frowned, but she immediately showed a resolute look and immediately put her attention back into the breakthrough. At the same time, there was a sound of breeze blowing outside the window. Boom! The 4 walls in front, behind, left and right of Ma and were all violently blasted into pieces at the same time. When the four cold lights entered the house, they instantly adjusted their direction and flew towards his position, trying to tear his throat directly. But when they approached 2 meters away from Ma En, they began to slow down as if they had hit something. Just 1 meter forward, the forward speed was reduced to 2/3 of the original. But just when they were more than 1 meter away, 2 of the flying swords seemed to break free from their restraints, and suddenly accelerated again, turning into a dazzling cold light, and directly hitting Ma En's throat. Snap! He raised his hands, and directly grasped the 2 flying swords that broke away the telekinesis, while the remaining 2 flying swords had slowed down to a snail's pace, and were still slowly moving towards the back of Ma En's head, but it seemed that they would not be able to touch Ma En for 2 or 3 minutes. Spiritual power 4.5, divine power 4.5. There were several figures standing behind the 4 broken walls. Zhong Ruishue was standing opposite him, holding a sword in one hand, and behind him was a strange beast with a green face and fangs, and Yuejia was standing on his left and right, with his hands in different positions. Sure enough, joining forces is the right decision. Yuejia, who was standing on the right, said to Zhong Ruishue, "This Ma En is really as fierce and dangerous as Du Jin remembered. We can't just deal with him alone." Ma En could vaguely feel that the 2 people opposite him seemed to have become much stronger than when they met a few days ago. Their current situation seemed to be very similar to Guan Yi, who was breaking through, or she had already broken through. Is this Xia's method? But we came at the right time. Another Yuejia took over the conversation. It seems that our junior sister is breaking through. I didn't expect that she became so courageous after not seeing her for a few days. She dared to break through directly on the spot. Unfortunately, it seems that she is a little slower than us in solving the problem. She certainly didn't expect that her hard-earned courage would cause both of you to die here. I heard that you are a member of the Salvation Alliance, which is just right. Let me see how noble you are. Abandon this innocent girl and live by yourself, or protect her and die at our hands. Ma En controlled the 2 flying swords with both hands. Yuejia was a little surprised by his ability to fix the 2 flying swords. Although these 4 flying swords were not Zhong Ruishue's real killing magic weapons, even if he wanted to control the 4 at the same time, the flying sword would not be so leisurely. But before he felt how worried he was, he saw Guan Yi, who was making a breakthrough, and then his heart, which had been lifted up, was put down again. The original 2-on-2 battle became 2-on-1, which was enough to establish their victory. And as he said, this Ma En seemed to be a member of the Salvation Alliance before. They were one of the few groups here that could be close to the average moral standards of the cultivation world, which means that he might not be willing to watch Guan Yi die like this. If he really did that, then they could use Guan Yi to find his flaws. Even if he was cold-blooded, Yuejia didn't think they would lose in a 2-on-1 situation, and strictly speaking, they had 3 people, himself who was good at magic, his senior sister who was good at swordsmanship, and Du Jin who had cultivated to perfection. Chapter 403. Zhong Ruishue did not say anything like her junior brother did, but raised her hand holding the long sword and pointed it straight at Ma En's nose. Her eyes exuded cold murderous intent, as if killing Ma En was the only important thing for her at this moment. When Ma En blocked her 4 flying swords at the same time, Zhong Ruishue was sure that she was facing a strong enemy, which made her devote her wholeheartedly to her opponent. At this moment, she only had Ma En and the sword in her hand in her eyes. Seeing Zhong Ruishue's state, Yuejia also felt a little relieved. Although he was proficient in many spells, and was also good at fighting, if he was the cultivator, who was most likely to survive in the killing, then Zhong Ruishue was the one who was most likely to win in the killing. She was a sword cultivator, a cultivator who specialized in killing tools. After realizing that his master's arrangement was to have him stab Zhong Ruishue in the back, Yuejia was determined to kill Ma En first. Although he didn't know how to make him stand to the end, he knew that being indecisive in a battle was a taboo. The magic he learned contained a lot of truths, which was also an important reason why Yuejia thought he was stronger than Du Jin. There was no difference between simply focusing more on magic and practicing itself, but practicing magic could make him understand things. Knowledge would not lie. Yuejia winked at Zhong Ruishue, and then both bodies stood in place and began to prepare magic, and the strange beast with green fangs also began to run towards Guan Yi beside Ma En. Buzz! The other 8 long swords flew out from behind Zhong Ruishue, covering her with lightning speed as she rushed towards Ma En. Zhong Ruishue herself held the long sword and slowly stepped towards him. It seemed that her movements were not smooth, and even seemed a little slow against the background of the flying sword. But in fact, she was always only half a step behind the flying sword, and her slow movements and the swift speed of the flying sword created a strange contrast. Shrinking the earth into an inch, Zhong Ruishua swung the long sword in her hand towards Ma-En's neck. The speed of the long sword seemed to be so fast that ordinary people could see it with their naked eyes, but Ma-En was keenly aware that its sharpness might be beyond appearance. While she was waving the long sword, the 8 flying swords were about to pierce Ma-En's body. Ma-En only took a half step forward, then directly escaped into the shadow dimension, and instantly appeared behind Zhong Ruishua, and had adjusted the direction to face her. But at the moment when Ma-En disappeared from her eyes, Zhong Ruishua stepped forward half a step heavily, and directly retreated backwards with force. Her body did not really turn, but it was also facing the direction where Ma-En appeared, as if it was dislocated in space. At the same time, the 8 flying swords that were originally flying towards Ma-En's original position also quickly crossed and passed by, and then the 12 flying swords flew away from their interlaced positions in a beautiful arc at the same time, and re-aimed at Ma-En's position in the air, as if they had predicted the future. And the speed of her long sword waving finally began to increase. With a slight twist of her wrist, it was like an arrow from a string, bursting out in a short moment at an incredible speed that violated common sense, and arrived at Ma-En's throat the moment he appeared. Boom! But before the sword body really tore Ma-En's throat, he also leaned back slightly, thereby buying precious time, and his right arm was like a cannonball that broke through the air and lifted up, and he used the back of his hand to slap the sharp sword body fiercely. Snap! The sharp sword blade scraped a bloody wound on the back of Ma-En's hand, but Zhong Ruishua, who saw this scene, did not feel any surprise. Instead, her expression became more serious, because she originally thought that this killing move could directly cut off Ma-En's palm. When she retracted her long sword, the 12 flying swords just now hit Ma-En one after another. That's right, it was not pierced or cut, but it was bounced away directly like a stone hitting a metal wall, leaving only 12 shallow blood marks on the surface of Ma-En's body, and he had no intention of stopping these flying swords. Originally, when she saw him holding the flying sword, she thought Ma-En was very strong with both hands, but now it seems that he is like those physical cultivators. His whole body is strong to an unreasonable degree, and he just subdued the flying swords to determine their strength. Ma-En's unbridled attitude can even be said to be beyond most of the physical cultivators she knows. Even a monk who has cultivated the body of a diamond arhat to become the strongest in close combat in the golden elixir realm has not been as exaggerated as Ma-En's current performance. Fortunately, most physical cultivators are more defensive than offensive compared to other cultivators of the same level. They are more adapted to long-term and arduous battles, and are not good at solving opponents in a short time, nor are they as flexible as other cultivators. Fortunately, as a sword cultivator who attaches the most importance to killing techniques, she just knows how to break this tortoise shell. When the flying sword just passed Ma-En, the rapidly leaping strange beast had only run nearly halfway, and in the few short breaths when her thoughts were flowing at this moment, the monster had only run the remaining half. Boom! Ma-En, who saw this, bent his knees slightly, and then jumped up heavily in the direction of the spirit beast, as fast as thunder flying out of the ground. Zhong Ruishua didn't even try to stop him, but just watched him crash into the spirit beast trained by Yuejia. Bang! The skeleton of the spirit beast with a ferocious face was smashed into pieces, and it exploded like a crushed tomato. The broken bones mixed with blood and flesh splashed all over the ground. In their eyes at this moment, Ma-En was just like a monster. Ma-En shook off the blood on his body, raised his head slightly, and glanced at Zhong Ruishua and Yuejia standing there, and asked curiously, "Do you have any other skills?" Faced with his provocation, Zhong Ruishua and Yuejia were unmoved. In their opinion, Ma-En's move was not a bad thing, because Ma-En revealed that he really cared about Guan Yi's life and death, so they had the opportunity and means to use this to contain and deal with Ma-En. You know, Yuejia hasn't made a move yet, and the current situation doesn't mean anything. Yuejia on the left finally completed his spell. As he raised his right arm, a silver-white translucent dragon flexibly emerged from his sleeve, and then began to fly around him, looking like he couldn't hold back the urge to make a move. He exhaled heavily. This dragon was strong in flexibility, and couldn't suppress Ma-En, but it was also difficult for him to destroy it, and it was enough to kill Guan Yi when Ma-En wasn't paying attention, which was also the purpose of his creation of this thing. What he had to do was to use the little apprentice sister to contain Ma-En, so that he couldn't fully exert his combat power. Yuejia on the right also completed his spell. Pure white mist began to spread from his sleeves. After falling to the ground, it first surrounded him, as if he was standing on the clouds. After protecting Yuejia, the smoke slowly climbed up the wall at a fairly fast speed. At the same time, the mist left on the ground slowly began to spread around Ma En's position, trying to surround Ma En. This move is Xiao Sek's unique skill Smoke and Cloud. Although it looks a bit gentle at first glance, it is the most vicious killing move among Xiao Sek's unique skills. That is why it takes this time to slowly perform. When these white smoke clouds appeared, Ma En also felt that the surrounding space had changed again, and it was a blockade specifically for space movement. Although this spell did not completely prevent him from traveling through space, he could vaguely feel that he should not forcefully enter the shadow dimension. Before Ma En made a move to stop the spread of the smoke, the silver-white dragon in the distance dived directly into the nearby smoke, like a fish in water, and then it directly emerged from another area separated from the mist where it was. After jumping twice, it appeared directly behind Guan Yi, and opened its bloody mouth when it emerged from the mist. Snap! Ma En's outstretched right arm was like another ferocious dragon, biting at Yuejia's spell, but it did return to the mist as flexibly as Yuejia expected, and cleverly dodged Ma En's attack. Then it drilled out from another angle without giving up, and Ma En immediately stretched out his left hand to capture it. What surprised them all was that although Ma En was still a little short of being able to catch it this time, it was obviously closer to the target than the previous time. When the dragon appeared for the third time, Ma En almost seemed to catch it. Although Yuejia knew that his magic had not yet fully revealed its power, if it continued to harass him for another 5 or 6 times, he might really be caught by Ma En. At this moment, Zhong Ruishua, who had remained silent, finally spoke. You are stronger than most Jindan cultivators I have seen. You can be said to be on par with those monsters hiding in the mountains and forests. You are so strong that you don't look like any human being at all. But unfortunately you met me, Yuejia. Do you know what made our ancestors defeat those hungry beasts, and even turn them into our food? That was the original weapon. The swordsmanship I uphold is the way to use external objects to defeat the strong with the weak. Now all practitioners think that their cultivation is the real power, but how can we really distinguish between the so-called external objects and ourselves when we live in this world? The most fundamental difference between us as humans and monsters is that we have the wisdom to use external objects. And I have a good sword. She said this with a very proud tone. Sparks flew. The world in Ma En's eyes was also changing rapidly. The broken walls and ceiling in the distance began to melt. Yuejia and Guan Yi's figures were also retreating at high speed. The sword formation that was rushing towards him also gradually became blurred. Finally, even Zhong Ruishua, who was holding a long sword, gradually faded out of his sight. Only a sword was left. The red sword melted the flesh and blood like steel, leaving a deep wound. What a pity. Zhong Ruishua looked calmly at the long sword that was inserted into Ma En's chest. It's not good enough. In the end, she still failed to pierce Ma En's heart, because his left arm had pierced her entire lower abdomen, and Zhong Ruishua could still feel an invisible force spreading along Ma En to her whole body, and was efficiently destroying her flesh and blood. Ma En pulled his hand back, and then he watched Zhong Ruishua take 2 steps back in a daze, and then she looked down at the golden elixir fragments that fell to the ground, and then finally realized her death belatedly. Snap. Watching her fall straight down, Yuejia, who had just prepared the smoke and cloud, turned pale, because the sword he just saw had far exceeded his original expectations of his senior sister, and it seemed that her swordsmanship had improved again when she broke through the golden elixir perfection. It seemed that he had no confidence in dealing with the move just now, but Ma En took it head-on, which also meant that his original means might not work as he thought, but fortunately Ma En had some real injuries. Although he had some thoughts of retreating at this moment, he also knew that now was not the time to escape. Moreover, Yuejia suddenly realized a very important thing at this moment, that is, although the senior sister was dead, it did not mean that his side had lost this fighting power. Although the senior sister was dead, her 7 souls still existed. Thinking of this, Yuejia immediately used the secret technique he had just learned to absorb the debris left by the senior sister, while controlling the smoke and clouds, and driving the dragon to continue harassing Guan Yi, trying to buy himself time. The sword of the senior sister just now also allowed him to arrange the smoke and clouds around Ma En. Although she was no longer cooperating, this spell was originally quite powerful. The flesh and blood of ordinary cultivators, and most gold and stone would be melted as long as they were dyed with mist. But just when he thought he could use the dragon to play tricks on Ma En, his eyes suddenly widened. Because this time when the dragon appeared, Ma En's speed was not fast enough to catch it immediately, but his palm seemed to have a strong gravitational force to pull it out of the smoke, and then gently crushed it like a caterpillar. He miscalculated. There were not 5 or 6 times. Just when Yuejia put all his remaining hopes on the smoke, he saw Ma En driving some kind of power to start the smoke. Yu Weijie could feel that his power was suppressed by the smoke, but just lifting a little smoke was enough. Because he saw Ma En flying up. Ma En flexibly bypassed the mist that wanted to pull him, and landed directly in front of Yu Weijie without touching a leaf, and then rushed directly against the mist that protected him. Yu Weijie's eyes widened as he watched this scene, and then he began to use all his strength to operate the life-saving spell. Bang! Ma En directly smashed his body into mist, and his skin was constantly eroded in the smoke, but he tore the mist apart accurately and fiercely, and directly and steadily grabbed the hiding Jin Dan. Yu Weijie said anxiously and fearfully, "Don't kill me. This is all Xiaoyao." Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he looked straight behind Ma En. "Junior sister, save me." Chapter 404. Guani opened her eyes. Everything was over. Her golden elixir was complete. When she was about to break through, she actually felt that the magic circle she had set up was invaded. At that moment, she almost risked going crazy and forced to stop the breakthrough. But at that moment, she remembered Ma En's promise. For reasons she couldn't explain, Guani finally believed Ma En. But she thought that the scene she saw after opening her eyes would be Ma En fighting hard with her senior sisters and brothers. But at this moment, the young man standing not far away was bleeding constantly, making people feel that his flesh and blood would melt to expose the bones, and there was a miserable scar on his chest. But he was holding a trembling golden elixir in his hand, and the rest of her senior brother Yu Weijie's body was like a ghost exposed to the sun, constantly changing back and forth between fog and entity, and he was constantly begging for mercy from Ma En. What shocked her even more was the fallen body, and the broken golden elixir in the distance. Senior sister Zhong is dead. She felt unreal when she saw this scene. The senior sister who had been with her day and night for so many years also died, and this time her body was lying on the ground not far away, but she didn't seem to feel sad or upset about her death. "Did you kill them alone?" she said with surprise. Ma En answered directly, "Yes, my fighting ability is indeed relatively strong in this class." The girl couldn't explain why, but it seemed that compared to the life and death of her senior sister, Ma En had defeated them before she broke through, which made her care more. Since she dared to break through here directly, it meant that she actually believed in her heart that Ma En could hold on until she broke through. But the significance of killing her elder sister and elder brother in such a short time was completely different. They were not weak to begin with, not to mention that she could notice that her elder brother, who was struggling in the distance, had also broken through, and the sword intent left by her elder sister on Ma En made her eyes hurt. That sword intent was already comparable to those geniuses. After being promoted to the Golden Core Perfection, her elder sister and elder brother were already not much different from the geniuses of those big sections. They might only have a little time to polish their cultivation and magic to be more harmonious, but Ma En was facing two people. This small gap could be ignored when it was 1 against 2, but he was able to suppress and kill and control his elder sister and elder brother in such a short time. It was rare for them to be able to do this. In the cultivation world, cultivators, like Ma En, were not cultivated by simple famous sections. Most of them had already become famous at a young age. For them, breaking through the nascent soul was often a matter of time, and the semi-immortal realm was the problem they faced. No wonder the master wanted to accept Du Jin as his apprentice even though Ma En killed him, because the four of them combined were far inferior to Ma En. "Save me, junior sister." Yu Weijie looked at her with a begging look and said, "I was also forced to do this." Guani looked at him with complicated eyes, and then took 2 steps back. "Ma En, you didn't kill him because you wanted to get an answer, right?" She didn't mean to plead for her senior brother at all. "Yes, that's why I haven't killed him yet." Ma En nodded, then turned to look at Yu Weijie. "Now tell me why you suddenly attacked me. If you are satisfied with the answer, I can spare your life. Don't try to lie to me. I can feel what you are thinking." Yu Weijie, who was originally thinking about how to use lies to delay time, was immediately frightened and abandoned this stupid idea after hearing this. After all, his purpose was just to live until he devoured Zhong Ruishua's 7 souls, not to keep the master's secret. "I swear to the avenue that I will never lie. The reason I came here to kill you is that the master gave us a hint. He told me and Zhong Ruishua that only one of the 4 of us can survive." He swallowed his saliva when he said this, glanced at the little junior sister behind Ma En, and then said to Mani with a bit of flattery, "And Zhong Ruishua and I both agree that you are the strongest guy among us, so we originally planned to kill you together." Guan was indifferent to his eyes and hints. She knew that Yu Weijie said the previous sentence to mean that if Ma En accepted the master's arrangement, he might also kill himself, but at this time, she had no doubts about it. "But you made a wrong judgment," she said, as if she didn't hear that sentence. You and senior sister both misjudged the chance of success. Yueijia smiled bitterly and said, yes, if we had known this, we would definitely not have troubled you, but would have tried to join forces with you to resist Master, but there is no such thing as knowing this in advance. With Zhong Ruishua and my personality, we can't think that anyone in the same realm can defeat us when we join forces. If we lose, we should accept the result of failure, but before you kill me, I would like to make a suggestion. In fact, you and I have no grudges. We fought each other because of Xiaoya's calculations and threats. He is the mastermind of attacking you, and we are just knives in his hands. Your real enemy is him. In this case, why don't we join forces to resist him, and not let his conspiracy succeed? You are an important member of the Federation, and can definitely reach an agreement with them. Guan Yi and I can also provide them with knowledge and information about the cultivation world and practice. I know they have always wanted to get these. If you hand me and Guan Yi over to them, you will definitely get a huge reward. What do you think? Although he was still devouring the remaining 7 souls of his senior sister, Yueijia was actually a little shaken. Maybe he would be more likely to survive if he acted according to his current excuse to delay time. He was indeed very afraid of his master in his heart, and he didn't think he could easily escape from his palm, but the man in front of him also made him feel afraid. You want to cooperate with me, you can. Ma En said, as he quietly sneaked into his mind. Just tell me the details of Xiaoyao asking you to come to me, and why only one of us can survive. Yueijia's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He had deliberately not said this because he was afraid that Ma En would kill them all to gain their experience after learning the details. The truth is that if Ma En killed them all, he would most likely survive alone. Just as Yueijia was struggling between the two fears, he suddenly saw a familiar cold look. Chapter 405. Yueijia was very familiar with the meaning in that look. His wavering thoughts calmed down. Although the speed of plundering was a little slower than he expected, it was enough. He could also feel that Ma En was invading his soul. As the most comprehensive disciple among the disciples, he had some ways to resist this attack on the soul. But now, he was in a comprehensive disadvantage, and it would be difficult to escape. Ma En, who could search his soul, would definitely kill him and Guan Yi directly after learning about the master's arrangement. If you want to ask me that, Yueijia said to Ma En while stalling for time, I think. He made up his mind without much hesitation. Although he didn't think that the remaining him would be stronger than the two of them, Ma En was not in his prime now. He also had injuries left by his senior sister, and the Yin spell. Moreover, he has gradually understood the sword that the senior sister just used. Zhong Ruishua's swordsmanship is the killing technique that is least dependent on the user among the few of them. After all, she originally regarded the swordsmanship as a way of using external things. As long as he gets a good sword and Zhong Ruishua's understanding of the swordsmanship, he can exert a combat power close to hers, which also gives him some confidence in the next battle. If he gets a technique like his own, there may be room for consideration. After all, many of the techniques he mastered require time to cultivate before they can be fully exerted. They are not something that can be directly performed as long as there is spiritual energy and understanding of it. This type of technique only accounts for about 30% of the techniques he mastered. God-given opportunity. Buzz. The first thing that changed was the inside of his golden elixir, and the spiritual power of his golden elixir was rapidly flowing and vibrating. Although it seemed that he had been completely suppressed by Ma En, in fact, subduing the golden elixir was not that threatening to him. In principle, he should be the least afraid of this kind of move among the disciples. A sword cultivator like Zhong Ruishua could theoretically cultivate the golden elixir into a sword pill, but she did not make this choice, which did not conform to Zhong Ruishua's understanding of the way of swordsmanship. She was more willing to focus her energy on practicing swordsmanship. It was a pity that she was still a little short when facing Ma En. But he was different from them. As a person who wanted to learn a little bit of magic, he naturally did not miss the way to protect the golden elixir. This kind of magic was not so easy to master and practice, and it was often not worth the loss when practicing, so normal cultivators would not be happy to practice it. Fortunately, he had plenty of time, and now it really came in handy. Med Du Jin. Yueijia had just said the second sentence, and 2 sharp sword intentions suddenly burst out of his eyes. Ma En could feel that these 2 strong sword intentions directly penetrated his mental defense as if they did not exist, and landed on his spiritual level, and neatly pierced into his outermost mental defense, and rushed directly to the depths of his soul. Ma En could sense that if he really did not dodge, these 2 sword intentions would probably cause serious damage to his soul. He instinctively took 2 steps back and avoided the gaze with Yueijia, and the stinging feeling was also reduced a lot, as if these 2 almost mental attacks could be avoided by simply dodging. At the moment, when Yueijia made his move, he also grabbed the golden elixir in his hand, but the golden elixir also burst out with strong power, taking advantage of the opportunity when Ma En's sword intention was interrupted to directly shake off his palm, and the originally floating mist instantly surrounded the golden elixir and turned into Yueijia. The long sword that had just pierced Ma En's chest in the distance also fell into his palm as fast as lightning. Ma En, who was shocked back, raised his head in some doubt, and then asked honestly, "Do you think you still have a chance to kill me?" The original cowardice and fear in Yueijia's eyes had disappeared at some point. At this moment, the cold eyes only echoed with dazzling sword energy and determined fighting spirit, as if the guy who was begging for mercy just now was not him at all. "How do you know if you don't try?" he said coldly. For some reason, Yueijia at this moment made him feel a little strange. Although they had not known each other for long, he was indeed completely different from the guy who had just begged for mercy. If anything. At this moment, Yueijia, holding a long sword, was gradually overlapping with Zhong Ruishue. Although he suddenly broke free from his control, he seemed to be closer to the truth. Ma En looked into his eyes and said, "So you are not afraid of death now?" Yueijia pulled the corner of his mouth. "Only those who are afraid of death will die, and you'd better not be so arrogant. The winner is not yet decided." In these few short conversations, Yueijia was not only slowly preparing for the next sword, but he was also distracted and quietly performing defensive spells to ensure that he could suppress Ma En in front of him. Although Ma En had not prepared anything, he had verified his idea. The tone of the last few words was indeed not like Yueijia's, but unusually similar to Zhong Ruishue's. "Pa!" Yueijia did not wait any longer, but took a half step forward decisively, and then the sword in his hand began to move rapidly towards Ma En. He had just moved a distance of more than 10 meters, and pulled it back within this half step. The sword tip landed gently in front of Ma En's throat. At the same time, 6 light golden lights also appeared around Ma En, and at the same time began to accelerate towards Ma En. In just half a meter, they were so fast that they were almost invisible, which made Ma En feel that the guy on the opposite side was still Yueijia. The 6 spirit beads controlled by Yueijia were his second strongest magic weapon, Vajra's subduing demon beads, which was the killing move he had not had time to perform just now, and it was also a powerful weapon specifically for physical cultivators like Ma En. He had just watched the fight between Ma En and Zhong Ruishue, so he could roughly feel that Ma En had the upper hand in that fight, and according to his estimation, these 6 spirit beads should be able to help his sword to tie with Ma En. As for what will happen next, that's not up to him. Just before the 6 spirit beads hit Ma En one after another, 6 flying swords rushed towards them. Seeing this scene, Yueijia's mouth corners also slightly pulled up. This was exactly the final killing move he was waiting for. But the next moment, his expression froze, because these 6 flying swords hit his magic weapon spirit beads. Be careful. With this warning, Guan Yi controlled the 6 flying swords belonging to her senior sister and directly knocked the spirit beads away from their original trajectory. 2 of the flying swords that collided with them had cracks, and the other flying swords were also knocked to pieces and could not be used for a short time. Although the price paid this time was not small, Ma En no longer had to worry about these spiritual beads. All these changes happened in an instant, leaving Yueijia no chance to adjust his tactics. When he looked at Guan Yi, his eyes were full of confusion and surprise. The reason he just took action was because he received a hint from her. Could it be that the little junior sister had already calculated himself in this way, and the reason he believed Guan Yi was that this was indeed her best choice? As long as she figured out that only one of them could survive, then if she wanted to survive, she had to join hands with him to kill Ma En first. He was not shaken by the temptation deliberately arranged by the master. The seemingly simple little junior sister actually had a greedy face that he had never known. In surprise, he even forgot that he and Ma En were at a critical moment of life and death, and did not pay attention to the sword he swung in Ma En's response, but the long sword in his hand seemed to have life, and he still stabbed towards Ma En's wound just now. The understanding of Kendo has penetrated into the bones of the senior sister, and now all of this belongs to him. Ma En still had the fearless attitude of a physical cultivator, and he directly hit the position of his golden elixir in his body. But the difference, this time, was that his speed slowed down a little bit, but the degree of slowdown did not affect the result of the duel. What really made the situation different was the magic skills mastered by Yueijia. When Ma En's fierce fist hit him, most of his body turned into mist and retreated backwards, with the shining golden elixir wrapped in it, while Ma En's fist only lightly touched the golden elixir he dodged. If it was someone else's golden elixir, it might have been broken, but Yueijia's golden elixir just burst out with a powerful thrust again, and flew backwards directly with the reaction force, and at the same time, his half-fog and half-flesh arm also took the opportunity to pull out the long sword. Sure enough, this sword has completely proved Ma'an's conjecture. He didn't know whether Yuejia could shoot something that could directly attack the soul with his eyes, but he was sure that this was the move that Zhong Ruishua used on him just now. Exactly the same. It seems that it can be over. Ma'an half-crouched slightly towards him, and his eyes were firmly locked on him like a sighting system. Seeing Ma'an's eyes, Yuejia also felt a little danger, and immediately recovered his body and began to use the magical power of shrinking the earth into an inch. Bang! Ma'an's body pounced towards him like a leaping tiger. Seeing this, Yuejia immediately began to dodge left and right, but Ma'an's body didn't even have any obvious changes. His body readjusted the direction in the air. Although Yuejia was constantly flashing with the shrinking earth into an inch, his spatial movement seemed slow in front of Ma'an's speed. It seemed that Ma'an could tear him apart in less than half a second. Yuejia's eyes widened, and he tried his best to stop Ma'an with his defensive skills, but Ma'an's outstretched palm easily crushed the silver flue that had just condensed, and the palm wind directly scraped his golden elixir out of his body. Just when Ma'an wanted to subdue him again, 6 well-hidden flying swords suddenly hit Yuejia's golden elixir one after another, and unlike Ma'an's attack just now, they all landed accurately on the vital point of his elixir protection technique. Crack. The elixir broke. He looked at the figure standing behind Ma'an in disbelief, and then looked at Ma'an who was approaching him again. The emotions in his eyes kept changing between calmness and fear, and then he showed a miserable smile. Wrong, all wrong. The moment Ma'an landed, he turned around and looked at Guan Yi standing behind him. She was panting nervously, and seemed to have not yet reacted to the killing of her senior brother. Ma'an did not move, but stood there and looked at her and asked, "You shouldn't have killed him just now. I still need to interrogate him." Guan Yi looked at Ma'an with a complicated expression. "Sorry, the battle situation just changed too quickly, but I think I may have known what happened." Ma'an then seemed curious and said, "What's going on?" Her expression looked a little confused, but she didn't hesitate at all when she spoke. "This is my master's arrangement, but he is not targeting you or anyone else. When you killed Du Jin, he could only collect the remaining 7 souls of my senior brother. The so-called 7 souls are not the souls you understand. To be precise, they are the main components of consciousness besides the soul, which also include the memories you understand, but they are not equal to these things. In fact, I also did not build your foundation before. It's hard for you to understand what the 7 souls are. I can only say that it also includes Du Jin's understanding of cultivation. This is why I was able to break through just now, and they actually had the confidence to come to you, because they just broke through to the golden core with Du Jin's remaining 7 souls." Ma'an said, "So this is why Yuejia was able to perform Zhong Ruishua's swordsmanship just now." Guan Yi said, "Master once taught Du Jin a secret technique that allowed him to plunder the 7 souls of other Xiao Dong practitioners, and the few of us were actually the nutrients he used to break through to the nascent soul, but you killed Du Jin, causing Master to change his mind temporarily. It was precisely because of this secret technique that he could be swallowed by us, and at the same time, the few of us who absorbed Du Jin's 7 souls also mastered the corresponding secret technique, but it was not until this moment that I knew that the secret techniques we 3 mastered were actually somewhat different. And if any of us master the 3 secret arts, then even you will be affected by them. No matter what, in the end there will definitely be a practitioner other than you who will master these secret arts. No wonder my secret arts can't make you the last one standing. It turns out that it's here." Ma'an continued to guide. "Then what is the purpose of your master doing this? Does he want to eat us all?" The girl shook her head. "No, the benefits of eating us are not worth spending so much time and resources to cultivate. I think the master wants to get a disciple of the nascent soul. If I plunder your body, I will definitely be able to advance to the nascent soul in a short time. And if you get our experience, it may take some time to practice, but breaking through the nascent soul is just around the corner." Ma'an looked at her and asked, "Then are you going to do this?" The girl said sincerely, "My master is a bad person, and I don't want to do it according to his arrangement. If you are willing, we can." Swish. Chapter 406. With a sharp sound of breaking wind, a long sword turned into cold light, and tore through the air, flying towards Ma'an's back. However, before it really approached Ma'an's body, it paused for a moment as if it had hit something, but immediately destroyed the obstacle and continued to move forward. But this pause was not the only obstacle the long sword encountered. When it just recovered its original speed, it seemed to hit an invisible wall again. Moreover, this time, after breaking through the obstacle, it did not have time to re-accelerate, and immediately began to pause again and again. When the long sword approached Ma'an's back, It was only 1/3 of its original speed. Buzz. Ma-En turned around and raised his hand freely, easily catching the long sword that wanted to stab his heart, and then looked at Zhong Ruishua, who was holding the hilt with a calm expression. Your sword has slowed down. Zhong Ruishua raised the sword and looked at him and said, if you are not prepared, this move is enough to take your life, so I am a little curious. When did you notice it? At some point just now, Ma-En quietly began to set up a telekinetic defense circle with him as the center, and took back the telekinetic shields that were originally used to protect Guan Yi. Ma-En replied, when I felt your traces on Yuejia, there was also. You know you are dead. The one in front of him was not the real Zhong Ruishua. Her body was still lying on the ground in the distance. This figure was closer to the clone that Yuejia had created when he attacked him just now, but the one who dominated her words, indeed seemed to be Zhong Ruishua's will. A male voice came from behind Ma-En. Of course, and they are all dead, but if that's the case, it's better to change the way of thinking. After all, life and death are just the specific states of the three souls, but when I saw those lonely ghosts, I couldn't say that they were really dead. If that's the case, why do you care so much about your own life or death? Ma-En turned around again and looked in the direction of the speaker. The girl who was talking to him just now and distracting him had disappeared. She was replaced by a young man who looked leisurely and had a faint smile on his face. It was Du Jin, Xiuya's eldest disciple. Ma-En said, is this Xiuya's conspiracy to let you revive in the body of your junior sister? But as far as I know, your soul has been completely destroyed. You know that you are still Guan Yi. When he said this, Du Jin's face blurred for a moment, and Guan Yi's frightened face appeared under the rolling mist, and then Yuejia's desperate cheek also floated out, but as he shook his head violently, he regained Du Jin's appearance. Then he began to lower his head and muttered, I am Du Jin, I am Du Jin, I am Du Jin. Ma-En narrowed his eyes and looked at him. You are just a memory and consciousness. Du Jin, who had slowly calmed down, looked at Ma-En again. Don't waste your time. Yes, my 3 souls are indeed my junior sisters, but there are now 4 people 7 souls in this body, but none of them can compare to me with the 7 souls complete, no matter who I really am. Now I am Du Jin. When he declared decisively, Zhong Ruishua standing behind Ma-En was also pulling away, and there was a group of fog rolling in the distance, slowly turning into the shape of a male body, and gradually turning into Yuejia, who had just died. Ma-En looked at him calmly and asked, so this is Xiuya's purpose, to create a madman who doesn't know who he is. Du Jin sneered, Master gave me a chance to live. I am not who I was yesterday. The Du Jin of the past is not me. The Guan Yi of the past is not me. The guy in front of you who uses Guan Yi's soul, and Du Jin's consciousness is me. You can call me crazy, but I know who I am very well. I am who I feel now, nothing else matters. In fact, Du Jin felt that he was no longer completely Du Jin at this moment. The 7 souls of other junior brothers and sisters were also affecting him. He specially stuffed the 7 souls of Zhong Ruishua and Yuejia into the clone in order to keep his purity as much as possible. In fact, for the master, it didn't matter who he was. It was just that Du Jin didn't want to become a mixture of the 4 of them. The Xiaoyao's secret technique was too sophisticated. There was no difference at all when the 7 souls of several of them were mixed together, as if they were originally one person. If he didn't deliberately block it, he would soon not be who he is now. But even if he had responded, he couldn't completely erase the influence of the other junior brothers and sisters, especially Guan Yi's 7 souls. She couldn't simply put it in the body of the external incarnation, because she would directly betray him. Therefore, Du Jin was suppressing Guan Yi in his heart, but it was inevitable that he would be slightly affected by it. This was why he answered Ma-En's question so honestly at this moment, because this was what she wanted to say. Ma-En looked puzzled. So this is what he did? I don't see any need to pull me into it. Du Jin smiled and said, if you think so, you underestimate my master. He doesn't care about how the 7 spirits and 3 souls get along. What he wants is to integrate our experience in cultivation. As long as we add your body, we will definitely be able to break through the nascent soul. It's a pity that your 7 souls haven't turned into mist yet. If I want to take over your body, I have to forcibly melt your soul. This may take me some effort, but in front of me with 7 souls intact, you don't have a chance to turn defeat into victory. I don't know if you thought this day would come when you killed me. In fact, Du Jin was influenced by Guan Yi when he said these words, and what he didn't say was that this secret technique actually had another side that was beneficial to Ma-En, which was also a backup plan left by Xiaoyao to ensure that his efforts would not go to waste. Ma-En asked curiously, my body, does this have anything to do with your killing me in the first place? After hearing Du Jin's words, he finally became a little worried, and even began to prepare to escape from here through teleportation, because if Xiaoyao was interested in his body, then he might have been interested in the abnormal control bureau connected to him. If this is the case, then staying here to plot against the props made by Mind Metal is a trap. Du Jin couldn't help but say, of course, your outer Dao heavenly demon body is the best physique for practicing Xiaoyao heavenly demon art. As long as I can get it, I will immediately become the 5th level ability user that you barbarians in the desolate realm dream of. Being able to become a stepping stone for a Yuanying is also a glory for you. And you've seen that dying in my hands doesn't mean you have nothing left, so don't struggle anymore. The moment you kill me, you have dug your own grave. But Du Jin didn't expect that Ma Yan would look relieved when he heard this. He breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 407. Although Du Jin said so much because he was influenced by his junior sister, he was not idle while talking. He used Yuejia's external incarnation to create a clone that carried Zhong Ruixua and Yuejia's 7 souls, and also stood in position according to Guan Yi's understanding of the formation. Now they have a vague outline of the 3-star moonlocking formation. As the spiritual energy flows in the mist, it has quietly created an invisible restraint that can prevent him from moving in space and suppress his powerful body. In fact, delaying time now is a good thing for him. The longer he waits, the closer the 3-star formation will be. If they are given a few more minutes, this formation will even be enough to resist the cultivators of the nascent soul realm for a short time. You seem to think it doesn't matter. Du Jin looked at Ma Yan, who was relieved, and asked, do you see a chance to leave here alive in my words? Ma Yan didn't seem to notice what he was doing, and then said patiently, your master must have considered the possibility of me killing you, so he must have done something to ensure that even if I killed you all, his previous efforts would not be in vain. Otherwise, he must have killed me personally. This was actually Ma Yan's doubt at the beginning. Whether it was Yuejia, Zhong Ruixua, or the current Du Jin, they were not Xiaoya's most capable moves, which meant that he should not want to kill himself. But his several disciples said they wanted to kill him, but if Xiaoyao really wanted to attack him, he would definitely use some darker and more difficult means, so there was a contradiction between the two, and he didn't understand it at first. Now Ma Yan finally figured it out. Xiaoya's purpose seemed to be to use him to train a 5th level ability user. He might become the nourishment of Du Jin or Guan Yi, but Xiaoya's failure to take action personally was also hinting at one thing. Xiao really did not care who could stand to the end, as Du Jin said. From this perspective, it seemed that he also had a chance to fish in troubled waters, and get the so-called nascent soul cultivation. Although according to the information he had obtained now, there might be other risks hidden in it. Normally, he should get out of it in time, but he had the abnormal control bureau. Even if there was any problem with the so-called nascent soul cultivation, he could seal it up as a spare 5th level abnormal characteristic, and use it after solving the hidden danger, or when there was no danger. Thinking of this, Ma Yan finally decided to stay here to see what Xiaoyao would do next. Strong people are often arrogant. Seeing that Ma Yan was still asking questions, Du Jin smiled. Especially when you are going too smoothly in the desolate realm, this kind of arrogance may not be a bad thing in many cases, but in the end, arrogant people will always go to the grave because of it. The 3-star formation has become more stable, and now Du Jin has already won. Hearing this, Ma Yan also smiled. Do you think I have been letting you deliberately delay time during this period? Du Jin frowned slightly, but he was not worried, because he could feel that the 3-star formation was getting stronger, and now his winning rate was constantly increasing as time passed. It seems that you have noticed that I am indeed preparing, Du Jin said confidently, but what can you do? Just now, you didn't have any means to use when facing Zhong Ruixua and Yuejia alone. Can you do anything now? Although he said so, Du Jin did feel a little uneasy when he saw Ma Yan's calm expression. Ma Yan still had no intention of taking the initiative, as if he was waiting for the formation to be completed. Finally, Du Jin could no longer hold back. He always felt that there was something wrong with Ma Yan, and he did not dare to wait until the formation was completed. He raised his palm and aimed at Ma Yan's position. At the same time, Yuejia's eyes in the distance also lit up with golden light, and Zhong Ruixua raised her sword. Boom! A deep blue palm thunder instantly fell on Ma Yan's body, and 2 golden sharp lights also hit him directly and quickly. After these 2 spells known for their swiftness, Zhong Ruixua relied on shrinking the earth to an inch to get behind Ma Yan. But her sword was the most powerful of the 3 moves. While Ma Yan was hit and his body was unstable, she quickly and fiercely inserted the tip of the sword into Ma Yan's left back chest, and suddenly turned and pulled it out, directly picking out the bright red heart. But at the moment when Ma-en was killed by her, his body suddenly turned into mist and dispersed. Then, a deep and cold voice, like a bell, sounded from all directions of Du Jin at the same time, with a bit of arrogance. Yes, you are now stronger than Yuejia and Zhong Ruishua who just joined forces, and you are more difficult to deal with in almost all aspects, but you overlooked a very important point, that is, your soul and spirit are more unstable than before. Did you hear it? As this sentence sounded, Du Jin could also feel that he seemed to hear something, and at the same time, he felt a tightness in his chest. The two external incarnations standing in the distance also raised their hands to cover their ears, as if they heard something unbearable. But the sound he heard was very faint. If he didn't look carefully, he would never be able to determine where it came from. Come out and fight me head-on. Du Jin gritted his teeth and said, fight me squarely. If you have the guts, kill me, kill the soul of this body, and kill the little sister who wants to help you. Don't be a coward and hide away. He was indeed a little difficult to deal with Ma-en's methods. Although there were attacks on the soul in the cultivation world, they were completely different from what Ma-en used. Moreover, he was a little overwhelmed after having just changed his body and soul. But in fact, he still had a final bottom line. Although it sounded shameless, his soul now belonged to Guan Yi. In fact, in a sense, he was also the crazy Guan Yi. If Ma-en wanted to kill him, he had to kill the little sister together. With his understanding of the members of the Salvation Alliance, he might not be able to do it. Ma-en said with some curiosity, do you think you have a chance in a head-on confrontation with me? Do you think that I just showed my full strength? In fact, you shouldn't say so much, because when I know Xiaoyao and your purpose, you are of no use. Du Jin shouted hysterically, kill me, if you have the guts, kill me and my junior sister, and let me. At this moment, he finally got really worried, because Du Jin realized that Ma-en had completely disintegrated his defense spell for the soul through some method, and now he really had no power to fight back. Hush. Ma-en interrupted calmly, listen carefully. Boom, 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 boom. He heard it. The sound came from himself, right under his chest. It was his heartbeat. Bang, bright red blood splattered. A slender arm tore through his skin and stretched out from his left chest, tightly holding a piece of red flesh that was constantly twitching. Then Du Jin realized. This was his heart. Pop! Chapter 408. Du Jin stared blankly at his crushed heart, then raised his head and shifted his gaze elsewhere, trying not to think about what had just happened, and at the same time began to use Yuejia's soul-protecting method to try to resist Ma-en's influence. But as early as when Ma-en first spoke to him, the seeds of self-doubt had been deeply buried in the soil. In front of him, who had multiple mental abnormalities, if he relaxed a little, he would no longer have any power to fight back. Have you forgotten? The mist slowly gathered in front of him to form Ma-en's figure. You are dead. This sentence pierced his chest like a nail, causing several bursts of severe pain. The scene of the broken heart just now began to roll in Du Jin's mind, and the slender arm stretched out from his chest began to shake constantly. Yes, I am dead. It was then that he remembered. Click. Du Jin's chest began to sound like bones breaking, and there were things like insects crawling under his skin, constantly biting and gnawing at his remaining flesh and blood, and finally with a few crisp sounds. The second slender arm also stretched out. Ma-en walked in front of him steadily. If it were other members of the Salvation Alliance, they might really hesitate for a moment because of this problem, whether to pay the price of Guan Yi to kill you, or think about whether there are other solutions. But unfortunately you met me. I don't have to make a decision, because I'm strong enough. Du Jin looked at Ma-en with begging eyes, and began to shake his head like crazy begging for mercy. This is all free and easy. As Du Jin spoke, the slender arms on his chest were still flapping, as if there was a drowning person drowned by Du Jin's flesh and blood, and Ma-en ignored his pleas for mercy and explanations, and directly stretched out his hands to hold the drowning person. No! Du Jin looked at Ma-en in horror. We can join forces to resist Xiao. Pa! In Du Jin's crazy screams, bones and blood suddenly exploded, and a slender woman fell heavily to the ground, her body stained with bright red blood and broken meat, and bones were scattered around. Guan Yi looked up at Ma-en blankly and opened her mouth, trying to say what she had just felt, but it was difficult to form a complete and smooth sentence with the familiar words from the past. Don't worry, Ma-en said softly, I know you haven't reacted yet. After hearing this, Guan Yi didn't rush to say anything, but tried to calm her mental state. The surrounding scene also began to turn into mist as Ma-en's voice fell, and then re-outlined the reality. You killed them. The girl was finally able to speak. You killed them in my head. Ma-en nodded. It seems that our telepaths here have more advantages than you in this regard. Guan Yi whispered. Soul magic is very difficult to practice, and it has no effect on Yuanning cultivators. So basically, as long as the cultivators think they have a chance to break through to Yuanning in the future, they will not practice it. That's why we don't practice defensive soul magic. After saying this, she came back to her senses completely. Du Jin's 7 souls were just completely complete, and he wanted to use his 3 souls to revive in some false way. Then Ma En showed the unused means in the battle with Yu Weijie and Zhong Ruixue just now, and killed Du Jin, who was trying to revive neatly. Crushing, that's the adjective she could think of. Ma En didn't kill Du Jin after a hard fight, but easily cracked all his tricks, and while ensuring that her 7 spirits and 3 souls were intact, she completely cleared the part that belonged to Du Jin, like a skilled doctor treating a disease. Guan Yi said sincerely, I also understand why the master wants to accept you as a disciple. If you were born in the world of cultivation, you would definitely be a genius that those half-immortals would fight for. If you embark on the road of cultivation, you will definitely be able to easily break through to the nascent soul. Ma En said modestly, our abnormal system is different from yours. The possible correlation between strength and weakness and crossing classes here is not as strong as yours, but these are not important now. Although I have killed your senior brother, our problem has not been solved yet. What should I do? She looked at Ma En with trust in her eyes and asked. If he wanted to kill her, he would have done it. Now that she has absorbed the remaining 7 spirits, she can also think of things that she couldn't imagine before. She thinks that Ma En may not intend to surrender, but want to resist Xiaoyao and escape from here. Although Guan Yi was very afraid of her master, she would definitely not refuse if the man in front of her asked her to join him in resisting Xiaoyao. Ma En replied, I think. Before he finished speaking, a familiar voice came from behind him. Not bad. Xiaoyao praised behind him. You have proved your character. Several of my disciples may have never thought that they would become a stepping stone for a mortal in the desolate realm in their lives, but the fact is that none of them are as good as you. Guan Yi looked at Xiaoyao without fear, but still had some deep nervousness. Ma En noticed that she looked at him, as if she wanted to ask her what to do. He raised his hand slightly, signaling her not to worry, then turned around and looked at Taoist Xiaoyao standing behind him. Do you mean who is more likely to survive? Xiaoyao had a mysterious smile on his face. No, who is more suitable to be my assistant? Ma En looked at him and said, so this is your purpose, use this method to select the most suitable person to assist you, and then give him the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul, and firmly control him as your subordinate. Xiaoyao nodded. That's right. Ma En asked back, why? Xiaoyao showed a curious look. Why? Of course you don't want to die. You have also seen that those who practice Xiaoyao Gong can devour each other. Even if you practice my skills to the nascent soul, you can't escape from my palm. I can sense where you escape. As long as you don't want to die, you have to submit to me. If you are really a hard bone, I can also let Guan Yi take over your body directly. Although your character will be worse than I expected, it is definitely not an unacceptable result. Hearing this, the girl said firmly, I will not surrender to you. She knew that as long as both of them did not surrender, they would have bargaining chips with Xiaoyao. I raised you all, and I know very well how to destroy your will to resist. But Xiaoyao just smiled, and it seemed that he did not take her seriously at all. He turned around and asked Ma En, how, life or death? Chapter 409. Faced with Xia's doubts, Ma En did not give a direct answer immediately. What is your real purpose in doing this? He looked at Xiaoyao and questioned. Xiaoyao smiled. Although Ma En did not directly answer that he chose life, this was actually his euphemism to give in to him. In this case, he was willing to give him a way out. You already know my real purpose. Xiaoyao glanced at the girl behind him coldly. I am constantly improving the Xiaoyao Tianmo Gong that I created. What you see now is a simple epitome of my final idea. You also know that I am improving this technique. My purpose is to allow you mortals to practice it. That's why I plan to open a sect here to teach Xiaoyao Gong, and I also need some samples to improve the technique. But it's impossible for me to establish a sect alone, and I will concentrate on studying Xiaoyao Gong for many years to come, and I don't have the energy and time to deal with various things, so I need a deputy sect master to take charge of things for me. It doesn't matter whether you or anyone else, as long as you have the resources I give you, you can be independent here. As far as I know, it's not as easy as practicing for you mortals in the desolate world to be promoted to the so-called 5th level, but I think I can let you be promoted to the 5th level in a short time. This is what I want to do, a fair deal. At this time, Xiaoyao also took off the disguise of a master and changed his tone to talk to him. In fact, according to what he said, such a deal seems to be worthwhile for many people except Ma En, but obviously he didn't make everything clear. Mon said, "You mean to let me work for you in the future, and at the same time put on shackles that can be killed by you at any time, and it is far from being easy for you to kill me, and killing me will not be bad for you. Because you can just devour me directly, and the higher your cultivation, the more you can get from me." Xiaoyao asked with some amusement, "Isn't it easy for me to kill you now? And the only thing valuable to me is Xiaoyao Tianmo body. Although I can indeed plunder your physique through Xiaoyao Tianmo Gong after you reach the nascent soul great success, I can teach you how not to practice to that level. If so, if I want to take over your body, it will definitely not be good for my practice, and in fact, your worry is a bit unnecessary. If I really want to kill you one day, it must be thousands of years later. But if you don't become my disciple, do you think you can live 1,000 years later? I give you something that you can never get." Ma did not point out his mistake, but began to think about what Xiaoyao wanted to do. "So you plan to train a group of mortals who practice Xiaoyao Gong here, and then plunder their practice experience of this method in the future like this to push yourself to level 6? Xiaoyao smiled. "Do you think I want their memory and understanding? No, it seems that what happened just now caused you to misunderstand. My other disciples are now failures, and it is not my purpose to gather them together to break through to the nascent soul. Remember what I told you? I think the current cultivation world is not really doing the right thing. They are constantly sacrificing the future of your wasteland world for their own benefits, and even the heaven can't really solve all the evils. I don't want to accept their current secular morality. How do you think I plan to deal with it?" Ma thought about it, and then said an answer that a normal person would be more likely to think of. "You want to develop a resource in the wasteland that they can't use, and use it to gain enough power, and then return to the cultivation world to rebuild a new moral order?" Hearing this, Xiaoyao laughed out loud. "It's a good idea, but what's the use? I don't think that the heaven and the practitioners back then are all fools, and they are not really hypocrites. They monopolized all the spiritual energy because they thought it was the best choice. I have been in the heavenly court for a long time. I know very well that our power is limited. Even though we have tried our best to make the world a nearly perfect utopia, you should know that there is no essential difference between our people and you. There are no fewer bad guys and fools in the world of cultivation than in your world. It is the heavenly court that keeps our world like that, and this requires us to continuously invest huge resources. In addition, there is also a dark world in the world of cultivation that is difficult to eliminate. There are many evil cultivators with terrifying means in our place. They know how to hide their true identity, understand how the heavenly court finds and solves criminals like them, and have extremely powerful powers and spells, which can easily cover their tracks. It is much easier to do bad things than to judge bad people, especially when the heavenly court requires us to judge with a nearly true and fair perspective. Many evil cultivators will use various methods to prevent the heavenly court from obtaining decisive evidence. Even if we know that he did it, we cannot make a decision so easily, because there are many powerful evil cultivators who can make innocent people look like criminals. Even those scapegoats think they are really the murderer, but they don't know that their souls have been tampered with. This also involves a huge amount of our resources. It is precisely because of this that the seemingly powerful heavenly court cannot handle all cases in time. And the difficulties of solving most cases will become more and more difficult to solve over time. Even if a mid-level cultivator has enough time, he can almost completely bury the crimes he has committed. If we want to solve all the problems, it will only make more and more messes. In this case, we have to make a choice, just like the choice they made in the desolate world and the cultivation world. Some cases will be solved first, and some will be postponed. Some of the postponed cases will cost too much to solve after missing the best time. The priority of these cases will become extremely low. In the face of the increasing number of new cases, they will no longer have the opportunity to be put on the agenda. In order to make the right choice, they have also established a so-called merit system. Two people are in danger of dying at the same time. If our resources are just not enough, and we can only save the next one, then the one with higher merit can survive. We have to make choices continuously, and decide who is more qualified to survive. And because of arithmetic, they will decide in advance who will die and who will survive. But you have to know that arithmetic is not the inevitable prophecy of Shishao Walker, it may be wrong. Just like when they decided to sacrifice their compatriots in the wasteland in exchange for their ability to resist the invasion of demons in the future to ensure victory in the war that could destroy humanity. But the demons never invaded. Chapter 410. Xiaoyao paused deliberately at this point, and then asked, "That's why I was dissatisfied with their way of handling things. They were constantly deciding whose life to exchange for whose life. But I don't intend to establish a new moral system as you guessed, because the resources of the heavenly court are indeed limited. If you ask me how to do better, I will tell you that I don't know. In fact, except for the spiritual energy, I can't come up with a better solution to their practices. In fact, Ma-En knew that what he just said was definitely not the real answer, but Xiaoyao's answer was also beyond his expectations. Xiaoyao continued, in fact, as long as there are still relationships between people, mutual harm and infringement will never stop. The reality is that humans will always kill other humans. No matter how the times change, no matter how strong and comprehensive our power is, this will not change. Human nature is good and evil. Good and evil are our true faces. As long as there are good people, there will definitely be bad people. Heaven has done almost the best, although there are still many problems, but I can't be better than them even a little bit. This problem can never be solved. You will always have to sacrifice some lives in the case you can guess. Although this is why my problem was not solved in time, I also know that they can't do better. If that's the case, why do you still stand on the opposite side of him? Ma-En asked doubtfully. Xiaoyao smiled. You are right. The problem I mentioned is human beings themselves. Unless we completely destroy ourselves, such a problem will never be solved, at least in the current situation. As long as there are still people and concepts, evil will not stop. So what lies before me is not a moral issue, but a problem of our nature. Unless we can make some very radical changes to us, people will definitely hurt each other. Ma-En has sensed something. What exactly do you want to do? Xiaoyao replied. I want to solve the problem of human beings hurting each other, and I also have a very practical solution. You see, Guanyi may kill you now, and you may also kill her, but what if you are the same person? If you are Guanyi, you will naturally not hurt her. Ma-En looked at him and asked in a heavy tone, you want to kill all the people and gather them all into one soul. Xiaoyao clarified, no, Du Jin and the others will die now, because I have not completed my research and cannot make them atomize their 3 souls before the nascent soul. But if their 3 souls are all atomized, then they don't have to kill anyone. A simple question, what will happen when a ball of fog meets a ball of fog? The answer is that they will become the same ball of fog. Listening to Xiaoyao's self-questioning and self-answering, Ma-En still said, it sounds like the difference is not particularly big for us. Xiaoyao shook his head. Wrong, no one will die at that time. You think so now, or see yourself from the perspective of the past, but I want to create a state of life that you have never seen before. We will become more advanced creatures than before. By then, you will still be yourself, and we are also an I. With your current spiritual and material forms, such a situation is impossible, but my Xiaoyao Gong can use a clever way to maintain us. At that time, we will be me and us. All good and evil will be bound in the same super soul. There will be no more moral system for us to abide by. We are the morality of mankind. This is the real solution. The problem is not what we do, but ourselves. The human race is not good enough. We need to evolve. Ma-En has fully understood his purpose. He seems to want to use the spell he created to gather all the 3 souls, 7 spirits, and flesh of all human beings, and merge them in some way to become a higher life form in Xiaoyao's mind. This can indeed solve the moral problem. It is not just that he said that no one else will be hurt. If all human beings really become a kind of advanced life as he thought, then the way of thinking will definitely change dramatically, and good and evil may have no meaning at that time. Xiaoyao then showed his ambition. You don't have to worry about becoming a drop of water in the ocean, because you are a drop of water. You will not be diluted into a small part of a huge individual because you enter the ocean. You will only get a more magnificent vision. Becoming a part of us doesn't mean you are diluted, but that you own us. And even if we all become the same mist, we can actually be divided into individuals of different degrees. Even if you join us, you can become a separate individual again, but this won't happen often. Because although you may not understand it, I can guarantee that you will definitely like the feeling of being us more. And by then all the misted humans will no longer be able to hurt each other. How can you hurt your past and future selves? Except for a few extreme cases due to external reasons, no one will be willing to leave the group at that time. You still have this worry because you don't know what state we will be in at that time. But if you are afraid, I can understand it. If you want, I can also promise you not to let you join. Anyway, you are not missing one. Even if you consider the worst case scenario and think that I will go back on my word, that will be countless years later. Before that, you can become an enviable nascent soul cultivator for a long time, and you will only be slightly restricted by me. How is it? Ma-En still did not answer directly. How about the anti-spiritual magic treasure you promised? Xiaoyao smiled. I have completed half of it. As long as you agree to follow me, I can complete it before you break through to the golden core. Although Ma-En did not want to become us with Xiaoyao, considering the cultivation of the nascent soul, and the high-level abnormal items made of anti-spiritual metal, it is actually a pretty good deal. Xiaoyao did not know that he could take the regret pill at any time. Man asked, "It seems that I don't have any other choice. Apart from death, I can only become your disciple, so what should I do?" Xiaoyao showed a satisfied and appreciative look. "I was right about you, so what you have to do in the end is very simple. Kill your junior sister.